among the 12 peaks of Wushan, deep in the clouds where no one knows the way. The local mountain folk all said that a dragon lay sunk beneath the gorge river. A dragon? Where? Li Yujing opened his golden vertical pupils, his winding body stretching through the mountain range. So they were talking about me. It was fine. Li Yujing had originally planned to slack off and enjoy life as a dragon. But as technology advanced and human activity became more and more frequent, the giant beasts from billions of years ago began to awaken, and the Titan Age descended. No choice. Li Yujing could only pull out his ultimate move. Hello, officer, right? I was just kidnapped by Godzilla. Who is Godzilla? Not who. A real giant beast. The kind that's over 100 meters tall. The story begins. Among the 12 peaks of Wushan, deep in the clouds where no one knows the way. The local mountain folk all said that a dragon lay sunk beneath the gorge river. Whenever a stormy night came, light would rise from the middle of the river. That was when the old deity had opened his eyes. Deep in the mountains, clouds twined and mist drifted. Sure Lao San leaned on an old rattan cane, panting with every step. Behind him followed a girl of 15 or 16. Every now and then, she reached out, wanting to support him, only to be waved off by the old man. Grandpa, slow down. Sure, Ching was scared out of her wits, afraid that if anything happened to her grandfather's old bones, things would turn troublesome. Sure, Lao San did not answer. He only lifted his head and looked up. At the end of the moss-covered stone steps stood a few ancient pines and a dilapidated little temple. It wasn't large, with gray tiles and wooden rafters. The wall plaster was mottled and peeling, exposing the yellow mud underneath. It looked decades older than even him. Above the temple gate hung a wooden plaque. The writing had been eroded blurry by wind and rain, but 3 characters could still be made out. Manifestation Dragon King Temple. Sure, Lao San knew this temple well. When he was 6, his father had brought him here for the first time. Back then, his father had pointed at the pitch-black statue in the temple, neither dragon nor snake, and said, "Third son, remember this. This is our guardian deity, Grandpa Dragon King." But it looks like a snake, 6-year-old Sure Lao San had muttered. His father slapped the back of his head lightly. No nonsense. Don't offend Grandpa Dragon King. Only later did Sure Lao San learn that it hadn't been nonsense. In the summer when he was 8, torrential rain had poured for 7 days and 7 nights without stopping. The mountain flood went mad, threatening to swallow the Sure family village at the foot of the mountain. It was his father who had led all the village men, young and old, to risk their lives and hide in this temple, kowtowing to the black statue until their heads bled. That very night, the flood really did change course. The villagers all said it was a coincidence, that it was just the terrain of the mountain. Only Sure Lao San knew. That night, in the surging floodwaters, he had vaguely seen a shadow rise up, thicker than a wooden house, taller than a 1,000-year-old tree. It only gave a single sway, and the terrifying flood changed direction. Later, when he was 38, a drought struck near Wushan. The rivers dried up, and again his father led people to the temple to pray for rain. In the days that followed, it really did rain over Wushan. From that time on, Sure Lao San became the temple's only caretaker. And with that watch, he had now passed 70. To repay Grandpa Dragon King for saving his life, he climbed the mountain every month to clean the temple and offer a stick of incense, never once failing. The young people in the village laughed at him for being superstitious, saying it was futile garbage. He didn't care, because he knew it was real. Deep in Wushan, there truly lay a Dragon King. It was just a pity that ever since that rain more than 30 years ago, this Dragon King had never shown any miracle again. Sure Lao San could not wait any longer, because he was old, almost 80. His body was growing worse by the day. He could feel that breath that had supported him all his life gradually dispersing bit by bit. What he feared most was not death. What he feared was that once he closed his eyes, no one would remember the path up the mountain anymore. No one would remember this temple. And no one would remember Grandpa Dragon King, who had saved their entire village. "Grandpa, we're here." Sure Ching's voice sounded, pulling Sure Lao San out of his memories. The old man trembled as he pushed open the half-closed temple door. Creak! A gust of dusty air rushed into his face. Even though Sure Lao San cleaned often, the temple was still run down. Above the shrine, that pitch-black statue still coiled there, silently looking down below. Sure Lao San had his granddaughter take out the prepared incense, candles, melons, and fruit from the basket on her back, placing them one by one on the battered offering table. Sure Lao San lit the incense, but did not bow right away. Ching. The old man's voice was hoarse, yet unusually solemn. "What Grandpa says today, you have to remember word for word in your heart." Sure Ching nodded hard. Sure Lao San stared at the dark, heavy statue and slowly said, "What worshipped in this temple is not clay or carved wood. The old deity is a divine spirit, alive for who knows how many years. Your grandpa, and your great-grandpa too, and countless people in the village have all received his grace and gotten their lives back because of him." "Is he a dragon?" Sure Ching asked. "What does it matter whether he is a dragon or a snake?" Sure Lao San glared, beard bristling. "What matters is that with him here, these great mountains one fall into chaos, And those filthy things hidden in the depths, the ones no one can explain clearly, won't he be able to stir up any trouble? He took a breath and continued, but Grandpa is old. I don't have many days left. From now on, every month, forget it. You young people don't believe in this stuff. Then once a year, during Qingming, remember to come up the mountain and clean this place. You don't have to tell anyone else. Just keep in your own heart. Say a few words. Let him know that outside these mountains, there are still people who remember the old deity as kindness. Sure, Qingqing nodded. Looking into her grandfather's cloudy yet serious eyes, she felt inexplicably uneasy. I'll remember. Good. As long as you remember. Only then did Shi Laosan reveal a trace of smile. Holding the incense, he bowed respectfully 3 times toward the statue, muttering in a low voice, Grandpa Dragon King, Shi Laosan has come again to disturb your peace and quiet. This time I came for one thing, to bring my little granddaughter here, so she knows the way, and for another. Thinking of that matter, the old man chuckled. And for another, my eldest grandson's wife had a strange dream a year ago. She said she dreamed of a black dragon that reached the heavens and stood on the main peak of our Wushan, coiled there and looking down at her. And then she got pregnant. She was badly frightened. She said that black dragon in the dream looked exactly the same as the one painted in our family ancestral hall. Grandpa Dragon King, did you perhaps give some kind of sign? He kowtowed 3 more times and carefully inserted the incense sticks into the censer piled full of ash. Thin smoke curled upward in spirals. Behind the temple, inside the belly of a rift mountain, deep within a massive karst cave, a pair of vertical pupils larger than bowls slowly opened in the darkness. Who is muttering about me again? Li Yujing moved a little. His enormous body shifted, and scales like metal scraped past stone pillars, snapping them apart with a crashing sound. A black dragon? Pregnancy? Li Yujing was a little confused. It seemed like he hadn't gone out and moved around in a very long time, right? As for coiling on the main peak to strike a pose, and even lowering his head to look at a human pregnant woman, that was just ridiculous. So now everything was getting pinned on him, was it? And Black Dragon? He was clearly fine. More than 2,000 years ago, he really had been a snake. Over the long passage of time, after swallowing so many random things, his current appearance really was a bit of a mishmash. Being black was true enough. Call him a snake? Not entirely wrong. What kind of proper snake was 5 meters thick, over 100 meters long, and weighed several thousand tons? Still, he was also miles away from the standard dragon look. At the very least, he didn't have that cool pair of horns. Of course, Li Yujing really was a dragon. On the day he was reborn, his luck had been pretty good. He awakened the bloodline of an ancient ancestor. And not just any bloodline, either. It was the bloodline of the Zhulong, capable of devouring and evolving. He only needs time. Sooner or later, he will evolve into a dragon. Right now, he only lacked walking the path of a Jiao, transforming into a flood dragon, and then leaping through the dragon gate. Time really passes fast. Listening to that aged, hoarse voice, Li Yujing thought to himself, for his 2,000-year life as a snake, a few decades are nothing more than a brief nap. That old man had once just been a little brat lying on his father's shoulder, turning back to look at the flood, so scared he even forgot to wipe the snot bubble hanging from his nose. Who would have thought he would become this old? If he hadn't sensed that the little guy was about to die, Li Yujing would not have awakened either. After enduring bitterly for 2,000 years, finally, the age of Dharma decline was coming to an end. No matter how those heaven-defying geniuses tried to stop it, they still could not halt this rolling tide. The era that belonged to him, belonged to extraordinary beings, was finally about to descend. These 2,000 years had not been spent in vain. Fine then, Li Yujing decided to go see this old friend one last time. He was the last person who would still mutter everyday talk at that stubborn rock, stick in 3 sticks of crude incense, and firmly believe that he existed. Once Shi Laosan closed his eyes, that memory of the enormous shadow in the flood, that one fleeting glimpse would completely sink into a legend no one truly believed. In this world, no one would remember him anymore. This was a kind of eternal loneliness. Li Yujing shifted his body slightly. His giant mouth slowly opened, and thick white mist poured out from his throat, swallowing clouds and spitting mist. This was his ability. It had no offensive power. It could neither block enemies nor confuse minds. In the early part of his long life, it had mostly been used to regulate the humidity of his nest, or occasionally to tease the small animals that wandered into his territory. But in modern times, it was used to conceal his movements. He could no longer move about before the eyes of the world as recklessly as he once had. Technology was advanced now. Humanity's steel weapons were enough to fly through the sky and burrow through the earth, capable of almost anything. A body of flesh and blood could not ultimately withstand a torrent of steel. Though he was not afraid, being cautious was never wrong. Right now, the most important task was to transform into a flood dragon, and that day was fast approaching. At the same time, inside the ruined temple, the old man looked around, and his body suddenly began to tremble. Grandpa? Worry appeared on Shi Qingqing's face. It's getting foggy, Shi Laosan murmured, and a glint flashed through his cloudy eyes. Before his words had even fallen, the surrounding mist gradually thickened. A few steps away, Even the grass and trees vanished from sight. Shi Laosan's originally hunched back straightened a little. Gripping his cane, he turned and walked toward the outside of the ruined temple. "Grandpa, be careful, it's slippery." Shi Qingqing grew anxious and hurried after him. He's here, he's here." Shi Laosan's voice trembled, filled with suppressed excitement. "The Dragon King is coming." "What?" Shi Qingqing thought she had misheard. The old man raised his head and looked toward the broken cliff behind the temple, now completely swallowed by the fog. His chest rose and fell violently. Shi Qingqing followed her grandfather's gaze, but she could see nothing. Even the trees had become blurry shadows. But just then, below the broken cliff behind the temple, an enormous shadow beyond imagination slowly rose up. Just a part of it alone made the ruined temple seem incomparably tiny. Shi Qingqing's legs gave out, and she dropped to the ground on her butt. She wanted to scream, but her throat felt as if it had been tightly strangled, and not a single sound could come out. The legend was actually true. The Dragon King truly existed. "Dragon King, why you? Your esteemed self really came." With a thump, Shi Laosan dropped to his knees. Shi Qingqing was already scared, senseless, staring blankly. Thick fog drifted around. The enormous shadow moved slightly, its gaze sweeping over the tiny figures before the temple, one kneeling, one sitting. Shi Laosan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly raised his head. "Look at my memory. I'm really getting muddle-headed in my old age. Dragon King, I almost forgot something important. Our mountain area was developed into a tourist scenic zone 10 years ago. In the last few years, there have been more and more visitors making all kinds of noise. I know your esteemed self likes peace and quiet, so I came today to let you know." Within the thick fog, the shadow remained silent. A moment later, that incomparably massive head gave a slight nod. Shi Laosan let out a breath of relief. This had always been what he worried about most. The last few times, he'd been too muddle-headed and kept forgetting to say it. Now that he had informed his esteemed self, he could rest easy. The shadow began to sink, and the dense mist gradually faded with it. A few breaths later, the area behind the broken cliff was completely empty. Shi Qingqing's mouth hung open, and she still sat limp on the ground. Only after a long while did she feel a little strength return to her limbs. She rushed over to help the old man. "Grandpa, there really is a Dragon King." Shi Laosan slowly stood up and patted the dirt off his knees. Looking at his granddaughter's deathly pale face from fright, he split his toothless mouth in a grin. "Let's go. We're going home." The river water was muddy and undercurrents surged. A few scattered fishermen sat by the bank in raincoats, complaining about the thick fog that had suddenly spread across the river. "This damn weather. Fog whenever it feels like it. I can't even see the float anymore. Yeah, it was fine just a moment ago. If I don't catch any fish today, it's all this fog's fault. If it were any other day, my basket would have been full by now." No one saw the huge shadow moving close to the riverbed, heading upstream against the current. On the river surface, a small cruise boat drifted past leisurely. The tourists all took out their phones to film the scenery on the river, chatting and laughing. The fog thickened and spread silently. Li Yujing sank at the bottom of the river, swimming slowly. Through the dense fog, he also sensed some of the situation. In his memory, this place had only been a few small villages with a few hundred people living there. Now tall buildings stood high, lights flickered, and a bridge spanning the river lay across it like a steel beast, traffic flowing endlessly across the bridge. Human activity had become more and more frequent, and he'd only slept for a few decades. Li Yujing swam upstream and entered deeper mountain country. Even so, he could still sense traces of human activity. Road guardrails carved into the mountain walls, hiking trail markers faintly visible in the dense forest. Scenic zones, cable cars, adventure routes. In the great river, Li Yujing helplessly shook his massive head. His vertical pupils looked strikingly human, carrying a trace of worry. Just like in his memory, the technology of this era was too fierce. They cut roads through mountains and built bridges over waters. The space left for him to survive was growing smaller and smaller. For a creature of his size, the difficulty of remaining undiscovered was increasing by the day. It seemed only a matter of time before the two sides ran into each other. Time passed. Half an hour went by. Finally, Li Yujing found a secluded waterfall and quietly came ashore. Water slid off his dark cyan-black scales. Every scale was as heavy as a shield, flashing with a cold metallic gleam. His enormous head emerged from the water without making much noise. Li Yujing swept a glance around. No one was nearby. He quickly came ashore, passed through the dense forest, and entered a complicated primeval woodland. After twisting and turning through it, he finally arrived at a dry hollow hidden within the mountain, far from human traces. This was one of his many temporary hiding places. Li Yujing opened his giant mouth, and thick mist spread out, rapidly filling the cave and sealing off the inside from the outside. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a sudden anomaly appeared. Within the fog, there came an aura filled with the restless agitation of primal life, like a needle stabbing into his keen perception. This aura came from the other side of the mountain range. The distance wasn't too close, but it was definitely within his territory. The aura was very faint, like the smell released when an infant was born and the amniotic fluid ruptured. And it carried a streak of savagery. Titan bloodline, almost in an instant, without any need to learn or understand. A stream of information from the deepest part of his bloodline naturally flowed into Li Yujing's consciousness. Titan bloodline could also be called a mythic bloodline. But that was all. After sensing it for a moment, Li Yujing closed his vertical pupils again. He had spent 2,000 years, gone through countless molts, devoured, fought, and slept, before growing from a slightly unusual long worm into what he was today, the top predator of this land. The hardship and danger involved were not something outsiders could understand. As for this little thing that had awakened the bloodline of an ancient ancestor in front of him, it was no different from a chick that had just broken out of its shell. It was even inferior to some of the animals he had hunted before. Without a few hundred years, it wouldn't amount to anything. As long as it didn't overestimate itself and come swaggering in front of him, or make too much noise, that was enough. Li Yujing shut his eyelids again. With a sweep of his tail, a huge boulder blocked the cave entrance. Silence was all that remained, along with the thick mist spreading everywhere. Night fell, deep in Wushan. Roar! A deafening roar rang out through the mountain forest. A ferocious tiger, far larger than others of its kind, stood amid the wreckage. It stood in the moonlight, muscles bulging, blood and bits of flesh dripping from its fangs. Animal corpses lay scattered around it, torn into mangled pieces. Wild boars, deer, even a bear. It had just carried out a frenzied slaughter, and had almost eaten its prey clean, flesh and bone alike. RRRGH, RRRGH. The tiger let out a low growl. In its bell-sized eyes, the savage light of a beast was being replaced by something even more violent. Its hunger had not eased. Instead, it had grown even worse. Amid that hunger and chaos, it seemed to learn something. Two vague strands of perception poured into its newly awakened, ignorant consciousness. The first strand of perception, the tiger's massive head, turned to the northeast. There, the mountain ridges rose and fell, shrouded in dense mist. Just looking in that direction sent trembling and fear rushing into its newly awakened mind. This was instinct from the deepest part of its bloodline. There was an extremely terrifying aura there. Cold, silent, vast, as if it were the will of the entire mountain range. But that will did not release any hostility. It seemed not to care at all about a tiny bug like itself. Even so, it was still filled with dread. It absolutely could not go to that mountain range. Even if it starved to death, it could not set foot in that territory. That thought suppressed its hunger. The tiger shook its head and turned its eyes toward the foot of the mountain. That was the second vague strand of perception. Within that perception was immense terror, and its mother's unwilling howl before death. Those were upright, two-legged creatures. In their hands, they held things that spat fire, and they had easily taken its mother's life. At the time, it had only been a cub hiding in the bushes, trembling all over, so frightened that it had even forgotten hatred and fear. But something had erupted that made its perception become clear. Roar! The two strands of perception instantly ignited the thing awakening inside its body. Hunger, hatred, and the urge to destroy brought by its newfound power completely crushed its caution. Down the mountain. Go down the mountain. There was more meat there, and also the things that had filled it with fear in its youth. It had to kill all of them. The tiger no longer hesitated, smashing through the bushes and saplings in its path. It charged at astonishing speed toward the faint lights below the mountain. July was blazing hot, and the summer heat was oppressive. At the foot of the mountain, at Shi San's house, under the dim yellow light, Shi San slowly finished his second bowl of rice with a plate of cured meat stir-fried with bamboo shoots. His appetite had not been this good in a long time. Shi Qingqing, meanwhile, poked at the rice in her bowl, unable to taste a thing, her face full of regret. How was I so scared stupid back then? My phone was right in my pocket. It would been great if I'd taken a picture. Shi Qingqing practically regretted it to death. That huge shadow, that silent sense of pressure, thinking back on it now. It all felt like a dream. This was perfect bragging material. Just then, a noisy clamor came from outside, mixed with shouting, cursing, and frightened discussion. Everybody get out here. Something happened. 3 of old Wang's cattle from the back mountain got dragged away. That is not all. Lu Laoxi's pig pen got wrecked too. 7 or 8 pigs are dead, and there's blood all over the ground. It was a tiger. I saw it. Huge. Its eyes were glowing red. Old Chin tried to stop it and got slapped to death with one paw. Hurry and call the police. They already did. The village chief told everyone to stay inside and not move. Lock your doors, and the police will be here soon with guns to kill it. The healthy flush on Shi San's face vanished. He quickly set down his bowl and chopsticks and hurried to the door with his cane. Shi Qingqing was also startled and ran out after him. Outside, a group of shaken villagers had gathered, all talking at once. Shi San's heart sank. A tiger had come down the mountain and hurt people. Someone had even died. This matter had clearly blown up. But what worried him most was not himself. After living this many years, he had long since grown indifferent to life and death. What he worried about was the Dragon King in the mountain. If that vicious tiger was not shot dead on the spot and escaped into the deep mountains, the police would definitely search the mountain to hunt it down. That would also increase the risk of the Dragon King being exposed, even though the Dragon King did not fear humans. Sure, Lao San knew that the old master liked peace and quiet. Roar! As everyone was talking, a savage tiger's roar exploded from somewhere not far from the village, making their eardrums go numb. This is bad. That beast got into the village. Run! The villagers were scared out of their wits, crying and screaming as they ran back toward their homes. Shi Qingqing jolted and grabbed Shi Lao San's arm. Grandpa, quick! We need to run too. But Shi Lao San did not move at all. His cloudy eyes were fixed on the small road at the village entrance. In the night, a dark shadow could vaguely be seen pacing closer. Those two scarlet points in its eyes moved slowly through the darkness. Wherever it passed, even the barking of dogs abruptly stopped. Run? Run where? Shi Lao San was strangely calm. You think you can outrun it? He grabbed Shi Qingqing by the wrist and dragged her inside. Get in the house. Shut the door. But no buts. Shi Lao San all but hauled his granddaughter into the house. With her back against the door, Shi Qingqing could clearly hear the sound of her own pounding heartbeat, and also the approaching footsteps outside. Grandpa, what do we do? Shi Qingqing's voice trembled. Shi Lao San ignored her and walked straight into the inner room, rummaging through trunks and cabinets. His movements were somewhat hurried, but his purpose was clear. Grandpa, the tigress here. Shi Qingqing panicked, having no idea what her grandfather was searching for. Shi Lao San kept digging through the boxes. Before long, an old camphor-wood chest came into view. Found it. He fished out a key from a tin biscuit box, trembling as he opened the chest. Inside was a scale about the size of a palm. The scale was pitch black and gave off a metallic sheen. I hope this works. Shi Lao San took out the black scale. It felt icy cold and heavy in his hand. This is... Shi Qingqing thought of something. Shi Lao San brushed a hand over the surface of the scale as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. More than 70 years ago, after the mountain flood changed course, your great-grandfather picked it up by the riverbank. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous crash came from outside the house, the sound of a door being smashed apart. Help! The next second, a scream rang out, but stopped very quickly. That person had seemingly been bitten to death. Shi Qingqing pressed herself hard against the main door. Shi Lao San, however, did not move. Holding the black scale, he said, Didn't you hear the screams from old Su's family? That vicious tiger must have become a spirit. It knows old Su and the others are hiding in their house. Before he finished speaking, the old man's body stiffened, along with the sound of heavy breathing. That vicious tiger seemed to have stopped right at their doorway. Shi Qingqing held her breath, not daring to move at all. Shi Lao San straightened his hunched back, cupped the black scale in both hands, and walked to the door step by step. Roar, roar. The vicious tiger outside let out a low growl, but it did not ram the door. Shi Lao San was bold. He walked straight to the window and saw the vicious tiger. It was pacing outside the door, turning restlessly, but for some reason, it still did not attack. It works. Shi Lao San let out a breath of relief. The moment those words fell, the vicious tiger looked toward the window and met Shi Lao San's gaze as if it possessed intelligence. Shi Lao San tightened his grip on the scale. The vicious tiger took one look at it and suddenly became even more irritable. It had caught a scent that made it tremble instinctively, a scent that shared the same source as that terrifying aura in the mountain, an existence it absolutely could not provoke. That was the vague instinct it sensed. Shi Lao San looked at the scale, tears streaming down his old face. Dragon King, you've saved our family again. Shi Qingqing's legs had gone weak. Roar, roar. After several roars, Shi Lao San saw the vicious tiger turn and leave. They had survived. The moment Shi Qingqing finally let out that hell breath, her whole body went limp and collapsed to the floor. Just then, another scream rang out. Shi Lao San took a deep breath and shouted outside, Stop running. That beast doesn't dare come in here. Everyone, hurry to my house, hurry. Unfortunately, no one dare move. But after seeing household after household get their doors smashed in by the vicious tiger, some of the bolder villagers finally broke under the pressure and came rushing over, crawling and stumbling. Shi Lao San opened the door a crack and quickly pulled them inside. More and more people crowded in until the main hall was packed. As the screams faded away, the village suddenly fell quiet and that vicious tiger came to the door again. Everyone's heart leaped into their throat. What do we do? Someone asked in a low voice. Sadly, no one answered. Outside the house, the vicious tiger grew even more restless. The smell of blood could be sensed even through the door. But that fear rooted in its bloodline suppressed its hunger and hatred, making it circle outside without daring to advance. Time passed, and no one in the room dared even breathe loudly. No one knew how much time had gone by when the sound of police sirens came from the distance. The police are here. The people in the house wept with joy. The vicious tiger outside also seemed to sense the danger and became even more frenzied. Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, accompanied by the vicious tiger's pained and furious roars. The police had arrived and opened fire without hesitation. However, What happened next sent a chill through everyone's heart. Through the crack in the door and the windows, they saw that the huge, vicious tiger had been hit by at least more than a dozen bullets, and dark red blood sprayed everywhere, but still did not fall. Roar, roar, roar. The vicious tiger went completely mad and slammed a paw into a police riot shield, knocking several officers to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. A dense burst of gunfire rang out again. But even so, the vicious tiger still did not die, and everyone inside the house turned deathly pale with fright. The police regrouped and opened fire again. The ferocious tiger let out a deafening roar, then turned around and charged into the mountain forest shrouded by the night, its body covered in bullet holes. A few more scattered gunshots rang out, then quickly stopped. The ferocious tiger had escaped. Someone stared wide-eyed. It still didn't die after that? The police and village officials began calming the villagers and counting the casualties. The atmosphere was heavy with grief. According to the initial count, this crazed, ferocious tiger had caused the deaths of dozens of livestock, and more than a dozen people had tragically lost their lives. The tiny mountain village was shrouded in blood. Shi Lao stood at his own doorway, looking toward the dark mountain forest where the ferocious tiger had vanished. His brows were tightly furrowed, his face full of worry. What he feared most had still happened. The ferocious tiger hadn't died. It had escaped into the mountains. A large-scale mountain search and encirclement was probably unavoidable now. In the latter half of the night, the villagers were gradually settled down or returned home. Shi Lao called the still shaken Ching into the inner room, shut the door, and wore a seriousness she had never seen before. Ching, at daybreak, you're going up the mountain. Up the mountain? Grandpa, are you crazy? That ferocious tiger is still up there. We don't even know if it's dead or alive. Ching froze and looked at her grandfather in disbelief. What is there to be afraid of? Shi Lao glared at his granddaughter and handed over the black scale. With the Dragon King's scale. The ferocious tiger won't dare hurt you. Go to the place with the mist and tell the Dragon King exactly what happened tonight, word for word. But Ching was still afraid. You have to go. Shi Lao said in a deep voice. That tiger has become a spirit. Even guns can't kill it. It escaped into the mountains, and the police will definitely search the mountain. The Dragon King must know about this. Looking at her grandfather's serious eyes, and then thinking of the miraculous scale, Ching clenched her teeth. All right, I'll go first thing tomorrow morning. The next day, at the first light of dawn, Ching had barely slept all night. She woke up early and was just about to quietly leave for the mountain. Suddenly, police sirens sounded. She pressed herself against the window to look, and her heart immediately sank. A lot of police cars had arrived, with at least 100 police officers carrying automatic rifles. Besides the police, there were also some people in suits. They were either talking in low voices or looking around. There was no fear on their faces. Instead, there was even a faint trace of excitement. Ching's heart skipped a beat. She hurriedly slipped out through the back door and, using the morning mist and her familiarity with the terrain, plunged straight into the mountain forest. She had to inform the Dragon King as soon as possible. At the same time, in the village, several men and women in suits gathered together and opened a laptop. On the screen was the video recorded by the police last night. The ferocious tiger roared through a storm of bullets, still as fierce as ever even after being hit by more than a dozen shots. The muscle strength and bone density have already surpassed that of an ordinary tiger. The man in sunglasses analyzed rapidly, his tone excited. It can still be shot and bleed, but its mobility wasn't affected, said another woman with short hair, staring at the screen. Looks like we need to focus our investigation on this area. Ching climbed with all her strength through the familiar mountain forest, anxiety filling her heart. She was moving noticeably faster than yesterday. The scale in her pocket was very warm, as if it were giving her endless strength. Half an hour later, she saw the mist. Ching didn't know whether this would work, but she stepped into the mist and softly said, Dragon King, are you there? Something huge happened in the village last night. She told everything one by one. The ferocious tiger coming down the mountain, the police encirclement, the ferocious tiger being shot and fleeing into the deep mountains, as well as the large-scale mountain search that was about to begin. Grandpa said, I had to tell you. After speaking, Ching waited nervously for a response. The dense mist spread everywhere. Everything was deathly silent. What she didn't know was that almost the instant she stepped into the mist zone, Li Yujing, deep within the mountain's belly, had already opened his eyes. Idiot. Li Yujing had never expected that this little thing, not knowing the difference between life and death, would actually attack a human village and cause so many casualties. That kind of behavior was highly abnormal. Normally speaking, after awakening the bloodline of an ancient ancestor, the first priority should be to hide. To expose itself so arrogantly would definitely draw humanity's full-scale purge. This was no different from suicide. It would probably drag him down too. No, the trouble had already arrived. The ferocious tiger had escaped into the mountains. Humans would definitely launch a large-scale hunt through the mountains. His peaceful patch of land was about to be ruined. He couldn't let it stay here. Li Yujing opened his giant mouth, and white mist surged out, rushing along the mountainous veins. With the peak where he was located as the center, the range of the dense mist began to expand sharply, spreading toward more distant peaks and deeper valleys. Visibility rapidly dropped, and the mountain forest was swallowed by chaotic whiteness. The dense mist was his domain. Within this mist, his perception was amplified to the limit. Very soon, Li Yujing sensed it. In a mountain hollow about 20 kilometers from his nest, the ferocious tiger was crouched beneath a rock, panting in pain. There were more than a dozen bullet holes in its body, a shocking sight. But the bleeding had basically stopped, and the wounds were slowly wriggling, trying to heal. But that kind of recovery had already consumed a huge amount of its strength, and had worsened its frenzy and hunger. Suddenly, the ferocious tiger raised its head. Its scarlet eyes were extremely alert, sweeping madly across its surroundings, especially toward the northeastern mountain range. There was something there that it feared. Roar! The ferocious tiger suddenly got to its feet and let out a threatening roar. But the sound was far weaker than last night, and even carried a trace of trembling. It had sensed it, the malice and expulsion contained within the mist, surging toward it without the slightest concealment. After roaring a few times, it was still afraid. This was terror rooted in its bloodline, enough to suppress all of its reason. Ignoring its injuries, the ferocious tiger swiftly turned and sprinted madly in the exact opposite direction from the source of the mist, and from Li Yujing's nest. Li Yujing's followed it like a shadow. The dense mist spread again, driving the ferocious tiger from behind at an unhurried pace, forcing it farther and farther away from his core territory. 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers. Only after driving the ferocious tiger beyond a range of 30 kilometers, and confirming that it had left his territory, did Li Yujing withdraw most of his will and pressure. But he did not completely withdraw the mist. It was both cover and a continued warning, telling the ferocious tiger not to come close again. Hopefully this would be dealt with soon. After doing all that, Li Yujing shifted the direction of his perception to another area covered by mist. Sure, Qingqing was still in the dense mist, her face full of unease. She was hesitating over whether to leave when she suddenly noticed that the surrounding mist had started to churn. It was no longer completely silent and still. Dragon King? Is it you? Her heart pounded as she asked tentatively. The mist before her churned even more clearly, vaguely forming an arc like a nod. Do you have any other instructions, sir? Sure, Qingqing grew a little bolder and swallowed. The mist continued to churn. The surrounding areas spread slightly apart, while the mist in the center grew denser and denser. Looking carefully, it resembled a blurry arrow. This is... Sure, Qingqing froze for a moment and carefully looked at that mist arrow. In a flash, a thought crossed her mind. Are you saying that crazed tiger ran in this direction? The mist rose and fell, as if nodding. Sure, Qingqing's eyes lit up, and her thoughts instantly cleared. I understand. You want to tell me the direction the tiger escaped in, so I can go tell the police at the foot of the mountain and bring them to chase it? The mist bobbed up and down again, expressing confirmation. Great. This way the police can find it and shoot it, so they won't have to launch a large-scale mountain search, and they won't disturb you. Sure, Qingqing was thrilled. She was way too smart. The fog churned and gathered again. The previous arrow slowly faded, then gradually formed a new arrow made of mist. Sure, Qingqing understood at once and said, this direction leads to the police? You're showing me the way so I can find them as soon as possible? The fog continued bobbing up and down. I understand. Thank you, Dragon King. I'll go right now and do my best to have that vicious tiger shot as soon as possible. Sure, Qingqing no longer hesitated. She turned and quickly headed in the direction indicated by the second arrow. As she walked, the fog automatically thinned out. It was as if it were clearing a distinct path for her. Faintly, she could even see the distant flow of the mist guiding her onward. Inside the cave, Li Yujing withdrew his perception. Not too dumb. He closed his eyes again. He had driven away the source of trouble and given the humans clues. He had done all he could. The rest would depend on human efficiency. Hopefully this matter would be settled soon. For the past several hundred years, Li Yujing had not gone out and moved around. Other than avoiding trouble, it was also because he was preparing for dragon transformation. But he had never expected trouble to come knocking anyway. The dense fog spread silently, hiding every secret and massive shadow once more within the quiet mountains. Guided by the mountain fog, Sure Qingqing spent less than an hour passing smoothly through the densest part of the mist and found the mountain search team halfway up the mountain. She took a deep breath and squeezed into the crowd. Officers, I know which way that tiger ran. Sure, Qingqing didn't know who was in charge, so she could only shout it out. Seeing that it was a high school girl, everyone looked a little confused. Don't make trouble. It's dangerous here. One of the local police officers seemed to know Sure Qingqing. For her safety, he wanted to pull her away. I'm not making trouble, really. Sure, Qingqing pointed southwest and said, I went up the mountain to pick mushrooms, and I heard a tiger roar from that direction. I also saw bloodstains leading that way. I know this mountain well. I can lead you there. We'll definitely find that vicious tiger. All right, then lead the way for us. But be careful. If we run into the tiger, hide behind us. Sure, Qingqing insisted again and again, so the police had no choice but to agree. After all, Since she was already here, it wasn't appropriate to leave a 15 or 16-year-old girl alone in these mountains. From within the crowd, several men and women in suits walked over to Shi Qingqing. Kid, you said you heard the tiger roar and saw bloodstains? Where exactly was it? The leading man looked kind, but his eyes were sharp. Based on the direction indicated by the fog arrow, Shi Qingqing gave a rough description. She is actually still alive. The suited men and women exchanged glances, and a trace of excitement appeared in all their eyes. Just then, Shi Qingqing caught a glimpse of the open laptop screen nearby as one of the women in a suit bent over it and worked. Shi Qingqing had sharp eyes and caught a few keywords. Wushan, suspected titan. The suited woman seemed to notice something. She looked up at Shi Qingqing, showed a gentle smile, and closed the laptop. Shi Qingqing turned her head away. Kid, don't be nervous. The suited woman walked over to her. You're a local, right? And you're Wushan. Are there any legends about especially large animals? Alarm bells instantly went off in Shi Qingqing's heart, but she said, especially large animals? There are lots of legends. We have the legend of Shenu Peak here. The woman shook her head and said with a smile, those myths are from too long ago. Is there anything more recent, like from a few decades ago, or something your grandfather's generation saw with their own eyes, or at least heard about? Shi Qingqing looked blank and scratched her head. A few decades ago? Then I wouldn't know. My grandpa does mutter old sayings a lot, but I always just treated them like stories. I can't remember clearly. The woman stared at her for a few seconds, then smiled and stopped asking. After packing up their gear, the group moved deeper into the mountain. She's lying. Looking at Shi Qingqing's slightly flustered yet forced calmness, the gentle smile on the suited woman's face slowly faded. The young man beside her looked surprised. Sister Su, this girl looks pretty honest. Honest? Su Shumi curled her lips. A half-grown child who just went through a tiger slaughtering her village last night and personally witnessed relatives and friends being killed or injured. Early the very next morning, she's not scared, not sad, and instead has the mood to go up the mountain alone to pick mushrooms? The man's eyes lit up. You mean she knows that vicious tiger? Or she knows about that vicious tiger? But why would she lead us here? That I don't know. Su Shumi looked at Shi Qingqing's back. In any case, that girl is hiding something. Then we proceed according to plan. Su Shumi withdrew her gaze. We need to pursue the vicious tiger and search for clues, but this girl and the village behind her need to be thoroughly investigated too. Send people to the village. Find the old folks and ask whether there are any unusual legends. Yes, I'll handle it right away. The man took out his phone and immediately made the call. The team advanced quickly, and a little over 2 hours later, an enraged tiger's roar faintly came from deep within the dense forest ahead. We found it, Move. Everyone's spirits lifted, and they quickened their pace. Along the way, scattered animal corpses torn to pieces began to appear, all covered in blood. Through the gaps in the trees, the group finally saw the target. That giant tiger was tearing into its prey. Its fur had already been dyed red, and the vicious, violent aura around it had hardly weakened at all. Hearing the footsteps, the vicious tiger raised its head and let out a threatening roar. Don't fire. Su Shumi stared at the fierce tiger, excitement surging in her eyes. Tranquilizer guns. Try to capture it alive. A police officer beside her frowned tightly. Ms. Su, this beast has already taken more than a dozen lives. It should be shot on the spot. Su Shumi didn't even look at him and said calmly, that is an order. Its anomaly and value are far greater than you imagine. The officer still wanted to say something, but the captain beside him gave him a look and said in a deep voice, do as Ms. Su says. Be careful. The officer gritted his teeth and waved a hand. Tranquilizer guns ready. Watch your crossfire. Don't let charge over. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several team members immediately opened fire, and the tranquilizer rounds struck the fierce tiger with precision. Roar. The vicious tiger howled in fury from the pain. Normally speaking, this dosage of tranquilizer would have been enough to bring down several full-grown elephants within seconds. But this vicious tiger only slowed for a brief instant. It shook its massive head, the red light in its eyes growing even stronger, and let out another threatening growl toward the crowd. Then it turned and ran. Not only was Su Shumi not disappointed, the excitement on her face grew even stronger. As expected, its drug resistance far exceeds that of ordinary animals. We really came to the right place this time. The police captain looked up and hesitated. Miss Su, it's getting dark. A nighttime pursuit is too dangerous. Should we withdraw first and set things up again tomorrow at daybreak? Su Shumi stopped and turned to look at him. You can head down the mountain first and rest. Just set up a blockade on the perimeter. The rest will be taken over by our Special Administration Bureau. Yes. The captain gave a salute. Deep inside the cave, those molten gold vertical pupils opened once more, and a cold, killing intent flashed past. They're heading toward my place. With the help of the fog, Li Yujing had already sensed the general situation. The ferocious tiger had been injured, yet instead of hiding, it had actually charged straight toward the mountain region where his lair was located. On purpose? Li Yujing was a little surprised. This idiot clearly knew there was an aura here that terrified it, yet still dared to come back. Was it panicking and running blindly, or had some instinct for seeking advantage and avoiding harm inherited in its Titan bloodline, made it feel that this was the safest place. Or had it sensed the threat of its pursuers and wanted to use the tiger to devour the wolf, redirecting disaster elsewhere? No matter which it was. It made Li Yujing unhappy. With a shift of his mind, a cold, killing intent spread through the dense fog and extended toward the ferocious tiger, fleeing for its life. Roar! In the mountain forest, the tiger's fur stood on end, and it let out a terrified roar. That horrifying pressure, born from the difference in life level, made even its soul tremble, as if it would be crushed in the next second. It stopped in its tracks, its eyes filled with struggle. On one side were the two-legged creatures chasing from behind, creatures it loathed and that carried a dangerous aura. On the other side was the absolute terror ahead that made it shudder. After hesitating for less than 10 seconds, it let out a roar that was almost a whimper, then stepped forward again. Useless trash. Inside the cave, Li Yujing cursed inwardly. They had automatic rifles, yet they still let this badly wounded beast escape all the way here. He had really overestimated their efficiency. Li Yujing felt irritated. Things were drifting away from the path he had planned. The ferocious tiger had broken into the core area, and the pursuers would likely follow. Although the chances of them discovering him were not high, better safe than sorry. Besides, this group was rather special. Just as Li Yujing was hesitating over how to deal with the tiger, in the fog, he suddenly caught a strange presence. It was much larger than the tiger and moving very fast. The strange thing was, it had no life aura. And in his perception, this thing had only appeared for an instant before vanishing at once. A mythical bloodline? His molten gold vertical pupils narrowed, a trace of vigilance flashing through them. He immediately mobilized the fog and sent it surging toward the rough direction where that thing had disappeared. At the same time, in a certain valley shrouded in dense fog, an armed helicopter broke out of the sea of mist and climbed into a relatively clear patch of airspace. No one knew, in that brief instant, the calm fog below suddenly churned, and the sea of mist spread with it. From afar, it looked as if a giant white hand had stretched out from the fog, as though it meant to grab the helicopter in one grasp. The next second, the hand of fog wrapped around it. So that's how it is. In the depths of the dense mist, an unseen will pass by. Inside the helicopter cabin, Shi Qingqing's face was pale, and her heart was pounding. Sister Su, I want to go home. I'm feeling kind of dizzy, she said softly. Su Shumi was sitting across from her, holding a laptop, and gave her a gentle smile. Don't be afraid. You're very safe here. If you're airsick, just close your eyes and rest for a while. Once we find that ferocious tiger, we'll send you back. Oh, okay. Sure, Qingqing kept both hands in her coat pockets, clutching that icy black scale tightly. Su Shumi stopped looking at her and turned her gaze back to the computer screen, even with a trace of Titan bloodline awakened. In the end, it was still just an unthinking beast. On the computer, the red dot was moving. A tracker had long since been planted on that ferocious tiger. The man in sunglasses stared at the screen and suddenly said, Sister Su, look at its movement path. It doesn't seem to be fleeing completely without direction. This valley clearly has a side slope that's easier to walk, but forced its way through the rocky shoal at the valley floor. And here, it made a small detour. Su Shumi zoomed in on the map, looking at the trajectory line with a certain pattern to it. The curve of her lips deepened. Interesting. What is it looking for? I'm very curious where exactly it wants to go, or rather, what's drawing it there. Her gaze stopped on Shi Qingqing's face. Shi Qingqing's scalp tingled under that stare. She quickly looked to the side and pretended to be admiring the scenery outside the window. These people were too smart and too terrifying. It felt like there was nothing they couldn't analyze. But there was nothing she could do. She could only pray that the Dragon King in the mountains would discover these uninvited guests as soon as possible and find a way to deal with them. It stopped. The man operating the computer suddenly spoke. Su Shumi immediately gave the order. Lower altitude. Send out a few more drones. Got it. The side door of the cabin opened, and fierce wind poured in. Several team members threw out 4 small military drones. They dived toward the red dot's location and quickly disappeared into the dense fog. Real-time footage immediately appeared on the computer screen. But the image quality was terrible, blurry, and unclear. Sister Su, the fog is too thick. Visibility is too low. And the signal transmission is being interfered with too. The image is unstable, the man operating the drones said with a frown. Keep lowering altitude. A sharp light flashed in Su Shumi's eyes. No ruse. We have time. This beast is no longer important. The drones descended lower, but the fog became even thicker. Fortunately, the image became a little clearer. On a sparsely wooded mountainside, the ferocious tiger was restless, pacing back and forth. It let out low growls toward the slope and made a lunging posture, but its 4 limbs seemed nailed to the ground, not daring to take a single step upward. What is it afraid of? Su Shumi leaned forward, narrowing her eyes. The man in sunglasses glanced at Shi Qingqing and said vaguely, a ferocious tiger that awakened ancient power. The king of the mountain. What could still make it afraid? Unless, Su Shumi took over, her gaze falling on Shi Qingqing's face once more. There's something there that it fears. Sure, Qingqing's scalp went numb under her stare. Su Shumi suddenly smiled and said, almost as if talking to herself, I once handled a case at the southwest border. There was a boy about your age who got lost in the mountains and ran into a strange creature. Her tone was calm, like she was telling a story. That creature looked somewhat human, but it was 4 or 5 meters tall. Its skin was bluish gray, and it was very strong. It could snap small trees with its bare hands. At first, it treated the boy very well. It found wild fruit for him and even drove away wild beasts. The boy was very afraid, but after enough time passed, he started to think the creature was his friend, a spirit of the mountains. He even secretly saved some of his own food to feed it. Sure, Qingqing was stunned. She had no idea why Su Shumi had suddenly started telling this story. And then, the man in sunglasses asked, playing along. And then, Su Shumi's lips curled up. That creature was probably starving, or maybe its true nature was finally exposed. By the time the villagers found the boy, all that was left were bloodstains and shattered bones. That creature was squatting in a corner, its mouth covered in blood, still clutching half an arm in its hand. Sure, Qingqing's face turned deathly pale, and her stomach churned. Su Shumi looked at her, her expression strange. These non-human things, no matter how kind they seem at the beginning, their nature will never change. Sure, Qingqing opened her mouth, but no words came out. They are beasts, Su Shumi said faintly. If that boy had called the police from the start, instead of naively treating the monster as a friend, that tragedy would never have happened. Her voice softened as she continued. Besides, reporting the existence of this kind of abnormal creature in time, according to the rules, even if it's only a lead, you can still get 5 million. 5 million. Sure, Qingqing's heart started pounding wildly. That number was simply astronomical, enough to change her whole family's fate. Su Shumi took in her reaction and smiled. Qingqing, if you run into anything strange in these mountains, or anywhere else, would you tell us? Of course I would. Sure, Qingqing nodded hard. That's good. Su Shumi smiled and kept staring at the girl. Sure, Qingqing grinned back. More than 10 seconds passed before Su Shumi said faintly, Then, is there really nothing you want to tell me right now? Sure, Qingqing forced herself to stay calm, a blank look appearing on her face. Tell you what, Sister Su, I already told you everything I know. The tiger ran that way. Su Shumi looked at her for a few seconds, then smiled and shook her head. Sure, Qingqing let out a breath of relief. Her back was already soaked in cold sweat. This woman's eyes were far too sharp. For that brief instant just now, she had thought she was about to be seen through. To be honest, when she heard 5 million, she really had been tempted. That was a number beyond anything she could imagine. But only for an instant. She remembered the light in Grandpa's eyes whenever he spoke of the Dragon King. She remembered the tiger's shadow pacing outside the door last night, and that patch of icy cold scales. The Dragon King had saved both her and Grandpa. Sister Su. It still hasn't team moved. After watching for more than half an hour, the man in sunglasses yawned. Push it a little, Su Shumi said. Got it. The man in sunglasses tapped a few controls. The drone lowered its altitude, and a small launcher beneath its belly opened. A bomb dropped and landed behind the ferocious tiger. Boom! The deafening blast echoed through the valley as shattered rock and dirt flew everywhere. Roar! The ferocious tiger let out a howl. But even so, it still didn't flee up the mountain. Instead, it turned its helpless rage toward the drone. The smile on Su Shumi's face bloomed wider. It still doesn't dare go up even after this. Looks like whatever's up there scares it more than a bomb does. What do we do? The man in sunglasses scratched his head. No rush. Su Shumi said calmly, whether this tiger lives or dies no longer matters. What matters is what's behind it. The more it acts like this, the more it proves we're headed in the right direction. We just need to wait for whatever's behind it to slip up. As soon as she finished speaking, the companion beside her lifted his head. Sister Su, the colleagues who went to investigate the village sent back some information. It's about the legends. Let us hear it. They visited some of the elders and found out nearly several dozen strange local legends. The 2 most recent ones are these. About 70 years ago, there was a flash flood. According to legend, a black dragon manifested and diverted the floodwaters, saving what is now the village. Later, the villagers even built a small temple on the back mountain. Supposedly, it was dedicated to that black dragon, though it's long since fallen into ruin. And the other one? Su Shumi nodded and shifted into a more comfortable posture. The other one is more recent. About 30-some years ago, there was a severe drought here, and the villagers went to that Black Dragon King temple to pray for rain. They knelt there for 3 days and 3 nights, and sure enough, heavy rain fell from the sky. Next, the third one goes back a bit further. The man in sunglasses began recounting it at length. After listening, Su Shumi yawned. Let us head back to the village and rest first. This ferocious tiger, isn't going anywhere. I want to see what exactly it's trying to do. The rotors buzzed, and the helicopter disappeared into the distance. Deep inside the cave, all was utterly silent. Molten gold vertical pupils opened in the darkness, and a massive body with a metallic sheen slowly stretched out. The surrounding rock rapidly cracked apart. Li Yujing raised his enormous head. He was hesitating over whether or not to kill this foolhardy ferocious tiger. But if he made a move, no matter how cleanly or decisively, traces would inevitably be left behind. The ferocious tiger was the king of the mountains, the apex predator here. If it suddenly ended up dead, anyone could tell something was off just by using their toes to think. And besides, those people were still probing. They hadn't killed the ferocious tiger right away. They were driving it instead, and that already explained the problem. But if he didn't make a move, that stupid tiger was lingering at the edge of his territory. If he did nothing, sooner or later it would break into his domain. Since when had he become so hesitant, so timid? The molten gold pupils contracted, and a chill spread. Endurance. Restraint. Lying low to survive. That was to avoid meaningless conflict, and also his attitude toward this world. But that absolutely did not mean fear. He had long since climbed to the top of this planet's ecological hierarchy, one of the ultimate predators hidden beneath civilization. Human civilization could not comprehend his existence. The ones who should feel uneasy, the ones who should tread carefully to avoid conflict, should be these humans trying to pry into a great power. With that thought, Li Yujing shot out. Rumble. A muffled explosion of sound erupted inside the cave. No longer a slow stretch, but a burst full of power. The huge serpent body surged forward, its dark cyan-black scales scraping against stalactites and sending out countless sparks. The rock walls trembled and split under that terrifying force. Above the surface, the dense fog seemed to answer a king's summons and grew active. At the center of that fog domain, where you couldn't see your hand in front of your face, the ferocious tiger was curled beneath a giant boulder, licking its wounds. Suddenly, it lifted its head. The fear in its eyes reached its peak at that moment. Deep within that sea of fog, it didn't dare approach. A terrifying will erupted completely like an awakening volcano. Roar! It let out a howl, then began to tremble, more like a desperate whimper. It wanted to flee, but there was nowhere to run. Then the fog ahead churned violently, and a massive shadow slowly emerged. Just the raised portion alone already stood higher than the 10-meter-tall treetops nearby. An enormous head extended out from a mist, under the faint moonlight. Its entire body shone with a cold metallic gleam. Before the great serpent, the ferocious tiger was like a child. It wasn't even as big as the serpent's head. What terrified the ferocious tiger most were those eyes. In those molten gold pupils, there was no emotion at all, only a lofty indifference looking down from above. The ferocious tiger's limbs went weak, and it nearly collapsed to the ground. It finally saw clearly what kind of existence it was that had terrified it so much it didn't dare go up the mountain. Roar! The ferocious tiger let out a humble cry. It dropped to the ground, pressing its head tightly against the earth in a posture of submission. It wanted to submit, both to save its life and to stand against those terrifying two-legged beasts. Too late. The molten gold vertical pupils did not ripple in the slightest. It had caused far too much trouble. Now it could only atone with death. Roar! The ferocious tiger understood the meaning in that gaze. Its instinct to survive overpowered the fear in its bloodline. With a desperate roar, it turned and fled for its life in the direction opposite the giant shadow. The next second, a heaven-shaking blast sounded behind it. The dense fog churned violently, and that towering black shadow finally revealed its full peak form. What a soul-shaking giant serpent it was. Its winding length had already surpassed 100 meters. Beneath the scales, muscles twisted like steel cables, brimming with explosive power. It no longer kept that half-raised posture of intimidation. Instead, it pressed close to the ground, turning into a black tide as it chased after the fleeing ferocious tiger. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Wherever it passed, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. Ancient trees as thick as embracing arms were smashed apart with ease. Huge boulders were shattered by the rolling body. Deep trenches were plowed into the ground. Dirt, trees, giant rocks. Everything was swept into this destructive torrent. The giant snake was unbelievably fast, completely unlike the clumsiness its massive body should have had. It was like a streak of black lightning racing through the mountains and forests. At the foot of the mountain, inside an off-road vehicle, Tsushumi was resting with her eyes closed. Her mind rapidly sorting through the information they had so far. The abnormal ferocious tiger, the bizarre movement route. Sister Sue, an excited voice cut off her thoughts. The car door was yanked open, and a woman in a suit said between heavy breaths, "We found it. It's really there. It's another Titan, and it's even bigger." Tsushumi sat up, a sharp gleam bursting from her eyes. She grabbed the walkie-talkie beside her and said in a deep voice, "All combat units, attention. Group A, Group B, Group C, Group K, move out immediately according to the plan. Mountain Sparrow, take off at once and begin surveillance. Group A received. Group B received. Group C ready. Mountain Sparrow copies, already airborne." Tsushumi jumped out of the vehicle and hurried toward the RV nearby with several core assistants. "Sister Sue, look here." The woman in charge of monitoring pointed at the screen. Tsushumi turned to look. What was shown on the screen was not an optical image, but imaging produced by fused radar scans. The picture was blurry, filled entirely with dense fog. But within that thick fog, a massive shadow had been outlined. Using the height of the surrounding trees for comparison, It could be estimated that the shadow was at least 8 or 9 meters tall. It was definitely a Titan creature. No optical image? Su Sumai Fadawen. Sister Su, the fog is too thick. A trace of helplessness appeared on the monitoring woman's face. Su Sumai Sauda Diet Split. This is our most advanced radar, and you're telling me it can't handle some thick fog? The woman explained helplessly, there's something strange about this fog. It seems able to absorb electromagnetic waves. As for this radar image, she paused, then continued, you might not believe it, but even with our advanced radar, we still can't directly see this Titan. What do you mean? The man in sunglasses beside them asked, confused. The monitoring woman said, it means that at the location where it is, the echo is either being reflected away or absorbed. The shadow we're capturing right now only showed up because it moved at high speed and stirred up the dense fog around it, which gave the radar a trace to pick up. Su Shumi fell silent, then murmured, so if it stays still, we might not even be able to detect it? In theory, yes. The woman nodded. Su Shumi gave a slight nod and continued staring at the radar image. A Titan that is 7 or 8 meters tall, ISNT small. Looks like this will be a tough one. Sister Su, this is strange. An assistant leaned closer to the screen and pointed at the shadow's outline. Look at this shape. No arms, no legs. Overall, it looks more like a pillar. Su Shumi had seen a lot and remained calm. Titans come in all kinds of bizarre forms. Some are humanoid, some are beast-shaped, and some completely defy Earth's biological structure. That's nothing unusual. Notify the Titan Defense Bureau. Yes, the woman in the suit nodded. Su Shumi turned and left. She boarded a helicopter with several others and quickly flew into the mountains. She had just finished putting on her weapons when a voice came through the walkie-talkie. Report. This is Mountain Sparrow 1, early warning aircraft. We've found traces of the Titan. The target is moving very fast. Continue tracking. Report. Radar cannot lock onto the target. Is fleeing. Requesting the reinforcement team arrive as soon as possible. Hold on for 10 minutes. Su Shumi said. Understood. After putting away the walkie-talkie, Wang Gui's face turned grave. The Mountain Sparrow scout aircraft dived downward, its powerful searchlight piercing into the dense fog and catching sight of a massive shadow flashing past. The giant shadow appeared and disappeared, moving at a shocking speed. Its height also kept changing. At times it seemed only a few meters high, and at others it suddenly rose to more than 10 meters, stirring up an even wider swath of fog. What the hell kind of shape is this thing? The co-pilot couldn't help cursing. Lower altitude. Wang Gui said in a deep voice, stay alert. Understood. The pilot nodded. The Mountain Sparrow scout aircraft rapidly descended, almost skimming the treetops of the forest below. As the searchlight swept across, nothing could hide. Even though the fog was thick, the light could still penetrate it. At the edge of the beam, the fog churned violently, and within it a huge, suffocatingly massive black shadow flashed by. Boom! At the same time came the thunderous crash of trees snapping and collapsing. We saw it. Wang Gui's spirits lifted, and the pilot immediately adjusted direction. But right then, something unexpected happened. Troublesome. In the forest, Li Yujing was irritated. With a shift of thought, the fog surged and formed a giant hand that reached out and grabbed the helicopter. The next second, the sea of fog swallowed a whole. What is going on? Wang Gui's heart tightened. He looked at the pilot. Old Zheng, stop descending. If we crash, that'll be bad. The pilot's face turned dark as he cursed. Idiot, I've been flying for 20 years. Crash my ass. We're not descending. It's the fog. The fog is rising and wrapping around us. Mountain Sparrow, report. The voice over the walkie-talkie came through in broken fragments. Wang Gui said in a deep voice, Sister Su, can you hear me? When all he got in reply was static, he frowned. Looks like this fog interferes with electronic equipment. Should we go up? The pilot asked. Keep following it. Wang Gui looked completely calm. He had seen a share of storms. Something like this wasn't enough to scare him. The next second, the radar returned to normal. Inside this dense fog, their onboard radar had indeed been interfered with, but there was still radar at the foot of the mountain. The squad command center had already synchronized the information with them. It was equivalent to having 2 pairs of eyes watching this Titan. Then suddenly, the radar image vanished. Wang Gui frowned. The radar display itself remained perfectly clear, which meant the radar was not being interfered with. Yet that massive figure had still disappeared. Climb first. Wang Gui's expression turned serious. Old Zheng pulled the controls. The helicopter climbed upward, bursting out of the fog sea. Below them was a rolling white ocean of clouds. At the same time, communications returned to normal. Mountain Sparrow, respond if you can hear me. Su Shumi's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Wang Gui picked it up. We were just affected by the fog. Electronic equipment was heavily interfered with. We've now broken free. Target has disappeared. Maintain your position and do not move. Su Shumi's voice came again. This fog really can interfere with electronic equipment, but as long as the target makes large movements within the fog, there is still a chance the radar can catch it. It is very likely still where it disappeared. It may be temporarily stationary or moving slowly. In any case, it won't be far from you. Understood. Wang Gui nodded. The helicopter circled above the fog sea, its searchlight constantly sweeping across below. Just then, a roar filled the air. In the distant sky, more than a dozen armed helicopters arrived and spread out into formation over the surrounding airspace. Tsushumi looked at the sea of fog. After hesitating for a moment, she said, "Combat squads, prepare for a ground search. Missile support on standby at all times." Received. Moving out. The helicopter cabin doors opened. Fast ropes were thrown down, and fully armed special forces soldiers rapidly rappelled into the dense fog below. The moment they landed, everyone scanned the surroundings and immediately formed combat formations. Team A safe. Team B safe. And it still wasn't over. One after another, huge metal boxes were dropped into the middle of the squads. The soldiers quickly stepped forward and opened them. Inside the metal containers were dozens of four-legged mechanical hunting hounds, pitch black all over and as large as tigers. The interference really was severe. Tsushumi rappelled down to the ground and sent the mechanical dogs spreading out in all directions. These were AI-powered mechanical dogs. Under preset mission parameters, they could act autonomously without continuous manual control. Everyone, stay in formation. Tsushumi looked at the group and raised her voice. Remember this. The target is extremely dangerous. Your first priority is your own safety. Once the target is confirmed, you are authorized to use any necessary means. Our mission is to find it and lock onto its position. Received. Understood. Everyone answered in unison. Move out. At Tsushumi's command, the team began to press forward. Above the sea of clouds, more than a dozen armed helicopters circled at low altitude, ready to provide fire support at any time. This is... Suddenly, Tsushumi felt a chill run through her whole body. The surrounding temperature dropped in an instant. A silent warning moved through the fog, as if issuing them a final ultimatum. "Het beast." Tsushumi let out a cold snort. "If I were afraid of you, I wouldn't have come. If you got the guts, then come and kill me." Sensing the warning coming from within the fog, Tsushumi lifted her head, her gaze seeming to pierce through the thick mist. "All combat units, listen up. The moment the target appears, no warning shots. Open fire immediately. I repeat, open fire immediately." The team received. B team received. The team responded. At the same time, they switched on the searchlights on their helmets, and a cold mechanical voice rang in everyone's ears. "Combat support system activated. Warforged at your service, Commander. Notice, the current environment contains signal interference. If necessary, Warforged will automatically switch to local onboard modules." The group continued advancing, and the atmosphere gradually turned grim and murderous. The tactical lights were like restless eyes, sweeping across every shifting shadow in the fog around them. A team secure. Continue advancing. The captain of a team at the front was a battle-hardened veteran. Every step he took was extremely cautious. They still could not see the road ahead clearly. They could not even clearly see the other team members. They could only maintain formation through the tactical lights on their comrades' helmets. There was something ahead. Almost at the same time, every member of the team saw it. The fog ahead began to churn, as if some enormous creature were moving through it. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. In the next second, the massive shadow rapidly swelled within the mist, its height surpassing 7 or 8 meters in the blink of an eye. Warning, target detected. Intel, unknown. Lethality assessment, 80%. Warning, initiate attack immediately. The mechanical prompts sounded inside their helmets. Prepare for battle. The captain gave the order, and every gun muzzle snapped upward. In that split second, the shadow tore through the fog, and a savage head thrust out. What? Every soldier who saw that scene felt his scalp go numb. This was not some creature 7 or 8 meters tall. It was a head gleaming with metallic cold light, larger than a tiger. What the radar had captured earlier was not its height at all, but merely one coiled section of this black giant snake. Huff, huff. The pitch-black tongue flicked out, but instead of a hiss, it made some kind of rough, heavy breathing sound. Those icy vertical pupils were looking down at them. What terrified them even more was this. As the giant body shifted, the thick fog was stirred even further. To their horror, they realized that the area they were standing in was not some open clearing at all, but the center of the snake's coiled body. "Oh, open fire!" The captain roared, his voice cracking. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone pulled the trigger. The assault rifles erupted with flashes, and the stream of bullets poured out like a waterfall, blasting straight at that enormous head at point-blank range. Someone hoisted a shoulder-fired rocket launcher and fired instantly. Clang, clang, clang. A dense barrage of impacts rang out. The bullets slammed into those black scales, exploding into brilliant showers of sparks. But without exception, every single one was deflected. Even the individual rocket only left a faint white mark on the scales. How is that possible? Everyone's eyes went wide, and even the hands gripping their weapons were trembling. At the same time, harsh alerts kept ringing inside their helmets. Warning, threat level raised. The target's characteristics are approaching Titan standards, exceeding prior estimates. Lethality assessment, 100%. Warning, cease all attacks on the target immediately. Repeat, Cease all attacks immediately and retreat at full speed. Run. Rumble. The moment everyone snapped out of the AI's warning, the massive monster moved. It was the simplest and most brutal kind of attack, a direct charge. No. The few soldiers standing in front only had time to let out brief screams before the giant head, carrying terrifying kinetic force, slammed into them head-on. Crack. Splurt. The sound of bones shattering rang out. Those few soldiers instantly twisted out of shape and were sent flying backward dozens of meters. Retreat. The captain roared at the top of his lungs, but was already too late. The enormous shadow had already engulfed them. A tail as thick as a water tank snapped upward like a gigantic steel whip, sweeping toward them with a shrill, tearing sound. Rumble. Wherever the snake tail passed, trees thick enough to take 2 arms to encircle were swept off at the roots, and heavy rocks were smashed apart with ease. Uft, uft, uft. The remaining Special Forces soldiers did not even have time to scream. Their body armor had already twisted inward, their bones shattered, and they were sent flying like pebbles. The thick fog settled. Dead silence filled the scene. The black giant snake cast a cold glance over the area. Then its enormous body slipped back into the mist. Stay alert. The screams in her earpiece had abruptly cut off, and Tsushumi's heart sank to the bottom. Looks like the intel was wrong. Even though the information had not finished sinking due to interference, the Warforged support system had already made the optimal decision. Prepare to withdraw. She gave a hand signal, and the surrounding team members tightened formation, guarding her at the center. Roar. Suddenly, a ferocious tiger burst out from the forest and lunged straight at the side of the formation. Watch out. Startled cries rang out, but the tiger was too fast. The colleague beside Tsushumi had only instinctively raised his arm when the tiger's blood-soaked maw had already clamped down on it. Its sharp fangs pierced flesh with ease. A shrill scream rang out. Tsushumi instantly swung her gun around and gritted her teeth. It's that beast. The ferocious tiger suddenly leaped out, knocked 2 people to the ground with one slam, then dove back into the thick fog and disappeared again, leaving behind only echoes of pained groans. Old Wong, a Special Forces soldier, hurried forward. Stay calm. Tsushumi tightened her grip on her pistol. Take Old Wong with us. Withdraw first. That Titan still hasn't appeared yet. But the moment she turned around, she saw the fog ahead parting to both sides, revealing the scene behind it. A terrifying giant shadow instantly filled her entire field of vision. Pitch-black scales gave off a metallic cold sheen. A savage, enormous head pushed through the mist and slowly emerged. Molten gold vertical pupils looked down coldly upon this tiny squad. A Titan beast. Tsushumi's pupils contracted, and her body could not stop trembling. This was a real Titan. If not for sheer will keeping her legs upright, she would have nearly collapsed to the ground. She had investigated many abnormal creature incidents. There were bizarre and terrifying mutant creatures, even high-risk entities standing 4 or 5 meters tall, but compared to the existence before her, they were like a dirt dog compared to an elephant. This kind of vast, ancient aura, this pressure that made people tremble, she had only ever seen it in the top-secret archives of headquarters. Open fire now. Tsushumi had already panicked, but the Special Forces soldiers beside her roared. Da-da-da. Boom. Boom. Without hesitation, every soldier and every mechanical dog that could still operate launched an attack at the same time. Rifles, machine guns, grenade launchers. A storm of metal and flame, a storm of death, instantly swallowed that enormous head. Clang, clang. The bullets all bounced off the pitch-black scales the moment they struck. Aside from the sparks from the explosions, the shells accomplished nothing at all. To Tsushumi, that scene only made it look even more ferocious. Li Yujing swept them with a glance and gave them no more chances. His massive body moved. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That terrifying giant tail, which had been hidden in the fog the whole time, swept out from the flank, bringing with it a shrill, tearing sound through the air. Rumble. Where the giant tail passed, trees snapped off at the roots, and the mechanical dogs that were firing were smashed directly into piles of metal parts. Shrill screams rang out one after another. Dozens of Special Forces soldiers around them were like they had been hit by freight trucks moving at full speed. Their bulletproof vests twisted, their bones shattered, and they were flung away like garbage. Sister Sue, be careful. Several alarmed cries sounded from nearby. Before Tsushumi could react, she felt a tremendous force strike her. Her whole body was lifted off the ground, and she was hurled away, crashing heavily to the ground. Agonizing pain instantly swallowed all sensation. Her vision went dark in waves, and her ears were filled with a buzzing roar. Warning, vital signs dropping rapidly. Diagnosis, comminuted fracture of the sternum, multiple fractures in both sides of the ribcage, multiple ruptured internal organs with bleeding, possible cranial trauma. Warning, please receive treatment immediately. Repeat, please abandon all missions immediately and receive treatment. The cold prompt sounded by her ear. Tsushumi coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her consciousness was already falling apart. She raised her head. Her vision had already been blurred by blood, and she could only see that enormous black figure slowly moving. Help! Run! Screams and cries intertwined. Li Yujing's molten gold vertical pupils coldly watched it all as he lunged forward. Rumble. Trees snapped, rocks split apart. He did not need to do anything special. His terrifying 1,000-ton body was itself the most dreadful weapon. Everything along his path was mercilessly crushed. No. Sushumi's lips moved, but no sound came out. Only bloody foam kept spilling from her mouth. The light in her eyes was rapidly dimming. Warning, Commander Sushumi, please abandon all missions immediately and receive treatment. Warning, life signs decreasing. The cold electronic voice became the final echo in her consciousness. Damn it, fire. Above the sea of fog, the armed helicopters circled like mad hornets, pouring ammunition into the fog below. In an instant, bullets fell like a waterfall. They could not see the target. They could only fire toward places where there were vague black shadows. But below, silence soon fell. All the whales vanished. That terrifying black giant snake had already melted into the sea of fog and disappeared. But they did not stop. They kept pouring bullets down like mad. Where did it hide? On the armed helicopter, the gunner roared with red eyes. Stay alert. Careful. It might. Before they could finish talking, movement came from below. A tall ancient tree let out a harsh cracking sound. What is that? Under the searchlight, Wang Gui saw in horror that the dense fog was rolling, and a massive shadow was coiled around a small mountain peak. Broken stones rolled down. Trees collapsed. Wait, careful. Wang Gui seemed to think of something. The moment his words fell, the black shadow shot up from the sea of fog like a cannonball fired from a barrel, lunging toward the low-circling helicopter with one savage bite. That ferocious head instantly tore through the mist. Wang Gui's eyes widened. In the light, those enormous vertical pupils reflected a bloodthirsty glow. Climb. Climb now. Wang Gui let out a furious roar, and the pilot yanked back on the control stick. The Mountain Sparrow helicopter managed to complete its climb, but the armed helicopter beside it was the one that suffered, bitten in one snap by the gaping bloody maw. Crack, boom! The helicopter lost balance and spun as it crashed down into the fog below, followed by a muffled explosion. Damn it! Watching the Allied helicopter be destroyed, Wang Gui clenched his fists. That was close. Old Zheng beside him let out a breath. At the sight, all the surviving helicopters were like a flock of startled birds, desperately pulling up and rapidly fleeing that sea of death below. Damn it, this is too terrifying. This is definitely not some secondary monster that just awakened a Titan bloodline. Wang Gui slumped in his seat, his face covered in cold sweat. This is absolutely a true Titan, the kind recorded in the archives. A giant beast that can tank a nuclear bomb head-on. Watch out, it's coming again. Some on the helicopter suddenly screamed. The sea of fog churned once more, and that ferocious head burst through the fog again. This time, it leaped higher and moved even faster, its bloody maw rushing straight at them. We're done for. The machine gunner collapsed to the floor, looking at that bloody maw right in front of him, looking at those molten gold vertical pupils. All the courage he had before instantly evaporated without a trace. His instructor's words suddenly flashed through his mind. Rookies, when people are under extreme fear, the brain stops thinking and the body goes rigid. If you want to fight that instinct, you need it tempered 1,000 times over. For example, an old hand like me can keep a straight face, even if Mount Tai collapses before me. You so-called king soldiers are still far from that level. He had one sneer at those words. He was a super king soldier, selected from tens of thousands of troops through devil training, a born warrior. But now he understood. In the face of a terror that truly surpassed comprehension, all technique lost its meaning. A will tempered 1,000 times over was utterly fragile. His body froze. His legs felt as if they had no bones. Saved me. He could only watch helplessly as the mouth of death rapidly closed in. His mind was completely blank. Rumble. The giant jaws closed and bit down. Another armed helicopter turned into burning wreckage, falling through the night sky amid the light of an explosion. Retreat. Wang Gui's voice was already hoarse, and even the corners of his mouth were trembling. The remaining helicopters did not dare linger. They pushed their engines to the limit and fled at full speed. Below, the sea of fog returned to calm, with only a few patches of burning firelight left. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. That calm was quickly shattered by the sound of projectiles tearing through the sky from the horizon. It's the ground's long-range firepower. Artillery support is here. Quick, keep climbing and clear an attack corridor for them. Wang Gui's spirits lifted, and he shouted into the comms. The next second, several bright trajectories tore across the night sky and slammed almost vertically into the dense sea of fog below. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions went off one after another, and the earth trembled. Even high in the air, the violent shockwaves could be felt. Trees were torn to pieces in the firelight. Rocks were blasted into powder. The dense fog was torn apart by the shockwave of the explosion, revealing the devastated land below. Smoke filled the air, and wreckage was scattered everywhere. Look, it appeared. In the light of the explosion, everyone caught a blurry glimpse. At the edge of the massive crater, an enormous black silhouette flickered in and out of sight within the smoke. It was coiled there, most of its body hidden within the lingering fog and dust. its ferocious head staring up at the sky. Damn, even from such a great distance, through the smoke that filled the air, that cold gaze still made everyone shudder in fear. The fog surged and quickly filled the gap. That terrifying black silhouette gradually vanished from sight. Did we hit it? On the Shankai reconnaissance aircraft, old Zheng swallowed hard. No idea. Wang Gui stared fixedly below. With bombing on this level, even a heavy tank would be blasted to pieces in an instant. But the other side was a Titan beast. Just then, a voice came through the channel. Everyone, this is Command Center. Continue the attack. Do not stop. Fire off every missile and every bullet you have. Defense Bureau combat personnel are about to enter the battlefield. Its end has come. Command Center, we can't see the target clearly, Wang Gui said. You don't need to see it clearly. Saturation attack. Wear it down. Suppress it and pinpoint it. Understood, Wang Gui replied. The remaining armed helicopters closed in and poured their remaining ammunition into the sea of fog. Airborne missiles, heavy machine guns, sniper rifles. Shells rained down as if they cost nothing, setting off bursts of fire and explosions within the fog sea. At the same time, a heavy engine roar came from the night sky. They had arrived. Wang Gui turned his head and looked. Massive shadows were approaching. It was heavy transport helicopters. On board were Defense Bureau combat personnel. Rumor had it they could independently hunt down subtitans. The transport helicopters hovered at low altitude. The belly hatch opened, and thick fast rope lines dropped down. 3 figures slid down the ropes and landed in the open ground below. The trench coat-clad young man at the front looked around and said in a deep voice, just like the report said, "This fog is very unusual. Radar and thermal imaging are both useless, and even the signal has gotten worse. Stay alert." The man beside him stepped forward. "Ha, got it." The young man pulled out a yellow talisman from his clothes. He rubbed it between his fingertips, and the talisman paper burst into flame without any wind, turning into a ball of clear light that sank into his eyes. A faint golden flash passed through his eyes, and his gaze pierced through part of the fog. But his field of vision was still limited, at most 4 or 5 meters. The young man took out a walkie-talkie and said in a deep voice, "Command Center, the signal here is bad. Can you hear me? Red Talisman Guard Su Feng has arrived at the designated combat zone. Black Armor Guard Zhang Yang, in position. White Talisman Guard Jiang Jingyi has arrived. Command Center copy. Please confirm the situation on site." The situation on site. Zhang Yang swept his gaze around and said in a deep voice, "Judging from the situation here, there probably aren't any survivors." Command Center copy. Attention. You have entered the core engagement zone. Primary mission, locate and make contact with the target, then hold it in place. Repeat, just hold it in place. Young Master Du is personally bringing the Jinyu seal and is already on the way. You should arrive in about 15 minutes. Whether it goes to the heavens or burrows into the earth, that beast 1T escape. Understood. The 3 nodded in acknowledgement. Then we wish the 3 of you success in the mission. Communication ends here. Su Feng grinned and rolled his neck. This time, my merit record is getting a bold new line written on it. Don't get too cocky, kid. Zhang Yang pulled a heavy shield off his back with one hand. Old Zhang, yes, right. Jiang Zhengyi drew his long blade, then slapped the talisman onto his own chest. You all saw the target assessment. It's south already close to Titan standards. It's not like those random trash mobs from before. Our mission is to keep it tied down until young Master Du arrives with a heavy weapon, not to play hero and challenge alone. What is there to be afraid of? Su Feng's my Fai Li, un concern. Old Su, you enough. Su Feng cut him off. If we don't take the initiative against that beast, do you think it LL let us go? Battle is unavoidable. Of course, I'm not an idiot either. If we can't beat it, we retreat. Fine, then let us find it. The 3 took up positions in a triangular formation and advanced slowly through the fog. What a hassle. Beside the charred giant crater, the molten gold vertical pupils were icy cold. The ferocious tiger was crouched in the shadows nearby, trembling all over, not daring to move in the slightest. This was the ruler of the mountains. Swallowing it would be laughably easy. Li Yujing stared at the ferocious tiger, but still chose not to kill it. At the very last moment, after sensing the armed helicopters approaching, he knew he had already been exposed. Whether he killed it or not would not change the outcome. Li Yujing slowly exhaled a foul breath and looked at the scorched crater before him. The steel torrent of human civilization did pack some power, but it had little effect on him. As for mushroom bombs, he had never tried one. Rustle. Suddenly, movement came from somewhere. Li Yujing raised his massive head. His gaze pierced through the thick fog and locked onto the 3 figures. They were moving fairly quickly, and they were advancing with great caution. They can't pinpoint me precisely? Good. Li Yujing had already guessed the general situation. This was obviously the effect of the fog. He had noticed something strange earlier when the helicopters attacked like headless flies. He understood the technology of human civilization very well, as long as he appeared on the surface. Locking on him should have been very easy, but they still hadn't been able to lock onto him for a long time. That was enough to show that. Aside from concealing traces, the fog also had some effects even he did not fully understand. No matter what, that was a good thing. The power of talismans. Sensing the strange fluctuations coming through the fog, something different from modern technology, Li Yujing fell into memory. Over the past 2,000 years, he had also seen some feng-shui. But as civilization evolved, that kind of power had gradually disappeared. And these three people in front of him did not count as feng-shui. They were just ordinary people who knew a little about how to use talismans. Taking them out would not be hard. He had to end this quickly. Just as Li Yujing was about to move, he suddenly sensed several faint spiritual fluctuations sweeping rapidly through the thick fog. But they were quickly absorbed by the fog. Some kind of detection talisman? Li Yujing already knew the fog had unusual effects. So it was easy for him to guess that the other side was using some method to search. Looks like he could not wait any longer. His massive head turned toward the trembling, ferocious tiger beside him. The ferocious tiger's body shook. It lifted its eyes and looked at the Lord of the Mountains, seeming to understand something. It let out a low whimper, turned, and left, quickly vanishing into the depths of the fog. Li Yujing paid the ferocious tiger no more attention. He slowly lowered himself, pressing his huge body as close to the ground as possible, and began to move forward at a slow pace. Unfortunately, with a body weighing over 1,000 tons, moving completely silently was impossible. Its scales scraped against the ground, pebbles were crushed beneath it, producing a faint but continuous rustling sound. Something on the front left. Black armor guard Zhang Yang gave the warning at once. Received. Close in on me. Red talisman guard Su Feng pulled out a talisman. The three adjusted their stances, forming a triangular assault formation, their auras faintly linking together. KRRK. Rustle. The sound was getting closer now, mixed with the faint noise of trees being gently pushed aside. Careful. It's coming. Su Feng lowered his voice and swiftly drew his longsword. Suddenly, the fog ahead exploded. A ferocious head, like a runaway locomotive, crashed straight at Su Feng at the very front with incomparably violent momentum. Good. Not only was Su Feng unafraid, he even let out an excited low roar. He neither dodged nor retreated. Sword in his right hand, talisman in his left. Break for me. The talisman flew out and slammed into the giant snake's head. Boom! The instant the talisman landed, it exploded violently. But aside from being slightly scorched black, the giant snake's scales seemed completely unharmed. What heart scales? Su Feng's heart tightened, and his expression turned grave. Li Yujing's face was cold. His body swayed, and his 1,000-ton mass vanished into the mist. Be careful. Zhang Yang swept his gaze around, but he could see nothing. There's movement. Suddenly, Zhang Yang's heart started pounding wildly. The fog churned, and the enormous head burst through it. Its bloody maw looked ready to swallow all three of them whole. With a tap of his toe, Su Feng drifted back diagonally. Let me do it, block. Zhang Yang shouted low and stepped forward, slamming his heavy shield hard into the ground. Boom! A terrifying force crashed into him. Zhang Yang's body shook, and he was sent flying together with the heavy shield, blood spraying wildly from his mouth. A talisman on his body lit up with a faint glow. But even with the talisman's protection, that single blow still cost him half his life. And that had only been one collision. Zhang Yang swallowed hard. He already understood the gap between them. White talisman guard Jiang Zhengyi rushed forward at once. But the mist rolled, and the dark serpent had already disappeared. Damn it! Su Feng clenched his fists. This giant snake was clearly this terrifying. It was also this crafty. In the mist, Li Yujing watched the scene coldly, as if he were merely playing a game. The weapons these three had did have some power, but they were far inferior to the ancient feng-shui he had seen before. They themselves were just ordinary people who could wield these talismans. They were no threat. Li Yujing moved and shot out at high speed. It's here. At the sight of that terrifying figure, the three men's hearts pounded wildly. Jiang Zhengyi quickly turned sideways, his longsword slashing toward the giant snake's neck. Clang! In an instant, sparks flew. Jiang Zhengyi was immediately stunned. The sword in his hand could cut through iron like mud. It had wounded several lesser titans before, yet now it couldn't even damage the giant snake's scales. A cold light flashed in Li Yujing's molten gold vertical pupils as his tail lashed out. Cracked! The longsword shattered. Jiang Zhengyi was sent flying sideways, coughing up a mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. He looked down. The talisman stuck to his chest had shattered into powder. The giant snake leaped away and vanished once more into the dense fog, leaving behind only the disturbed currents of mist. The three stood back to back, their vigilance raised to the limit. This is bad. Our talismans can't stop this thing at all. It could crush us to death just by passing by. Zhang Yang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Su Feng and Jiang Zhengyi both turned grimmer as well. From that brief exchange just now, they had already felt the pressure of death. This was absolutely not something they could handle. I'll disperse some of the fog and create a line of sight. Su Feng pulled several cyan talisman papers from his pocket and flung them out. Sun Wind, by edict. The talisman papers ignited without wind, turning into streams of cyan wind spirals that blew forward and temporarily pushed away some of the dense mist. But after only a moment, the surrounding fog surged back as if it were alive, rapidly filling the gaps. This fog isn't right. It's like something conscious is controlling it. Jiang Jingyi's face looked ugly. Crack. Boom. From the rear flank, the crashing sound of shattered stone and snapping trees suddenly rang out. The three men's hearts jolted, and they immediately sensed the attack. But the fog's interference with their perception was too strong. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. A massive black shadow had already arrived. The ferocious head swung over, its bloody maw reeking of fishy wind as it bit down. Watch out! Su Feng cried out. Beast! Zhang Yang roared and charged forward with his shield raised. With a booming crash, sparks burst everywhere. Zhang Yang only felt a terrifying recoil force coming from the heavy shield. His whole body was blasted away, and his internal organs were all smashed apart. In the fog, the ferocious head lifted up, its pitch-black scales gleaming with a metallic chill. The mist churned, and it vanished again. Su Feng and the other man rushed forward, but before they could launch an attack, the giant snake had already hidden back in the fog and disappeared. Damn it! Su Feng clenched his fists. Old Jiang Zhengyi quickly rushed to Zhang Yang's side. Looking at him covered in blood, he said with a trembling voice, "Are you okay?" Zhang Yang opened his mouth, but it was full of bloody foam. From that single collision alone, every bone in his body had shattered, and his organs had ruptured. He would not live much longer. Within the fog, the enormous creature was swimming through it. The two quickly closed in, only to find that all they caught was the fleeting flash of a huge tail. The fog thickened further, and the giant snake came and went like a ghost. Su Feng was already drenched in sweat. They could both feel it. This giant snake seemed to be treating this like a game. Boom! In the next second, the giant shadow flashed. Su Feng had only just reacted when he saw a thick black giant tail sweeping toward him, its 1,000-ton body carrying terrifying kinetic force. He dodged it once. Jiang Jingyi also reacted quickly, throwing himself left with all his strength. But he was still half a beat too slow. Or rather, the range and speed of that sweeping tail had already surpassed the limit of his ability to evade. Boom! With a terrifying crash, Jiang Jingyi was sent flying sideways and smashed heavily into the ground, his body already twisted beyond human shape. Old Jiang, Su Feng was furious. He kept pulling out talismans and throwing them at the terrifying giant snake. Boom! Boom! The talismans hit the ground, erupting into bursts of firelight all around. But the giant snake had already disappeared. Su Feng hurried over to Jiang Jingyi. The latter coughed up blood, twitched a few times, and stopped breathing. Damn it! Su Feng clenched his fists. In the next second, the terrifying giant shadow appeared again. Beast, I'll kill you. Su Feng picked up Jiang Jingyi's longsword, pulled several talismans from his left hand, and shot toward that ferocious head like a gale. Go to hell. Su Feng hurled out the talismans, blasting them toward the giant snake's head, while the longsword in his right hand slashed madly toward its neck. Li Yujing shifted slightly and swept out his tail. Su Feng's body shook, and he had already heard the sound of his own bones breaking. Agonizing pain instantly flooded his nerves and devoured all consciousness. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his awareness gradually sank into darkness. Just one hit. He was actually going to die. Command center. Zhang Yang pulled out his walkie-talkie. He too was hanging on by only a final breath, watching his two companions be crushed to death like ants. He was filled with despair and grief. Using the last of his strength, he said, "Mission failed. The squad, all wiped out." Before his words had even fully fallen, the fog ahead was pushed apart once again. That ferocious pitch-black head slowly extended out. Its molten gold vertical pupils looked down from above at the dying Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang still wanted to move, but after coughing out another mouthful of blood, he slowly closed his eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, shrill, tearing sounds rang out from the night sky. Li Yujing raised his massive head. In the next second, the heavens seemed to ignite. Countless streams of light, trailing red tails covered the entire sky and crashed down toward the vast mountain region where he was located. He no longer hesitated and swiftly slithered away. With the mist, those missiles couldn't lock onto him, but the firelight was growing more and more intense. The other side seemed to be enraged. They no longer cared whether they could hit him or not and directly launched a full missile saturation strike. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. The first wave of missiles crashed down. The deafening explosions merged into one, as if hundreds upon hundreds of thunderclaps were detonating right beside their ears. The shockwaves were like a materialized tsunami, centered on impact points. They spread outward in rings with insane speed. Thick ancient trees were uprooted and hurled into the air like straw before being torn apart. Rocks shattered in an instant. The ground was ripped open into scorched giant craters several meters deep and over dozens of meters wide, and the searing airwaves heated even the soil until it glowed red. And this was only the beginning. Before the smoke from the first wave of explosions could even rise, the second wave came, then the third. Missiles poured down like a waterfall, raining destruction without restraint. The mountainside was completely turned into a sea of fire. Explosions rose and fell one after another, lighting up the night sky as bright as day. Even at the edge of the city, dozens of kilometers away, People could feel the faint trembling beneath their feet and hear thunderous booms rolling across the horizon. Quite a few people looked up at the night sky and started talking among themselves. Truly insane. On a distant hilltop, Li Yujing stared at the mountainside that had turned into a sea of fire, and Kuden Ti helped shaking his head. The power of this kind of carpet bombing really was astonishing. But as long as they couldn't pinpoint his exact location, the threat it posed to him was greatly reduced. He did not stay any longer and slipped into the forest. A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. For Li Yujing, that was just basic survival sense after living for 2,000 years. He had occupied this place for more than 200 years and had many layers. Some were naturally formed, complex caverns. Others were secret strongholds he had slowly carved out bit by bit with his powerful body over the long years. It had been a long time since he had engaged in this kind of confrontation. He had expected the mist to have this kind of effect. Li Yujing calmed himself and began reviewing the battle just now. He had made a new discovery about the effect of the dense fog. Previously, the mist had mainly been used for concealment, interference, and creating an environment favorable to himself. But during the battle just now, he discovered that when his body was wrapped in mist of sufficient density, he seemed to become lighter. It was like some kind of lifting effect, or as if the mist itself had changed. Moving through dense fog felt lighter than moving through ordinary air, and it consumed less strength. Even with this 1,000-ton body of his, if handled properly, it still would not make much noise. For 1 or 2 brief instants, Li Yujing even felt as if his enormous body had floated slightly, and the pressure he placed on the ground had suddenly dropped. Lighter. Li Yujing fell into thought. If I control it with greater precision, does that mean I can use the mist to offset my own weight to a certain extent? Or rather, let myself hover in the air for a short time, or even achieve some kind of gliding effect. Suddenly, an even bolder thought emerged. If the mist becomes dense enough, if the range is large enough, and if my control is fine enough, can I make the mist rise into the sky, and then ride the clouds and mist? Ripples stirred in Li Yujing's heart. If he could truly comprehend it, that would mean he had gained another method of concealment. It would also mean his room for survival had expanded. From the earth, the mountains, and the rivers, truly extending into the sky. Even if it was only low altitude, it would still be enough to bring a qualitative leap to his mobility and stealth. Moonlight once again spilled over the mountain range. In the area ravaged by artillery fire, the flames still had not fully died out. More than 10 minutes later, a helicopter landed. The cabin door opened, and a tall man slowly stepped out. Judging by his face, he was about 30. His features were firm and sharp, and in his hand, he held an ancient square seal about the size of a palm. Looking at the deep craters before him, he fell silent for a few seconds, then took out a communicator and said, "Command Center, open a file. Codename, Black Dragon, temporary. Rank, Subtitan, pending revision, suspected to be higher. Physical traits, gigantic serpent-type creature. Entirely pitch black, scales and armor nearly indestructible, over 100 meters in length, body thickness over 5 meters, possesses high intelligence. Confirmed abilities. 1. Control over a large area of special mist, capable of interfering with electronic devices and talisman sensing. 2. Extremely powerful physical body. Threat level, extremely high. Related incident, Wushan Tiger disaster, 3 Defense Bureau combat personnel confirmed dead. Du Junwei put away the ancient seal and looked toward the continuous mountain range shrouded in mist. His gaze calm and without ripples. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the earth, search heaven and ground alike, he murmured in a low voice. I will still find you and completely kill you, you beast. The sky gradually brightened, and the sunlight was brilliant. At the foot of the mountain, the entrance to what had originally been a lively scenic area had now been cordoned off with warning tape. Dear tourists, we sincerely apologize. Due to a large-scale landslide in the mountain area last night, and in order to ensure the personal safety of all visitors, the scenic area will be temporarily closed starting today for a full safety assessment and hazard removal. The reopening date will be announced separately. Please understand, cooperate, and leave in an orderly manner. The official announcement played on loop through the loudspeakers. The tourists blocked outside the perimeter were all talking among themselves. Quite a few of them held up their phones to film the scene beyond the warning line, their faces full of disappointment and confusion. What rotten luck. We drove 7 or 8 hours to get here, and now it's closed. The commotion last night really was huge. It felt just like an earthquake. Come on, let us go. We'll find somewhere else to have fun. Among the crowd, several college students traveling together let out long sighs and had no choice but to turn around and leave. A wasted trip, the boy in the baseball cap complained. Another companion suggested, forget it. Let us get something to eat first. I heard the farmhouse restaurants around here have pretty good river seafood. The group went to a farmhouse restaurant not far outside the scenic area and sat by the window. Only after looking at the endlessly surging river outside did their mood improve a little. Hey, look, what is that? The boy in the baseball cap pointed at the river outside and let out a low cry of surprise. The others looked in the direction he was pointing. In the middle of the originally calm river, the water surface suddenly churned, as if some enormous creature were rapidly passing beneath the water. It appeared quickly and vanished just as fast. In only 2 or 3 seconds, the disturbance was gone, leaving behind only circles of ripples slowly spreading outward. Holy crap! What was that? It was huge. The boy beside him was startled and nearly jumped out of his chair. A water monster? Could it be a python? But that is way too big. Another girl covered her mouth, her eyes wide and round. Quick, did you catch on video? The boy in the baseball cap pulled out his phone, but he had only managed to capture the enormous ripples and the outline of a black shadow flashing by beneath the water. I got it, but it's way too blurry. It was definitely alive. It was moving. Look at the water patterns. The group crowded around the phone and replayed the blurry 2-second video over and over. Although they couldn't see it clearly, the winding shape of the black shadow and its movement path were definitely not driftwood or some illusion. Could it be like the Shenangjia wild man or the Loch Ness monster? Some kind of unidentified mysterious creature? The boy in the baseball cap guessed. Oh, come on. A mysterious creature? The more rational girl beside him smiled and shook her head. These days, cameras are everywhere, and the image quality keeps getting better. If there really were something that big, someone would have already gotten a crystal clear shot of it. On the mountainside, Du Junwei seemed to have stayed here the whole night. Captain, urgent intel. An excited voice came through the radio channel. Speak, Du Junwei said. 3 minutes ago, at the river section outside the scenic area, a tourist used a phone to capture footage of unidentified underwater activity. It's highly similar to the Black Dragon. I sent the video to you. As soon as the words fell, a video only a few seconds long appeared on Du Junwei's phone. The footage quality was terrible, but the enormous shadow winding through the water matched the Black Dragon extremely well. The Black Dragon is suspected to have moved downstream along the river. It may already have left the mountain area and entered the downstream water network, the subordinate added. I understand. Du Junwei's thoughts raced as he continued. Notify the water monitoring department. Raise the alert level, activate sonar, and search for all suspicious large targets. Yes. As they spoke, the black helicopter landed. The cabin door opened, and a young woman in a fitted business skirt suit jumped down. Her figure was alluring. My dearest big brother, you stood guard here all night. Any gains? She walked straight over and reached out to stroke Du Junwei's chest, her movements carrying a hint of intimacy. Du Junwei looked at her. Weren't you attending a meeting in Jingzhou? You flew over here just to throw sarcasm at me? Du Lengxiang withdrew her hand and said with a smiling face. The higher-ups have quite a few complaints about you. Some of the top brass have already started questioning our Du family's ability and our right to speak in Daqing City. Du Junwei frowned tightly, his gaze sharp. The intelligence was wrong. Although the Black Dragon is a secondary titan, its concealment ability is extremely strong, and its combat intelligence far exceeded estimates. You think those old men care? Du Lingxiang's smile did not change. Our Du family has only been operating in Daqing City for less than 5 years. Our foundation isn't stable yet. Your mistake gave them an excuse to make trouble for us. Du Junwei fell silent for a moment, then slowly said, I understand. The Black Dragon has already escaped downstream along the river. I'll go after it personally. I want to let it slip away from my hands. Good luck. Du Lingxiang turned and walked toward her helicopter. After a few steps, she looked back and smiled sweetly. All right, the old men mean this. If it's alive, they want to see the beast. If it's dead, they want to see the corpse. At the very least, you have to give the higher-ups an explanation. Don't mess it up again. It's not just the higher-ups. Even inside the family, quite a few people are dissatisfied with your actions. If you still can't handle this, your position as heir is probably hanging by a thread. I don't need your reminder. Du Junwei gave a cold snort and turned to leave. Not long after, another helicopter landed. This time, the one who came down was a girl in a plain white long dress with an ethereal temperament. She looked about 17 or 18. Her eyes were clear, yet carried a calmness and faint compassion that did not match her age. Junior sister, how is the situation? A young man at the side held an ancient book. After reading it for a few moments, his brows knitted tightly. The girl in white looked toward the rolling mountain range, then slowly crouched down and gently scooped up a handful of soil. The chi configuration has indeed taken shape. She looked toward the depths of the mountains. Her gaze complex and unreadable. There was regret in it, but also understanding and a trace of deep helplessness. The mountains are reviving. The earth is awakening. They are brimming with rage. The ancient king chosen by the mountains will return to the world and bring down his punishment. Her voice was ethereal, yet the heaviness in it could still be heard. The young man felt a chill in his heart and could not help asking, then why did you still agree to help the Du family set these dragon-locking nails? This provoking him? What's done is done. The girl in white let out a helpless sigh. The young man said in a low voice, Junior sister, perhaps. We were really wrong. Master said our task was observation, prevention, not, senior brother, it's already too late. The girl in white looked toward the foot of the mountain, and the compassion in her eyes deepened. How could I just stand by and watch these countless lights of 10,000 homes fall one day in the future into the wrath and sea of blood brought by mythical creatures? Perhaps it was wrong from the very beginning. But what can we do now? We can only keep making one mistake after another. I only hope that day comes a little later and buys us a chance to atone. The young man sighed. The girl said nothing more and took out a detailed topographic map. Here and here. She took out a writing brush and drew clear circles over more than a dozen specific peaks, valleys, and points where the earth veins converged. The young man nodded and took out a communicator to begin coordinating. Very quickly, more helicopters flew in from different directions, unloading all kinds of engineering equipment. Under the guidance of the girl in white, technicians and workers began laying deep foundations on the dozen or so marked peaks. The mountains stood lofty and imposing, shrouded in dense fog all year round. Inside the cave, Li Yujing opened his massive vertical pupils. The one who had come was the ferocious tiger, and it had also brought several prey animals. He shook his enormous head, seeing that the ferocious tiger simply started eating on its own. Come to think of it, I haven't eaten anything for 200 years, Li Yujing thought. He actually had a talent, devouring flesh and blood to strengthen himself. Though calling it a talent wasn't entirely accurate. After all, any living creature could grow stronger by eating food. It was just that his gains were much more exaggerated, and he evolved much faster. But over these 200 years, no matter what he ate, he could no longer strengthen his physique any further. He had already reached a bottleneck, and breaking through it would require a long span of time. As a titan beast, the longer his lifespan, the stronger his power. So Li Yujing could only endure. Endure until the time came to walk the flood dragon path. He looked outside the cave. The diffused fog brought him a great deal of information. The mountains seemed to have quieted down. The most dangerous place is the safest place. No one would ever think I'm still here. Li Yujing could not help but laugh inwardly. Earlier, he had deliberately revealed his traces in the river and drifted downstream on purpose, all to mislead humanity's pursuit. The effect had been pretty good. The mountains had recovered their former peace. But Li Yujing did not lower his guard. Through the pervasive fog, he was still observing the movements in the mountains. Since the mountains were covered in fog all year round, he was not worried about being noticed because of that. Half a month was nothing more than a nap. During the first few days, Li Yujing could still often see armed helicopters circling above the mountains like headless flies. Gradually, their numbers decreased, especially over the last few days. Other than construction workers, most of the soldiers had also withdrawn from the mountain forest. The danger had passed, at least on the surface. Shi Laosan and Shi Qingqing, however, still went up the mountain every day to pray at that ruined temple. Aside from that, there was still rumbling overhead. Li Yujing could sense that the construction workers had built many tall power towers, nailed onto the ridgelines like spikes. Roar, roar. After who knew how long. A low tiger-esque roar woke Li Yujing. Fear and agitation were mixed into the sound. It was that ferocious tiger. It lay prostrate, its massive head lowered, its eyes full of unease. Li Yujing glanced at it, somewhat puzzled. Though this stupid tiger usually feared him, what it felt more was awe and submission. After eating and drinking its fill, it would also move about the nearby mountain forest on its own. But today, it looked as if it had sensed something terrifying and was desperate to tell him. Roar, roar. The ferocious tiger kept scraping at the ground with its claws from time to time, while nervously looking toward the cave entrance. Li Yujing understood. The ferocious tiger wanted him to go out with it. Not interested, he naturally refused. Whatever was outside, it was impossible for it to stir his interest. The ferocious tiger let out another low growl, even more anxious. If I rule out the possibility that it's gone mad, then what could make even this stupid tiger, awakened with Titan bloodline, feel fear? Other than me, is there really something else? Li Yujing was quite curious, but he had no intention of going out to investigate in person. It might look peaceful outside, but who knew if there were hidden eyes out there, or traps laid by humans? If he exposed himself just to satisfy a bit of curiosity, then his 2,000 years would have been for nothing. With a thought, he opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of mist. Sensing Li Yujing's will within the mist, the ferocious tiger's body stiffened slightly before relaxing again. It let out a low growl in response, then with a few nimble leaps, climbed up the cliff face from the steep cave entrance and landed in the clearing among the trees. The mist churned and followed right behind it. The ferocious tiger raced through the mountains and forest at astonishing speed. Li Yujing observed in silence. The direction it was heading was the core area of the previous battle, the mountainside that had been carpet-bombed by missiles. Without awakened intelligence, it was still just a stupid beast in the end. Li Yujing had no choice but to keep exhaling mist, gathering it around the ferocious tiger. The mountainside had long since been flattened. There was nowhere to hide it all. It could be detected by radar or the satellites in the sky at any moment. Half an hour later, the ferocious tiger reached its destination. The scene before them was not much different from half a month ago. The ground was scorched black, and shell craters still remained. The only difference was the traces of human activity, a cleared road, some temporary work sheds, and several power towers standing at the edge of the charred earth. The ferocious tiger's target was very clear. It paid no attention to those metal towers and ran straight to the edge of the giant crater at the very center of the battle. It crouched there, sniffing with its nose. What is it? Li Yujing could not help growing curious. The ferocious tiger let out low growls from its throat, repeatedly turning its head toward the direction the mist was coming from, as if trying to say something. Li Yujing controlled the mist and slowly spread it over, letting it seep into the cracks in the concrete. The moment the mist touched the soil beneath the concrete, a faint, obscure, bizarre aura surged straight into his nerves. This aura was absolutely not ordinary. It was completely different from the humans and wild beasts he had sensed before, and even from the ferocious tiger with its thinly awakened Titan bloodline. It was older, heavier, but the mist had limited use. Li Yujing had no way of knowing exactly what it was. He had to make the trip himself. After struggling for a moment, curiosity ultimately overcame caution. As time passed, night fell. In the dead silence of the night, Li Yujing left his underground nest. Mist wrapped around him, perfectly concealing his form, and made the movement of his 1,000-ton body through the mountains and forest almost completely soundless. His control over the mist had become even more skillful. As Li Yujing moved swiftly, he also took in this change. Soon, he arrived at the mountainside. Under the night sky, the place looked even more desolate and deathly still. There were only a few power towers and the newly poured concrete. The ferocious tiger had been lurking nearby the whole time. The moment it saw him arrive, it immediately came forward and prostrated itself respectfully with its head lowered. Li Yujing ignored it. His molten gold vertical pupils stared at the giant crater below. As expected, the aura was extremely strange. How odd. Half a month ago, when he fought a fierce battle with the humans here, he had been completely unaware of this aura's existence. A possibility suddenly occurred to Li Yujing. After the battle ended, during that world-destroying bombardment, the mountain had likely been accidentally cracked open, allowing this aura to leak out. As the thought crossed his mind, he slowly entered the deep pit. The next second, Li Yujing froze. A Titan beast. His slit pupils contracted. He almost turned to leave on instinct, but after rushing to the edge of the pit, he stopped again. Li Yujing could sense that this aura seemed to be asleep. His thoughts raced, and he quickly made a decision. Hopefully it was still sleeping. No longer hesitating, Li Yujing raised his massive head and slammed it viciously into the thickest section of concrete. Boom! The tremendous crash shook the entire mountain forest. The thick concrete shattered on impact, broken stones flying everywhere and revealing the scorched black soil beneath. Li Yujing spat out mist, like living tentacles, drilling into the cracks and spreading downward. The fissures were deep and tangled. The mist kept going down, 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. The cracks began to widen, and naturally formed rock cavities and tunnels appeared. The mist continued deeper. 300 meters, 500 meters, 800 meters. After going more than 1,000 meters underground, the mist entered a far broader karst cave. It had formed naturally and was filled with stalactites. And, at the deepest part of the cave, the mist touched its target. That was the outline of an enormous colossal thing, beyond words to describe. Its body had almost fused together with the rock itself, making it hard to distinguish. Only its rough shape could be vaguely sensed. That terrifying size, if it woke up, his senses would surely be met with its wrath. So it really was a Titan, and we've even met once before. After sensing the giant creature underground and clearly identifying its aura, memories from more than 2,000 years ago surfaced in Li Yujing's mind. During the spring and autumn period, a strange beast appeared in Jishan. It had the body of a lion and the head of a leopard, with a savage and hideous face. By day it hid deep in the mountains, and by night it came out to roam. When Duke Huan of Qi learned of it, he personally led soldiers to hunt it down. After a fierce battle, the beast was slain. But when dawn came and everyone searched for its corpse, they found nothing. All they saw was that on the north and south sides of Jishan, a new mountain had risen on each side. The mountain on the north resembled an ox, so later generations named it Nyoshan. As for the mountain on the south, its shape was strange. Neither horse nor horse, neither ox nor ox, neither lion nor lion, neither leopard nor leopard. So people combined the 3 parts Quan, Chou, and Shan to create a new character. Now, mountain shaking now. Li Yujing murmured the name. That was the underground Titan's name. At the time, it had been the spring and autumn and warring states era. When he first encountered this underground Titan, he had only just awakened his bloodline, while the other side had already lived for several thousand years. The longer the lifespan, the stronger the strength. That was the law of Titan creatures. Although every kind of Titan had its own traits, strengths, and weaknesses, lifespan was the best standard for judging power. Just as Li Yujing's thoughts were turning, a vast, ancient, savage, and ferocious aura rushed along the mist and slammed into his consciousness. Ha! Li Yujing let out a cold snort. That was a tyrannical will that allowed no doubt. Submit or die. There was no third option. Or rather, the third option was to run. But first, Li Yujing had no intention of leaving yet. Second, he felt hunger. Yes, hunger. After 200 years apart, the instinct of devouring evolution, that intense craving for food, had finally returned. Li Yujing knew very well that if he could devour the giant beast underground, he would most likely be able to transform into a flood dragon. This was the opportunity he had waited several hundred years for. But a direct frontal fight was too risky. There was no telling whether he could win, but if it drew human attention, then he and this titan would very likely end up both badly wounded, only to be wiped out together in the end. However, Li Yujing possessed intelligence. That was something the other giant beasts did not have. Thinking this, Li Yujing quietly went down the mountain. Thick mist naturally surged up and wrapped around him, reducing the noise and vibrations of his 1,000-ton body in motion to the lowest possible level. At the foot of the mountain, in Shijia village, the moon had passed the middle of the sky. Lao San lay on his hard wooden bed, completely unable to sleep. He was old. Old people needed less sleep. For the past half-month, Lao San had been feeling uneasy. Everything happening on the mountain, the vehicles going in and out, the helicopters overhead, he had seen it all. He didn't understand what those things were. But he knew one thing. The peaceful days were over. Lord Dragon King. He turned over and let out a sigh. In the room next door, Shi Qingqing was still awake. She lay on her side on the bed, holding her phone. The light from the screen lit up her young face. Ever since she had seen Lord Dragon King with her own eyes, it was like a door to a new world had opened for her. She had become especially fascinated by all kinds of online information about unsolved mysteries and mysterious creatures. But after watching enough of it, she realized that most of it was fake. The footage was blurry and impossible to make out clearly. Either it was deliberately made to seem mysterious, or was obviously stitched together with visual effects. Boring. She curled her lips and habitually swiped upward with her finger. Before long, a new video refreshed onto the screen. Kunlun Mountain research team allegedly captures traces of a Yeti. The video shook violently. In a vast white snowfield, a blurry black dot flashed past at high speed, and then came interviews with several experts so excited they could barely speak coherently. Shi Qingqing rolled her eyes and quickly typed in the comments. That's it? I've seen a real dragon. The moment she finished typing, a strange chill suddenly swept over her. How could an August night be this cold? She looked up in confusion, then froze. At some point, a faint layer of white mist had spread through the room. It seeped in silently through the crack under the door and through the gaps in the window, making the familiar little room turn hazy and strange. Lord Dragon King. Shi Qingqing's heart jumped. This wasn't fear. It was excitement and anticipation. The mist swirled in front of her, then drifted toward the door like it was guiding her. She took a deep breath and gently opened the door. The main room was silent. There was no movement from her grandfather's room. Walking on tiptoe, she followed the direction the mist was flowing and stepped out of the house, blending into the night. Wrapped in mist, the small path was still clearly visible. Very soon, she arrived at the riverbank. The river was dark, impossible to see clearly through the mist. But the next second, the surface in the middle of the river silently bulged upward. The water split apart to both sides, and a massive head covered in pitch-black scales slowly rose from the water. Cold vertical pupils looked down at her quietly. Lord Dragon King, did you need me for something? Shi Qingqing lowered her voice. Her heart was pounding, and her cheeks were slightly hot from excitement. Everything online was fake. Only she was truly standing before a myth. Yes. A low, heavy voice sounded out. Shi Qingqing's eyes widened at once. Lord Dragon King, so you could talk? Of course. The enormous head nodded. Then why didn't you talk before? I thought. Shi Qingqing blurted out, then quickly covered her mouth. Li Yujing fell silent. Talk. Was there any need for that? Thinking she had said the wrong thing, Shi Qingqing hurriedly said, Lord Dragon King, this time, is there something you need me to do? The head gave another slight nod, and the deep voice rang out again. Beneath the mountain, imprisoned underground, is an evil giant beast. If it breaks free, the mountains will collapse and the earth will split. Within 100 li of this place, all living beings will be plunged into disaster. Your village will bear the brunt of it and cease to exist. Then what do we do? Shi Qingqing's face turned pale, worry appearing on it. There is no need to panic. I have already wounded it, but it has hidden itself deep within the earth veins, making it difficult to find where it is lurking. What do you need me to do? Shi Qingqing clenched her fists. She was afraid, but at the same time, a strange sense of mission surged up in her heart. Wasn't this how stories always went? A girl chosen by a god, carrying the burden of saving the world. Call the police. Call the police? Shi Qingqing froze, suspecting she had misheard. Shouldn't slaying demons and exterminating monsters involve gods and ghosts, flying through the sky and escaping through the earth? How did it turn into calling the police? The location is here. Li Yujing gave a specific address, along with the beast's general situation. Remember this. Only say that you saw a ferocious beast, abnormally huge, hiding beneath the mountain. There is no need to say anything else. As soon as the words fell, the enormous head slowly sank back into the water. Ripples spread out, and the mist began to disperse as well. I understand, Lord Dragon King. Shi Qingqing nodded hard at the river surface as it returned to stillness, her little face full of solemn determination. On the way back, the night breeze was slightly cool, but the girl felt hot all over. In that short span of time, She had already filled in all sorts of details in her head. So that was it. Lord Dragon King had coiled around Wushan, not by accident, but to suppress the ferocious beast beneath the earth. Now that the beast was stirring, Lord Dragon King needed help. And she was the chosen saintess. She was the crucial link in protecting both the village and Lord Dragon King. A kind of excitement mixed with responsibility, secrecy, and a sense of participation made her steps grow lighter. The next morning, just as dawn was breaking, Shi Qingqing hid in her room and, with slightly trembling hands, dialed a number. She took a deep breath and tried hard to make her voice sound panicked and frightened, even mixing in a faint sob. "Hello, officer? I want to report something. I saw a monster on the mountain. It was huge. It's hiding inside the mountain. Daqing City, Titan Defense Bureau." Du Junwei sat behind his desk, bloodshot, eyes staring ahead. It had been half a month. He had laid down a dragnet. Yet that black dragon had vanished as if it had never existed. The communications from within his family had practically exploded. Doubt, blame, and thinly veiled schadenfreude. He could almost imagine how those old men were discussing his incompetence in the conference room. His qualification as heir was hanging by a thread. He might not even be able to keep his position as the person in charge of Daqing City. And all of it was because of that black dragon. Young Master Du the secretary pushed the door open and entered. "What is it?" Du Junwei didn't look up. "If it's not about the black dragon, don't bother me with it." The secretary paused for a moment, but still spoke. "We just received an urgent report transferred from a local police station. Deep in Wushan, a villager called the police claiming to have spotted a creature suspected to be a titan." Du Junwei suddenly looked up, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the secretary. "A titan? Location?" "The main peak region of Wushan." The caller described the general location. The secretary said, "Playing hide in plain sight with me?" Du Junwei slowly stood up, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "What a cunning beast. So want to play that game? It really is still hiding in the mountains. That escape before was all fake." "Young Master," the secretary added, "based on the caller's description, it may not be the black dragon." "Not the black dragon?" Du Junwei's pupils contracted. The secretary nodded slightly. "The caller said the monster she saw resembled an ape. It's clearly different from the black dragon's serpentine form." "A second titan?" Du Junwei frowned tightly, then shook his head. "No, titans have a strong sense of territory. In the same core region, it's almost impossible for two of them to coexist. Forget it. Give me the address." Du Junwei snatched up the coat hanging on the back of his chair. "I'm going there myself. Assemble a team immediately and lock down that village, especially the caller. Before I arrive, no one is allowed to contact her." "Yes." The secretary nodded. "Sure, family village." Helicopters roared overhead. Fully armed special operations personnel spread out rapidly, securing the village entrance. The villagers were ordered to remain in their homes. And an atmosphere of unease spread through the village. In the main room of Shi Lao San's house, Du Junwei sat on an old wooden chair, looking at the somewhat uneasy young girl in front of him. He was dressed in casual clothes, but the oppressive aura of someone long used to being in power still made the air feel heavy. "Shi Qingqing?" "Why, yes." Shi Qingqing nodded, inexplicably nervous. Du Junwei looked through the file as he asked, "You were the one who called the police and said you saw a monster on the mountain?" "Yes." "Tell me exactly what you saw." "I was picking mushrooms on a mountain when I suddenly heard a sound underground like thunder or like something digging a tunnel. Following the Dragon King's instructions, Shi Qingqing recounted it carefully. Then I saw a black shadow. It looked kind of like an ape, really huge, pitch black. I couldn't make out what it looked like exactly, but it felt at least 7 or 8 stories tall. Similar to an ape? It was too dark, and I only saw it for a moment. I didn't get a clear look." "How far away was it?" Du Junwei leaned forward slightly, his gaze sharp as a drill. "About over 100 meters. I was scared out of my mind and turned to run right away. I didn't dare look carefully." 100 meters? You're lying." Du Junwei suddenly sneered. "You seem to be answering smoothly, but in just this half minute of questioning, your feet have crossed at least 3 times. That means you're lying." "No, I'm not." Shi Qingqing's heart suddenly jumped. Du Junwei smiled faintly. "Then what are you nervous about?" "Of course I'm nervous." She raised her voice, trying to use emotion to cover her panic. "Anyone would be scared to death after seeing something like that. And then a bunch of armed men suddenly barged into my house. How can I not be afraid?" Hearing that, Du Junwei's expression eased. Recently, the matter of the black dragon had left him badly unsettled. He had been reacting a little too strongly. A village girl making up such a detailed Titan sighting report? Not very likely. "Young Master, Miss Tang has arrived." Just then, a subordinate came in and reported in a low voice. Du Junwei got to his feet and said to Shi Qingqing, "The information you provided is very important. Later, we may need you to take us there and identify the exact location. Can you do that?" "Okay." Shi Qingqing nodded quickly. In the courtyard, a helicopter landed. The cabin door opened. First, a young man carrying a wooden case stepped out. Then a girl in a plain white long dress came down after him. "Young Master Du was looking for me?" Tang Miaoyu's voice was cool and distant. Du Junwei briefly explained the police report and Shi Qingqing's testimony. So, after listening, Tang Miaoyu's expression did not change. I already fulfilled our agreement. I broke the mountain and river chi formation here and delayed the revival of the earth veins. Even if a mythical creature really is hiding here, as long as it is not actively disturbed, there should be no danger for the short term. This matter seems to have nothing to do with me anymore. Nothing to do with you? Du Junwei cut her off. If that thing underneath really comes out, what do you think the consequences will be for this village, the nearby county town, and even farther places? You know better than I do. Tang Miaoyu pressed her lips together. A trace of struggle flashed through her clear eyes. What do you want? Help me pinpoint it. Du Junwei stared at her. Confirm that thing's exact location. I'll handle the rest. Tang Miaoyu shook her head, her voice very soft. We've already interfered too much. Suppressing the earth veins is like damming a rushing current. It looks calm on the surface, but the undercurrent only grows more violent. Once the backlash is triggered, don't you think it's a little late to say that now? Du Junwei curled his lips, his smile icy. Miss Tang, don't forget, you were the one who personally broke the chi formation here and delayed the wrath of the sovereign of the mountains. And now you're telling me you want to stop? Hearing that, the young man beside her stepped in front of her and said in a deep voice, Young Master Du, my junior sister has already done all that righteousness demands. The will of the mountains is not something human power can defy for long. Tell me one last time. Du Junwei looked at Tang Miaoyu and said in a low voice, This battle is unavoidable. The only difference is whether we resolve it as soon as possible or wait for the day it bursts out of the ground and causes an uncontrollable disaster. He stepped forward and lowered his voice. If you help us, you can reduce unnecessary casualties and calm things down faster. If you stand by and do nothing, Du Junwei let out a cold laugh. The villagers here and the million people in the nearby county town will all be reduced to ashes. Tang Miaoyu's gaze flickered and her lashes trembled. The young man beside her said in a deep voice, Junior sister, we can't keep going. Master said our duty is to observe and harmonize, not. Tang Miaoyu raised a hand, stopping him. One last time. She looked at Du Junwei. I'll help you pinpoint it. I hope you can kill that mythical creature as soon as possible. Don't worry. A smile appeared on Du Junwei's face. This time, I've mobilized all our forces. We will definitely kill that titan. No, according to what you said, that mythical creature. Wushan was shrouded in thick fog. Even in the middle of the night, the mountain road was still brightly lit. Sure, Qingqing also followed them up the mountain. 10 minutes later, by helicopter, Du Junwei and the others arrived at the battlefield from half a month ago. This was where they had fought the Black Dragon. At the time, at least over 100 missiles had landed here. It was around here. Sure, Qingqing said, the commotion was coming from this direction back then. Du Junwei swept his gaze over the area, then looked at Tang Miaoyu. Tang Miaoyu walked alone to the edge of a bomb crater, slowly crouched down, and gently pressed her palm against the ground. A moment later, her brows lifted. It really is about to awaken. I can feel it. The mountains are in great pain. That ancient will being suppressed is gathering strength deep within the earth veins. It must be stopped. Otherwise, once its wrath descends, all living things will suffer. Very good. Du Junwei smiled. I'm sorry. Looking at the mountains, Tang Miaoyu murmured, the dragon-locking nails are already set, and the earth veins are already wounded. I'm already riding a tiger and unable to get off. I can only see this mistake through to the end. At the same time, on a distant peak shrouded in clouds and mist, Li Yujing's enormous body was hidden in the dense fog. His molten gold vertical pupils pierced through the mist as he coldly watched the activity halfway up the mountain. Could humanity's steel torrent pose a fatal threat to the thing underground? To be honest, he wasn't sure. He himself was a mythical creature. He understood better than anyone how hard it was to kill a life form of this level. Steel artillery fire might be able to wound it, but completely killing an ancient existence that had lived for 4,000 or 5,000 years would be extraordinarily difficult. But that did not affect the plan. Mutual destruction was the outcome he had been waiting for. Night gave way to dawn, and the sun began to rise. In the valley, Tang Miaoyu held a dragon-seeking ruler and moved along the earth veins. Her face grew paler and paler. With every step, it was as if she could hear the painful pulse of the land beneath her feet. But all of this was already set in stone. 2 hours later, she stopped in a valley with unusual terrain. This was a classic trough-shaped formation. The ridges on both sides tower high, while the center sank inward like a crack split open by a giant axe. Tang Miaoyu said, if it's going to come out, this is most likely where it will be. Very good. Du Junwei did not ask any more questions. He directly took out his phone. The coordinates have been confirmed. Begin deployment. Received. The order was given, and the war machine began to turn. At the foot of the mountain, on the national highway, a long line of heavy trucks slowly drove in. The trucks were covered with canvas, but the faint outlines underneath were enough to make passersby stare. What is that? Missile launchers? What is going on? Why such a huge operation? Some drivers slowed down and raised their phones, tried to film it. But soldiers quickly ran over and knocked on the car window. Hello, this area has been designated a restricted zone for military exercises. Please leave immediately along the assigned route. Do not stop to take photos. Similar scenes were happening at every nearby intersection at the same time. Cordon lines were quickly set up. Uniformed soldiers and plainclothes personnel moved fast, evacuating nearby mountain residents and scattered tourists. Aside from the missile launch vehicles, engineering crews began setting up large-scale equipment. It looked like a sniper rifle magnified dozens of times over, its barrel terrifyingly thick. The ammunition piled beside, it was even thicker than an adult. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Centered on the trough-shaped valley, everything within a radius of 5 kilometers had turned into a forest of weapons. Surface-to-surface missiles, long-range rocket artillery, heavy sniper platforms. Launch devices were packed so densely they formed a wall. Every barrel was aimed at the center of the valley. That's enough. Du Junwei turned toward Tang Miaoyu beside him. Tang Miaoyu silently nodded and instructed everyone to begin setting down the dragon-locking nails. There were thousands of workers involved just in that alone. The enormous tower foundations sank deep into the mountain ridge. Forgive me, Tang Miaoyu dropped on her knees in the mud as tears slid down her face. I'm sorry. As one tower foundation after another was completed, a sudden abnormal change occurred. The sky, which had been clear just moments ago, suddenly surged with dense black clouds that rapidly blotted out the sunlight. Within the clouds, serpentine lightning danced wildly. Rumble. Thunder rolled like furious roaring. It's done. Du Junwei walked to her side, completely ignoring the strange phenomenon in the sky. Tang Miaoyu nodded, looking absent-minded and hollow. Du Junwei raised his communicator, his voice spreading across all channels. All non-direct combat units, withdraw immediately according to plan to the third-line security zone. All attack units on the first and second lines, conduct final equipment checks and await my command. Crack. The moment he finished speaking, a thick bolt of lightning tore through the sky and struck the edge of the valley, blasting dirt and stone into the air. Then, a torrential downpour came crashing down. Tang Miaoyu tilted her head up and let the rain wash over her face as she murmured, "The mountains are angry, it's warning us to leave." Putting on an act, Du Junwei wiped the rain off his face and sneered. All I know is that there's a beast sleeping down there. And right now I'm going to wake it up, then beat it to death. As if responding to his words, rumble. The earth beneath their feet suddenly shook. This was a true mountain-shaking, earth-moving tremor. With the center of the valley as the origin point, countless cracks burst open and spread outward. Large sections of the mountainsides on both sides collapsed, and huge rocks wrapped in mud came tumbling down. Fall back. Get out of the valley floor. Du Junwei shouted sharply. Under his Team S cover, he rapidly retreated toward the preset observation bunker. Rumble. Just as they withdrew from the valley floor, the sunken region at the center of the valley suddenly bulged upward, as though some tremendous force from within had flipped the ground open. The next second, a giant hand reached out from the crack. It's here. Du Junwei was beside himself with excitement. The moment the words left his mouth, a massive shadow broke through rock and mud and slowly crawled out from the fracture in the earth vein. Roar! Its howl was deafening. Tang Miaoyu seemed to sense something and murmured, "This is now." What? Du Junwei had no idea what she meant. Tang Miaoyu's eyes turned grave as a record she had once read surfaced in her mind. In the spring and autumn period, there was a strange beast on Jishan. It had the body of a lion and the head of a leopard, with a ferocious face. By day it hid deep in the mountains. By night it came out to roam. When Duke Huan of Qi learned of it, he personally led soldiers to hunt it down. After a fierce battle, the beast was exterminated. But at daybreak, when they searched for its corpse, they found nothing. They only saw that on the north and south sides of Jishan, 2 new mountains had risen. The mountain to the north resembled an ox, so later generations called it Nyo Mountain. The mountain to the south had a bizarre shape. Neither horse nor horse, neither ox nor ox, neither lion nor lion, neither leopard nor leopard. So people combined the 3 parts Quan, Chou, and Shan to create a new character. Now, on a distant mountain peak, hidden in dense fog, Li Yujing's vertical pupils contracted as he suddenly sensed a fluctuation. It was the will of the mountains, filled with rage. Li Yujing looked toward the valley floor. The mountain shaking now stood about 40 to 50 meters tall. Its outline resembled a giant ape, its body hunched over. But on its head there was only a single upright eye. It had finally come out. Li Yujing's gaze turned icy. The prey had entered the board. Next, it would depend on how badly the hunter could injure it. All units, attention. The target has appeared. Du Junwei pulled out his communication device and gave the order. First attack, echelon, missile saturation strike, fire. Without any buildup, more than 100 missiles streaked through the air, pouring down toward the massive figure at the center of the valley. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions merged into one continuous blast. Firelight, smoke, dust, and shockwaves instantly swallowed the mountain shaking now as figure. The valley trembled, and the trees were flattened to the ground. Roar. The mountain shaking now let out a furious bellow. It slammed its arms together, and a shockwave exploded outward, savage winds tearing through the surroundings. Even from a distant mountaintop, Du Junwei's body still swayed. As expected, it's powerful. He steadied himself, his gaze growing colder. Conventional missiles have limited lethality. Switch to special warheads. Armed helicopter group. Move in for close-range attack. Ground heavy artillery. Armor-piercing shells ready. As soon as the words fell, a new round of metal storm drowned the mountain shaking now. Then came the third round, and the fourth. Endless, as if it cost nothing. On the distant peak, Li Yujing silently watched it all. A steel torrent really was terrifying, even though he had already estimated it in advance. Seeing this saturation bombardment with his own eyes still made his heart turn cold. This stuff might not be able to kill him, but there was just too much of it. Endless. However many came, more could come. The mountain shaking now's defense is inferior to mine, Li Yujing calmly assessed. Titan behemoths each had their own traits, and his own candle dragon scale armor had extremely terrifying resistance. After several rounds of saturation bombardment, the sound of artillery temporarily thinned out, but this was not because it had stopped. They were reloading ammunition. Within the smoke, dust, and rain curtain, smoke rose from many places on the mountain shaking now's body. Now, Du Junwei seized the timing. Talisman squad, move out. Attack the wounds at its leg joints. The elite personnel, who had long been standing by, leaped out from various hidden positions. In groups of 3, they moved as swift as the wind and rapidly closed in on the mountain shaking now. Golden Edge armor breaking by decree. Liwa burns evil go. Gung metal thunder fiend strike. These soldiers threw out the talismans they had prepared beforehand, aiming specifically at the wounds around its knees and ankles that had already been blasted open by artillery fire. Poochie. Poochie. For a time, blood splattered everywhere. Unlike exploding shells, these talisman attacks were much simpler, their destructive force concentrated at a single point. Suppressing mountain fall. Du Junwei seized the chance and sent out the suppressing mountain seal in his hand. The small seal flew out of his grasp, growing with the wind as it went, and smashed down toward the knee of the mountain shaking now's most heavily injured right leg. Bang! A muffled impact rang out. Crack! The crisp sound of bones splitting could be clearly heard. Oh whoa! The mountain shaking now let out a furious howl. It worked. Joy flashed through Du Junwei's eyes. The mountain shaking now was completely enraged. Its roar turned into visible sound waves and exploded outward. Boom! The air was compressed into a violent shock. Several talisman soldiers directly in front of it had no time to dodge. Struck by the sound wave, blood instantly poured from all 7 orifices, and they collapsed stiffly to the ground. Too fragile. Li Yujing secretly shook his head. These humans had mastered the power of talismans, but their bodies were still frail. Shan Jin now could withstand countless attacks. As long as it didn't T-die, it still had a chance. But humans were different. One mistake, one attack that wasn't T-blocked, was enough to be fatal. This was different from the Fengshe of ancient times in his memory. Those people were not only proficient in Dao arts and talisman spells, but had also tempered their bodies for years. Their fleshly bodies were extremely tough. But these talisman warriors relied on external objects and technique. They themselves were still mortal flesh. Meanwhile, halfway up the mountain, Tang Miaoyu knelt in the mud, as if deaf to the brutal slaughter. Her hands were pressed together, her lips moving soundlessly, rain mixing with tears as it slid down her face. Mountains, forgive us. Very soon, the battle fell into a stalemate. Relying on their agility, the talisman warriors kept adding new wounds to Shan Jinnao's body. Those wounds were like mosquito bites. But Li Yujing saw it very clearly. The human's tactic was correct. The power of a single talisman was like a fine needle against Shan Jinnao. But what about 100 needles? 1,000 needles? 10,000 needles? As long as there were enough of them, and the attacks continued long enough, they could always wear their prey to death bit by bit. The rain grew heavier and heavier, as if the sky itself had sprung a leak. It couldn't T-drag on any longer. Du Junwei's face was livid as he took out 8 palm-sized triangular flags from his robe. He bit the tip of his tongue, spraying essence blood onto the little flags. Du Junwei pointed forward, and the flags turned into 8 streaks of golden light, tearing through the curtain of rain and shooting toward the center of the valley, planting themselves in 8 directions around Shan Jinnao. 8 gates lock spirit, suppress. The 8 small flags burst with light. 8 golden beams shot into the sky from the flag surfaces, interweaving in midair and instantly turning into 8 chains that lashed toward Shan Jinnao's limbs. Caught off guard, Shan Jinnao's movement slowed. Good chance. The talisman warriors were invigorated and seized the opening, hurling talismans at Shan Jinnao. Shan Jinnao flew into a rage, its ferocity erupting. What a pity. If its body were just a little stronger. Li Yujing shook his head slightly. The battle remained deadlocked, and both sides suffered terribly. The human shells came wave after wave, constantly bombing Shan Jinnao's body. When the shelling paused, the talisman personnel took over again. Night fell, but the heavy rain still had not stopped. The battle had reached its end. Shan Jinnao's enormous body was covered everywhere in charred scars and split open wounds, blood dyeing the ground red. As for the human side, their losses were even more tragic. Of the more than 100 talisman warriors, fewer than 30 remained now, and every one of them was wounded. Du Junwei was half kneeling on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Just a little more. He could feel that Shan Jin now was already at the end of its strength. As long as there was one more wave of attacks with sufficient power, it might be enough to crush it completely. Unfortunately, it was too late. Shan Jin now raised its head and let out a roar. A fan-shaped shockwave sweeping toward where Du Junwei and the others were. Young master, be careful. Two personal guards threw themselves forward at the cost of their lives, knocking Du Junwei away. He avoided it, but the two guards were struck by the shockwave and were shaken to death on the spot. Du Junwei spat out another mouthful of blood, his aura weakening. Retreat. His gaze was icy. If they didn't retreat now, everyone would die here. The group withdrew at once. Du Junwei turned back at the very end and looked once at that enormous shadow in the rainy night. His eyes, so sinister they seemed ready to drip water. It was over. He was finished. 60 to 70 elite talisman warriors. This was the painstaking effort the Du family had cultivated over many years. Once the news returned to the family, it would inevitably cause a huge uproar. His position as heir was completely hopeless now. Under the night sky, rain poured down in torrents. At some unknown point, the fog had grown even denser, spreading through the entire valley. Tang Miaoyu walked through the mud, dazed and listless. The rain had soaked her long hair and white dress, making them cling tightly to her body. She had failed. The wrath of the mountains would soon descend upon this land. Where was she supposed to go? What could she do? She didn't know. Suddenly, her steps halted. A cold aura was coming from deep within the dense fog. That was the aura of another mythical creature. How was this possible? On the same territory, two mythical creatures had appeared at the same time, an extremely rare occurrence. Tang Miaoyu looked toward the thickest part of the fog. That was exactly where Shan Jin now had fallen. At the center of the valley, the ground had collapsed downward by dozens of meters. Shan Jin now lay at the bottom of the pit, its chest rising and falling faintly, blood slowly seeping from countless wounds into the muddy water. It was very weak, but still alive. Sure enough, tenacious. As expected of an existence like me. Even this couldn't kill you. The dense fog silently parted as Li Yujing slowly revealed himself, breaking through the mist. Li Yujing fixed his cold vertical pupils on Shan Jin now. It looked weak, but the injuries were not truly fatal. Given just a few months, Shan Jin now would definitely recover. This was the vitality of a titan creature from the mythological age. No matter how severe the injuries, as long as it had not died, one day it would recover. But it had no chance anymore. Shan Jin now seemed to sense the threat. It twisted its massive head and let out a threatening roar. You have no chance anymore. Li Yujing no longer hesitated. His 1,000-ton body moved, and in an instant it coiled upward, locking tightly around Shan Jin now as torso. Crack! The sound of bones shattering rang out. Li Yujing's body suddenly tightened, unleashing a terrifying constricting force. Roar! Shan Jin now let out a pained howl and struggled madly. But its injuries were too severe, and with both arms tightly bound as well, its struggle was futile and weak. Li Yujing raised his head, opened his blood-filled maw, and bit down viciously at Shan Jinnao's neck. His spear-sharp fangs pierced easily into flesh and blood. As intense pain struck, Shan Jinnao instinctively twisted its head and bit at the black serpent body coiled around itself. Clang! Clang! The sound of metal scraping rang out. Its sharp teeth bit into Li Yujing's jet-black scales and could only throw off a spray of sparks. He remained unmoved and tightened his constriction once more. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones breaking followed. Shan Jinnao's struggle grew weaker and weaker, and even its roars gradually sank lower. Boom! In the end, the enormous body crashed to the ground, all life gone. At the same time, a strange fluctuation swept across the valley, like the will of the mountains. The mountains were witnessing the rise of a new king. Li Yujing released his coils. Shan Jinnao's corpse lay limp in the muddy water like a collapsed hill. Its body was enormous, too large to swallow whole. But Li Yujing had long been prepared. He lowered his head, and his fangs easily tore through Shan Jinnao's flesh, ripping it off by force. Then he tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. Then came the head, the heart. Li Yujing was like a dismantling machine, using the most primitive method to devour Shan Jinnao's corpse piece by piece. 2 hours later, nothing remained around him but bloodstains. Li Yujing's body had grown nearly 1/3 thicker than before. His belly was swollen high, and even his movements had become somewhat sluggish. He did not stay any longer. Twisting his heavy body, he swam into the depths of the dense fog and vanished. I need a good sleep. Once I digest this, evolving into a flood dragon will be a done deal, Li Yujing murmured. Although the opportunity had not yet arrived, this flesh and blood was enough for him to evolve. After an unknown amount of time, the heavy rain finally stopped. On the muddy road, a slender, staggering figure slowly walked into this field of slaughter. Tang Miaoyu stood in the valley, her expression absent and dazed. So there really is a second one. Is it that one? That black dragon, she muttered under her breath. Her gaze complicated and unreadable. At the same time, a tiger's roar rang out. At the edge of the valley, a massive, ferocious tiger appeared, greedily sniffing the thick scent of blood in the air. It approached cautiously. Not far away, a small piece of shredded flesh remained. The ferocious tiger stuck out its tongue and swept the piece of meat into its mouth. Boom! It was as if thunder had exploded inside its body. The tiger's fur stood on end all over its body, and the red light in its eyes flared brightly as vague bloodline information surfaced. Devour. Grow. Save 100 years of time. Roar. It suddenly lifted its head and let out a roar, declaring its ownership over this place. That roar alarmed even more restless figures. Wild boars, mountain wolves, even black bears. All kinds of animals drawn by the blood peeked around at the edges. But under the ferocious tiger's threatening roar, none of them dared step forward. They could only remain to the side, sucking at the soil. More accurately, the blood within the soil. As time passed, aside from the occasional agent-like people going up the mountain range returned to peace. At the foot of the mountain, Shijia village. As for the disturbance in the mountains a month earlier, the official explanation was that a local collapse had been caused by geological surveying. The villagers talked about it for a few days, then gradually forgot about it. Only Lao-san would occasionally stand by the courtyard with his cane, gazing at the deep mountains forever shrouded in mist, silent for a long time. He asked nothing and kept all his thoughts buried in his heart. Grandpa, I'm all packed up. Ching came out of the house with a bulging backpack on her back. Looking toward the mountain, she felt a little troubled. If the mountain hadn't been sealed off, she really would have wanted to go up and take another look. Once school started, this would be perfect conversation material. Of course, she definitely wouldn't tell the truth, but she would still add some embellishment and brag about it. Go on. Lao-san waved his hand, a smile appearing on his face. Your last year now. Study hard, get into college, and go out to see the world. I'm leaving. Ching hopped onto the rural bus headed for the county town and waved hard through the window. The bus kicked up dust as it went farther and farther away. Lao-san watched it disappear at the end of the road, let out a sigh, then slowly turned and went back inside. Deep within Wushan, underground, Kar's cave. The mist here was denser than anywhere else, almost solid. In the deepest part of the cave, a terrifying giant thing was coiled there. Li Yujing spent most of his time asleep, but every now and then he would have brief moments of wakefulness, enough to clearly sense the condition of his body. His body was changing, turning heaven and earth upside down. His weight was increasing. Half asleep and half awake, Li Yujing realized it. This wasn't simple weight gain. Its density and volume were both increasing at the same time. Every inch of flesh, every piece of bone, was greedily absorbing the vast essence brought by Shan's Heno's flesh and blood. His Zhulong bloodline was being pushed toward a certain critical point. The changes first showed on the surface of his body. The color of his scales shifted from dark cyan black to ink black. Their edges became sharper, layered over one another like the finest metal scale armor. Then came the bones, like bamboo, shooting upward section by section. His spine slowly lengthened. His muscle fibers kept tearing apart, then reforming. Power accumulated deep within his flesh like a reservoir constantly storing water. His head changed too. Li Yujing let out a murmur, like sleep-talking. More keratin grew from his skull. From the slightly flattened shape of a snake, it evolved toward something more majestic, something closer to a dragon. On both sides of his brow bone, a constant swelling pain spread. Beneath the flesh, dragon horns were continuously pushing against their restraints, ready to grow out at any moment. But this was only the beginning. Transforming from a snake into a flood dragon was a long process. Time had no meaning in the mountains. The mist rolled, wind and rain shifted. Most of the time, Li Yujing remained asleep. But even so, he could still sense the outside world. The mist seemed to have become an extension of his senses, a part of his body. The mist spread in all directions, blanketing the mountain forests. Through this omnipresent mist, he saw places far away. Li Yujing saw that ferocious tiger hunting in the forest. It had grown even bigger, its shoulder height exceeding 2 meters, its body comparable to an Asian elephant, and the savage gleam in its eyes even stronger. After devouring fragments of Shan's Heno's flesh and blood, this ferocious tiger had skipped at least 100 years of accumulation. It had already become the top predator in this region aside from himself. Besides the ferocious tiger, quite a few other animals had also drunk Shan's Heno's blood and were gradually awakening Titan bloodlines. The mountains calmed down again, just like usual, until this day. A figure that should not have appeared pierced through layer after layer of dense mist and entered the cave in the cliff face. Half asleep and half awake. Li Yujing was surprised. This dense mist was under his control. It would mislead people, make intruders walk in circles where they stood, and eventually leave in exhaustion. But around this woman lingered a strange aura. This aura, it faintly resonated with the mountain range stretching beneath her feet, carrying a contradictory feeling of being painfully accepted by the mountains while also being faintly rejected. Roar. The ferocious tiger guarding the cave let out a warning roar. Its huge body blocked the way as it stared fixedly at the uninvited guest. But the newcomer did not seem afraid. Or rather, something seemed off about her state. Tang Miaoyu's eyes were vacant and her steps unsteady. She did not look like a conscious explorer at all, but more like a sleepwalker. Ever since that brutal battle, she had remained in a dazed state. She could clearly feel that the earth beneath her feet and the mountains above her were radiating a cold loathing toward her. That feeling of rejection seemed to tear at her mind, leaving her muddle-headed and dazed. The mist surged, and Li Yujing seemed to understand. There were several talismans on the woman's body, giving off fluctuations of mountain and river spiritual charm. Because of the effect of those talismans, combined with her own physique that was faintly connected to the earth veins, she was able to pass through the obstruction of the mist. Li Yujing could not be bothered to care and continued sleeping. She was very fragile, her aura chaotic. She was only an ordinary person and posed no threat whatsoever. And at this moment, his evolution had reached a critical stage. Li Yujing did not have much attention to spare on this. His consciousness sank and quickly blurred. Tang Miaoyu paid no heed to the ferocious tiger's warning. She walked around that huge, beastly shadow and moved deeper into the cave like a sleepwalker. The deeper she went, the thicker the mist became. It was almost impossible to see a hand in front of her face. But that faint earth vein aura on her body was like a dying lamp in the wind, guiding her staggering steps forward. At last, she passed through the barrier of mist and saw the enormous shadow coiled in the depths of the cave, even larger than she had imagined. Ink-black scales covered its whole body, gleaming with a metallic luster. Its massive body rose and fell slightly with its breathing. Invisible pressure filled the air, so heavy that she could barely breathe. I won't tell anyone. Tang Miaoyu's knees gave way, and she dropped to the damp ground. Her voice carried a sob, more like a dream murmur. O King of the Mountains, I know that before this we caused harm to the mountains, and to you. Now, I'll come to atone. She raised her head, tears sliding down her pale cheeks, her hollow eyes looking at the giant shadow in the darkness. If anger must fall, then let it fall on me alone. The people at the foot of the mountain are innocent. I have come to atone. In the dark cave, there was only her own echo. Mist drifted soundlessly. O sovereign of the mountains, are you unwilling to forgive me? She crawled forward on her knees for 2 steps. The mist grew thicker, and her vision became blurry. Between sleep and wakefulness, Li Yujing's consciousness was hazy, but he still caught these fragments of information. What is this woman doing? Did she really take him for some ferocious beast that devoured people at will? Or had she fallen into some kind of self-pitying, saintly role herself? He would never slaughter the people at the foot of the mountain. Long ago, he had even saved those villagers. But that had been his own will, his own choice, not something he should do only after being told by someone else. At the same time, Tang Miaoyu crawled closer. Trembling, she reached out and lightly touched the hard, ink-black scales. Buzz. At that moment, inside Li Yujing's body, something buried deep within his bloodline was being magnified without limit. That was the primal instinct belonging to a dragon. Like a sleeping volcano, suddenly one corner of it awakened. Tang Miaoyu jerked her hand back, as if she had been burned. No, not as if. A scorching heat really had come from the scales. That heat was like a living thing. It followed her fingertips, burrowed through her skin, seeped in her blood vessels, and flowed with her blood to every part of her body. Her entire body turned burning hot in an instant, as if she were about to catch fire. No, that is not right. She suddenly realized something. A record from ancient texts flashed through her mind. The nature of dragons is lustful. As the thought flashed through her mind, the silent, massive black shadow moved. Its savage head slowly turned toward her. Within those molten gold vertical pupils surged a desire she could not understand. Don't come over. Tang Miaoyu was terrified beyond measure as she staggered backward. She wanted to flee the cave, but when she turned around, she found that the path she had come from had vanished. In every direction, there was only endless dense, white mist. She ran desperately, but it felt like she was running in place. No matter what, she could not break out of this prison of mist. The next second, the thick fog was violently torn apart. That savage head burst through the mist and closed in before her eyes. Those molten gold vertical pupils filled her entire vision. No! Her scream echoed through the cave. Tang Miaoyu's consciousness began to drift away. Her body seemed to lose all weight, like a withered leaf in a gale, seized by some invisible force. Thrown up, spun around, dropped, then thrown up again. Let me go! She struggled and kicked, but it had no effect at all. Her world was compressed until only this enormous black, giant serpent remained, immense and oppressive. At times it was on the left, at times on the right, at times above, and at times it burst out from the mist at her feet. It was everywhere. She could not escape it. Time lost all meaning. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Her struggles went from fierce to weak and finally stopped. Tang Miaoyu curled up on the icy ground, her eyes tightly shut, her face pale as paper. Her vitality was rapidly fading. Most of the time, Li Yujing remained in deep sleep. His consciousness was sometimes dim and sometimes focused, and he could roughly sense what was happening outside. As for that woman, maybe it counted as some kind of karmic retribution? Li Yujing was not too sure. He could not determine whether that woman truly existed. At this moment, his thoughts were suppressed to the lowest point. Most of his actions were driven by the primal instinct awakened by his evolved bloodline. That woman might be fake. A fantasy created by the immense primal urges born when he possessed a dragon's instincts. No matter what, it no longer mattered, because that woman was about to die. His consciousness slowly surfaced, and the darkness gradually receded. It felt as if he had slept for an entire epoch, yet also as if he had merely closed his eyes for a brief moment. At last, Li Yujing opened his eyes. Molten gold, vertical pupils lit up in the mist. Deeper than before. This is... Li Yujing looked at himself, and the first thing he felt was his length. The body that had once lain coiled was now stretched out, and it actually made the huge limestone cave feel cramped. His thoughts swept over himself, and information surfaced. His body length had nearly tripled, reaching around 250 meters. Dragon horns. Li Yujing's gaze fell on his head. It was a strange angle, but he really could see them. They were two curved, thick black sharp horns, covered in spiral patterns. They had grown out from the top of his forehead and gleamed with a cold, dark light. With a slight movement of his head, it felt as though he split through the resistance of the air. Long whiskers hung from his snout, moving on their own without wind. These should be dragon whiskers? Claws. He shifted his gaze to his smooth abdomen. Black claws had already grown out, each one even larger than a human. But there was only one pair. That's right. His lower body had no claws. A sudden understanding rose in his heart. Half Jiao. Li Yujing understood. He was no longer a snake, but he had not yet become a complete flood dragon either. Because he had not gone through the step of walking the Jiao, his evolution had stalled halfway. But there was no doubt that his life level had already undergone a qualitative leap. The majestic origin essence of Shan's Hino had pushed him a great step forward. He tried moving his body. Rumble. With only the slightest stretch, his enormous body brushed against the cave wall beside him. He had not used any force. Just from weight and friction alone, large chunks of rock shattered and collapsed in a crashing heap. Mist. Li Yujing let out a breath through his nostrils, and mist naturally spread out, filling the entire limestone cave before surging toward the mountain forest outside. 10 li, Tivantidi. After 50 li, it easily reached 100 li. With the limestone cave where he was, as the center, everything within a radius of 100 li was drawn into the range of his misperception. This was not vision, but all-directional perception. In other words, Wushan had become his territory. He could see a wild boar rooting at tree roots in the forest 100 li away, and hear the flowing murmur of water from dozens of li away. Where the mist reached, that was his domain. Swimming through the air. As if sensing something, Li Yujing moved, and his gigantic body, nearly 300 meters long, directly rose into the air. Supported by the mist, he floated and wound forward in the sky with a lightness that defied common sense. That had only been a theory before. Now it had succeeded. Within this mist, he was like a fish in the sea. Interesting. Li Yujing stretched a claw forward, and his speed abruptly surged as he swam through this stretch of heaven and earth, but only within the range of the mist. After all, he still lacked the crucial evolutionary process of walking the Jiao. Still, it did not matter much. As long as he wished. This mist could rise at least several hundred meters into the sky. It was practically no different from flying, summoning wind and rain. With a thought from Li Yujing, the mist that had been drifting calmly suddenly accelerated. The humidity sharply increased, and the temperature shifted subtly. Crash! A rapid rain began to fall within the mist. While outside the area covered by the mist, the sun still shone brightly. Localized rainfall. Li Yujing savored this feeling of controlling the weather. Within the entire range of the mist, throughout all of Wushan, if he wished it, he could gather clouds and bring rain. Once he successfully walked the Jiao, he would be able to directly influence heaven and earth. Lightning. Li Yujing opened his blood-filled maw, and the dorsal fin on his back suddenly lit up. Boom! Along with a thunderous roar, lightning shot out from his mouth, rapidly branching in midair as it struck toward the distant forest. With a crackling series of pops, the trees exploded one after another, and that entire area was instantly leveled. Not bad. Li Yujing withdrew most of his consciousness and focused his perception on the nearby mountain forest. He saw the fierce tiger. That bastard had grown even bigger. Several kilometers away, monkeys were leaping through the woods. Their bodies were a full size larger than ordinary monkeys, their muscles bulging, their movements extremely savage. The old monkey leading them already had fangs jutting past its lips. Farther away, there was a lone old wolf. Its shoulder height was astonishing as it lurked in the bushes, staring at the deer herd not far away. In the stream, a black fish had grown to nearly 2 meters long. Even some insects had developed harder shells and sharper mouthparts. The blood of the mountain shaking AO, along with the scraps of flesh scattered when I ate, are unbelievable supplements to them. Li Yujing immediately understood the reason. The flesh and blood of a titan behemoth. Even just a drop of blood, a tiny scrap of residue, could trigger drastic mutations in ordinary creatures. With a thought from him, the fog surged. Not long after, the fierce tiger appeared in the mountain forest. This guy was already as large as an elephant. But in front of Li Yujing, it was still like a little kitten. When it saw Li Yujing, it slowly lay down. Li Yujing stirred his consciousness slightly and sent the message over. Manage these titan bloodlines well. Don't let them leave the territory. The fierce tiger nodded its head and turned to leave. Li Yujing slowly drifted down, his enormous body winding through the mountain forest. Now he no longer needed to hide. The fog already possessed a certain mysterious effect. Whether satellites or radar, they could barely detect him anymore, unless someone came close in person. But if it didn't want it, no one could get close. The fog could guide and perceive as well. Within the range of his territory, nothing could escape his notice. At the same time, in Daqing City, in the city center stood a towering building that rose into the clouds. At the very top was a plaque. Its name was Du Group. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Du Junwei stood in front of screen, his face pale, a trace of unease flashing through his eyes. Seated at the main seat at the head of the table was the current head of the Du family. Du Junwei is Fater du Wushan. His eyelids drooped as he did not look at his son. In the first seat on the left sat a fair-faced man wearing sunglasses. He was Du Junwei's third uncle. The man in sunglasses took a sip of tea and spoke first. Junwei, it's already been 2 months since what happened at Wushan. The cleanup, the compensation, smoothing things over with all sides. The family has spent no small amount of money and no small amount of effort. His voice was gentle, but his tone was exceptionally sharp. But we still haven't even found a trace of that black dragon. You took more than 100 of the family's elites with you, and 63 were lost. Just hearing about that loss is enough to give anyone a headache. Du Junwei opened his mouth, wanting to explain something, but in the end he remained silent. When you lost the battle, anything you said would only sound like an excuse. The white-haired elder on the right let out a cold snort. How's it just a loss? Out of 100,000 infants, our Du family only managed to screen out a little over 100 people with talisman affinity. We carefully nurtured them for 20 years. And now, all of them have been buried there. In other words, Junwei, you cost our Du family 20 years. How exactly are you acting as the heir? 7th great-uncle, Du Junwei finally spoke. What happened at Wushan was because a second titan emerged underground, and its strength far exceeded our estimates. Junwei, enough. The silent Du Russian finally spoke. The conference room instantly fell quiet. Everyone turned to look, wanting to see how the man holding the family in his palm would deal with his own son. Du Russian lifted his eyes. In them was disappointment, so deep it seemed bottomless. The mission failed. Troops were lost. What else do you have to say? Junwei, do you know your fault? Du Junwei's body swayed slightly, and he closed his eyes helplessly. When a mission failed, someone always had to bear the responsibility. This son knows his fault. Du Junwei lowered his head helplessly. Du Russian said coldly, inside the conference room, there is no father and son. There is only the patriarch and a clansman. Yes, patriarch. Since you know your fault, then you should be punished. Du Russian stopped looking at him, and instead faced the seated family elders. From this day forward, Du Junwei is stripped of his status as the family's first-in-line heir. All affairs in Daqing City will be temporarily handed over to Du Lingxian. What? Du Junwei looked up, all color gone from his face. Losing his place as heir was one thing, but if he also lost his position as the person in charge of Daqing City, then he really would have nothing left. Du Russian's expression did not change. You'll go to the Ancestral Hall and continue training talisman warriors. When you have achieved results, we will discuss this again. Yes. Du Junwei clenched his teeth. Du Russian's gaze slowly swept over everyone present before finally landing on the white-haired elder to his right. Is everyone satisfied with his handling? 7th great-uncle stroked his beard, admiration appearing on his face. The patriarch is impartial and ruthless, placing righteousness above family ties. This old man and the others are completely convinced and have no objections. Good. Meeting adjourned. One by one, everyone left the conference room. Du Junwei was the last to leave. The breath that had been stuck in his chest finally let out, and his shoulders slumped. As he looked at the setting sun, unwillingness showed on his face. What, you feel wronged? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Du Junwei turned to look and saw his father standing with his hands behind his back in the shadow of a corridor pillar. Who knew how long he had been watching him? How wouldn't he dare? Du Junwei turned his face away. Du Wushan stepped closer. Wouldn't he dare? Really? For 20 years. You've worked diligently and cautiously, as if walking on thin ice, without a single mistake, right? Right? Du Junwei clenched his fists. You must think that one wrong step shouldn't condemn you beyond redemption, right? Yes, Du Junwei said. Foolish. Du Russian rebuked him in a low voice. You think this was merely one mistake? Under the Titan Defense Bureau, the 10 great families and countless eyes are all watching Daqing. 5 years ago, when we took this place, how many people lost sleep over it? Now that you've handed them leverage, do you think they would let this go? Seeing the dark look on his son's face, he sighed. There are some things I shouldn't need to spell out. That branch of your seventh great-uncle S line lost the struggle for the patriarch S seat back then. How could they ever truly be convinced? Now that you've made a mistake, how could they possibly let you off? I transferred you out of Daqing. On the surface, it looks like I stripped your power. In truth, I dragged you out from the center of the whirlpool. Hearing this, Duke Junwei froze. The ancestral hall was far from the struggles of power. Yet it was the foundation of the family's military strength. There, several hundred people with talisman affinity were training. Sending you there is punishment, but it is also a way to avoid disaster, and even more, a way for you to seize real power. Patting his son on the shoulder, Du Rushan continued. With power in your hands, if you lie low for 20 years, then no matter how the situation changes, who could truly do anything to you? Du Junwei looked at his father, as if understanding something. The underlying color of power was force. He had understood that principle since childhood. But the farthest distance in this world was between knowing and doing. If you didn't experience it personally, many things remained only things you knew. Take care of yourself. Du Rushan said no more. He turned and left, his figure blending into the deepening dusk. Wushan and Daba Mountain were vast and winding. On the map, they had always been part of one continuous mountain system. Now, between the two mountain ranges, the fog had grown even denser, stretching across the green mountains and lush valleys. This fog is really thick. Near the foot of the mountain, several tourists looked at the dense white fog that had nearly swallowed half the mountain and spoke in low voices. You think inside these mountains? The young man beside them lowered his voice. He did not finish the sentence, but they all understood what he meant. 2 months ago, Wushan had a huge disturbance. Even from far away, the terrifying tremors and the red glow on the horizon had already been recorded by countless people. Stop talking nonsense. Didn't the higher-ups already say it was geological activity? Suddenly, his voice cut off. Several people stood there with their mouths wide open, staring blankly toward the mountainside. In the dense fog, thick enough to seem almost solid, a huge winding black shadow slowly passed through. It only appeared for an instant, vague and unclear in the mist. But that massive, suffocatingly huge body was enough to shock anyone who saw it. Could it be a dragon? The young man's hand trembled, and his cigarette dropped into the mud. Get your phone, quick. His companion finally snapped back to his senses and frantically fumbled in his pocket. But in that blink of an eye, the black shadow had already melted into the sea of fog, vanishing without a trace. Did you see it clearly? It had to be at least 100 meters long, right? And that tail, holy crap, someone said, his voice shaking. Did anyone get it? Who got it? No time. The few of them looked at each other, all seeing shock in one another's eyes, along with a hint of indescribable excitement. If they had managed to capture that thing, it would definitely have shaken the entire internet. Deep in the thick fog, in the heart of the Daba Mountains, Li Yujing was gliding through the mist, a divine dragon whose head could be seen, but not its tail. The time was almost here. His molten gold vertical pupils looked toward the deeper reaches of the Daba Mountains. Zhoujiao. This was information carved into the evolution of his bloodline. A step that had to be completed. He had lain dormant for several hundred years for the sake of Zhoujiao. Devouring the flesh and blood of the Shan Jinnao had allowed him to evolve, but it was still incomplete. He still needed to finish the final step. As for why he had to undergo Zhoujiao, he didn't know. He just had to. This was the key to transforming into a flood dragon, and also the final ritual of metamorphosis. Normally, with standard accumulation, Zhoujiao meant 9 chances of death for 1 chance of survival. But now his strength had surged tremendously, and the danger level of Zhoujiao had been greatly reduced. Li Yujing had come to the Daba Mountains precisely to search for the mountain sure and complete his Zhoujiao. What was mountain sure? He didn't know exactly. It was a kind of instinctive sense. A certain momentum manifested by the mountains and earth veins at a specific time and in a specific place. Only by finding it and following it could he avoid dead ground and borrow its force to move forward. The day was getting closer and closer. Li Yujing could feel that throb deep within his bloodline, like a bowstring gradually being drawn taut. Within these next few months, Zhoujiao would inevitably arrive. He had to move fast. Li Yujing sped up. Last time, while evolving in the cave, he had a dream about a woman. It was a very primal impulse. After waking from that dream, he obtained a wisp of the spirit of nature. It contained 2 pieces of information. First, with that trace of the spirit of nature, his speed in digesting the Shan Jinnao increased. Second, he had gained certain information. The mountains were reviving, and the earth was awakening. The age of Titan beasts was about to descend. In the new age, the old order would inevitably be shattered. Only greater power could dominate the future. The Daba Mountains were locked in mist over layer upon layer of peaks. White vapor flowed along the mountainsides, swallowing the forests and ravines. Visibility was no more than a dozen meters. The mountain path twisted and turned, appearing and disappearing in the fog. What kind of crap weather is this? A complaining voice sounded from within the mist. The forecast clearly said it would be sunny today. On the mountain road, a group of boys and girls who looked like students appeared, struggling as they climbed upward. Well, it's mountain climbing. Some difficulty is normal. Sure, Ching Ching followed behind them. And what I say, little fog? In her heart, she silently added, the fog made by the Dragon King. Now that was something fierce. It could gather and disperse, and even guide the way. Thinking of that, she suddenly found herself missing the one in the mountains a little. Senior year was tight on time, and even the weekends were packed with extra classes. She had finally gotten a day off. She originally wanted to go back to the village and take a look, but these classmates had dragged her here to explore the Daba Mountains. At almost the exact same moment, above the thick fog within the sea of clouds, Li Yujing's winding pitch-black body suddenly paused. Ahead, in the depths of the mist, a clear fluctuation pierced through the vapor and surged into his perception. It was a Titan bloodline, and its aura was extremely powerful. The key was that this fluctuation felt very familiar, yet also very distant, very vague, at least from 500 years ago. No, perhaps it was an imprint left from even longer ago. The other party had clearly noticed him as well. Almost the instant after Li Yujing sensed the other side, an obscure will mixed with anger and warning had already surged into his consciousness. I am the Lord of the Mountains. What are you, to dare trespass into my territory? Retreat at once, and I will spare your life. Lord of the Mountains? Li Yujing froze for a moment. As that will gradually became clearer, he also roughly understood. Ancient information churned up from the depths of his memory. Zhou Chu, styled Zine, was from Yangxian of Yixing. His father was Feng, the governor of Poyang of Wu. Chu lost his father young. Before even reaching adulthood, his physical strength far surpassed ordinary men. He loved racing across the fields and hunting, paid no attention to minor conduct, and indulged himself without restraint. The people of the region all suffered because of him. Chu knew that others hated him, so he was suddenly filled with the will to change and improve himself. He said to the village elders, the times are peaceful and the harvests are rich. Why should no one be happy? The elders sighed and said, with the 3 scourges not yet removed, what happiness can there be? Chu said, what do you mean? They answered, the white-browed beast of South Mountain, the Jiao beneath Long Bridge, and you. Those are the 3. Chu said, if they are such a menace, I can remove them. The elders said, if you remove them, it will be a great celebration for the whole commandery, not merely the removal of a disaster. So Chu entered the mountain and shot the fierce beast dead, then plunged into the water to wrestle the Jiao. The Jiao sank and surfaced, traveling dozens of li, while Chu stayed with it. After 3 days and 3 nights, people thought he had died, and all celebrated. In the end, Chu truly killed the Jiao and returned, only to hear the whole village rejoicing. Zhou Chu eliminates the 3 scourges. That was a story from 1,000 years ago. At the time, Li Yujing had been cultivating in the Great Marsh for 5 or 600 years. By chance, he sensed that water snake that had just awakened its Titan bloodline and was stirring up wind and waves. Then, that water snake was chased for dozens of li by a mortal named Zhou Chu. For 3 days and 3 nights, it struggled, sinking and surfacing, barely escaping death. In the end, it was lucky enough to survive and flee into the depths of the Great River. So it was you. Li Yujing couldn't help laughing. Beaten by a mortal until it fled in utter panic. Nearly beaten to death alive. And who would have thought it had hidden itself deep in these great mountains and crowned itself Lord of the Mountains? A sense of absurdity rose in his heart, then turned into mockery. Li Yujing couldn't even be bothered to reveal himself. He simply sent back a will full of contempt along the direction for which the other side-ass will had come. You were beaten by a mortal until you ran like a rat with its head in its hands, then hid for over 1,000 years without daring to show your face, and you still have the nerve to call yourself the Lord of the Mountains? Scram! At the foot of the mountain, the river roared on. Splash! All of a sudden, the water exploded upward. The river seemed to boil as a vicious head covered in green scales burst from the surface, its bowl-sized vertical pupils sweeping over the surroundings. Droplets slid down the grooves between its scales. It only heard that will full of ridicule. It could not sense the other party's exact location at all. There was nothing in the direction from which that will had come. It turned its head again and still saw nothing but fog. Strange. Suspicion rose in the water Jiao's heart. The other side's aura clearly existed, so why couldn't it be pinpointed? Could it be that after learning I am the Lord of the Mountains, famous and mighty, it hid itself and fled? At least you know what's good for you. It raised its head, a low hiss rumbling from its throat, carrying a hint of smugness. Still, for the other side to know how to conceal itself. It wasn't simple either. The vague knowledge inherited through its bloodline told it that most Titan creatures actually had no intelligence at all. Titans possessed overwhelming power. They had no need for intelligence. Only it, the Ajiang demon flood dragon, had intelligence. Because in its early years, it had devoured many mortals and absorbed their stray thoughts. It found intelligence quite useful, so it kept it as a handy weapon. That existence, just now, was its kind, and it knew how to hide itself, even mocking it out loud. Clearly, it had intelligence. This fellow could be counted as a clever Titan. Fine, I'll spare your life. Feeling that it had already displayed enough authority, the water flood dragon prepared to sink back into the river. But right then, a sudden change occurred. From the clouds, overhead, a vast and terrifying pressure came crashing down directly. That pressure was so powerful, it felt as if it could collapse the sky itself. Seeking death, hiss. The water flood dragon instantly exploded in emotion. Its sense of danger stabbed into its head like fine needles, forcing out a sharp hiss. That hiss was both a threat and an instinctive cry of fear. Other than 1,000 years ago, when that mortal called Zhou Chu had hunted it to the brink of death, it had not felt such a clear sense of death in far too long. Crash, crash, crash. The river churned wildly. The water flood dragon's upper body, nearly 10 meters long, rose out of the water. Its torso, as thick as a water vat, coiled up as its vertical pupils locked onto the roiling sea of clouds. Yet all it could see was flowing mist, hiding your head and showing your tail. Come out before me. It let out a sharp hiss, stirring the river and raising waves several meters high, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Gone? The water flood dragon grew puzzled again. If the other side did not dare show itself, then it must fear it. The earlier mockery had merely been bluffing. Above the thick mist within the sea of clouds, his molten gold vertical pupil shifted. Li Yujing had already seen clearly the terrified and restless lord of the mountains below, and only felt a wave of boredom. More than 30 meters long, with rough scales. It was obviously only relying on the accumulation of long years to barely stack itself up to the level of a half-flood dragon. Its strength was only average. Compared to his own half-evolved flood dragon form, it looked downright shabby. Even if he had not devoured the mountain shaking now and had not evolved, this water flood dragon still would not have been his match. Forget it. In this early, I still need to find the mountain terrain. No point wasting time. With a slight thought, he stopped hiding himself. Boom! A huge hole suddenly exploded open in the sea of clouds. His enormous body, nearly 300 meters long, broke through the mist barrier like a falling meteor from the heavens, crashing down toward that green figure on the river below. His dragon horns were sharp, splitting the air apart. That only made him even faster. His claws stepped on the mist, turning it into propulsive force as he shot downward like wind and lightning. The water flood dragon below was still raising its head and hissing at the empty sea of clouds when it suddenly felt the sky darken. In an instant, its vertical pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. What was that? Deer dragon horns? Those curved horns, what else could they be if not dragon horns? The mist churned, and that winding, terrifying black shadow had already filled its entire field of vision. Those scales packed tight like armor, those savage forked black horns, those drifting long whiskers, those claws extending from its belly, dragon. Flood dragon. The water flood dragon's body trembled. The gap in life level made it instinctively terrified, to the point it almost wanted to submit on the spot. It was no match. It was absolutely no match for this flood dragon. It had to flee immediately. Otherwise, it would be killed. But the moment that thought arose, that shadow blotting out the sky was already above its head. Can't back down. Can't back down. Looking at that winding body far larger than its own, and that terrifying life level, the water flood dragon finally realized it had kicked an iron plate. But shrinking back now was already too late. The other side clearly had no intention of letting this go, so it couldn't back down. The other side had not dared show itself earlier, which meant it must have feared it, or not known how formidable it was. Hiss! The water flood dragon opened its bloody maw and let out a sharp hiss. A special sound wave spread in all directions. At the same time, its huge body churned, making the river surge and adding even more force to its presence. Roar! Li Yujing opened his mouth, and the dragon's roar was deafening. It was also a special sound wave, but the dragon's roar easily suppressed the water flood dragon's hiss and slammed hard into its consciousness. Buzz! The water flood dragon instantly grew dizzy and disoriented, its body stiffening on the spot. And in that instant of rigidity, the colossal creature from the Sea of Mist was already close, like Mount Tai crushing down. Li Yujing raised his enormous foreclaw and smashed it down hard at the water flood dragon's head. Bang! The sound of impact rang out, as if mountains were colliding. The water flood dragon only felt a tremendous force descend from above its head. Its vision suddenly went black, and its ears were filled with buzzing. The hard scales it had always been so proud of, in front of that dragon claw, they were as brittle as an eggshell. In an instant, scales burst away, and the water flood dragon was violently smashed into the river by that huge force. Boom! A massive spray exploded from the river's surface, and towering waves surged upward to more than 10 meters high. In the river, the water flood dragon's consciousness was in chaos. Who am I? Where am I? What just happened? Its head hurt so much it felt like it was about to split open. It barely managed to shake its head, but the world before its eyes was blurry and full of double images. That single claw strike had not only shattered its scales, it seemed to have temporarily slapped away even its ability to think. Just then, the light above dimmed once more. The water flood dragon instantly jolted awake. Looking up, it discovered that the colossal creature was bearing down on it again. Hiss! Ignoring the agonizing pain in its head. It opened its bloody maw and spat upward at that terrifying black shadow with all its strength. A stream of water shot upward like a high-pressure water cannon. But that's all you can do. Faced with a water cannon powerful enough to pierce steel, Li Yujing neither dodged nor avoided it. In the next instant, the water cannon struck. Li Yujing raised his majestic head. His long whiskers moved without wind, and deep in his throat, a muffled rumble of thunder began to roll. Boom! Crackle! Blinding lightning tore through the air like a winding thunder spear, meeting the soaring water cannon head-on. With a loud explosion, the water cannon was instantly vaporized. The remaining lightning lost none of its momentum. It pierced through the chaotic water flow and struck the water flood dragon hard. Crackle! Dazzling electric light exploded atop the water flood dragon's head. Scales flew apart, revealing charred and curled flesh beneath. The water flood dragon let out a shrill, miserable howl as its body slammed onto the water's surface, stirring up the mud and sand at the riverbed. The battle had begun quickly, and it ended with even less suspense. Calling it a battle was inaccurate. It was a complete crushing. The water flood dragon lay limp on the river's surface, its whole body numb. The wound on top of its head was blackened, and dark red blood kept seeping out. It's over. I, the Ajiang demon flood dragon, dominated rivers for 1,000 years. Never did I imagine I would die here today. It raised its head toward the sea of clouds and felt endless despair. That terrifying figure flickered in and out within the mist, and arcs of electricity seemed to flash over its sharp claws. Suddenly, the water flood dragon noticed that the terrifying flood dragon had withdrawn its claws. Its cold vertical pupils merely glanced at it once. Then its tail lightly swayed, and it actually ignored it, submerging once more into the thick mist and sea of clouds. It left? It just left like that? That terrifying existence had actually not killed it? The water flood dragon had no time to think too much, nor did it have the strength to think. Only one thought remained. Run, hurry and run, twisting its heavily injured body. It dived toward deeper waters of the river and vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. The river's surface gradually returned to calm. Only the scattered traces of blood drifting here and there silently told of the brief, yet terrifying clash that had just taken place. The dense fog still shrouded the vast mountain range. Only the massive black shadow gradually receded into the distance. At the same time, at the foot of the Daba Mountains, Daqing City, a skyscraper. On the helipad at the very top floor, Du Junwei, filled with unwillingness, cast one last look at the city he had managed for 5 years. One failure, and he had lost everything. All of this had been brought by that black dragon. Du Junwei clenched his fists and growled, "Black dragon, wait for me for 20 years. I'll come for you. Who are you people?" Suddenly, a bodyguard's voice rang out. Du Junwei turned his head and looked over. Among several bodyguards, 2 men in suits were looking at him. The man in the lead nodded in greeting and said with a smile, "Mr. Du, interested in having a talk with me? About that black dragon in Wushan." Du Junwei's pupil shrank. How did they know? This matter was a secret of the Du family. Other than people within the family, it had only been filed with the Titan Bureau. The suited man seemed to guess what he was thinking and took the initiative to explain, within the Titan Defense Bureau, there are always families that don't like yours. It's far too easy for them to get your information. You made it to the top floor without a sound. You're not simple either. Du Junwei res d'abord. Mr. Du, no need to be nervous. The suited man smiled faintly. My name is Kuei Qing. I'm from the Behemoth Hunting Club, and also the liaison representative for the Asia region. Behemoth? A flash of surprise passed through Du Junwei's eyes. Of course, he had heard of this international organization. It was said they possessed miraculous technology capable of harming titans, and in the last 20 years, they had risen to great prominence. They claimed they had never failed. They also had another name, Beast Hunters. Let them through. Yes. The bodyguards stepped aside. Kuei Qing walked closer to Du Junwei and pulled out a cigarette. Mr. Du, we're very interested in what you've recently gone through, as well as the goal you've failed to complete. So, Du Junwei stayed calm in the face of uncertainty. Cooperation. Cooperation? That's right. We help you regain control of the Du family and take everything that should be yours, even more than that. In return, you need to assist us with a few things and help us kill that black dragon. Kill the black dragon? Du Junwei's heart jolted hard. This bunch really was insane. Do you even know what that black dragon is? I've searched for it for a long time and found nothing. And you think you can do it? Isn't that what makes it interesting? Excitement flashed through Kuei Qing's eyes. An ordinary secondary titan wouldn't be worthy of us coming to your door on our own initiative. Monsieur Du, the number of titans we at Behemoth have hunted is more than you can imagine. We have equipment specifically made to injure titans. We have disruptors tailored to all kinds of titans. We're not brutes. We're hunters. In that case, Du Junwei sneered. If you have everything, what do you still need me for? Kuei Qing smiled lightly. This is, after all, your Du family's territory. We don't want conflict, so we need you to let our combat personnel in. Du Junwei fell silent. Kuei Qing continued. We've already arranged the international flight. The weapons and personnel are already on the plane and will be landing in Daqing City soon. All that is left is for you to nod. Du Junwei is so tussed. This was no different from letting a wolf into the house. The risk was huge, but it might also be his only chance to turn things around. The family had already abandoned him. If he relied on himself, then, after 20 years, what would he still have left? And if this cooperation succeeds, putting aside whether you can even kill the black dragon, even if you can, why should I trust your verbal promise? Du Junwei said in a low voice. Kuei Qing snapped his fingers, and one of the men behind him took out a laptop. Mr. Du, take a look. He opened the laptop and began to play a video. The video was only half a minute long, but what it showed made Du Junwei's pupil's contract. Kuei Qing leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice. These weapons, we can even provide them to you right now. After it's done, we can share the Black Dragon research results. For example, how to use the Black Dragon to extend lifespan. Monsieur Du, those old antiques in your clan don't have much time left. And if you hold something in your hands that can let them live 10 more years, who do you think will still be able to stop you from taking control of the Du family? Hearing that, Du Junwei's breathing turned ragged. Extending lifespan. This truly was a temptation those old men, and indeed any ruler, could not refuse. So deal? Kuei Qing wore a smile on his face, as if he was not worried at all that Du Junwei would refuse. Fine, deal. The sea of fog churned as Li Yujing moved. His enormous, winding body wove through the mountain ridges. After thinking it over, he still did not kill that water jiao. Although he had failed to find a mountain configuration, that water jiao was fairly strong. Perhaps it could be included in his jiao walking plan. At that thought, Li Yujing was amused. The plan was a little underhanded, but very practical. With his current strength, the success rate of walking the jiao was naturally extremely high. But aside from the might of heaven and earth, humans could not be underestimated either. If humans got involved, something might go wrong during the jiao walking. So that water jiao would be very useful. After circling the area once, Li Yujing was completely baffled. He had no idea what this so-called mountain configuration even was. All of a sudden, about 10 li ahead, a faint fluctuation came through the fog. It was the aura of Titan bloodline. Its awakening time was extremely short, probably no more than 10 years. Because of the battle just now, or because it had been intimidated by the dragoness roar, these Titan bloodlines had suddenly gone mad. His divine sense swept over and sensed the situation. It was a monkey, its body at least twice the size of a normal monkey, with bulging muscles and protruding fangs. A violent red light flashed through those eyes. It was crouching on the branch of an ancient tree, looking around in all directions, seemingly uneasy about the dense fog around it. Li Yujing stopped paying attention and continued onward. Help! Run! It's coming again. Just then, several sharp cries pierced through the dense fog and reached his senses in broken fragments. The voices were very young and a little familiar. Li Yujing thought for a moment and remembered. It was Shi Qingqing. Why was she here? Li Yujing was a little surprised. This was deep within the Daba Mountains. It was already quite far from the edge of Wushan, where Shijia village was located. What was she doing in a place like this? Li Yujing moved, his huge body gliding through the fog. On a mountain trail, Shi Qingqing was gasping for breath. The thing she regretted most in her life was probably agreeing to come explore the Daba Mountains with her classmates this weekend. Originally, they had only planned to walk around the developed scenic area and take some photos. But for some reason, a tremendous sound had suddenly appeared just now. It had sounded like a roar and also like the mountain itself splitting apart. Then the fog began to churn. As Shi Qingqing and several classmates kept walking, they somehow got lost. But that still wasn't the worst part. Something in the fog had set its sights on them. At first, it was faint green lights appearing and disappearing. Then came low, threatening whimpers. And when that thing emerged from the fog, Shi Qingqing and the others were scared stupid. It was a wolf, but at least 3 times larger than any wolf they had seen in a zoo, like a small calf. Ah, save me. A scream suddenly rang out. A girl had fallen to the ground, trembling all over. Split up and run. Someone shouted. In an instant, several of the boys ran. A girl shouted, wait, Zhou Qing is hurt. Don't leave. But the others had already run far away, scattering like startled birds and beasts. Are you okay? Shi Qingqing quickly hurried over. The girl with the injured foot grabbed Shi Qingqing and said anxiously, Qingqing, don't leave me behind. Don't worry. Shi Qingqing helped her up. Ah, at that moment, screams came from the fog. It was the people who had left earlier. Several girls panicked. What do we do? That thing is coming over. The moment those words fell, another scream rang out. It's over. I'm dead for sure. The girls trembled all over. Then the fog ahead churned violently. Along with an angry wolf howl, the girls abruptly stopped, staring forward in terror. A massive black wolf walked out, and there was still a male student clenched in its jaws. The girls' bodies shook, and they collapsed to the ground. The black wolf let out a howl, but for some reason, it never came forward. It only prowled around nearby. What is going on? The girls huddled beneath a tree. Shi Qingqing's eyes lit up. She quickly pulled a black scale from her clothes. A wolf. The black wolf let out a howl. A trace of fear appeared in its eyes, and it no longer dared come closer. Shi Qingqing helped up her classmate and quickly moved away from the black wolf. Wait, it's coming again. As the girls ran, they kept looking back, only to see the black wolf following behind them, always keeping a certain distance. Don't come over. Shi Qingqing stepped forward with the scale in hand. The black wolf immediately retreated. The girls were dumbfounded. Qingqing, what is going on? Why is the black wolf afraid of you? Shi Qingqing curled her lips. It's not afraid of me. It's afraid of the scale in my hand. The scale? MHM. Shi Qingqing said proudly. This scale belongs to the Dragon King. His honored self saved my great-grandpa before and also saved me and Grandpa. The girls were stunned. The Dragon King? Was she talking in her sleep? But this black wolf was already the size of a calf. If even something like this had appeared, then what if there really was a Dragon King? Qingqing, whether there's a dragon or not, since this wolf is afraid of the scale in your hand, why won't it leave? One girl asked. I don't know. Shi Qingqing was wondering about that too. Back when the fierce tiger entered the village, it had also been frightened by the Dragon King's scale. This black wolf was the same. But for some reason, the black wolf wasn't running. Could it be? Shi Qingqing suddenly thought of a possibility. This black wolf wanted the Dragon King's scale? Qingqing, just as that thought crossed her mind, her classmates cried out in alarm. The black wolf was drawing close again. But in the next second, the black wolf stopped. Its pupils contracted, as if it had seen something terrifying. It actually dropped flat to the ground, too afraid to move. Awoo, awoo. The black wolf let out terrified cries, then turned and ran. What's going on? The girls had no idea what was happening, but they were already backing away. When they turned their heads, a chill ran through their whole bodies. Aside from Shi Qingqing, all of them were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. One of them had even wet herself. In the distant fog, a terrifying shadow emerged. It was a giant creature beyond description. Beneath him, the trees looked like mere grass. His winding body appeared and disappeared in the mist, already defying gravity as it floated within the fog. Faintly, sharp ridges and drifting whiskers could be seen. Dragon King. Shi Qingqing greeted him warmly, but the giant creature soon vanished. The girls were scared out of their wits, stammering, that. What was that? It was the Dragon King. Shi Qingqing raised the corners of her mouth. I told you, dragons really do exist in this world. Though she had only caught a glimpse, she could feel it. But the Dragon King seemed even bigger than last time. There were now horns on his head, and his aura was even more terrifying. There really are dragons? The girls looked at each other. This had already gone beyond anything they could understand. Instinctively, they didn't dare believe it. But if it was a dragon, then what was that huge shadow just now? Thank you, Dragon King. Shi Qingqing's voice echoed through the fog, while that terrifying giant creature rolled through the sea of mist and quickly disappeared from sight. Li Yujing originally hadn't planned to come over, but that black wolf seemed to know the extraordinary nature of his scale and had actually wanted to seize it. Thinking about it, that was only natural. Something on his body could evolve a Titan bloodline and save decades of accumulation. Of course others would covet it. What exactly was mountain force? Li Yujing drifted aimlessly through the mountain range. Help! Suddenly, a faint fluctuation will pierce through the dense fog and entered Li Yujing's perception. This was the aura of a Titan bloodline. Though it was faint, like a seed that had only just sprouted, that essential fluctuation could not be mistaken. But there was also something slightly strange about it. This aura had no vitality or warmth. Instead, it carried a sense of heaviness. Even after living for more than 2,000 years, this was still Li Yujing's first time encountering something like this. His molten gold vertical pupils turned toward the direction the consciousness had come from. It was deeper in the mountains, within a steep valley where human traces were scarce. Forget it. I'll go take a look. What if this is that so-called mountain force? Li Yujing's enormous body slowly turned in the mist and swam toward that place. The fog grew denser, perfectly concealing his tracks. Not long after, Li Yujing reached the edge of the valley and looked down from above the sea of fog. Halfway up the mountainside, the scene was rather strange. There stood a massive steep rock wall. After countless years of wind and rain erosion, its naturally formed patterns had become extremely bizarre, faintly outlining the blurry contours of a human face. Its eye sockets were sunken, and its mouth was slightly open, as if it were crying out soundlessly. Steel scaffolding had already been erected across the rock wall. Dozens of figures in work clothes hung there like ants, using electric drills to destroy the rock face. Broken stones fell, and dust filled the air. Lord of the mountains, great dragon lord, save me. The faint will came again, full of pain and sorrow. Li Yujing understood now. This was not an ordinary Titan. This was a consciousness born when Titan blood seeped into stone and, after the passage of long ages, was nurtured at a specific node of the earth veins. It had only just been born and did not even have a form yet. It could be called an extremely weak Titan. It only had will. It could not move, and it was not even comparable to a Titan bloodline like the fierce tiger. Interesting. Li Yujing stirred slightly, his enormous body slowly drawing closer. Existences like this were usually connected to the fortune of mountains and rivers. They were extremely hard to be born, and just as hard to detect. But by chance, It had come into being, and it was quite unlucky, being strangled in the cradle. Below the rock wall stood several young men. Unlike the busy workers, they wore casual clothes, and on their backs were long objects wrapped in cloth. The leading young man folded his arms and looked at the man in the suit beside him. The report was right. This chi vein is abnormally active, especially this ghost face rock. Although it still hasn't formed a true monster, the chi configuration has already taken shape. If it isn't suppressed and destroyed in advance, interrupting its formation process, then given enough time, it might really nurture something troublesome. Another young man took over, his tone relaxed. Good thing we found it early. I heard something strange appeared over at Wushan again, and the Titan Defense Bureau is already overwhelmed. Nothing can go wrong on this side too. Let us destroy this ghost face rock. At the very least, we can delay its formation by a few more decades and buy ourselves enough time to respond. Something's wrong. They were in the middle of talking when the sword-carrying young man at the front suddenly frowned. What is it? The young man beside him asked. The sword-carrying youth didn't answer. His hand was already on the hilt of the sword on his back. The stench of blood is too strong. The man in the suit laughed. Aren't you being too nervous? In this deep mountain forest, where would any fishy smell come from? Oh, what is that thing? There's a monster in the fog. Before the words had even finished, terrified screams and chaos suddenly broke out among the workers. Several workers pointed at the churning sea of fog in the distance, scared out of their minds. The tools in their hands clattered to the ground. Run, run. We can't do this job anymore. The workers exploded into panic, scrambling and rolling as they fled the steel frame. Don't run. Get back here. Double pay, no quadruple. The man in the suit shouted anxiously, but it was useless. The workers were already scared witless. Who would dare care about money now? In the blink of an eye, they had all run off. The sword-carrying youth drew his long sword and shouted sternly, "What evil thing are you, to dare obstruct our work? Aren't you afraid of being beaten until both body and soul are destroyed?" Boom! Azure lightning crashed down onto the massive steel frame. Electric light exploded, and the steel beams melted in an instant. The next moment, lightning fell again. Several of the young men didn't even have time to react before they were already struck into charred corpses. The workers who had fled heard the commotion and all turned back. Then they saw this horrifying scene, and their backs instantly turned cold. See? I told you this place was evil. We must have offended something. Good thing we ran fast. The foreman was wise. No one dared linger. They turned and ran. As people who had worked on construction sites for years, they knew very well that some taboos could not be touched. Many thanks, Dragon Lord, for your help. As Li Yujing left, a faint will came from behind him. It was that ghost face rock. Do you understand mountain momentum? Mountain momentum? I do not. Then take care of yourself. I only hope your luck is good enough. Li Yujing went far away. He wandered through the mountain range for several days, yet found nothing. To be precise, Li Yujing didn't even know what he was supposed to be looking for. Mountain momentum? That thing probably wasn't even a physical object. With no other choice, he could only return to Wushan. At the foot of the mountain, Shijia village. The village's peace was shattered by the roar of engines. More than a dozen black SUVs drove into the village and stopped in the open space at the center. The doors opened, and Du Junwei stepped out. Dozens of people followed behind him, all dressed in uniform combat suits, their gazes cold. Du Junwei swept his eyes over the area and happened to spot Shi Laosan walking out through the gate of his own courtyard. He recognized this old man from the last time he had questioned him. "Old sir, we meet again." Du Junwei stood forward, looking at these uninvited guests. Shi Laosan's heart sank. He had lived 70 or 80 years and had some skill in judging people. These people were not kind. "What do you want?" Shi Laosan stood blocking the courtyard gate. Before Du Junwei could speak, a man stepped out from behind him. "Old sir, a pleasure." The man quickly walked forward, grabbed Shi Laosan's arm, and acted warmly enthusiastic. "My name is Kuei Qing. What are you trying to do?" "Nothing much." Kuei Qing twitched his nose, and his smile deepened. "It's faint, but I can't be mistaken. Old sir, there's a sin on you left behind by long-term contact with that kind of thing." "Huh? What mark?" Shi Laosan's heart jolted, but his face revealed nothing. "Don't play dumb, old man." Beside Kuei Qing, a bald man with a vicious face stepped forward and said harshly, "You, or someone in your family, must have come into contact with a monster in the mountains. Speak. Where is it? What are its habits? How do we find it? What monster?" Shi Laosan tightened his grip on his walking stick. "Old man, hey, be polite." Kuei Qing smiled and snapped his fingers. A subordinate beside him brought over a briefcase. The case opened, revealing stacks of cash inside. "Old sir, as long as you tell us everything, this 5 million will be yours." "I really don't know." Before Shi Laosan could finish speaking, Kuei Qing slapped him to the ground, yet the smile on his face remained. You people." Blood trickled from the corner of Shi Laosan's mouth as he collapsed onto the ground. "You refuse a toast, only to drink a forfeit." Kuei Qing wiped his hand with a handkerchief, then casually snapped his fingers again. His subordinates rushed into the village, grabbing people on sight. "Let go of my man." A woman cried out and threw herself forward, only to be seized on the spot. "You still want to talk?" Kuei Qing grabbed a villager with one hand and lifted him straight into the air. Stop. Du Junwei chuted sternly. DNT expected these people to be so lawless, attacking civilians directly. Kuei Qing glanced at Du Junwei, his tone calm. We don't have much time to waste on unimportant people. Besides, you need to prove your value to your family and to us. Du Junwei opened his mouth, but in the end, every word got stuck in his throat. Wushan. The dense fog was as usual. Li Yujing had just returned, but in the fog, he heard whispers. Not one person, many people. They seemed to be coming from Shijia village. Because the fog had not spread to the foot of the mountain, the whispers were very faint. His mind stirred slightly, and the fog quickly spread toward the village. Through the fog, continuous screams came through. These voices were aimed at him, courting death. A cold fury ignited within those molten gold vertical pupils. Aside from Shi Lao-san, Li Yujing did not care much about whether the other villagers lived or died. Humans killing each other. What did that have to do with him? But these people were here for him. Not only had they trespassed into the bounds of his territory, they were even trying to use such brutal methods to obtain information about him. This was outright provocation. All along, Li Yujing had been doing his best to avoid large-scale conflict with humans. He was too lazy to deal with the trouble, and he also wanted to save time and energy so he could focus on walking the Flood Dragon path and dealing with the coming Titanera. But that did not mean he feared humans, and it certainly did not mean he could tolerate ants climbing onto his head and running wild. Besides, since this group dared come looking for him, then even without what happened in Shijia village, they would still have entered Wushan. Since that was the case, he might as well swat them to death. That would also let other humans know that he merely hated trouble. He was not some soft persimmon to be bullied. Buzz. His massive body no longer concealed itself. Supported by the fog, it shot toward the village at the foot of the mountain at astonishing speed. In the end, Du Junwei still remained silent. This group was very strong. Even on his own turf, they might not fear him. Besides, he was no longer the young master of the Du family. I said it already, I don't know. Shi Lao-san roared. Let him go, you bandits. Looks like it still doesn't hurt enough. Kuei Qing shook his head helplessly. His fingers moved slightly, and with a crack, that villager went limp and collapsed to the ground. Hubby, the woman beside him, threw herself onto the corpse and burst into loud sobs. The other villagers were scared out of their wits. Screaming, they fled in all directions. But they were quickly forced back into the open space by other beast hunters with guns. Next, Kuei Qing's voice was calm as he swept his gaze around. The villagers fell silent as cicadas in winter. Don't be scared. He casually grabbed the young man beside him. No, let go of my grandson. An old man dropped to his knees and grabbed Kuei Qing's pant leg. Please let my grandson go. Du Junwei frowned and looked at Kuei Qing. Question him if you want, but don't slaughter people for no reason. This is still my turf. If things blow up too much, it'll all be hard to clean up. Kuei Qing ignored him and kept his eyes on Shi Lao-san. Old man, you're very determined. That makes me curious. What kind of existence is it, exactly, that would make you rather watch your fellow villagers get killed than reveal even half a word? Is it ignorance, superstition, or fear? I really don't know. Shi Lao-san clenched his fists, agony written all over him. Kuei Qing shook his head helplessly, then looked at the young man whose neck he had been gripping and let out a sigh. What's your name? Zedjeng Kao. Ah, I gave you all a chance. What a pity. This old man wouldn't say anything. In that case, he reached into his clothes and took out a box. Inside was a fist-sized lump of flesh. It was even wriggling faintly like a heart. Seeing it, Du Junwei's pupils contracted. Over the past few days, he had already seen just how terrifying this thing was. Kuei Qing released the young man and bared his teeth in a grin. Don't be afraid. Eat it, and you'll gain power. Power beyond mortals. Where he glanced to the side, his subordinate understood at once. The gun muzzle lifted again and aimed at a woman at the edge of the crowd holding a baby. And no, Zheng Hu dropped to his knees and took the squirming mass of flesh. Eat it. Kui King vore asunismida. Zheng Hu looked at his wife and child. In the end, he shut his eyes, stuffed the lump of flesh into his mouth, and swallowed it down wildly. Erg. The next instant, Zheng Hu let out a roaring howl. His muscles swelled, and his bones crackled. In just a few short seconds, he turned into a monster giant over 3 meters tall. With blood-red eyes, a sorcery giant, Du Junwei's expression turned grave. This was the latest product of the Behemoth Hunting Club, called the Flesh Elixir. It was said to be made from Titan flesh and blood, and could give a person power beyond mortals. How does it feel? Kuei Qing asked with a smile, as if admiring a work of art. It feels great. The deformed monster's voice had turned hoarse. Zheng, who looked at his own hands, and the red light in his eyes flared brighter. Very good. Kuei Qing nodded and pointed at the woman not far away. Now kill them. Zheng Hu froze. His scarlet eyes turned to Kuei Qing, then to his terrified wife. They were filled with confusion and struggle. No, that has killed him. Kui King could have backed it. His voice turning cold. Zheng Hu's breathing gradually grew heavier. His body seemed to slip out of his control as he walked toward his wife and child. No, Zheng Hu let out a roar, but the command in his mind remained, even taking over his body. The woman was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground. The baby burst into loud cries. In the end, the command crushed familial love with a pained roar. Zheng Hu slashed his claws toward his own wife and child. Who's he don't? The old man beside him screamed in grief. Poochie. Sharp claws pierced flesh. The woman stopped screaming. Only the baby's crying remained. Ha ha ha. Kuei Qing threw back his head and laughed. His laughter echoed over the deathly, silent village, filled with twisted delight. Look, this is evolution. Cast off useless burdens and embrace power. What a wonderful transformation. The beast hunters around him all started laughing as well. Only Du Junwei and the men he had brought looked extremely grim. Du Junwei turned his head away, unable to bear watching any longer. These people were completely insane. After laughing his fill, Kuei Qing wiped away the tears brought on by laughter, then took out another dark red chunk of flesh and casually tossed it at Zheng Hu's feet. Pick it up. Zheng Hu bent down woodenly and picked up the 2 lumps of flesh. Feed it to her. Kuei Qing pointed at the corpse lying in the pool of blood. Hurry. If your wife isn't dead yet, maybe she can still come back to life and stay by your side in a new form. Zheng Hu's massive body froze. He lowered his head and looked at the writhing lump of flesh in his hand, then at his wife at his feet. 2 streams of tears mixed with blood ran from his eyes. But he did not hesitate for long, or rather, the power of the flesh elixir had already eroded his mind, leaving only Kuei Qing's command behind. He crouched down and stuffed the lump of flesh into his wife's mouth. The flesh melted rapidly and seeped in. A few seconds later, the mangled corpse began to convulse. Muscles bulged, and she quickly transformed into a giant over 3 meters tall. Look, they're alive. Kuei Qing started applauding, his smile brilliant. Zheng Hu, want to you thank me? Thank you, no need to thank me. But now I'm very curious. If I make you fight your wife, who will win? What an interesting family activity, wouldn't you say? No, don't. Zheng Hu shook his head repeatedly, his eyes full of fear. That's enough. Du Junwei finally couldn't hold back and let out a low shout. Kui King, we came here to hunt the black dragon, not play these perverted games. Kuei Qing cast him a sidelong glance, his eyes cold. Mr. Du you think you still have any say right now? Just cooperate with me obediently. Otherwise you. Du Junwei clenched his fists. In the end, all he could do was let out a helpless sigh. He could no longer control the situation. Kuei Qing stopped looking at Du Junwei and gave Zheng Hu another order. Continue. Zheng Hu looked at his monstrous wife, anger appearing in his eyes. But the command crushed his will. Who will win, I wonder? Kuei Qing stroked his chin. Zheng Hu let out a roar filled with despair and madness and pounced forward. Like the most primitive beast, he began tearing and biting. For a moment, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The villagers had long since been scared out of their wits. Many started vomiting, while others fainted on the spot. Watching this scene, old tears streamed down Shi San's face, using every ounce of strength in his body. He screamed, "Animals! You beasts who deserve to die without a grave. Ha ha, isn't this fun?" Kuei Qing laughed loudly. Still not talking? The corner of Kuei Qing's mouth lifted as he pointed at all the villagers. You'll get what is coming to you. Shi San knelt on the ground, his body trembling. Still refusing to speak, Kuei Qing gave a look, and his men raised their guns. Roar! Right then, a terrifying roar came from the mountainside, shaking everyone's eardrums painfully. Shi San's eyes widened, overjoyed, and he shouted, "The Dragon King is coming! You beasts, the Dragon King is coming! You're all going to die!" Roar! The deafening roar came again from the mountainside. Kuei Qing froze and looked up toward the mountain. But the fog was too thick, and nothing could be seen. Is it the Black Dragon? The smile vanished from Kuei Qing's face as he turned to Du Junwei beside him. I don't know. Du Junwei shook his head. As for the Black Dragon, all we actually have are some vague images and shadows. We can't tell. Beast. At that moment, with the suppression of the command gone, red light burst from Zheng Hu's eyes as he lunged at Kuei Qing. Kuei Qing moved as well. He was incredibly fast. Before Zheng Hu had even fully rushed up to him, Kuei Qing had already grabbed him by the throat with one hand. Zheng Hu threw a punch downward, but Kuei Qing did not move at all. He simply let the fist slam into his head, yet remained completely unharmed. Crack! Kuei Qing's fingers closed. Zheng Hu's huge body stiffened. His scarlet eyes went wide, and then he slowly collapsed to the ground. Du Junwei's pupilles contracted. He knew Kuei Qing was a sorcery giant, but he hadn't expected that even without transforming, he would still possess such terrifying strength. Everyone, stay alert. Kuei Qing withdrew his hand, not a drop of blood staining it. All the beast hunters quickly scattered, slipping into the village and hiding at every high point. Kuei Qing walked up to Shi San, who was on the verge of collapse, crouched down, and spoke in a terrifyingly gentle voice. Old man, you see, life is very fragile. I know your son, your daughter-in-law, your grandson, and your granddaughter-in-law are all in the county town. Shi San looked up, his eyes full of fury. What do you want? Don't touch them. They don't know anything. So, that means you do know something? Kuei Qing smiled faintly. Looks like the Black Dragon is coming to save you. Or is it that the black dragon has a strong sense of territory, and that roar was aimed at us? I don't know anything. You will. Kuei Qing stood up and waved to the side, as the trunk of a car was opened. For people were dragged out by the beast hunters and thrown into the center of the clearing. They were sure Lao San's son and daughter-in-law, grandson and granddaughter-in-law. Dad, save us. Grandpa, say it already. His son and grandson shouted. Kuei Qing clapped his hands. Wonderful. A family reunion. What a touching scene. Old man, this is your last chance. Tell me everything about the Dragon King. Does it have any weaknesses? And what is the deal with that dragon scale? We already questioned your son before. He told us quite a few things, but none of them seemed useful. Now I need you to tell us. I don't know. Looking at the terror in his children's and grandchildren's eyes, Sure Lao San seemed like his soul had been ripped out. He collapsed limply to the ground, stubborn to the end. Kuei Qing finally lost the last of his patience. Feed them the flesh-blood potion. They may be weak, but they can still pose some threat to the black dragon. No. Sure Lao San let out a heart-rending scream. He struggled desperately to throw himself forward, but a beast hunter pinned him down tightly. Several other beast hunters stepped forward with savage grins, forced open the mouths of Sure Lao San's 4 family members, and rammed those writhing dark red chunks of flesh straight down their throats. Very soon, howls rang out. Under Sure Lao San's despairing gaze, his 4 closest family members turned into 4 ugly malformed monsters. His body trembled, filled with endless despair. You'll suffer retribution. Lord Dragon King will come down from the mountain. He will come. He'll tear every last one of you to pieces. His voice grew lower and lower. In the end, his head tilted to one side. Unable to endure the successive shocks, he fainted dead away. Kuei Qing pulled out a walkie-talkie and said in a deep voice, "All units, attention. The Black Dragon is about to arrive. Be ready. This beast is a true titan. Do not let your guard down." Bald Eagle received. 2 kilometers outside Shurjia village, the man put away his walkie-talkie. "Move faster. Faster. The battle is about to start. Didn't you hear the Black Dragon's roar? Get the spear of Longinus ready for me." As he roared, Bald Eagle raised his night vision binoculars. Not far away, dense fog was spreading through the village. According to the information they had, this seemed to be the summons before the Black Dragon descended. On the high ground, figures crowded together. Several hundred people had already dug trenches, and dozens of launch arrays were scattered through the woods. Calibration complete. In groups of a few, the loaders carefully carried out silver-white spears about 2 meters long. The spear of Longinus is ready. The armed helicopters have arrived. All preparations are complete. Very good. Stay alert. Bald Eagle lowered the binoculars and pressed his earpiece. "Brother Kuei, this is Eagle's Nest. All spears of Longinus have been deployed. I repeat, everything is ready. Maintain maximum alert. Roar." The moment Kuei Qing finished speaking, a tiger's roar filled with brutality and killing intent exploded from the forest behind the village like a thunderclap on flat ground. The sound waves rolled out, making people's eardrums ache. Immediately after that, heavy footsteps like war drums rapidly closed in on the village, getting nearer and nearer. "Be on guard." Kuei Qing's expression turned grave. His sharp eyes fixed on the direction the sound was coming from as he raised a hand in signal. All the beast hunters had long since gone into hiding around the area, lurking on rooftops, gun barrels uniformly aimed at the village entrance. "It's here." Du Junwei clenched his fists. The next moment, the dense fog was violently smashed apart, and an enormous beast charged into the village. It was a tiger, but its size was beyond imagination. Its shoulder height was at least over 2 meters, and its body length was close to 5 meters, comparable to an elephant. Its muscles bulged, its fangs jutted out past its lips and gleamed with a cold light. But the most terrifying thing was its eyes. They were completely savage crimson, without the slightest trace of reason. Fire. At the order, everyone opened fire. Submachine guns spat flames, and bullets poured down like a storm, completely swallowing the ferocious tiger. Kuei Qing smiled and turned to Du Junwei. "Sure enough, that aura of Titan bloodline. Mr. Du, looks like this place is more interesting than we imagined. Is it the Black Dragon's minion? I don't know." Du Junwei shook his head. "But this ferocious tiger is in the files. Or rather, this whole chain of events started because of this tiger. Doesn't he matter? Perfect for warm-up." The moment Kuei Qing finished speaking, the ferocious tiger, enraged by the gunfire, kicked off with its hind legs and lunged straight at the 2 beast hunters at the very front. Quick fire. Da-da-da-da. Automatic rifles spewed flames, bullets raining down onto the tiger. Most of the bullets that struck its taut muscles were actually deflected away. Only a few barely drilled into flesh, kicking up a few tiny blossoms of blood. That level of attack could not injure the tiger at all. "Switch to armor-piercing rounds," the squad commander shouted. The beast hunters were well-trained and immediately changed magazines. But the tiger was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already upon them, and it lashed out with one paw. Bang! A beast hunter was sent flying. The bulletproof plate on his chest caved in instantly, and he spat out a mouthful of blood while still in midair. And then, he did not die. Ugh! He let out a painful howl. His body arched, and his muscles swelled as if being inflated. Rip. His combat uniform split apart, in the span of just 2 or 3 seconds. That beast hunter swelled to nearly 3 meters tall, turning into a malformed giant knotted with muscle. Flesh blood potion, witchcraft giant. Kill. With a roar, the malformed giant burst forward with speed comparable to a cheetah, charging the ferocious tiger with savage force. Suddenly, the fog churned. Just as the malformed giant reached the tiger, he saw a terrifying massive shadow appear ahead of him, a winding body like a mountain ridge, half hidden and half revealed. The next moment, a cold gleam flashed. Before the malformed giant could even react, he saw an enormous claw. Yes, even for his giant body over 3 meters tall, that claw was still huge enough. His head looked like a watermelon inside that claw. Boom! The malformed giant was instantly smashed into pulp. Even the ground was left with a gigantic claw print. It's the Black Dragon. It's here. Du Junwei cried out in shock. The Black Dragon is here. Everyone, be careful. Seeing a companion turned into pulp in an instant without the slightest ability to resist, all the beast hunters became alert. What made their hearts pound was that there was nothing ahead of them. The fog was too dense. They could see nothing at all. Even the sunlight seemed unable to fully penetrate this strange fog. Rustle, rustle. Above the village, the dense fog churned wildly, as if being stirred by an invisible giant hand. Even the air seemed to turn a few degrees colder. It really came. Kuei Qing narrowed his eyes. In that instant, a pressure 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than when the ferocious tiger had appeared descended. The air instantly turned thick, making it hard to breathe. Whoosh! Suddenly, the dense fog was torn open down the middle by a vast force. Everyone stared and saw a massive head slowly emerging. Molten gold vertical pupils looked down at the crowd below as if they were ants. Its scales were pitch black, like armor. What shocked everyone even more was that the head was not the flat shape of a snake. Instead, hardened growths covered it, making it look incomparably savage. And on top of its head was a pair of huge curved horns. Dragon whiskers? Dragon horns? Kuei Qing froze for a moment. He had seen the information Du Junwei had provided. The black dragon in the file had been huge, but it was still more like a super giant snake. But the one before them now, horns on its head, a dragon-like body, claw shadows beneath its belly. Its majesty was more than just several times more terrifying. How was this still a snake? This was clearly a legendary flood dragon. This was a true titan beast. Right after that, an even larger winding shadow appeared in the thick fog. Just a portion of its body alone brought enough visual shock and pressure to make anyone feel fear. Against something this enormous, humanity simply couldn't compare. Fight? That would be no different from courting death. The absolute suppression from a higher life form made everyone's bodies tremble, and their will to fight plummeted. It transformed into a dragon. A look of astonishment flashed through Du Junwei's eyes. How long had it been? At most 2 months, right? Before, it had been a super giant snake. Now, it had evolved into such a terrifying behemoth. Flood dragon, Gui King, Spriating, Guik in it. But there was even more greed than shock in his eyes. This is it, the perfect specimen. It evolved even faster than we estimated. Excellent. Everyone, don't let it affect you. Kuei Qing came back to himself and shouted, "This is the intimidation that comes naturally with a titan beast. You are powerful potion warriors. Sorcery giants. There is no need for you to fear it." As soon as he finished speaking, countless beast hunters shook their heads, lingering fear flashing through their eyes. For that brief instant, they really had been afraid. Some had even wanted to turn their guns on themselves. The thing's intimidation was simply absurd. Take down the Black Dragon. At Kuei Qing's command, countless sorcery giants slowly stepped out onto the street. There were over 100 of them. Roar, roar. They let out savage howls. There was nothing in their eyes but violence as they charged straight at the enormous creature. Li Yujing was surprised. In those cold vertical pupils, there were over 100 freakish figures below. But through the fog, he sensed familiar auras from them. One of them in particular felt especially familiar. Villagers? Li Yujing understood at once. It seemed these villagers had been turned into monsters by these people. They were simply asking to die. This was a direct provocation against him. He opened his blood-filled maw and let out a roar. The dragon's cry shook the heavens. Dragon King. All the sorcery giants regained their senses and were no longer under orders. Shi Laosan dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Dragon King. These beasts turned us into this ghostly state and even killed people. You must kill all these beasts for us. Stand down. Li Yujing did not speak. His will rang directly inside their minds. Yes. With a call from Shi Laosan, all the villagers who had turned into monsters fled in panic, quickly retreating far from the village. Everyone, the time to slay the dragon has come. Kuei Qing let the villagers leave. After all, those people had never been trained. They didn't even count as warriors. Kill it. Slay the dragon. Let it see the might of our sorcery giants. At his command, the nearest few beast hunters rushed out and transformed into deformed giants 3 meters tall. Big Bug, come on. With a furious roar, they kicked off the ground. Their 3-meter monster bodies shot into the air and charged straight for the slowly lowering savage head. Overestimating themselves, there wasn't the slightest ripple in those molten gold vertical pupils. Li Yujing moved. His enormous body, weighing tens of thousands of tons, stirred up violent winds as it burst forth with terrifying momentum. Like swatting flies, he extended a claw and lightly pressed downward at the few deformed giants rushing at him. Boom! The 3-meter-tall sorcery giants instantly twisted out of shape in midair. Bright red flesh, shattered bones, and broken organs rained down onto the open ground below. The so-called giants were actually more fragile than paper before that casual swipe of a claw. The massive claw did not stop there and pressed toward the nearby houses. Run! The dozen or so beast hunters hiding there were startled. Without hesitation, they got up and ran. Boom! In an instant, the earth shook violently. The claw came down, and the house was smashed into ruins on the spot. The shockwave sent rubble flying, and dust filled the sky. At the last moment, those dozen beast hunters transformed into sorcery giants, but they were still flattened into meat paste. An instant kill. Absolute, crushing instant kill. Giants? A trace of mockery flashed through Li Yujing's mind. And these were worthy of being called giants? Not far away, a squad leader roared attack. Quick! Switch to armor-piercing rounds. Hot, tot, tot. Bullets poured down like a waterfall, landing on the enormous creature in the blink of an eye. Clang! Clang! Sparks burst out instantly. The so-called armor-piercing rounds couldn't even leave a mark on Li Yujing's body. All the beast hunters were dumbfounded. Even a true titan, its defense couldn't possibly be this terrifyingly strong. They had dealt with titans even larger than the black dragon before. Although armor-piercing rounds couldn't seriously injure a titan, they could definitely break its defenses. Could the black dragon's flesh really be harder than steel? Li Yujing couldn't be bothered with nonsense. He swung his body, and with a shrieking blast of air, his 10,000-ton giant tail swept out sideways. Move! I'll stop it! The beast hunter squad leader roared and instantly transformed into a deformed giant 3 meters tall, charging at the tail with bloodshot eyes. Bang! With a loud explosion, his body shuddered, and he was crushed into meat paste on the spot. The massive tail swept through with almost no resistance, crushing across the crowd. Boom! 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 Several houses were flattened. Wherever the giant tail passed, even 3-meter giants were crushed into meat paste, flattened together with the houses. Cover Team B. Hot, tot, tot. Not far away. A beast hunter squad pulled the trigger. Roar! Li Yujing opened his blood-filled maw. Thunder rolled, and a blast of azure lightning shot out. Rumble! The lightning came down, and the houses instantly collapsed. Screams rose everywhere. All the beast hunters turned into charred corpses in the lightning and fell to the ground one after another. Li Yujing couldn't be bothered to waste time. His massive body rolled through the fog, and his claw slammed down toward the nearby houses. With a thunderous crash, the houses collapsed. Together with the dozen or so beast hunters inside, all of them were reduced to powder beneath that one claw. Li Yujing did not stop. He opened his blood-filled maw. Roar! Crackle! Thunder exploded as a thick bolt of lightning blasted out. Wherever it passed, house after house exploded apart, and beast hunter after beast hunter turned into charred corpses. Their shrill screams rang out without end. A titan was a natural disaster. Li Yujing moved casually a few times, and the village was flattened to the ground. Amid a string of thunderous booms, the village was reduced to ruins. This was a true titan. Du Junwei stood at the edge of the village, his expression grave. This black dragon was completely different from the mountain shaking now from last time. Although the mountain shaking now had been enormous, it had not possessed the power of lightning, this kind of heavenly might. It could still be drowned by human wave tactics. But against a black dragon that wielded the power of lightning, human wave tactics had lost all deterrent value. Very interesting, isn't it? Kuei Qing's expression was solemn. Yet there was a trace of madness in his eyes. What we do now? Du Junwei knew the man before him was a lunatic, so he stopped discussing things with him and directly asked for a solution. Kuei Qing said coldly, I'm waiting for an opportunity. As long as I can tear open the black dragon's defenses, I'm confident I can kill it. Everyone move. He closed his eyes, as if communicating with something. Roar, roar, roar. In the blink of an eye, waves of roars rose from the fields outside the village, and countless witchcraft giants surged toward the village. But that colossal creature moved as well. Its winding massive body rolled through the mist. One claw came down, and countless witchcraft giants were smashed into pulp. Its enormous tail swept out, and more were turned into piles of flesh. These witchcraft giants were far stronger than ordinary people, but before this true titan, they were as fragile as ants. I'll create an opening for you. Du Junwei looked behind him and said in a deep voice, Everyone, in the battle against the mountain shaking now last time, we returned in defeat and lost all honor. Now we'll take it back ourselves. As long as we kill this black dragon, we'll return to the center of the Du family. Power, status, honor, women, wealth, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Prepare yourselves. Distracted. At Du Junwei's command, the more than 30 talisman warriors behind him all stepped forward and pulled talismans from their robes. They knew this was their only chance to stake everything on one desperate fight. The group quickly spread out, forming simple battle formations in teams of 3. When Du Junwei gave the order to attack, everyone took out their strongest offensive talismans, bit the tips of their tongues, and activated the talismans in their hands. Armor break. By edict. Form extinguish swift. Laosan Yun. Descent. For a moment, dozens of talismans of different colors lit up, tearing through the mist as they shot toward the giant black dragon. The power of these talismans might not cover as wide an area as artillery shells, but their advantage was that all their destructive force was concentrated at a single point. If used properly, they could easily break a Titan's defenses. Within the mist, Li Yujing did not care in the slightest. Faced with this concentrated barrage of talisman arts, enough to heavily injure or even kill a lesser Titan, he neither dodged nor evaded. He continued slaughtering the ants that approached him. Clang, clang, clang. All kinds of lights slammed into his scales, but aside from showers of sparks, they did absolutely nothing. Unts! Li Yujing extended his ferocious head. A faint light lit up his lantern-like vertical pupils as he looked toward the edge of the village. Roar! His bloody maw opened, and thunderous sound burst forth. Along with a blinding flash, lightning gathered in his mouth, then blasted out with a thunderous boom. With a crackle, the lightning streaked through the village. Watch out! Ah! Wherever the lightning passed, shrill screams rang out. Countless witchcraft giants tried to resist, tried to flee, but all of them were burned into charcoal. The remaining force of the lightning did not diminish. It quickly spread and branched through the air, surging toward Du Junwei and the others. Run! Du Junwei's pupille shrank. Crackle! But he had spoken too late. The blinding lightning skimmed across the ground. Many of the talisman warriors had not even reacted before they were struck and instantly turned into charred corpses. No! A few talisman warriors had just turned around when the lightning split apart in midair and pierced through their bodies in an instant. Others were struck by serpents of lightning and carbonized at once. With a loud bang, Du Junwei was hit as well. Thick lightning spread across his body, carrying not only heat, but terrifying kinetic force. He was sent flying, tumbling several hundred meters. Ugh! Black blood spilled from Du Junwei's mouth. He lowered his head and looked. Half his body had already been carbonized, dotted with sparks. On the half that was still relatively intact, a layer of ancient-style armor covered him, barely preserving his life. But its surface had already shattered, covered in cracks. If not for this protective Dharma treasure, that single bolt of lightning would have killed him long ago. Heavenly might. A trace of despair flashed through Du Junwei's eyes. Before this kind of colossal being, the body of a mortal was still far too insignificant. At that moment, the mist churned. Run! It's here! Everyone had only just recovered from the roaring lightning when that enormous winding black shadow slowly emerged above the sea of mist, its outlines seeming to blot out the sky. At this moment, loyalty, status, glory, all of it was false. Staying alive mattered more than anything. Buzz, buzz! Lightning flashed once more. Li Yujing raised his ferocious head. Thunder gathered in his giant maw and turned into a cascading torrent of destruction, crashing down toward the area where Du Junwei and the others were. No! A few talisman warriors had just turned around when the lightning had already pierced through their bodies. With a few bangs, they turned into heaps of charcoal. Someone raised a talisman, only to be blasted into fragments. Boom! The thunder fell like a waterfall, swallowing everything in an instant. Countless figures stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with terror, yet they could only watch helplessly as the lightning engulfed them. There was nothing they could do. Can we really defeat something like this? Du Junwei is bouilli trombled. Though both were titans, the difference in power was worlds apart. The mountain shaking now from 2 months ago had clearly been far less terrifying than this black dragon. Fortunately, he had been blasted several hundred meters away by that previous bolt of lightning. Misfortune had turned into blessing, allowing him to avoid this horrifying strike. Truly powerful. Kuei Qing crawled over, looking extremely bedraggled. Run. If we leave now, there is still time. Du Junwei stared at him. Maybe I never should have worked with you. Kuei Qing looked at him coldly and sneered. You're scared already? And you aren't? Of course I am. Kuei Qing nodded, but madness flashed in his eyes. But sacrifice is unavoidable. When hunting titans, one have a few hundred people not died. So few have died so far, and you already look like this. I really overestimated your Du family. The battle has only just begun. Kuei Qing rolled his neck, his gaze gradually turning cold. A titan? There is really nothing impressive about them. When we cut open these beasts' hearts, they scream too. They're no different from pigs and sheep waiting for slaughter. This lunatic. Du Junwei froned. Kuei Qing closed his eyes and muttered. Target defense far exceeds estimates. Conventional attacks ineffective. Initiate holy judgment. Understood. A voice sounded in his mind. After the exchange, the sound of rotors came from the distant sky. More than a dozen armed helicopters broke through the thin mist layer at extreme speed and appeared above the village. Mounted beneath their fuselages were not missiles, but a strange silver-white device shaped like a medieval knight's lance. Let this beast see what we can do. The moment Kuei Qing finished speaking, the more than dozen armed helicopters adjusted their direction, their muzzles aimed at the ink-black flood dragon below. Fire. Silver beam shot out. That wasn't a shell, but a silver-white long spear dragging a shrill sonic boom cloud behind it as it shot straight at Li Yujing's chest. Kuei Qing raised the corners of his mouth, looking quite proud. It was made from a titan's bones and blood. It's called the Spear of Longinus. Even a real titan would have its defenses torn apart and bleed without end if struck by it. Whoosh! A piercing sonic boom rang out. Li Yujing looked over with his molten gold vertical pupils. It was a silver-white long spear, slashing over like lightning. A flash of cold light. The spear had already slammed in front of him. Li Yujing suddenly shot out his right foreclaw and grabbed at that incoming silver meteor. Clang! Claw and spear tip collided, erupting with a deafening metallic crash. A terrifying force traveled in from his palm. Not bad. Li Yujing felt his claw digits go slightly numb. The impact of his spear was even stronger than he had expected. It was constantly breaking down the defense of his scales and could even drill inward. But that was all. Li Yujing snorted inwardly, and his claw suddenly tightened. Under everyone's disbelieving gaze, that spear of Longinus was crushed alive by the gigantic dragon claw. What? The fanaticism on Kuei Qing's face instantly froze. Impossible. That's the spear of Longinus. Fuck. At that moment, on another helicopter, a blonde, blue-eyed pilot roared as he slammed the launch button. Courting death. Li Yujing moved, his enormous body whipping up a gale as he charged straight into the sky. Not good. It vanished. Where is it? For a moment, the helicopter pilots panicked. Wait, before the words could finish, a huge, winding body entered their sight, churning through the sea of fog. Right behind it came that ferocious head. Go! Go! The blonde, blue-eyed pilot let out a hoarse roar, only to see that ferocious head had already opened its bloody maw. No! Crack! Boom! With a thunderous blast and fire bursting everywhere. The helicopter was bitten in half. Climb! Climb! The pilots in the surrounding helicopters were all panicking. Li Yujing gave them no chance. He slightly opened his mouth, the long whiskers on his jaw drifting, while dazzling lightning lit up from the depths of his throat. Then it rapidly condensed, swelling to the limit. Boom! A thick azure bolt of lightning, as thick as a bucket, erupted from his mouth. The lightning instantly tore through space. One helicopter exploded and rapidly turned into a fireball that fell to the ground. No, run. Someone on the helicopter tried to jump, but it was already too late. The lightning's momentum didn't lessen. It bent midair and slammed into a second helicopter. The pilot of that helicopter widened his eyes. He only had time to let out one desperate scream before the lightning blast destroyed the aircraft. Boom! Another violent explosion rang out as several helicopters turned into massive fireballs in midair, burning wreckage raining down like a storm. Buzz buzz. A few helicopters were faster and rapidly climbed higher. But before the people inside could even sigh in relief, that huge winding body had already entered their sight. The next second, a claw tore out of the fog. Boom! One helicopter was destroyed. Li Yujing swept his tail, and the remaining armed helicopters all turned into fireballs and crashed to the ground. Damn it! On the ground, Kuei Qing shouted furiously, Team B, Team C, all sniper points in D, open fire. Target the Black Dragon. Saturation attack. Nail it to death with holy judgment. Receive, Brother Kuei. Voices rang out one after another in his mind. At the same time, sharp tearing sounds came from the outskirts of the village. At least a dozen spear of Longinus tore through the sky. In the mist, Li Yujing's vertical pupils shifted, locking onto those incoming dark red meteors. Clang, clang, clang. The spear of Longinus hit almost simultaneously. Side abdomen, back, shoulder blade. These spear of Longinus were different from before. The instant they struck, the spear tips exploded with a bang. The power of the explosion itself wasn't all that shocking. But from the spear tips burst countless razor-sharp armor-piercing fragments as fine as hair, flashing with a metallic sheen. Zing zing zang zang. The sounds of impact and scraping blended together into one continuous stream, sending up huge showers of sparks that were especially glaring in the night. After the volley, the sparks scattered. Li Yujing lowered his head and looked. A few scratches had appeared on his scales, but he was still completely unharmed. His molten gold vertical pupils narrowed slightly. The things these bugs made did have some interesting points. The explosive fragments from this spear of Longinus had extremely strong penetrating power. If it were a titan like Shanjin now, the fragments would very likely have already punched into its body. As for the fragments' purpose, it wasn't hard to guess. They definitely had some special effect. But none of that worked on Li Yujing, because he carried the bloodline of the Zhulong. The strongest thing about him was his scales. Found you. Through the mist, Li Yujing saw those sniper squads hidden among the woods and on the dirt slopes. They moved swiftly and were well trained. The moment they fired, They immediately changed positions. But within the mist domain, all of their movements were as clear as candlelight in a dark room. Li Yujing lightly swayed his tail, and his nearly 300-meter flood dragon body instantly accelerated, vanishing into the sea of fog. The target vanished. A voice sounded in the minds of every member of the outer sniper squads. Be careful. It's headed in your direction. Highest alert. Kuei Qing's voice rang out. Understood. In the forest, the captain of Hunter B's team B quickly moved with his team to the second preset sniper point. Keep moving. Groups of 3. Cover each other. Captain. Before he could finish speaking, the voice of a nearby team member trembled as he pointed toward the sky ahead and to the side. The captain looked up and saw that several dozen meters ahead, the calm wall of fog was being stirred like some invisible giant was moving through it. It's here. Along with the cry of alarm, a huge body had already descended. That ferocious head, like a demonic god, slowly emerged from the fog. Its molten gold vertical pupils locked onto them. Before such a colossal creature, they could feel just how small they were. Fight it! The hunter beasts all roared in unison. Their bodies swelled, muscles bulging high as they transformed into sorceress giants 3 to 4 meters tall. Unts! Li Yujing's savage dragon head tilted slightly back, and his giant mouth opened. Azure lightning gathered and swelled in his maw, illuminating his pale, deadly fangs. Crackle! Bzzzt. The next instant, berserk thunder poured out from the dragon's mouth like a flood after a dam burst. Aya! The screams were drowned beneath the ear-splitting thunder. Lightning cascaded like a waterfall, raging madly. Wherever it passed, trees were carbonized, rocks were shattered, and the ground was scorched black. At the center of the lightning net, even though Team B had already transformed into sorceress giants 3 to 4 meters tall, they still collapsed at a single touch, turning into scattered chunks of charred remains. With just one breath, the Hunter B sniper squad, along with their cover and part of the forested mountain, was completely erased from the map. Team B lost contact. In the other directions, Hunter B squads fell into chaos. But before they could organize any effective counterattack, that terrifying ink-black giant shadow vanished into the thick fog once more. It disappeared, just like in the intel. Radar can't lock on, and electronic equipment fails in the fog. For a moment, everyone was thrown into panic. But just as their words fell, the fog was suddenly stirred, and a terrifyingly huge black shadow swam toward them. Team A has spotted the black dragon. Repeat, boom! Everyone be careful. The crowd's muscles bulged, turning them into 3-meter-tall giants. But the terrifying claw had already torn through the fog and slammed down at them. With a thunderous boom, several sorcery giants were smashed into pulp on the spot. The massive tail swept across like collapsing mountains. Before a body weighing tens of thousands of tons, those sorcery giants were as fragile as ants. They had no room to resist at all. Monster! Run! Scatter and run! In the fog, countless miserable screams rang out. Li Yujing continued to glide forward. Their voices flowed clearly into his mind through the fog. It was not just an overwhelming difference in combat power. Even their communication was completely exposed to him. This was a total crush. The hunt had turned into a one-sided slaughter. Training, equipment, courage, before the black dragon that could unleash the power of natural disaster. All of it had become a joke. In just a short while, merely hearing the screams of their companions in their minds was enough to terrify countless beast hunters. And they quickly fled the battlefield. They ran for their lives, but the fog was everywhere. That terrifying black shadow was everywhere too. Lightning would explode at the front left one moment, flash at the rear right the next, then a shadow would sweep overhead, followed in the next second by a crushing strike like the sky collapsing. Ah, save me. I don't want to die. Screams and pleading rose and fell one after another. All beast hunters could transform into sorcery giants and possessed a miraculous form of telepathy. So they could hear their teammates' screams. They could also hear the deafening sound of lives being crushed apart beneath giant claws. Li Yujing moved, and his enormous tail swept out, flattening a temporary stronghold into the ground. Damn it, fight it! Inside the trench, countless people roared as their muscles swelled, transforming into ugly sorcery giants. The next second, a huge black shadow came crashing down. Boom! Li Yujing's claw fell, and the ground shook. It came down from the air. Good chance. All of you attack. A roar rang out from the fog. Kill! The crowd rushed forward in a swarm, but suddenly, their movements stopped dead. They saw that ferocious head lift slightly, its bloody maw opening wide, with lightning gathering inside. No, Rambit. Li Yujing spat out a burst of lightning, and the blazing thunder instantly charred one sorcery giant after another into blackened corpses. He slammed one claw against a rock, propping up his body, and lightning burst from his mouth again. Rumble. In only a few moments, the screams disappeared. At the outer edge of the village, the dense fog seemed to gradually calm, drifting slowly. They're all dead. On the other side of the village, only despair remained in Du Junwei's eyes. He had expected this long ago. Kuei Qing raised a brow, caution flashing in his eyes. In my original plan, the ambush squad was definitely going to die to the last man. I just didn't expect the black dragon to come out completely uninjured. That leaves us with no opening at all. It's coming. Du Junwei est pupille chonk. In the distance, the fog churned. Though thick, it was facing the sunlight directly, so the winding, terrifying black shadow could vaguely be seen within it. We can only fight it head-on now, as that low voice sounded. More than 100 people suddenly walked out from the woods. Several of them were even carrying huge boxes. Yeah, there is no other way. Kuei Qing opened one of the boxes and took out a spear 6 to 7 meters long. This is the spear of Longinus, Kuei Qing said in a deep voice. According to the plan, the sniper squad would be wiped out and leave some wounds on the black dragon. He tightened his grip on the long spear and viciously thrust it forward. Then I would drive this spear into the black dragon's body. With a bang, the metal fragments infused with Titan poison would paralyze the black dragon. At that point, it would definitely die. What a pity. This beast's scales are too hard. Damn it, stop talking already. What do we do now? Du Junwei was already panicking. Boss, it's here. The people behind them exchanged glances, their expressions grim. The plan had failed. The black dragon's scales were harder than they had imagined, and for the moment, they had no answer. When dealing with Titans before, this move had never failed. The spear of Longinus was special to begin with, possessing tremendous penetrating power. Combined with the Titan poison smeared on it, it was enough to bring down creatures of the same level. But now, it was useless against the black dragon. Prepare for battle. Kuei Qing pulled a small metal box from an inner pocket and opened it. Inside was a strange lump of flesh, wriggling faintly. This is... Du Junwei instinctively stepped back, as if he already knew what Kuei Qing intended to do. This was made from a Titan's heartblood. It's currently the strongest flesh heart. Consider yourself lucky, kid. I just happened to bring one. Kuei Qing looked at Du Junwei and bared his teeth in a grin. The black dragon will arrive in about 10 seconds. If you don't eat it, that beast will smash you flat like a bug. If you do eat it, you'll still have a sliver of hope. It'll also add a bit more combat power to our side. Damn it, I'm going all in. Du Junwei was already half paralyzed, so naturally he had no choice. He shut his eyes and stuffed the flesh lump into his mouth. The thing seemed alive. It slid down his throat, and wherever it passed, a scalding, blazing heat exploded in his abdomen. Erg! A painful roar burst from Du Junwei's mouth. He dropped to his knees, his body curling up like a cooked shrimp. Beneath his skin, his muscles and bones expanded wildly, and his body rapidly grew, instantly breaking past the previous limit of a sorcery giant. 4 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters. In the end, his height stabilized at around 6 meters. But the changes did not stop. Amid Du Junwei's howls, keratin rapidly spread across his skin. Bone spikes grew from his joints. His head deformed, and his mouth split open, revealing interlocking fangs. Power! This is power! Du Junwei's eyes turned blood red. He could feel a terrifying power rampaging through his body. Prepare for battle. Kuei Qing's body swelled as well, and he too transformed into a 6-meter giant. Likewise, the 100-plus people behind him all transformed one after another, though they were only around 5 meters tall. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The next second, a shrill tearing sound came from the fog. Everyone understood. The black dragon had arrived. Beast, get out here. Du Junwei grabbed a spear of Longinus from a box and roared at the fog. I have power now. The power inside him was rampaging wildly. Du Junwei's eyes were wide open, like a man possessed. Suddenly, the situation changed. The thick fog churned violently, and that winding body came crashing sideways through it, like a mountain toppling over, stirring up fierce winds. I'm not afraid of you. Du Junwei roared hysterically, madness in his eyes. And suddenly, movement came. Du Junwei looked up and saw pitch-black scales filling his vision, while that enormous claw slammed down toward him. Move. Without the slightest hesitation, Kuei Qing kicked off with both legs and leaped dozens of meters away. The others did the same, but Du Junwei remained crazed. He raised the spear, wildly excited. Ha ha! Come on, I boom. The claw crashed down, and flesh splattered everywhere. Before he could even finish speaking, Du Junwei had already been reduced to a heap of mangled meat. This guy, Kuei Qing fronet inwardly. This was the side effect of the flesh heart. When first consumed, its terrifying power and boiling blood would drive the user mad. What a waste. A top-grade flesh heart, wasted on him. Li Yujing landed on the ground. His ferocious head turned to look around, and the oppressive force brought by that enormous body was enough to make people suffocate. Crackle. He moved without even a frame of wind-up. The moment he opened his mouth, a bolt of lightning shot out. Kuei Qing and the others were startled. This was different from the other Titans. The other Titans needed to charge up. Their bodies were too huge, so their movements looked stiff in human eyes. But this black dragon could fire the instant it opened its mouth. The ears had only just caught the thunder when the eyes already saw the lightning sweeping over. Crackle. Boom. Countless sorcery giants were hit head-on. Their screams had only just left their mouths when their bodies had already turned into piles of charred black coke. Kuei Qing's body shook. He had only been struck by a tiny branching arc, yet his entire body was blasted dozens of meters away. Cough, cough, cough. He struggled to get back up, feeling like every bone in his body had fallen apart, especially his legs. Piercing pain shot through them. The keratin layer he had always been proud of, the defense that could hard tank rockets, had all been burned into charcoal under that electric arc. Just being caught by the aftershock had already left him heavily wounded. The other beast hunters were in even worse shape. Though they had not been struck by the main bolt, the lightning split into branches in midair, covering a terrifying range. Anyone it touched was severely injured. Large patches of their skin cracked and peeled away, revealing the vivid red, writhing flesh underneath. Impossible. Kuei-Ching spat out a mouthful of blood. He was a 6-meter sorcery giant, one of the strongest forces in the Behemoth Hunting Club. With just his fleshly body, he could fight tanks head-on. Yet before the Black Dragon's power, he was this fragile. Impossible. Kuei-Ching muttered to himself. All his confidence seemed to have been crushed by that single strike. The two sides were not even on the same level. They could also be considered sub-titans, but in the eyes of a true titan, they were probably still just slightly bigger bugs. Why? Kuei-Ching clenched his fists. His size already rivaled that of a sub-titan. Though he was nowhere near as terrifying as the Black Dragon, it should at least have been a child facing an adult. If more than 100 children all held knives, even an adult would have a headache, right? So why was the gap this huge? He could not grasp the key at all. Oh, shrill screams kept ringing out. Kuei-Ching turned his head and saw that in the distance. That savage figure was churning the sea of mist, lightning bursting out again and again. The Beast Hunter team members fled in all directions, yet they were still pierced through by lightning. Boss, pull yourself together. Quite a few people rushed over at once, all staring at Kuei-Ching. Let us fight it to the death. Kuei-Ching gripped his long spear. Everyone, charge with me. Kill. Slay the dragon. No one ran anymore. They turned around at once and charged toward the flood dragon, thrusting out their spears one after another. Li Yujing let out a cold snort. With one claw, he smashed several sorcery giants to death. Then his massive tail swept across, crushing countless figures apart. Kill. The surviving sorcery giants closed in and thrust out their spears. Although his scales had invincible defense, Li Yujing gave them no chance to get close. He went straight into it with zero-frame startup, spewing lightning from his mouth. Boom! Countless giants turned into charred corpses. Within the flashing arcs, Kuei-Ching moved extremely fast, barely dodging as he stabbed his spear toward the flood dragon's vital point. Bug! Li Yujing pressed down sideways, and his claw came crashing down. With a thunderous roar, Kuei-Ching's arms, strong enough to smash an armored vehicle flat, bent beneath the dragon claw as the bones shattered inch by inch. Then came his head, shoulders, and chest. Before that horrifying brute force, his whole body was instantly flattened, shattered, and burst apart. Flesh, bones, organs, they sprayed out in an instant, turning into a pool of blood that dyed the area around him a ghastly dark red. Boss. The minds of the people beside him went completely blank. Li Yujing could not be bothered wasting time. He spat out another blast of lightning, swallowing every figure still alive. When the lightning faded, silence returned to the surroundings. Li Yujing moved his body. His huge, winding form hovered above the village, his molten gold vertical pupils sweeping over the ruins and wreckage below. The smell of blood had not fully dispersed yet. Scorched earth, craters, and terrifying claw marks were everywhere. The villagers who had been hiding heard the commotion stop and gradually came over from the distance. When they saw the winding black shadow hanging in the sky, even their breathing turned cautious, afraid of disturbing this terrifying existence. But compared to the Black Dragon, they were not much better off themselves. Their bodies were twisted and deformed, like monsters. Dragon King. Some were uneasy, some knelt, and some were already stunned. The legends of dragons had always existed in Wushan, but when a legend passed down by word of mouth truly appeared before their eyes, none of them could believe it. The Dragon King was even larger than they had imagined. Dragon King. An old and hoarse voice sounded. It was Shi Lao-san. His 3-meter deformed body trembled as he slowly knelt down. Thank you, Dragon King, for showing your divine might, for killing this pack of beasts, and avenging our village. Seeing this, the other villagers all knelt as well. Li Yujing silently watched them. His huge head dipped slightly in response. Then his winding, ink-black body moved. Surrounded by thick mist, he swam toward the depths of Wushan, disappearing into the sea of fog within a few breaths. Only after that terrifying existence had completely left did everyone finally let out a breath. But then confusion and fear surged into their hearts. Third granduncle, what do we do? A young man looked miserable as he cried. Looking like this, how are we supposed to live? If people see us, they'll definitely call the police, right? Yeah. There is no going back. Beside him, a woman looked at the arm that had mutated into a claw, tears streaming down her face. Shi Lao-san slowly stood up. Looking in the direction where the Dragon King had disappeared, he fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. Just now, the Dragon King's voice sounded in my head for a moment. He said we can go up the mountain, as long as we stay in the mist. We can survive. Into the mountains? Is it safe there? What else can we do? Sure, Lao San let out a helpless sigh. The way we are now, there's no way we can keep staying here. And with the Dragon King there, that's south the safest place. Everyone looked at each other and felt that made sense. But their hearts still felt bleak. They could not stay in a village anymore, and they could not fit back into society either. It seemed that only the deep mountains and old forests could serve as the one place of shelter for monsters like them. Let's go. Up the mountain. Sure, Lao San threw away his cane and started down the narrow path leading into the deep mountains. The others hesitated again and again, then silently followed. Back in Wushan, Li Yujing coiled up. After continuously spewing lightning, even for a half-flood dragon like him, there was still some fatigue. Goo goo. In his dormant state, a vague thought brushed past his vast consciousness like a breeze. It was not language, nor did it carry any concrete information. It was more like an instinctive tremor, an unconscious whisper. What that thought conveyed was pain and restraint, anger and struggle, and a fierce yearning for release. The feeling came from beneath his feet. No, it came from the entire endless mountain range. At first, Li Yujing thought it was an illusion, but that thought grew clearer and clearer, like countless tiny voices gathering into a river. The will of the mountains? He opened his lantern-sized vertical pupils. That one was extremely weak, as if a single breath could scatter it away. Cuckoo. The sound came again. This time, it was a bird-esque cry. Chi-chi. This time, it was the sound of a monkey. SSSS. It became some kind of snake. Li Yujing understood. It really was the will of the mountains, which was why it sounded like the voices of every animal in this mountain. Those voices ultimately pointed toward a vague direction. He turned to look. There stood a metal tower base on the ridgeline, the so-called dragon-locking nail. Li Yujing moved, merging into the thick fog. Not long after, he saw a metal tower about 10 meters tall, driven deep into the mountain rock. Li Yujing raised his foreclaw. Boom! The alloy tower body shattered. He ripped it out by the roots and casually tossed it off the cliff beside him. The instant the tower base was destroyed, Li Yujing felt it. The land beneath his feet seemed to let out a sigh of relief, as if a venomous thorn deeply embedded in flesh had been pulled out. That was the hazy intent of the mountains. Interesting. Li Yujing continued swimming toward the next one. This time, he could not be bothered to use his claws. After drawing near, he parted his mouth slightly, and azure lightning serpent shot out. Boom! The lightning serpent struck the tower body, and the extreme heat instantly melted through the metal. Another dragon-locking nail was scrapped. He did not stop moving, under the cover of the dense fog. He was like a ghost weaving through the mountains and forests. Whenever he found one, he destroyed one, sometimes with claws, sometimes with lightning. Each time, he destroyed one. The earth beneath him seemed to feel relieved, and that hazy mountain intent grew more active. When the last tower base was pulled out, an invisible ripple suddenly spread outward with the main peak as its center, instantly sweeping across the entire mountain range. It was not a sound. It was more like a breath. The chi of the entire mountain range had come alive. Thank you. A breeze brushed through the dense fog. At the same time, Li Yujing had a strange feeling that his connection to this heaven and earth had become several times clearer. It was as if he had gone from being a temporary lodger to becoming, to some extent, a symbiotic partner. The will of the mountains shared part of its once-bound power with him. As repayment, it had actively connected itself to him. An even more marvelous change occurred. Under this unprecedented connection, Li Yujing's perception was elevated to a new dimension. He saw many things. Deep underground, beneath the layers of rock, within the crisscrossing earth veins, vast earth chi, as boundless as an ocean, was moving in a regular pattern. Tides rose and fell, following a fixed cycle. Earth vein tides, Li Yujing murmured, thinking of a crucial point. And in about 7 days, the earth chi in this region would welcome a great tide. The direction of this great tide was clearly visible. It would burst forth from underground and ultimately flow into the great river. I understand now. Li Yujing's eyes lit up. This was the mountain's momentum, the tide of the earth veins. And it was also the best time to walk the flood dragon path. If he rode this great tide of earth chi and flowed downstream into the rivers, everything would surely fall into place naturally. Li Yujing had not expected that the nails he casually pulled out, freeing the will of the mountains from its restraints, would by sheer coincidence directly trigger the eruption of this earth vein tide. In other words, he had personally created his own chance to walk the flood dragon path. A good dragon gets good rewards. Li Yujing calmed his mind and began adjusting his condition, preparing for the flood dragon walk 7 days later. Fog filled the air, covering the mountains. In his current state, he no longer needed to worry about outside interference or prying eyes. He simply lay openly beneath the moonlight. Of course, the moonlight was also weakened by the fog. Not far from where he rested, Sure Lao San and the others stopped, began cutting down trees, and built crude shelters. They planned to establish a new village beside Lord Dragon King. At the same time, in Daqing City, the Do Group Tower remained brightly lit even at night. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was heavy. It was already close to midnight, yet the room was full. There were white-haired clan elders with natural authority, even in silence. And there were also powerful figures in the prime of life. On the big screen, a secretary said, by noon, the investigation had already been completed. Du Junwei is confirmed dead. Aside from that, we also discover people from Behemoth, the international beast hunter organization. Behemoth? Hearing that, everyone was puzzled. How had that group come to do family territory? And they had not known a thing about it. The secretary pointed at the screen and said carefully, according to surveillance from Daqing City, the young master seems to have reached some kind of cooperation with the beast hunters. As for the result, total annihilation confirmed. The leader of the operation was him. As his words fell, a photograph appeared on the big screen. It was a man in his 30s. Who is he? A Du family elder asked. The secretary said, he is the person in charge of behemoth hunters in the Asia region. It is said that he participated in the hunting of 2 titans. Titan class? Everyone was shocked. Sub-titans and true titans were worlds apart. Yes, titans. The secretary nodded. And both hunts were successful. This guy, no wonder he is the head of the Asia region. He really does have some ability. But they still died? How far has that black dragon reached exactly? Wazti had said last time that it was a sub-titan? Discussion broke out throughout the conference room. The secretary continued. Because the fog was too dense, we were unable to obtain detailed information. However, judging from the battle traces at the scene, the black dragon has clearly completed some astonishing evolution. Preliminary assessment suggests its threat level must be urgently raised. Raised again? You mean Monarch-class Titan? No. The secretary shook his head. Based on my more than 20 years of experience, it is still far from the level of a Monarch-class Titan. Its strength comes from lightning. According to the information gathered at the scene, the black dragon possesses the ability to control lightning. Among Titans, that counts as a relatively special category. The moment those words came out, everyone's expressions turned grave. In other words, the black dragon possesses the bloodline of a Monarch-class Titan, although it has not reached Monarch class. Because it has Monarch bloodline, it is more troublesome than some ordinary Titans. So what do we do now? We can't just watch it crouching on our territory, can we? That thing is a ticking time bomb. It could explode at any moment. The discussion in the conference room grew louder. Enough. At that moment, Du Russian lifted his eyelids. The room immediately quieted down. Junwei is my son. Du Russian spoke, with little emotion detectable in his voice. He failed and died. That is a fact. Because of him, the family suffered losses and disgrace. That is also a fact. He paused, then continued, the man is already dead. There's no point in pursuing it too much. Right now, the top priority is dealing with the aftermath and responding to the crisis. The family head is right. So how should we deal with the black dragon? Everyone exchanged glances and began discussing again. Du Russian looked toward the man beside him. Rahai, these past few months you worked with others and slaughtered a titan in the Hungduan Mountains. Tell us, how should this matter be handled now? All eyes turned to Du Rahai. Du Rahai set down his teacup. Big brother, uncles, brothers, I believe there are 2 urgent matters at hand. First, regarding Junwei. We must unify our story to the outside world and say that he died in battle while pursuing a titan. This is not for Junwei's sake, but to deal with those above. The matter of colluding with an overseas organization must not leak in the slightest. All related traces must be wiped clean. Correct. One after another, everyone nodded. It was enough for the family to know about this internally. If word got out, they would definitely be attacked by the other major families. Second, get rid of the black dragon. Du Rahai's gaze turned cold. Report the general situation, study it, and come up with a workable plan. My Du family will take the lead and completely deal with this black dragon. He looked at Du Russian, then at everyone present. If the black dragon isn't eliminated, my Du family as prestige in the Dachuan realm will be completely wiped out. That is unacceptable. The meeting room fell silent. Du Rahai's arrangement was seasoned and decisive. It preserved the family's dignity while letting them seize the initiative again. At the same time, they could use this chance to consolidate resources and expand the Du family's authority within the Titan Defense Bureau. Du Russian looked at his younger brother for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. We'll do it that way. Meeting adjourned. Deep in Wushan, clouds and mist swirled. Li Yujing coiled in the forest, his aura gradually growing stronger. Several hundred meters around him, wooden houses had taken shape one after another, vaguely forming an encirclement around him. Naturally, they belonged to Shi Laosan and the others. Li Yujing couldn't be bothered to care. This was just a random place he happened to lie down anyway. If they wanted to build houses, they could do as they pleased. Time passed, and several days went by. Li Yujing opened his enormous vertical pupils. The day of walking the flood dragon was drawing near, and he was not relaxed in the slightest. With his current state, he could naturally handle it with ease. But what he had always worried about was never this matter. Buzz! Suddenly, deep beneath the earth, that vast tide of the earth veins revived. Like a volcano suppressed for tens of millions of years, it began surging beneath the crust, searching for an outlet to erupt. Goo goo, ayo ayo, hew hew. At the same time, the sounds of animals and the sound of the breeze drifted over. It was the will of the mountains, carrying a sense of blessing. Li Yujing raised his massive head and looked toward the sky through the dense mist. At some unknown point, dark clouds had already come in from all directions. Centered on Wushan's main peak, they layered over each other and gathered at astonishing speed. The sky was pressed incredibly low, and the light dimmed rapidly, as if night had fallen ahead of time. Deep within the clouds, lightning burst forth. It was almost here. Li Yujing felt an inexplicable palpitation in his heart. This might of heaven and earth had no effect on other living beings. It seemed to be targeting only him. The matter of walking the flood dragon was itself an act of defying the heavens. But he had waited 100 years, enduring loneliness and lying dormant. All for this moment. Naturally, he had no intention of fearing it. Crash! The long brewing torrential rain came crashing down. Li Yujing stretched out his nearly 300-meter flood dragon body. His long whiskers drifted, rain beat against his curved horns, and ran down along his scales. Rumble. Within the clouds, lightning ran wild. The rain grew heavier and heavier, like waterfalls smashing down from the sky. 1 day, 2 days. The downpour became even more overwhelming, with no sign of stopping. Strange. Summer isn't even over yet. How can there be such heavy rain? The villagers were astonished. The wooden houses they had built were completely unable to withstand this pouring rain. Something's wrong. Shi Laosan looked toward the curtain of rain in the distance. Through the hazy mist, he could only see a winding, enormous black shadow. He vaguely felt that this had something to do with the Dragon King. Walking the flood dragon? Shi Laosan recalled the legends he had heard as a child. When a flood dragon walked, the commotion would never be small. Earth chi would erupt, rivers would change course, and the celestial phenomena would shift drastically with it. Hiding it completely from humanity was almost impossible. By the 7th day, Li Yujing had become even calmer. Walking the flood dragon was itself a tribulation, a test for the leap in one's life level. Ancient records said that countless flood dragons and giant serpents had fallen short at the last step. Either they were injured by the flood and died within it, or they were intercepted by humans and barely escaped with their lives. The backup plan he had left behind earlier. Perhaps it could come in handy now. Li Yujing moved, his enormous body gliding through the mist as he headed toward a certain direction in the Daba Mountains. There was a river there and a deep pool. He arrived above the deep pool, and his will penetrated downward. With ease, he saw a huge figure. It was the azure-scale water flood dragon he had defeated before. It lurked in the deep water, seemingly asleep. Li Yujing did not show himself, but his hostility and killing intent were conveyed through the mist. Hiss! At the bottom of the river, a terrified hiss exploded out. The water flood dragon was scared out of its wits. It felt it, that terrifying existence. It had come again. This time, the aura was even more frightening. It was filled with expulsion and killing intent. It didn't want to die. The instinct to survive overrode everything else. The water flood dragon no longer dared to stay hidden. Its enormous body shot out of the river, sending towering waves into the sky. It did not even dare look back, and quickly fled into the depths of the Daba Mountains. Above the sea of mist, Li Yujing watched coldly. Go. The bigger the commotion, the better. Draw all their attention over there. Damn it, didn't the black dragon spare me last time? Why is it driving me away again this time? And its presence is even more terrifying. The water flood dragon moved at high speed, darting into the mountain forest. Over these past several hundred years, it had never met an opponent. Those tiny humans had called it the evil river demon flood dragon. It could be said to be quite infamous. It had never imagined that one day it would flee in such miserable panic. Wait, this pressure. It looked up at the sky. Dark clouds pressed down overhead. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. This was heavenly might, making its heart pound for no reason. Something's wrong. That wasn't the black dragon's pressure just now. It was this heavenly might. I understand now. Hiss. The water flood dragon raised its head and hissed at the sky. This is the chance to walk the flood dragon. This is my opportunity to transform into a flood dragon. So that is how it is. I'm going to transform into a dragon. Black dragon. Once I transform into a flood dragon, I won't fear you anymore. Just you wait. The water flood dragon was inexplicably excited, feeling that the chance to wash away its past humiliation had arrived. At the same time, at the Titan Defense Bureau, red warning lights flashed wildly, and the buzzing alarm echoed through the hall. Report. In Daba Mountain Area 17, a powerful biological reaction has been detected. Satellite imaging has been transmitted back. A giant organism is moving through the mountains. Estimated body length exceeds 25 meters, and it is moving extremely fast. The duty supervisor's expression changed, and he immediately connected to Du Ruhai's direct line. A few minutes later, in the Du Group Tower, the screen switched, showing a giant beast fleeing through a river before charging into the forest. That's the evil river demon flood dragon. An old clan elder sucked in a breath upon seeing it. 100 years ago, the family head and I once hunted it down. Unfortunately, it got away. At the time, the family head was rushing to stop it and was swallowed in one bite. Who would have thought that after 100 years, it would appear again? The evil river demon flood dragon? The younger members of the Du family turned to look. The clan elder said in a deep voice. That was during the Republic of China period. The power of hot weapons was insufficient back then. Relying on talismans alone, we truly couldn't kill it. But now, things are completely different. Does it have anything special about it? Du Russian asked. It's indeed very special. The clan elder fell into recollection. It can control water. With a single strike, it can even split mountain rock. Du Russian frowned. In other words, like the Black Dragon, it may also possess king-level Titan bloodline. Is it possible that they're related by blood? Stop talking about useless things. Enough. Begin the operation. Du Russian quickly made his decision. Notify the Defense Bureau to intercept it with full force. Rahai, take the Du family's most elite members with you as well. You must kill this evil river demon flood dragon. Understood. Du Rahai nodded. Du Russian looked at everyone. The lesson of the Black Dragon is right in front of us. I absolutely will not allow a second Black Dragon to appear on the Du family's territory. Just like that, one order after another was sent out. Across the entire Dachuan realm, every force was being mobilized toward Daba Mountain, forming a vast net that covered heaven and earth. Inside the conference room, on a massive electronic screen, only 2 hours later, footage came in. The brutal battle had already begun. In the mountain forests, artillery fire raged. Thermal imaging outlines, troop movement trajectories, casualty reports. Lines of information appeared across the giant screen one after another. Rumble. In the Daba Mountain range, artillery fire swept across the land. Even under the torrential rain, the violent flashes of fire could still be seen clearly. This is bad. It's charging over here. In the communication channel, the warning grew more and more urgent. The moment the words fell, a massive azure back split through the mountain forest and rushed closer at astonishing speed. Insignificant humans. You dare block me. I am a demon river flood dragon. You dare provoke me. Then pay the price. The water flood dragon was furious to the extreme. Its enormous body charged forward wildly. Open fire. Free fire. Boom, boom, boom. At the coastal defense artillery positions, the heavy cannons roared first. Caught off guard, the water flood dragon was struck by the barrage. Scales exploded apart, and blood sprayed everywhere. Insignificant humans, why are your weapons so powerful? It let out a shriek, its tail whipping madly as it tried to force its way through from the flank, where the firepower was relatively weaker. Run. I have to get out of here. In just a few decades, humanity has grown stronger and stronger. And there's even a black dragon entrenched here. This place is completely unfit to be its territory. Rune armor warriors, dragon trapping cables. Members of the Du family shouted loudly. Several rune armor warriors threw out talismans, which transformed in midair into glowing chains that bound the demon river flood dragon. We did it. Voices of joy rose from the crowd. Hiss. The next second, the demon river flood dragon let out a shriek. Its massive body rammed wildly, actually snapping the talisman chains apart. It did, after all, possess Titan bloodline. Its strength was terrifying. Helicopters, missile attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, the armed helicopters flashed with fire beneath their wings as missiles shot toward the water flood dragon. Sensing danger, the water flood dragon violently swung its head. Boom, boom. 2 missiles struck its back and side abdomen. Its blue-black scales were torn apart, exposing the flesh beneath. The intense pain made the water flood dragon let out a miserable, piercing howl. It's effective. Aim at the wounds. Boom. Explosions, several times fiercer than before, erupted one after another in the mountain forest. The smoke was quickly beaten down by the rain. All that could be seen was the water flood dragon's enormous body rolling through the woods. At the joint between its neck and torso, a wound had been blasted open, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Madness surfaced in its scarlet dragon eyes. Hiss! The demon river flood dragon no longer tried to flee. Instead, it turned its savage head and lunged viciously at the humans who had injured it. This evil flood dragon is going all out now. It's charging up. Stop it now. Cries of alarm instantly rang out everywhere. The water flood dragon's huge body rolled through the forest, splashing mud and shattered stone. Its giant tail swept sideways like a siege hammer. Rumble. Countless soldiers were sent flying like toys, and blood and severed limbs instantly dyed the surroundings red. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The demon river flood dragon opened its bloody maw, and a blast of water surged out, killing dozens in an instant. This torrential rain from the heavens had turned the mountain forest into its domain. The battle grew more and more brutal. Though the demon river flood dragon had suffered heavy injuries, its dying counterattack was ferocious beyond compare. Every roll of its massive body could take quite a few soldiers' lives, and the blood gradually stained the surrounding area red. At the same time, within a sea of fog, no one noticed that a giant creature was watching all of this. Help me bear a sliver of this tribulation. Consider it repayment for the mercy I showed you last time by sparing your life. I hope your luck is good enough, Li Yujing murmured. Still, this move was not safe enough. The water flood dragon's combat power was limited. It could block humanity's talisman warriors, but it could not block those terrifying thermal weapons. because thermal weapons were practically endless. Even if their single-point lethality couldn't compare to talismans. They could launch hundreds at a time, even thousands. Below Titan level, almost nothing could resist them. Li Yujing's mind stirred slightly, and the fog spread outward. He had to help the water flood dragon, keep it from being attacked by thermal weapons. Only then could it tie down more of the enemy's strength. Very soon, the artillery fire stopped. Within the fog, all electronic devices malfunctioned, making it impossible to lock onto the Demon River flood dragon with precision. Heaven is helping me. The Demon River flood dragon was overjoyed. This torrential rain, this dense fog, had exposed the weakness of insignificant humans. The battle gradually became primitive. The Du family's talisman warriors began fighting the water flood dragon at close range. No one noticed that within the sea of fog, the huge winding shadow turned away and gradually disappeared into Daba Mountain. The bait has been cast. Next, it's time to focus on preparing for my own leap through the Dragon Gate. Not long after, Li Yujing returned to Wushan. There was no sign that the torrential rain would stop. The entire Wushan region had turned into an endless curtain of water, pouring into the mountain forest with a force that seemed ready to overturn heaven and earth. In an instant, the field of vision was filled with a vast whiteness of water vapor. Li Yujing could feel that the earth vein tide seemed on the verge of erupting. Mountain streams and creeks swelled madly. Muddy floodwater carried gravel with it, gathering into furious yellow dragons that rushed from every direction toward the rivers. The water level rose wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rumble. River water overflowed the banks and slammed against the mountains on both sides. The rivers seemed to become living Hongwang beasts, carrying the power to destroy everything as they surged downstream. This was the might of heaven and earth. Li Yujing felt an inexplicable palpitation in his heart. Even when facing the terrifying mountain shaking now head-on, he had never felt such solemn dread. To ordinary people, this might have been a once-in-several-decades extreme rainstorm and mountain flood, but only a mountain flood. Yet in Li Yujing's perception, this surging flood was no longer merely water. It was tribulation force stirred by the earth vein tide and by the laws of nature. In every drop of water, it was as if the weight of an entire mountain had been compressed. This was the sea of blades and mountain of flames prepared for him. It was the furnace that would test whether he was qualified to transform into a dragon. Li Yujing swayed his massive body and swam down toward the river below through the pouring rain and dense fog. The river water was muddy, and giant waves slammed against the banks. There was no hesitation, nor any need for hesitation. He leaped forward. With a thunderous boom, his enormous body smashed into the center of the rushing river, sending up waves dozens of meters high. The moment he entered the current, the true tribulation began. Boom! An unimaginable impact pressed in on him from all directions. This was no longer the current of an ordinary river. It was the earth vein tide. The laws governing nature's movement, like mountains moving at high speed and crashing into him. Even with Li Yujing's half-flood dragon body and his weight of tens of thousands of tons, the instant he entered the water, he was hit so hard that he staggered and nearly lost control. Then came a blade-like sharpness, jagged rocks, broken tree branches, driven by the acceleration of the violent current. They became like countless rasps, hammers, and sharp blades, scraping and battering his scales from every angle without end. SSSHHH. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of friction and impact rang out nonstop. Sparks flew across his scales. In only a few moments, an unimaginable tearing sensation spread through his entire body. Li Yujing's heart turned solemn. If it had been him a few months ago, then even if he had already reached the peak of the giant snake realm, facing this level of tribulation water, his scales would probably have already cracked. Fortunately, he was already a half-jiao. Li Yujing calmed his mind and continued resisting the current. His enormous body rolled through the new river like he was surfing, borrowing the force of the water as he slowly began moving downstream. Every roll came with a violent impact. Pain everywhere. Suddenly, Li Yujing's body shook. The flood seemed to grow enraged, slamming heavily into him and hurling his huge body against the riverbank. Crack! His scales were torn open. In the midst of that extreme pain, Li Yujing sensed some changes. His flesh, bones, and scales were becoming denser and tougher under this violent pounding. This was a tribulation, but also a blessing. The earth vein tide was mixed into the floodwaters. While it frantically battered his body, it was also being absorbed by that same body, carrying out a certain kind of strengthening. It was like tempering the body. But in this kind of tempering, heaven and earth themselves were involved. Endure it, and he could transform into a true Jiao dragon. Fail, and he would die. But Li Yujing was not worried at all. His physique was powerful. He was already half a step into the Jiao dragon realm. Undergoing the Jiao transformation itself was not dangerous for him. What he was worried about were outside factors. Now, he only hoped that water Jiao could play its role. Rumble. The river roared as if it would never end. Within the raging waters, that huge, winding body rose and fell, struggling forward. But fog filled the air, and no one could see this scene. They only took it for the savage overflowing of the flood. Gradually, Li Yujing understood the true nature of this tribulation. Heaven and earth were not simply trying to destroy him. To be precise, heaven and earth had no will. All living things, all beings were equal. This terrifying flood brought about by the earth vein tide was more like a natural furnace. It was a journey of tempering, just like how mortals train. If they are careless and tear their muscles, hidden injuries are inevitable. If they succeed, they gain a stronger and more beautiful body. By the same logic, if Li Yujing endured this, he would undergo a complete rebirth and transform into a Jiao dragon. At that point, he would truly step into the high-tier sequence of mythical creatures. Rumble. The river grew ever more violent. The earth vein tide had accumulated for countless years, constantly surging out and stirring up a terrifying flood. Ugh! His suppressed cry of pain was drowned beneath the thunder of the river. Li Yujing endured the intense agony brought by the impacts, steadied himself within the new river, and pushed forward with all his strength along the general direction of the earth vein tide. Daqing City, Du Group Tower. Inside one office, a young technician rubbed his eyes, and his expression gradually changed. Old Wang, come look at this. He turned with a tablet in hand and looked at the team leader beside him. Old Wang leaned over. His gaze swept across the screen, and his brows immediately furrowed. This was the real-time rainfall data from Wushan. Over the past hour, the rainfall intensity in the Wushan region had skyrocketed, and it was still rising. This was already at the standard of an extreme rainstorm. Something's off. Old Wang seemed to realize something. As staff members of the Titan Defense Bureau, both of them knew very well that this was absolutely abnormal. As the information was reported upward, a meeting was called. 7 or 8 core Du family elders and upper echelon officials of the Titan Defense Bureau hurried over. Du Russian did not waste words and projected the information onto the screen. This is the data sent back from Wushan surveillance 10 minutes ago. Rainfall has surged. Earthquakes are continuing. What do you all think? The meeting room fell silent. Everyone stared at the screen, their expressions uncertain and alarmed. A high-ranking Defense Bureau official asked Patriarch, "Is there any satellite surveillance?" Du Russian nodded and swiped the screen. The satellite department has already checked. From Wushan to Yunmeng Great Marsh, the river waters over a stretch of several hundred li have continuously been covered by fog. Fog! Everyone was shocked. Clearly, this was not a normal flood. There was no fog anywhere else, yet these several hundred li of river were shrouded in it. If anything, it felt like a clumsy attempt at concealment. A Defense Bureau executive murmured, "Could it be related to the Black Dragon? Where a black dragon travels, clouds and fog always follow." So what is the Black Dragon trying to do? Whether they were Du family members or high-ranking officials of the Titan Defense Bureau, they were all experienced enough to easily infer the answer. This could it be? Suddenly, one clan elder with graying hair pushed up his reading glasses, his face gradually turning pale. Those of the Jiao dragon kind, if they wish to shed the form of snakes and pythons and ascend the heavenly ranks of dragons, they must carry out a heaven-defying act. This is called walking the Jiao transformation. When that time comes, the celestial signs will answer it. Torrential rain will pour without end for days. Mountains will shake, waters will surge, and rivers will change course. Third uncle, you mean? The Black Dragon is undergoing Jiao transformation? Du Russian shot to his feet, his eyes extremely grave. Everyone else also widened their eyes. No one was unfamiliar with the saying of Jiao transformation. More or less, all of them had heard such legends before. But those were only legends. In all their decades of life, and in the several hundred years of the Titan Defense Bureau's history, there had never been any precise record of it. It's definitely undergoing Jiao transformation. That Black Dragon wants to use this heaven and earth anomaly to carry out its dragon transformation. Du Lausen cried out, "I never thought that in my lifetime I would witness a legend like this. We cannot sit and wait for death." A cold light burst from Du Russian's eyes. If that beast succeeds in its Jiao transformation, just how terrifying will its strength surge to? Will the Du family still be able to suppress a true Jiao dragon? What kind of horrifying existence will Daqing City, and even a much larger region, be forced to face? So this absolutely cannot be allowed. This concerns the very foundation of the Du family. It must be suppressed. Du Lausen stood up, ferocity gleaming in his eyes. If we let it survive this tribulation, the fortune of our Du family will definitely be drained away, and we will inevitably decline. This cannot be allowed. But on the water Jiao's side, a Du family member beside him picked up a tablet and projected its contents onto the big screen. This is the report from the front line. The green Jiao's death throes are extremely fierce. Although it has been heavily wounded, it will still take at least half a day before the outcome is decided. If we split our forces at a time like this, can we defeat the Black Dragon? As soon as that question was raised, everyone fell silent. In order to encircle and kill the green Jiao, the Titan Defense Bureau and the Du family had mobilized everything. To open up another battlefield now was not realistic. If we don't split our forces, are we supposed to just watch the Black Dragon complete its Jiao transformation? Another hot-tempered clan elder growled, Once the Jiao transformation succeeds, its strength will leap forward, and the future trouble will be endless. At that point, even if our Du family pours in the full strength of the clan, we probably still won't be able to contain it. But we don't have the strength anymore. The elder in charge of logistics wore a bitter expression as he said helplessly of the family's direct elite mountain battalion. 1/5 was lost under Junwei's command. The Titan Bureau's modern weapons also became useless within the Black Dragon's clouds and fog. What are we supposed to use to deal with the Black Dragon? Then we elders will go ourselves. No matter what, we cannot let the Black Dragon succeed in its Jiao transformation. Go ourselves? We'd just be meat stuck between the Black Dragon's teeth. If you're afraid of death, you don't have to go. For the sake of the Du family's fortune, for the sake of the Du family's future, we were prepared long ago to die in battle. Everyone argued at once, their faces red with anger. Du Rushan raised his brows, weighing everything at high speed. The water, Jiao, had to be dealt with. They could not split their forces, or it might very well turn into a second Black Dragon. And even if they did split their forces, it was probably already too late. The Black Dragon had clearly not chosen this day to undergo tribulation at random. It had done it on purpose. Right then, Du Laosan said, "Everyone, don't forget, a flood dragon's dragon walking is the tribulation of transforming into a true dragon. Ancient records say that during the process, the flood dragon must use its fleshly body to withstand the might of heaven and earth head-on. Raging waters, crashing rocks, tribulations piling onto its body. It is at its weakest then. If it succeeds, its strength will soar. But if it is interrupted or injured midway through the dragon walking, at best it will fail, and at worst it will die." He looked at Du Rushan, a harsh glint flashing through his eyes. "This is our best chance to kill it. It may also be our last chance. Is it really undergoing tribulation?" Everyone looked at each other, not daring to be sure. After all, that was only a legend. Du Laosan looked at the crowd, greed flashing in his eyes. Besides, the essence, blood, and bone marrow of a flood dragon on the verge of becoming a true dragon are beyond price. I've heard they can prolong life. If we can kill it, take its essence, and refine even stronger talismans, then at the very least, it can save the Du family 50 years of accumulation. As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere instantly changed. Their worry vanished, replaced by greed and killing intent. An extended lifespan. Who wouldn't want to live a long life? Then let us vote. Du Rushan looked at the crowd. Those in favor of concentrating our remaining strength to intercept the Black Dragon, raise your hands. Inside the conference room, the motion passed by almost a unanimous vote. No one opposed it. No one abstained. This was the will of the entire family, and also the Du family's way of doing things. The Du family had risen from a small local clan into the giant that now ruled over one region. They had never been kind people. Then prepare to move out. Ghost Leap Gorge truly lived up to its name. On both sides stood nearly vertical cliffs, several hundred meters high, as if split apart by a sword edge. A mountain flood erupted and crashed into the gorge with savage force, slamming into jagged rock walls and throwing up waves dozens of meters high. Water vapor filled the gorge, and visibility was extremely poor. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within the hazy curtain of rain, the sound of rotors rang out. Dozens of helicopters cut through the terrible weather and landed steadily on a flat stretch of ground below the gorge despite the violent air currents. The cabin doors opened, and Du Rushan strode out. More than 100 Du family members and several hundred elite soldiers poured out one after another, their expressions grave as they quickly spread out into formation. Move, faster, set up the armor-piercing missiles, heavy anti-material snipers. Get into position now and aim at the center line of the waterway at the narrowest point of the gorge. Talismaned armor troops, groups of 3, Du Rushan shouted, but his voice seemed tiny amid the torrential rain and river wind. It had to be repeated several times before people could hear it clearly. No one used radios, because in this strange mist, many electronic devices would fail. Their ears couldn't hear, and their eyes couldn't see. This battle would test individual experience. Everyone knew time was tight. They rapidly set up the heavy weapons and checked their talismans, because that Black Dragon could come riding the floodwaters at any moment. Du Rushan stood on an open stone platform. Rain soaked through his combat uniform, but he didn't seem to notice. He raised his binoculars. Inside them, mist churned. Visible range, less than 10 meters. Patriarch, the firing positions are basically set up, a clansman beside him said worriedly. But the rain is too heavy. The water vapor is too thick, and the fog is getting worse. No need to say more. Du Rushan cut him off, his gaze cold. No matter what, for the future of the Du family, this battle is unavoidable. Let us hope the legends are true, and dragon walking really is the Black Dragon's tribulation. Otherwise, this fight may turn into a direct confrontation. I hope everything goes smoothly. The clansman's face grew solemn, and he let out a heavy breath. After all, they were here to launch a sneak attack. They were going to take the Black Dragon's life while it was weakened during dragon walking. If it became a frontal battle, this many people wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps between the Black Dragon's teeth. Everyone, stay on high alert. This fog will affect our communications. Every team has only one mission: kill the black dragon. Yes, received. Once the orders were passed down, silence fell over both sides of the gorge, leaving only the sounds of wind, rain, and rushing river water. Everyone held their breath, tense to the extreme. Rumble. Rain poured down in sheets, washing over the cliff walls. Time passed second by second. The river level kept rising, nearly spreading onto the flat ground. Attention! There's a huge splash upstream. The black dragon may be appearing. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Rumble. The moment those words fell, the river at the upstream entrance of the gorge seemed to explode, throwing up a gigantic spray 10 meters high. The next second, a terrifying shadow emerged. Even with the limited range in the fog, that shadow was simply too large. It could be seen even from afar. It broke through the raging waves and charged violently into Ghost Leap Gorge. The black dragon had come. Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons, inexplicably nervous. That enormous shadow flickered in and out beneath the river water. By visual estimate alone, it was already over 100 meters long, at the absolute minimum. A terrifying 200 meters. If it fully stretched out, it would be as tall as a skyscraper. Searchlights. From one position, the captain in charge of the emplacement let out a loud roar, and beams of light shot toward the river. The fog was too thick, so the beams had limited effect. But those searchlights had never been meant to light up the fog. They were meant to pierce through it and make the black dragon's silhouette clearer. Be black dragon. Many people saw that terrifying shadow. Its savage head was raised high. Its horns curved, its long whiskers lashed wildly, and the outlines of its sharp claws flickered in and out of sight as they churned through the water. Courting death. Li Yujing was completely enraged. His earlier worry had become reality after all. The dragon walking caused too much commotion to be hidden. These people definitely would not let him successfully undergo tribulation. The moment they entered the fog, Li Yujing had noticed them. But now he had no way to stop. He was already halfway through the dragon walking. How could he quit midway? Besides, an earth vein tide did not happen when everyone wanted. If he missed today, he might have to wait several more decades. Naturally, Li Yujing could not give up. He suddenly accelerated, his enormous body rolling through the river. At this moment, he was clearly in poor condition. His massive body rose and lurched in the floodwaters. Every tail swing he used to fight against the waves brought pain. On his winding body, several fresh cracks could be seen. In some places, the scales had split open, exposing the flesh beneath. They were healing slowly, only to be scoured again by the flood. The black dragon seems to be injured. Sure enough, third Uncle S guess was right. Even if we didn't T-attack, the flood alone would be enough to make the black dragon suffer badly. If we intercept it now, it's as good as dead. Seeing this, the Du family members grew excited. Open fire. Du Russian gave the order decisively. The adjutant beside him raised a pistol and fired a signal flare into the sky, where it bloomed like a firework. Upon receiving the command, the missiles on the commanding heights of both riverbanks launched and shot from different angles toward the enormous shadow in the middle of the river. Boom! Li Yujing's vertical pupils contracted as he was struck by one of the missiles. Under normal circumstances, he could have dodged it easily. But right now he was using all his strength to fight the flood and was far less agile than usual. He let out a low roar, twisted his huge body, and dove into the river. The next second, the missile plunged into the water. Boom! Boom! The chain of explosions sent towering columns of water into the sky. But two of them were extremely precise and exploded against Li Yujing's abdomen. Puffed. Scales were torn apart, and a spray of blood burst from his body. The wound was not deep, but it was extremely deadly. Under normal circumstances, missiles like this wouldn't be able to break through his defenses at all. But right now, he was in tribulation water. One careless mistake, and the flood would tear apart his scales. Every bit of his strength was being used to resist this terrifying might of heaven and earth. Any extra injury could very well become the last straw that broke the camel's back. For a moment, Li Yujing's killing intent surged. Fortunately, driving away the water Jiao earlier had scattered most of the Du family's main forces. Otherwise, the barrage he was facing now would probably have been 10 times fiercer. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Amid the shrill tearing of the air, missiles continued to fall. 10, 20, 100, as if they were free, launched straight into the river without caring whether they even had a lock. The explosions were deafening, sending the river surging wildly. There were simply too many. Even though Li Yujing dodged with all his might, he was still struck by missile after missile. In just a short moment, the place had been blasted into a great lake. The black dragon's been hit. It's injured. It's bleeding. Keep attacking. Today, we make this beast stay here forever. Talisman arts attack. On the cliff walls along both sides, the Du family's talisman armored soldiers stood ready in strict formation, activating all kinds of offensive talismans. For a moment, golden light filled the air as talismans shot out like water being splashed, all aimed at the places on that enormous body where the scales had fallen away. Bang, bang, bang. The talismans exploded one after another across the pitch-black body. If they struck his scales, they had no effect on Li Yujing at all. but in some places, the scales had already been torn apart by the tribulation water. When the talismans hit those wounds, they brought fresh, stinging pain and a burning sensation. "You're courting death." Li Yujing was completely enraged. His molten gold vertical pupils lit up in an instant. He opened his ferocious jaws, and lightning gathered in the depths of his throat. Roar! A dragon-esque roar rang out between heaven and earth. In that lightning-fast instant, terrifying lightning burst forth. "Everyone careful! Run! Boom! Boom! Boom!" Rock shattered, and screams rang out endlessly. The talisman-armored soldiers who failed to dodge in time were pierced by the lightning, together with the armor on their bodies. They were burned into charred corpses. Li Yujing twisted his head, lightning spewing out as 1, 2, 3 lives vanished in rapid succession. This beast is going all out. Everyone be careful. On both sides of the new river, the Du family members panicked. The black dragon seemed to have gone mad, spitting lightning and sweeping sideways with its gigantic tail. Countless people were burned into charcoal or crushed into bloody paste. "Keep attacking. Don't stop." Heavy sniper rifles, armor-piercing rounds. Hit its eyes and wounds. Du Russian roared. Da-da-da-da. Bang. Boom. Guns and artillery roared from both banks. Special armor-piercing rounds, high-explosive grenades, mortar shells. Countless murky columns of water exploded across the river-esque surface, almost swallowing him whole. Li Yujing roared again and again. Relying on the terrifying defense of his Jiao dragon body, he forcibly endured most of the attacks. Sparks flew in all directions off his ink-black scales. In a few places, scales shattered and blood seeped out, but those wounds had been torn open by the impact of the tribulation water. Those shells were specifically targeting his injuries. Locking onto the direction, Li Yujing charged through the hail of bullets and shells, swinging his body with all his strength as he accelerated toward the downstream exit of the canyon. As long as he could rush through this narrowest stretch of the river mouth, then once the river widened and the current slowed a little, it would be much harder for the Du family to focus fire on him again. Boom! Just then, a flood crest surged down from upstream and slammed heavily into Li Yujing, already suffering under attacks from both within and without. He was struck by this power of heaven and earth, and his scales split apart as blood stained a whole stretch of the river red. "Good, it's injured. Keep attacking. Kill this beast." Seeing this, the Du family disciples' morale surged, and their attacks became even more frenzied. Roar! Li Yujing let out a deafening dragon-esque roar. At the same time, an intent overflowing with killing surged into the minds of every Du family disciple. "After today, the Du family will surely be exterminated. I will wipe out your entire clan, not sparing even chickens and dogs." That chilling killing intent made many people's movements stiffen, cold fear rising from the bottom of their hearts. "Wretched beast! How arrogant!" A Du family elder shouted angrily, "Worry about yourself first. Whether you can even live through today is hard to say." As soon as his words fell, everyone launched another round of attacks. Du Russian's expression was grave as he constantly changed positions, watching the battle closely. The black dragon was badly injured, bleeding from many places, but the momentum of its charge had not been completely broken. It was already about to rush out of that death channel. If it got out and entered the relatively open waters downstream, then trying to use this terrain to focus fire and stop it would lose much of its effectiveness. Blow up the canyon. Du Russian's eyes turned cold. "Patriarch, please reconsider." The clansman beside him had a deathly pale face and said in a trembling voice, 30 li downstream is Qingshi town. Although the staff have already evacuated most of the residents, there is still a small number left behind who haven't been fully withdrawn. If we blow up the canyon, it could very likely trigger massive landslides. Once the flood spreads, Qingshi town definitely won't survive. Several villages and towns farther downstream, and even places beyond that, could also be affected. That's right, there are still hundreds of thousands of people below. If the flood goes out of control, it could even affect over 1 million people. Hearing this, the clan elder beside him changed expression. Du Russian turned around. Rain slid across his face. But there was only a near-crazed resolve there. "We can't worry about that much anymore. Eliminating this titan is the top priority. This is war, and war demands sacrifice. The people of Qingshi town, if the evacuation was ineffective, that's the local authorities' responsibility. As for farther downstream, we can't spare any thought for it." He looked at the signalman and said in a deep voice, "Issue the launch order. Order the heavy missile forces to begin their attack. Target, Gijteo Gorge Canyon. Launch immediately. Stop it completely. No, bury it completely in this canyon. Patriarch, think it through." The elder beside him widened his eyes, trying to dissuade him. The geological disasters and flooding this would trigger would have consequences too terrible to imagine. "Our Du family will become the target of all criticism." "Shut up." Du Russian stared at him as if he wanted to devour him alive. "I, Du Russian, will bear all consequences alone. For the future of the Du family. This black dragon must die. Execute the order." The signalman fell silent, but still raised the signal gun. Bang! He pulled the trigger, and the bullet shot into the sky, turning into a giant firework. Du Russian fixed his gaze on the center of the river. The black dragon was already about to break through. Black dragon die. A savage curve rose at the corner of his mouth. Du Russian knew very well that stopping the black dragon from walking the Jiao path was no less than killing its parents. This hatred was irreconcilable. If it was allowed to transform into a dragon today, then the Du family would have no future. So this black dragon had to die. As for the hundreds of thousands of people downstream, they could not compare to the future of the Du family. At worst, he would bear the responsibility himself. Besides, if they could kill the black dragon, they could just push the blame onto it. When that time came, the Du family would surely have a bright future. And who would dare stand against the Du family when it was in full glory? Whoosh! The next second, a heavy tearing sound came from above. Immediately after, 3 trails of fire ripped through the curtain of rain, smashing toward Gijteo Gorge, toward the black dragon struggling forward through the flood. Boom, boom, boom. Under the terrifying explosion, heaven and earth seemed to change color. A few seconds later, an enormous mushroom cloud rose. Within dozens of meters of the center of the explosion, rainwater, floodwater, and even the air itself were instantly vaporized, forming a brief vacuum zone. Roar! Li Yujing was at the center of the explosion. That terrifying shockwave kept battering his body. The parts covered in scales were fine, almost completely unharmed. An explosion like this could not hurt him, but some parts of his body had already had their scales torn open by the tribulation water. Now, swallowed by this terrifying blast, blood instantly sprayed out. The searing pain crashed into his nerves like a tidal wave. In just a few seconds, the raging flood above came crashing down again. Rumble. Not giving Li Yujing even a moment to breathe, several more streaks of fire appeared in the sky. One of the missiles landed on the canyon. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. Hundreds of thousands of tons of rock from above came smashing down madly, kicking up murky, giant waves dozens of meters high. And this was only the beginning. In just a short moment, the rocks completely blocked the river's surface and the water level rose frantically. At the same time, one missile landed directly on Li Yujing. Boom! The shockwave flipped him to the ground. The mountainside collapsed wildly, and giant boulders slammed into his spine and skull, sending sparks flying. His already split open wounds worsened again. Li Yujing twisted his body and quickly dove into the river. The power of those missiles was indeed terrifying, but they could only injure the places without scales. He was not worried, but if the flood arrived, no, he could already feel that the flood was coming. Rumble. The raging flood slammed into his body, flipping him over in the water and smashing him hard against the riverbank. Cracked. His scales shattered, and blood gushed wildly from the wounds. Keep bombing. On the riverbank, Du Russian roared, block up the river for me. The clansman beside him widened his eyes. Patriarch, if we block the river, then once it bursts later, the consequences will be unimaginable. The flooding is already serious enough. If we block the flood and then it breaks through, the downstream will turn into a watery wasteland stretching for 1,000 li. Carry out the order. Du Russian's gaze was ice cold. All of this is for the Du family's future. Understood. That clansman let out a helpless sigh and could only continue passing down the command. Still coming? Li Yujing's eyes turned cold. With one sweep of his enormous tail, the blocked river mouth was instantly torn open. Before the missiles arrived, he shot out in one burst. It ran. Quick, chase it. At Du Russian's order, the Du family clansmen immediately gave chase. Splash. In the muddy river water, a huge figure broke the surface and raised its head again. Li Yujing's appearance at this moment was utterly miserable. More than 1/4 of his scales had been split open by the tribulation water, and the flesh beneath was mangled and bloody. Since you people are courting death, then I'll grant it to you. In Li Yujing's cold vertical pupils, boundless brutality burned. He had originally wanted to conserve his strength to walk the flood dragon path. No matter what, nothing was more important than his own evolution. Everything else could wait until after he successfully walked the flood dragon path. But now it seemed, if he did not kill all these people, it would be very hard for him to succeed. These people had even gone so far as to trigger landslides, willing to devastate the downstream and slaughter countless lives just to heavily wound him. They had already gone mad. Since you want to die, then I'll grant it to you. Li Yujing suddenly turned his head, his gaze locking onto the heavy artillery positions on both sides of the river that were reorganizing their firepower. He opened his blood-filled maw, and lightning erupted in his throat. Rumble. The next second, 3 azure lightning pillars as thick as water buckets tore through the curtain of rain and struck fiercely toward the figures on the shore. Quick dodge. Oh no, save me. The 2 heavy artillery positions on the western side were directly hit by the lightning pillars. Men and cannons were vaporized on the spot. The talisman-armored soldiers nearby instantly turned to ash. In the sea of mist, the pilots of more than a dozen helicopters panicked. They only saw blue light flash, and in the next second, they lost consciousness. The aircraft exploded one after another, turning into fireballs as they fell. Don't be afraid of this beast. For the Du family's future. Attack. Don't stop. Talisman armored soldiers, don't hit its scales. Aim for its wounds. Du Russian roared, his eyes blood red. Seeing this, the surviving Du family members on both shores were also driven red-eyed by the deaths of their clansmen. They turned their fear into a crazed desire to attack. Kill the black dragon, the Du family disciples roared, pulling out talismans and firing them in volleys toward the monstrous beast in the river, whose ferocity reached the heavens. Clang! Clang! The talismans struck the scales, sending out bursts of sparks. Some talismans also hit the already hideous and worsening wounds, drawing fresh blood. You're courting death. Li Yujing completely went berserk, walking the flood dragon path, conserving strength for the heavenly tribulation. All of that was thrown to the back of his mind. He had only one thought left in his heart. Kill every last one of these annoying insects. His dragon tail, weighing 10,000 tons, carried all his remaining immense strength and towering fury as it swept sideways toward the eastern side, where the talismans were densest. Heedless of the wounds on his back splitting open further. Quick scatter boom on both sides of the river. More than 20 Du family talisman armored soldiers were instantly crushed into meat paste. Severed limbs mixed with bloody rain and flowed into the river. But at the very moment Li Yujing attacked with all his strength, the upstream flood, like a moving mountain range, slammed solidly into his completely unguarded body. Crack! It felt as if he had been rammed by a giant ship weighing 100,000 tons. Li Yujing's enormous body was sent sliding sideways before smashing heavily into the cliff wall on the opposite side, then bouncing back into the water. The huge wound on his back was ripped open again. Scales mixed with flesh tore loose, and blood poured out like a fountain. The black dragon is almost done for. Keep attacking the places not covered by scales. Kill this beast. Avenge our dead brothers. Seeing this, the Du family members attacked even more frantically. All their firepower was concentrated on Li Yujing's exposed flesh and wounds. Roar! D. Li Yujing was in so much pain he nearly went mad, and his killing intent boiled to its peak. He forcibly steadied his body, ignoring the agonizing pain all over and the blood pouring from him. He opened his mouth once more, and even more violent lightning burst forth. Wherever the lightning passed, human bodies were charred black, and another position turned into a scene from hell. The next second, Li Yujing swung his massive body and lunged out of the river, his claws slamming toward a Du family elite squad on the shore. Quick scatter! Rumble! The Du family squad, along with the rock they were hiding behind, was smashed into pulp and powder with a single claw. Li Yujing spat lightning again, and another Du family squad was wiped out. But just then, another wave of mountain flood erupted. Rumble! The ground shook as the flood came surging out from the narrow upstream waterway with an overwhelming force, instantly swallowing Li Yujing whole. This was the might of heaven and earth. It could not be resisted. Beast! Seeing two squads wiped out, Du Russian's eyes turned blood red. Every single talisman armored soldier had been cultivated by the family at enormous expense. It took at least 20 to 30 years before one could become battle-ready. Yet before the black dragon, they were slapped to death like ants. Beast, even if I have to perish together with you today, I will bury you in this place. Du Russian tore open the front of his robe in one motion, revealing a wooden box worn close to his body. This was the Du family's clan-suppressing Dharma artifact. Only members at the elder level or above were qualified to use it. Without the slightest hesitation, Du Russian pulled out a dagger and cut open his palm. The moment the wooden box touched his blood, it suddenly bloomed with a blood-red light. But that still was not the end. Du Russian's body trembled as blood was continuously being drawn out by the wooden box. Patriarch, that sword is dangerous. The clansman beside him panicked and hurriedly reached out to stop him. What is there to fear? Du Russian didn't care at all. He stared at the black dragon in the river. Today I will kill this beast. As he spoke, the wooden box burst with intense blood-red light. Ancestors of the Du family above. Du Russian's eyes were crazed as he raised the wooden box high. Unfilial descendant Du Russian, today, with blood as sacrifice, begs the ancestral artifact to slay the dragon. Zhong! The wooden box trembled violently, letting out a shrill, piercing sword cry. The next second, the wooden box exploded. A terrifying blood-colored sword light shot into the sky, dyeing even the surrounding mist into an ominous dark red. Sword come, slay the dragon. Du Russian raised his blood-covered hand. Along with a sword cry, the blood light descended before him, revealing a long sword about 3 chi in length. The blade was blood-red, carved all over with dark golden patterns. The hilt was made from some unknown white bone. The instant Du Russian grasped it, a nauseating stench of blood swept out. Dragon-slaying sword. The Du family had discovered it by chance in Wushan. According to the surviving inscription on its steel, this sword had once drunk the blood of a flood dragon and possessed an innate suppression against all dragon-type giant beasts. Du Russian gripped the sword with both hands as blood poured madly into it. He raised the sword over his head and pointed with one finger. Beast eye! The blood-red sword light tore through the mist, split the air, crossed several hundred meters, and shot toward the colossal creature in the river. Chong! Blood light erupted, and sword cries rang out everywhere. Li Yujing was resisting the violent flood. He had just raised his head out of the water when he saw the red light fly over and stab into the deepest wound on his back. The sword light entered his body all the way to the hilt. A pain unlike anything before crashed over him, and Li Yujing roared in fury. This sword contained terrifying power. It rampaged wildly inside his body, as if burning his flesh and blood. Roar! Li Yujing twisted in the flood, kicking up monstrous waves as he tried to throw off the evil sword nailed into his body. But it was useless. The long sword seemed to have fused with him. Sword qi ran rampant, and the wound slowly widened. He suddenly turned his head. His molten gold vertical pupils had completely turned blood red as he stared fixedly at that tiny figure on the giant rock. "You're courting death." Li Yujing completely ignored the evil sword in his back and paid no heed to the surging flood beneath him. His enormous body charged forward recklessly. Du Russian's pupils shrank, and the savage grin on his face instantly froze. He had never imagined that, after taking the fatal strike of the dragon-slaying sword, this black dragon still hadn't died on the spot. The next second, that terrifying body was already close. Rumble, rumble. The river seemed to explode. Li Yujing leaped out of the water, and his massive foreclaw smashed viciously toward the giant rock where Du Russian stood. Golden light talisman. Snapping back to his senses, Du Russian could only hurriedly pull out a life-saving talisman. The talisman burned away and transformed into a mass of golden light that wrapped around him. And the giant claw, carrying the force to overturn mountains and seas, had already slammed down heavily. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the giant rock shattered instantly. Several Du clansmen beside Du Russian were smashed into meat paste on the spot. Crack! In barely half a second, the golden shield exploded apart. Du Russian felt as though he had been struck hard. His eyes filled with blood, and he spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. When the golden light completely shattered, the last trace of it protected him as he was sent flying sideways, crashing hard onto the ground, barely clinging to life. Li Yujing's strike had missed its mark, and his ferocity only grew fiercer. He no longer cared about walking the flood dragon path. Dragging along a rain of blood and floodwater, his savage head tore through the rain and mist as he charged toward Du Russian. Demonic dragon, don't act wildly. Protect the family head. Seeing their family head gravely wounded, the Du clansmen roared and rushed forward, blocking themselves in front of Du Russian as all kinds of talismans were hurled at Li Yujing. Bang, bang, bang. The attacks landed on his scar-covered body, especially on the bloody wounds where there were no scales to protect the flesh, bringing fresh pain and damage. Li Yujing flew into a rage and slapped down with one claw, instantly smashing more than 10 Du clansmen into meat paste. Then, with zero wind-up, he opened his mouth and spat out lightning. Boom! Though he had fallen into weakness, and the lightning's power had greatly diminished, it still burned dozens of Du clansmen, blocking his path into charred corpses. At the brink of death, Du Russian struggled to raise his head. Looking at the dragon maw drawing closer and closer, despair flashed through his eyes. The strength of this black dragon far exceeded imagination. It had clearly only just entered the walking flood dragon stage, yet was already comparable to a titan. The next second, a massive shadow fell over him. Beast! Du Russian opened his mouth and roared, pulling out a handful of talismans in an attempt to die together with the black dragon. Boom! The claw slammed down, and Du Russian was instantly smashed into meat paste. Li Yujing shook his head. The dragon-slaying sword in his back was still corroding him. On top of that, he had lost too much blood and was already weak to the extreme. He let out a low growl, twisted his battered dragon body, and plunged back into the surging new river. Of the Du family's ambush force, not even 1 in 10 remained. They were almost no longer a threat to him. Now he only needed to endure the flood, and he would be able to complete his evolution. The muddy, violent flood pushed Li Yujing's broken body onward as it continued rushing downstream. What he saw ahead made his pupils contract. The downstream terrain was broad and open, and the river's surface wide. There should no longer have been much danger. But precisely because it was open, the place had now become a vast drownland. The Du family's reckless missiles had not only heavily wounded him, but it also damaged the geological structure of Guijiao Gorge. The flood had spread everywhere, and corpses littered the land. Villages had fallen apart. Brick houses were destroyed as easily as if they were made of paper, and the flood swallowed everything. Crying, calls for help, desperate screams. All of it was drowned beneath the roaring of the flood. Li Yujing's heart turned cold. Over the long years, he had long since grown used to life and death. But the scene before him still stirred complicated emotions in him. Even so, he could barely save himself. The dragon-slaying sword in his back was still corroding him. Every heartbeat brought piercing, burning pain and a loss of strength. All over his body, countless wounds were still bleeding, and the power he could use to resist the flood was rapidly declining. But, looking at the struggling figures in the flood, Li Yujing moved his dragon tail and swept it across the water, pushing countless floating objects toward the shallows. As for the rest, he could no longer manage it. Nor did he have the ability to. Li Yujing did not linger. He had no strength left to do more. Following the somewhat slowed floodwater, he continued on. We're saved. On top of a floating giant tree, more than 10 figures cried out in joy at surviving the disaster. Their complicated gazes fixed on the violent flood in the distance. Just now, they had seen everything. Even though the mist was thick, they could still make out that winding, enormous figure, with a single sweep of its tail. The currents had pushed the giant tree they were on away from the center of the flood and into this calm, shallow area. It's the Dragon King. That figure in the flood must be the Dragon King. The Dragon King has manifested. Besides the giant tree, there was also a wooden shack in the distance, with 4 or 5 people clinging to it. Farther away, there were many, many more. Several hundred kilometers away, Titan Defense Bureau, Southwest Headquarters. Deep underground, combat conference room. On the massive, ring-shaped screen, dozens of images were split apart. At the very center was the real-time surveillance returned by several reconnaissance satellites in different orbits, showing the downstream flood region. The Du family deserves death, although the satellites could not see everything within the mist. The out-of-control mountain flood and the tragic state of the downstream towns were transmitted clearly onto the screen. In the image, a drowned land stretched for 1,000 li. The flood spread, swallowing green fields, gray roads, and densely packed houses. Before the flood, the towns were as fragile as sandcastles. Inside the conference room, silence hung for several seconds. What was the Du family doing? The military representative slammed a fist onto the table, his face livid as he said, "Look, 2 county towns, more than 10 townships, and nearly 500,000 people have been directly affected. The flood is still spreading downstream. How is this them striking a Titan? This is clearly creating a disaster no less severe than a Titan attack." General Wang, calm down. Beside him, a refined middle-aged man spoke up. He was the representative of the family faction. How can I stay calm? The military representative was furious. The Du family's mistake caused this tragedy. They should be sent to the tribunal court. The refined man lit a cigarette, his expression calm. The Du family's target was to eliminate the high-risk Titan Black Dragon. That aligns with the Bureau's overall strategy. When dealing with a beast of this level, taking extraordinary measures and causing a certain amount of collateral damage may be understandable. After all, they didn't want this either. There must have been an accident in this battle. An accident just makes it okay? General Wang, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. The top priority is to assess the Black Dragon's condition. The refined man said coolly, if it truly was heavily wounded by the Du family, then we should mobilize every military force in the surrounding area and kill it, eliminating all future trouble forever. What the hell are you talking about? The military representative shot to his feet and pointed at the man's nose as he cursed. What is our first principle? It's controlling Titan disasters and protecting the lives and property of the people. The Du family triggered a massive landslide in order to seize the credit and resources for hunting a Titan, causing an uncontrollable flood disaster. This already seriously violates our principles. It's a major accident. We shouldn't be fighting right now. We should be going to disaster relief. Our military will move out immediately to evacuate the remaining civilians and block the flood, not go provoke a giant beast that may already have gone mad. I agree with General Wang. That's right. Right now, we should be handling disaster relief, not using our strength to eliminate the Titan. But what about the Black Dragon? A family representative said, are we just going to let it leave safely like this? I suggest we eliminate it. We should deal with the disaster first. Everyone exchanged glances and broke into heated discussion. How absurd. The refined man let out a cold snort. This is the giant beast that has left hundreds of thousands displaced. Instead of taking the chance to kill it while it's weak, you want to go do disaster relief? You save people today, but what about tomorrow? Once the Black Dragon recovers, it will inevitably stir up an even greater war. When that time comes, how many more people will fall beneath its claws? I support the motion. The Black Dragon should be killed. I oppose it. The most urgent matter is disaster relief. Kill it? With what? What about the victims? That is a necessary sacrifice. The conference room instantly descended into chaos. Enough. Silence. The elder at the head of the table spoke, and the arguing quieted somewhat. Order 1. Mobilize all available rescue forces in the southwest region and commit them fully to flood control and disaster relief. The primary objective is to protect the lives of the people. The elder raised a second finger. Order 2. The Special Operations Unit is to establish a warning line downstream and closely monitor the Black Dragon's movements. As for whether to continue attacking the Black Dragon, and by what means, we will make a decision after reviewing the situation. Now, carry out the orders. The raging mountain flood gradually entered a broad riverbank and slowed somewhat, but it was still violent. Dark clouds pressed low. Rain poured down in sheets. Splash, splash. Li Yujing's enormous body was half submerged in the muddy river water. A long sword was stuck in his back, continuously burning his flesh and blood. Pain surged through him, every moment without pause. But he was still fine. The powerful vitality of his half-flood dragon body made it nearly impossible for mortals to kill him. This was the crushing superiority of a higher life form. It's over there. It stopped moving. Quick, catch up. The patriarch is dead. This blood debt must be repaid. After the initial chaos, the surviving members of the Du family were gathered together again by several surviving mid-level leaders. There were fewer than 20 of them left. Every one of them was injured, and their eyes were filled with a mixture of fear and madness. In a desperate, all-or-nothing hatred, the patriarch was dead. They were all finished. Seeing the black flood dragon in the river, his aura weakened and on the verge of death, vicious light reignited in their eyes. The dragon-slaying sword is working. Kill it and avenge the patriarch, or we'll die even if we go back. Aim for its wounds. Talismans rained down toward Li Yujing in the river. Li Yujing slowly turned his neck. His molten gold vertical pupils were cold beyond measure as he glanced at these ants. Roar! A dragon-esque roar rang out. Li Yujing showed no fear at all. His massive body burst out of the river, and he raised a foreclaw and smashed it toward the Du family members. Boom! Countless people were smashed into pieces, their flesh and blood mixing into the river. Right after that, he opened his mouth and gathered lightning. This time, it was no longer a thick pillar of thunder, but more than 10 much thinner azure lightning snakes. Crackle! Ah! The lightning snakes shot into the crowd, leaping along the riverbank and bringing a burst of brief screams and the smell of scorched flesh. More than 10 more people fell, even weakened. Li Yujing could still kill them with ease. The Du family's numbers kept shrinking as they fought. When the last Du family disciple was slapped to death by Li Yujing on the riverbank, silence returned to the shore. Li Yujing turned his head and swept his gaze around. The Du family's final pursuing force had been completely wiped out by him. The muddy river water pushed him along into a wide river channel. The current had slowed somewhat, but the force of the flood was still not to be underestimated. But it no longer mattered. The success of his flood dragon transformation was already inevitable. Boom! The flood struck from the side, slamming into his severely wounded flank. Crack! A shattering sound came from his back. Not bone. The sword. That dragon-slaying sword, which had endured for 1,000 years and slain more than one flood dragon and python, had finally reached its limit under the repeated impacts of the flood and shattered completely into 3 or 4 pieces. Huh! A sense of relief washed over him. At the same time, the earth vein tide reached its peak. Crash! The entire stretch of the river seemed to rise several meters, and the speed of the current abruptly increased. Li Yujing had just felt a trace of ease when he was immediately swept up by this power of heaven and earth, rushing downstream at an even faster speed. Fortunately, the pursuers had all been eliminated, and for the moment, no new attacks came. But Li Yujing felt little joy in his heart. The flood dragon transformation should have been something that happened naturally, like water flowing where the channel was formed. But now, because of the people of the Du family, it had become impossible to tell whether fortune or disaster awaited him. After half an hour of torment, the waterway suddenly opened up, its width increasing several-fold. Buzz! All of a sudden, a strange resonance and sense of perception descended. Li Yujing saw it. No, he sensed it. Beneath him, the power of the earth vein tide, gushing out from the earth aperture of Wushan, at the very moment it poured into this vast water vein, seemed to complete some kind of ritual. The next second, the trial descended. It was no longer the chaotic battering of floodwaters, but the power of the earth vein tide itself, crashing toward him from all directions. The first wave of the tide was like a giant hammer, smashing heavily into his head and the front half of his body. The second wave followed right behind, slamming into his flank. The third wave, the fourth wave, the fifth wave. The tides came endlessly, each one stronger than the last. This was no longer a simple impact. Within every wave was contained pure earth vein tide power. The tide trembled and shook, penetrating through his wounds and stabbing into his flesh and blood. There was nowhere to hide, and he could not hide either. To hide meant giving up. It meant failing the dragon transformation and losing all previous efforts. Li Yujing stopped resisting. Instead, he completely opened up his body and mind, handing his broken body over to this violent power of heaven and earth. Time passed. Every second felt unbearably long. Li Yujing's aura grew weaker and weaker. More and more wounds appeared across his massive body. It seemed he had already bled dry. Several times, under the repeated impacts of the tides, his consciousness nearly scattered completely, as if in the next moment he would sink to the bottom of the river. But in the end, he did not fall. Under the repeated hammering of the tides, his body revealed astonishing toughness. Every time it seemed on the verge of collapse, a thread of tenacious vitality would emerge from the deepest parts of his flesh and blood. Desperately holding onto that final breath, his body was like steel being forged, teetering again and again on the edge between destruction and rebirth. Gradually, the 98th wave of the tide passed. Li Yujing's body was shattered beyond recognition, and his aura was faint, but his presence was still terrifying. Rumble. The 99th wave of the tide had finally arrived. This wave was different from everyone before it. It no longer surged up only from the riverbed. Instead, it drew upon the flood force of the entire stretch of river and smashed viciously toward the black figure at the river's center. Gulme. Li Yujing's gaze turned grave, and his dragon roar pierced through the curtain of water. Boom! The violent earth vein spirit tide came crashing in. Li Yujing's body shook. His dragon body, 200 to 300 meters long, was hurled backward dozens of meters by force alone, then slammed heavily onto the river's surface, sending towering waves into the sky. The river surface churned violently and could not settle for a long time. But that terrifying earth vein tide had finally stopped. The river still surged onward, but the tribulation force contained within it had already receded. Without that support, the flood visibly began to weaken. Splash! Li Yujing moved slightly, floated up to the river surface, and swam along with the calming current. He had succeeded. This tribulation was over. Carried by the current, he entered a vast stretch of water wrapped in mist, where water and sky met as one. This was Yunmeng Great Marsh. No matter how violent the flood had been, once it rushed into this enormous marsh that received 100 rivers, it was quickly absorbed and merged into the boundless lake waters. Its fury vanished completely. The flood became part of this marshland that stretched for 1,000 li. Li Yujing let out a long breath. His ruined body floated on the calm lake surface. He looked miserable, but everything was already over. Not long after, a gentle fluctuation came from the lake. It was the earth vein tide that had begun at Wushan, run through rivers and streams, and finally flowed here. Most of it dispersed into the great marsh, while the other half seemed to possess a spirit of its own as it gathered toward Li Yujing's dragon body. The tide's faint glow was like moonlight, or like starlight rising from the bottom of the lake, wrapping around him. In the next second, the transformation began. His shattered black ink scales fell away one by one within the glow, like old tree bark. But the instant they fell, new scales grew beneath them, layering over each other like armor, with faint patterns from an ancient barbaric age appearing across them. This was the power within his bloodline. Crack! His broken bones reassembled within his body, becoming thicker and adjusting toward an even more perfect structure. Flesh and blood grew wildly, and his wounds were rapidly filled in. Beneath his abdomen, sharp claws gleamed with cold light. Another pair of claws extended from his lower body. Previously, only his front abdomen had claws. Now he was complete. Above his head, that pair of black dragon horns covered in spiral patterns became even fiercer and sharper, with faint arcs of lightning coiling around them. His long whiskers beneath his jaw drifted without wind, exuding majesty. Wrapped in that glow, his entire massive body rapidly expanded and seemed to lengthen as well. 300 meters, 400 meters. In the end, it stabilized at around 600 meters. His torso also became far thicker. In every movement, it brimmed with explosive power. 10 minutes, half an hour, 2 hours. The earth vein tide gradually subsided and merged into Li Yujing's completely renewed dragon body. A terrifying might swept outward like a storm. Ilo! Ilo! In Yunmeng Marsh, some newly awakened Titan bloodlines seemed to sense it, and all turned toward the lake's center in poses of submission. Before long, the river's surface returned to calm. The torrential rain stopped, and the heavy dark clouds slowly scattered. The first ray of heavenly light pierced through the clouds, shining over the broad lake surface and also onto Li Yujing's majestic and perfect figure. Dark scales covered his entire body, patterns flowing across them with a golden sheen. His fierce dragon horns pierced toward the sky. His chilling claws were hidden beneath his abdomen. His flowing whiskers brushed across the water's surface. His body was 200 zhang long, towering like a mountain. He had evolved into a jiaolong, completing a leap in the level of his life. Across the entire surface of Yunmeng Great Marsh, ripples rose layer upon layer without any wind, like cheers. In the distance, the river waters surged and roared, as if echoing in response. This was heaven and earth celebrating together. Wong! All at once, a strange fluctuation rippled through heaven and earth and finally flowed into Li Yujing's mind. Dragon. Master. Xian. How? Li Yujing understood. His true name was Xuan Hao. Xian meant black. Hao meant light. The meaning of his true name was black light, or light within darkness. As for Dragon Master, that was not hard to understand. It could be interpreted as Dragon God. Not only had he obtained a true name, he had also obtained an honorific title. That revealed a great deal. If there were other dragons still around, he could not possibly have received this title. Li Yujing withdrew his pressure. His dragon body, nearly 200 zhang long, sank into the waters of Yunmeng Great Marsh, leaving only part of his back and his fierce dragon horns above the surface. The water rippled, nourishing his newborn dragon body. Wah! Just as Li Yujing was about to sink to the bottom, a faint baby's cry drifted over in broken bursts along the water's surface. Li Yujing turned toward the source of the sound. Among a patch of floating debris several hundred meters away, a rough old wooden bucket was rocking gently with the waves. The crying was coming from inside the bucket. Mountain floods had erupted, and rivers had overflowed, sweeping away countless lives and possessions along the way. This wooden bucket, who knew from which submerged village it had drifted downstream? Miraculously, It had not overturned, and it was even carrying a living thing inside. Li Yujing felt no ripple in his heart. He had long since grown used to the life and death of mortals. Under a great calamity, surviving was luck. Failing to survive was fate. But he had just passed through a death tribulation, gone from death to life, and completed his transformation. Now, seeing this tiny life in the wooden bucket, also struggling on the edge of life and death, a slight ripple stirred in his heart. Fine. His enormous front claw emerged from beneath the water, lifted the wooden bucket, and set it down on a tiny earthen islet not far away in the middle of the lake. The baby inside seemed startled by the slight jolt, and the crying stopped for a moment. Then something strange happened. Looking at the ferocious dragon head right before it, huge as a mountain, the baby stopped crying and opened its round black eyes wide. Giggle. The baby opened its little mouth and laughed, its tiny hands waving wildly in his direction. Li Yujing could not be bothered to think too much about it. It was just a trivial interlude. He no longer paid any attention to the wooden bucket or the baby. His massive body slowly sank into the depths of the lake. With a slight shift of thought, dense fog naturally seeped out from around his body, blanketing the stretch of lake and hiding both him and that small island in a hazy blur. For the time being, the chaos of the outside world had nothing to do with him. Right now, he needed to nourish his body as quickly as possible and stabilize his condition. Then, he would take revenge. Dozens of li away, atop an unnamed mountain peak. This place stood high enough to overlook the waters of Yunmeng Marsh. Several dozen figures dressed in dark cyan-fitted outfits, their auras sharp and capable, stood silently within the shadows of the forest. Captain, we still came too late. The burly man let out a helpless sigh. Judging from the commotion just now and the lingering fluctuations, that black dragon succeeded in walking the flood dragon path. It really did succeed. A trace of regret flashed through the middle-aged man's eyes beside him. What a pity. If we could intercepted it at the most critical moment of its transformation, even if we only managed to seize part of its corpse, it would been an enormous harvest. Who says otherwise? The group exchanged looks, all showing helpless expressions. This was a flood dragon that had walked the flood dragon path. Its scales could be forged into top-tier defensive Dharma artifacts, impervious to water and fire, difficult even for talisman arts to damage. Its essence blood could be used to draw high-tier talismans. Its bones could be crafted into sharp divine weapons and blades. Just thinking about it made hearts pound. We were only a few hours short. The burly man slammed a fist into the tree. That bunch of idiots from the Dew family, over 100 people. I heard they even had the dragon-slaying sword, and they still couldn't stop the black dragon. What do we do now, Captain? Someone turned to look at the middle-aged man and asked unwillingly. The black dragon just completed its transformation, so it must be weak. Should we call for reinforcements and see if we can? See what? The captain cut him off, pulling his gaze back from the distance. Go after a flood dragon at full strength when we don't even know its exact location or condition. Do you want the dragon-slaying team to end up just like the Dew family? We already missed the best chance. An opportunity like this may never come again in this lifetime. This is probably the will of heaven. He looked around at everyone, his tone decisive. The black dragon has become a true flood dragon. This matter can no longer be done. Withdraw immediately. Send word back to headquarters that the black dragon has successfully transformed into a flood dragon and hidden itself within Yunmeng Great Marsh. As for what to do next, the sect master will decide. Yes, no one said anything more. Like ghosts, they scattered into the mountains and forest, vanishing in short order. The peak returned to silence, with only the rustling of mountain wind brushing past the treetops. Time flowed like water. Another 2 hours passed. For Li Yujing, sleeping at the bottom of the lake. This was a critically important stabilization period. Splash. The lake water parted to both sides, and jagged horns pierced the surface first. A ferocious head slowly rose up. The molten gold vertical pupils opened, deeper than before. An ancient, majestic aura rapidly spread out. The lake's surface rippled outward from him in gentle rings. Schools of fish circled around his enormous body, and birds even landed on his savage head, seeming unafraid of this terrifying life form. At this moment, Li Yujing seemed to have fused with nature itself. Those who held reverence in their hearts had no need to worry. If anyone with ill intent appeared, they would naturally feel a majesty like a volcanic eruption. It's finally over. Li Yujing twisted his head. His life form had now completely stabilized. He had truly stepped into the ranks of Titan behemoths and become an overlord controlling one region of heaven and earth. The Dew family of Daqing. A trace of coldness flashed through Li Yujing's vertical pupils. Though he had become one with heaven and earth, and his aura was naturally gentle, he also had thunderous wrath. It was time to collect the debt. Li Yujing raised his ferocious head and looked toward the northwest. Where the foundation of the Dew family lay, Daqing City. The next moment his thoughts stirred. Without any deliberate breathing exercise, cloud vapor naturally gathered. More and more cloud vapor accumulated above the lake, then rolled upstream along the rivers, spreading toward Wushan. After that, it surged onward toward Daqing City. Li Yujing lightly swayed his dragon body and merged into the boundless cloud vapor, disappearing completely. Trying to stop his walking the flood dragon path between heaven and earth. There was no hatred greater than this. Daqing City, Du Group Headquarters Tower. Inside the circular conference room, the lights were bright. The eyes of everyone in the Du family were locked onto the main screen, where a satellite cloud map was continuously enlarging. Dense cloud vapor could be seen spreading at incredible speed from Yunming Marsh to Wushan. Then it rolled onward in the direction of Daqing City. The black dragon is coming. Someone's face was grave. Among the crowd, Du Rahai's expression was especially dark. How much longer until it reaches Daqing? His elder brother Du Rushan had died in battle, and he had only just officially become the family head. He had barely warmed the seat before the black dragon arrived. This revenge had come even faster than expected. They had originally thought the black dragon had been heavily wounded and would need at least a year or half a year to recover. Now it seemed they had underestimated it. A member of the Du family operated the computer for a moment. A few seconds later, the information popped up. At its current speed, the cloud vapor is expected to reach Daqing City in 4 to 5 minutes. It may need only several dozen seconds to cover the main urban district. The conference room fell into dead silence. Everyone understood clearly that this was the moment of life and death for the Du family. The cloud vapor controlled by the black dragon would cause electronic devices to fail, sever communications, blind radar, and render thermal imaging useless. All technology would become blind and deaf. That black dragon, no, it was a flood dragon now. It had successfully transformed, and now it had returned for revenge, carrying monstrous fury and killing intent. What about the other situations? Du Rahai's voice rang out, forcefully pulling everyone back from their shock. He had to stay calm now. He was the family head, the Du family's last pillar. A clansman beside him said, "Family head, according to the emergency mobilization order, nearly all family members have already gathered. Of them, 2,000 have been deployed according to the plan at the 4 defensive nodes in the city center. The remaining combat personnel have all been concentrated at the family ancestral shrine." Very good. Du Rahai nodded. Although the black dragon had come quickly, the Du family was rich in combat experience. They would not be caught completely unprepared. Just then, an old man with white hair and beard, leaning on a cane, slowly spoke. "Rahai, the city defense forces and anti-air forces have already entered first-level combat readiness, but command authority, the southwest headquarters of the Titan Defense Division, because of what happened last time, has not fully transferred to us. The conventional troops aren't important." Du Rahai did not care. In front of cloud vapor that can interfere with all electronic devices, hot weapons are of limited use. Our Du family has never relied on such power. "Pass down my order." Du Rahai continued. "Open the family secret vaults, all of them. Distribute every talisman in stock. Give priority to the combat personnel at the 4 defensive nodes. Tell them this. Today, there will be no saving resources. There will only be a fight to the death. Even if we empty the entire talisman vault today, we have to smash out a path of survival for me." "Yes, family head." The clansman in charge of logistics accepted the order. The old man with the cane hesitated, but still lowered his voice and asked, "Rahai, should we make other preparations? For example, secretly transfer some of the promising younger seeds, so that the bloodline 1T be cut off?" This was something any family that had lasted several hundred years should consider when facing the danger of extermination. You couldn't keep all the eggs in one basket. Everyone understood that. Du Rahai's gaze swept across everyone present, and he shook his head helplessly. "Third great uncle, I'm afraid it's too late." "Yes." The crowd let out helpless sighs. They had only just gathered. They had only just selected a new family head. The black dragon had already completed its walking the flood dragon path. Leave now? Wouldn't that be the same as selling out everyone who remained? Du Rahai pressed both hands against the conference table and said in a deep voice, "My Du family has been passed down for hundreds of years. We have endured storm after storm without ever being cut off. Today, we will not perish either. That black dragon is a calamity, but also an opportunity. Today, before all under heaven, we will kill that dragon-transforming beast. I will use its blood to recast the prestige of my Du family. From this day on, my Du family will be the unquestioned #1 family in Longhua." The moment those words came out, everyone raised their brows. When fighting a titan beast, courage alone was far from enough. How many talismans could courage count for? Such recklessness would only bury the Du family. But Du Rahai was already the family head, and no one dared oppose him. So, there is no retreat, no compromise. Every Du family member who can still fight, pick up your weapons and follow me into a fight to the death. Yes, a fight to the death. Uneven responses rang out through the meeting room. Du Rahai sat down again. "Third granduncle, did you get in touch with the Yang family of Yalong? What is their attitude?" Third granduncle gave a bitter smile and shook his head. The Yang family head's reply was very official. He said they were paying close attention and expressed deep sympathy. But when it came to actual support without benefits, they 1T act. Expect them to help us in our hour of need? Impossible. When the wall falls, everyone gives it a shove. Du Rahai let out a cold snort, not surprised in the slightest. What about the family's 8 elders? Have they come out of seclusion? A clansman in charge of the matter stepped forward. We've already contacted them, aside from the first elder, who could not be disturbed. The other 7 elders have already come out of seclusion and are currently gathered at the ancestral shrine. The elders have all come out? Hearing that, hope lit up in everyone's eyes. Those 8 elders were immensely powerful. They were the true foundation of the Du family. No wonder Du Rahai was so confident. It's good that they're out. A cold light flashed through Du Rahai's eyes, with 7 elders guarding the ancestral shrine and the Kuntu Grand Array supporting them. If that black dragon dares come, I'll make sure it never leaves. Today, my Du family slaughters a dragon. To the east of Daqing City, the skyline had already vanished. In its place was that mass of clouds stretching from heaven to earth, rolling forward without end. It was clearly afternoon, yet at this moment it looked as if dusk had fallen. Deep within that boundless sea of clouds, an incomparably massive, winding black shadow was slowly swimming. Within the clouds, scales glimmered in and out of sight. Its savage dragon horns occasionally pierced through the clouds, leaving behind only a fleeting, chilling silhouette. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by a heavy tearing sound through the air, the clouds sea churned, and a ferocious head emerged from the clouds. Looking down at the city ahead, Li Yujing's gaze was cold. He sensed many things. In the center of the city, there were spiritual fluctuations, as well as completely undisguised hostility and the madness of a fight to the death. This was the elevation of life itself after evolution. Before, he had only been a half Jiao, still a flesh and blood life form merely tainted with a bit of the supernatural. But now, he was already a mythic life form. With just a casual glance, using only the normal sight of his dragon eyes, he could see the countless mortals in the city and notice that they were not panicking. On a deeper level, he could also sense spiritual fluctuations, sense that madness like moths flying into a flame. They're not even running? Mockery flashed through Li Yujing's eyes. Were the Du family fools? Or did they have some other support? But it made no difference now. Before absolute power, any schemes and any backing were pale and laughable. Li Yujing moved, and his enormous body stirred the cloud sea, pressing fiercely toward Daqing City like a tsunami. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wild winds howled, and the clouds sea churned. With every movement, he already radiated a terrifying heavenly and earthly might. Li Yujing accelerated, and the cloud sea roiled even more violently, like a tsunami hundreds of meters high, smashing into Daqing City in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled as the sea of clouds spread rapidly. In only a few seconds, the entire eastern district of Daqing City was swallowed by the cloud sea. Woo, woo, woo. Air raid sirens rang out over the city. On the streets, traffic fell into chaos, and cries of alarm rose one after another. Pedestrians panicked. Shops hurriedly pulled down their rolling shutters, and supermarkets were packed with crowds scrambling to buy food and drinking water. Traffic was paralyzed. Fear spread through the city. A second ago, many people had still been standing under bright sunlight, but in the blink of an eye, it was as if they had crossed into a world of clouds. The cloud sea spread with astonishing speed. At this rate, it might only take a few more seconds to completely engulf the entire city. The municipal authorities repeatedly broadcast an emergency announcement. All citizens, please take note. All citizens, please take note. Due to sudden extreme severe weather, the entire city has entered a state of emergency. All citizens are to return home immediately or enter the nearest air raid shelter. Shut your doors and windows tightly, and do not go outside. Beat set 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 t, beat set 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 t, beat set 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 t. As the cloud sea spread over, the sound vanished. What's going on? Voices full of panic rang endlessly through the city. It had been sunny just moments ago, but the instant they looked up, the cloud sea had already spread over. Almost in an instant, the city was swallowed by clouds. Whoa, Aang! Suddenly, a deep dragon-esque roar pierced through the clouds and echoed in all directions at once. Look up there. What is that? In the city, some sharp-eyed citizens pointed overhead. Through the gaps in the rolling dark clouds, they saw an enormous, winding black shadow, so vast it was impossible to describe, leisurely swimming by. Just that brief outline alone was larger than any known aircraft, like the shadow of a moving mountain projected onto the curtain of clouds. My God, what kind of monster is that? It's a dragon. It has to be a dragon. A mirage. Maybe? How could there be a creature that big? Shouts and discussion broke out everywhere. People quickly pulled out their phones, but in the next second, the winding shadow disappeared. Leave this place now. Everyone hurry. In the crowd, a man in a suit seemed to remember something. His face turned deathly pale, and he shouted hoarsely at the confused people around him. Are you crazy? An acquaintance beside him grabbed him. I'm not crazy. The man shook free. He looked at the cloud sea overhead with terrified eyes, then at the streets around him that were being swallowed by more and more drifting clouds, and shouted loudly, I have a relative working in one of those special departments. When he got drunk, he told me there are some monsters in this world that we can't understand, just like in the movies. He pointed at the sky, his finger trembling. That shadow, just now, might be exactly one of those things. He told me once those things appear, mountains collapse and the earth splits. People will die. A lot. A lot of people will die. Believe me, everyone run. Leave Daching. The farther away, the better. As soon as he finished speaking, he ignored everyone else, turned around, and disappeared into the clouds. Has this guy gone crazy? On the street, the crowd looked at one another. It's just smog. We get that every other day. ISNT, this guy being way too dramatic? Someone sneered, thinking he was being alarmist. But others' expressions changed. Thinking of all the recent abnormalities and the government's vague warnings, they grit their teeth and turned to run toward the outskirts. Even more people hesitated, lost, and at a complete loss. It's true. Everyone believed him. At that moment, a high school girl stepped out. It was none other than Shi Qingqing. Looking at the sky, she raised her voice. Everyone, hurry and go. The Dragon King is about to arrive. This place will soon become a battlefield. A dragon? No way. The crowd looked at one another, half believing and half doubting. If only one person said something like that, it could still be understood as a madman. But now a second person had appeared, and quite a few people started to believe it. And so, the crowd dispersed. But some people still didn't take care. One even held up his phone and shouted, if it really is a dragon, then that's even more reason to film it. Qingqing, is it really the Dragon King? Besides Shi Qingqing, several female classmates looked uneasy. They had all experienced the Daba Mountains incident. They knew that in this world, there were still creatures beyond human understanding. Yes, he is here. Shi Qingqing pulled out the scale from her chest. ZZZZT. The scale suddenly began crackling with arcs of electricity. The girls were stunned. Was this basically a superpower? Shi Qingqing's expression turned grave. I just hope Grandpa and the others can survive this disaster. Only 3 days ago, she had learned that her grandfather and the entire village had all turned into monsters. A few hours earlier, while Lord Dragon King was undergoing tribulation, the Du family had even captured them and brought them here. If not for this scale, she probably wouldn't have escaped either. At the same time, in the city center, at one of the defensive nodes, 200 to 300 members of the Du family had gathered together. Many of them looked pale, their palms slick with sweat as they repeatedly looked up at the sea of clouds in the sky. Pull yourselves together. The Du family elder in charge of this node stepped forward and said in a deep voice, take a good look at what you're holding. Take a good look at the grand formation beneath your feet. This is the strongest power of our Du family. The Kuntu grand formation, passed down for hundreds of years. The previous failed ambush on the Black Dragon happened because we were unprepared. It was out in the wild, and it caught us off guard. But today is different. This is our territory. We are waiting for it at ease. All talismans and Dharma artifacts are already in place. As long as that Black Dragon dares step in and gets trapped in this grand formation, our Tahush will grind it into dust. Hold steady and wait for it to come in. The elder's shouting had some effect. The restless crowd temporarily quieted down. You're all dead. At that moment, a discordant voice rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw more than 100 people tied to wooden stakes, or rather, all of them were monsters over 3 meters tall. They were the villagers of Shijia village. They had clearly been hiding safely in Wushan, but 3 days ago, these people had suddenly appeared and captured them here. Obviously, this had something to do with the Dragon King. Shut up. Once we kill the Black Dragon, we'll deal with you too. The Du family elder snorted coldly. At the top floor of the Du group tower, inside the conference room, everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen. The satellite overhead view displayed an apocalyptic scene. In fact, there was no need for the satellite. Just by looking out the window, they could already see the roiling sea of clouds surging toward them. In just a few seconds, Daqing City was swallowed whole. The Black Dragon is here. Everyone grew uneasy for no reason. As far as the eye could see, everything was filled with endless clouds and vapor. The sky vanished. The buildings disappeared. The skyscrapers in the distance were reduced to nothing but vague outlines. Visibility dropped sharply to less than 50 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. In the end, all that remained outside the window was a slow-moving grayish white. Whoosh! The gale howled as an enormous winding body swam through the sea of clouds, only to disappear again moments later. Crash! Under an invisible pressure, the glass curtain wall exploded inward, and icy mist surged into the building. This is the Black Dragon? Looking at the terrifying giant that had flashed by in the clouds. The senior civilian executives who had never been to the front lines before went weak in the legs and collapsed to the ground. Even if they had seen footage and heard countless descriptions, when a mythical creature like this truly appeared at close range, that gap in life level, that instinctive fear, still crushed most people on the spot. Black Dragon. Du Rahai gripped the back of a chair, his face turning several shades paler. He could feel his heart pounding wildly, cold sweat soaking his back in an instant. It wasn't as if he had never seen storms before. He had personally commanded or taken part in no fewer than 10 Titan battles, yet not a single one had ever made him feel this level of terror. This was suppression from a higher level of life itself. Forget fighting, just seeing it was enough to fill people with dread. This was a true Titan. Du Rahai swallowed hard. This was completely different from the sub-Titans he had fought before, whether in combat power or the oppressive pressure of its life level. It was a walking natural disaster. A terrifying existence with sovereign bloodline. Or rather, This black dragon was already evolving toward a monarch-class titan. Inside the conference hall, just seeing that winding mountain range-like body flickering in and out of the clouds was enough to leave many people collapsed on the floor. The next second, the sea of clouds churned. The mist split to both sides as a ferocious head covered in scales and crowned with jagged dragon horns pressed down. Those molten gold vertical pupils, like two burning lanterns, instantly stunned everyone. An indescribable terror pressed down on them like a massive mountain. The black dragon is coming down. Someone else broke down on the spot, letting out a pig-slaughtering scream. Roar! Li Yujing raised his head and unleashed a terrifying dragon roar. The violent sound wave crashed downward and glass shattered with a clatter. Today, the Du family will be exterminated. That voice, filled with killing intent, boomed in every person's mind. Then the winds howled as a giant claw slammed viciously toward the building where Du Rahai and the others were. No, my Du family will not perish. Eyes bloodshot, Du Rahai roared at the ferocious dragon claw. Golden light talisman. He pulled out a talisman. Dazzling golden light instantly formed an eggshell-like barrier, covering the top floor of the building. Rumble! The giant claw came down, and the building was crushed apart in an instant. Steel and concrete blasted in all directions. The top 4 or 5 floors were directly smashed into a twisted heap. A flash of golden light shot out, and Du Rahai fell from the sky, slamming heavily into the ground. Buffed. He lay sprawled on the shattered ground, coughing up blood wildly. Looking down, he saw that his shoulder was bent at a grotesque angle. It was obviously broken, and every breath brought searing pain. If not for the life-saving golden light talisman, that one hit just now would have left no trace of his body behind. But even so, it still couldn't block even an ordinary claw strike from the black dragon. The gap was unimaginable. In front of the black dragon, he was like an ant. Before Du Rahai could struggle back to his feet, a shadow covered him again. That winding, terrifying giant shadow pressed down once more. That was only the black dragon's claw. Before the claw even arrived, the horrifying wind pressure had already pinned him firmly into the ruins, leaving him unable to move. Black dragon, others may fear you, but I do not. Golden light talismans. Protect me. Du Rahai let out a hoarse, hysterical roar. Trembling, he reached into his robe and pulled out 4 or 5 golden talismans. The talismans ignited without wind, turning into even denser golden light that shielded him once more. Bang! The dragon claw struck solidly against the golden light. This time, it didn't even last half a second. The golden light was instantly obliterated. Then came Du Rahai's body. PSHHK. He was instantly smashed into a puddle of blood. The dragon claw lifted, and the ground beneath had already split apart, with spiderweb-like cracks spreading out for hundreds of meters. The head of the Du family was dead. Not far away, on the rooftop of a skyscraper, a member of the Du family was hiding at the edge. Through a special talisman, he had witnessed everything that had happened at the foot of the group tower. His face deathly pale, he tremblingly pulled out a signal gun from his robe, aimed it at the sky, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A blinding red light shot into the sky, pierced through the clouds and mist, and exploded across the heavens into a bloom of tragic, brilliant red fireworks. When electronic devices fail, this is the most primitive way to send a message. Western outskirts of Daqing City, Du Family Manor District. There were no skyscrapers here, only sprawling manors, training grounds for talisman-armored warriors, and hidden underground fortifications. It covered a vast area and was the foundation the Du family had built over several generations. At the center of the estate stood an ancestral hall. At this moment, 400 to 500 Du family members had gathered in the main hall, and outside there were over 1,000 outer members. When that cluster of red signal fireworks burst within the clouds, everyone froze, and their expressions instantly turned ugly. A red signal flare. The family head had fallen? How long had it even been? Since the sea of clouds spread across the whole city. Had it been 3 minutes? It seemed like only half a minute, right? It was over. Even the family head was dead. What were they supposed to do now? A wave of despair instantly surged into everyone's hearts. Du Rahai was already one of the Du family's strongest fighters on the surface, with many life-saving trump cards. Yet he had only lasted half a minute. Just how terrifying had that monster become? What are you panicking for? An aged voice came from the inner hall. Everyone turned toward the sound. They saw 7 figures slowly walk out from behind the vermilion doors of the ancestral hall. They wore long gowns from the Republican era. Every one of them had white hair and white beards, with deep wrinkles covering their faces. But their backs were not hunched, and their steps were steady and forceful. On every person's back was an ancient-style blackwood sword case. The elders, it's the 8 elders. Old ancestors, you really came out of seclusion? Cries of shock rang out one after another, and powerful hope instantly erupted among the crowd. Many people were trembling all over with excitement. These 7 elders were the Du family's true stabilizing pillars, legendary beings. Many people had grown up hearing their stories since childhood, yet had never seen them in person. Some had even thought they were already dead. Who would have thought they were still here? And now, At the moment, the family's survival hung in the balance. They had appeared together. The leading old man wore a black gown. His gaze was sharp, and he lightly sniffed the air. To be able to stir changes in the heavens, it really is something extraordinary. An old man in green said, "This old man spent 40 years in the deep mountains, hunting no fewer than 100 recently awakened mythic bloodlines. I thought I could delay the coming of this great age. I never expected something like this would still appear. Old ancestor, this Titan's codename is Black Dragon. It came from Wushan," a relatively quick-witted younger clan member reported. "What is a Titan?" the black-gowned old man asked. Not understanding, the young clansman said, "Old ancestor, this was decided by the International Titan Defense Bureau. Creatures like this are classified as Titan behemoths." Behemoths? How ignorant. The black-gowned elder sneered. "They are gods." The Du family members were stunned. That single word struck their hearts like thunder. The thing they had been fighting all along. Was a god? Fight with everything you have. The black-gowned elder spoke in a deep voice. "This thing can already alter heavenly phenomena. This will be the greatest tribulation of my Du family." The old man in white frowned. "How strange. Its pressure is everywhere. But why hasn't it come to find us yet? What is it waiting for?" Daqing City had already become an isolated island in the sea of clouds. Gray-white mist covered everything, swallowing high-rises, blurring the streets, turning a city of tens of millions into a hazy expanse. Deep within the boundless sea of clouds, a colossal being drifted slowly. Its dark black dragon body appeared and disappeared. Whenever it neared the surface of the mist, it cast a terrifying shadow upon the ground like a mountain range. "My God, what is that thing? It's moving, it's moving. Run. It looks like a monster." On the ground, when that enormous shadow swept low overhead, panic finally broke out. People finally realized this was no ordinary heavy fog. Within the sea of clouds was a terrifying existence beyond comprehension. The crowd ran blindly like headless flies. This was exactly Li Yujing's goal. His target for revenge was the Du family. If the city's tens of millions of lives were caught in it, that was not his wish. Slowing his offensive, drifting through the sea of clouds that blanketed the entire city, and creating enough pressure was precisely to leave these people time to escape. Whoever could get away got away. However, not everyone was running. How interesting. It's a real dragon. Recorded. This LL definitely go viral. Quite a few bold people actually raised their phones and pointed them at the massive shadow flickering in and out of view in the sky. Li Yujing's perception swept over them. An indifference flashed through his heart. Kind words can't save a ghost courting death. Since they chose to stay, then they would have to bear all the risks that came with it. Li Yujing stopped, deliberately holding back. His enormous body weaved between skyscrapers, whipping up howling winds and stirring the clouds and mist across the sky. Every time he drifted past, the pressure of the wind alone was enough to shatter the surrounding glass, and startled cries rose without end. Wherever he passed, panic spread faster. Meanwhile, in the center of the city, inside a defense node, the more than 200 Du family disciples stationed there had just watched the red signal smoke slowly dissipate. The family head has fallen? A young member of the main line's voice trembled. He could barely hold the talisman weapon in his hand. "How long has it even been?" Someone muttered, face ashen. The clan elder in charge of this node was an old man with sinister eyes, named Du Hong. He forced himself to calm down and roared, "Pull yourselves together. The family head died for the clan. This hatred cannot be shared under the same sky. Don't forget why we came here, and don't forget what lies beneath our feet. Attention, there's movement in the cloud sea." From the lookout post, a Du family member shouted a warning. "It's coming this way." Everyone looked up to see the cloud sea churning violently. A massive, profound black shadow was breaking through the clouds and slowly pressing toward the node. The dragon's might descended first, heavy as mountains. "The black dragon is here." Everyone's breathing halted. "Be careful, all of you." Du Hong barked sharply. Whether they were afraid or not, every Du family disciple knew there was no way back now. "Prepare. Ignite the talismans." At the command, everyone raised the talismans in their hands and slapped them hard onto the ground beneath their feet. At the same time, they chanted in unison, "Koan earth bears all things, gather form and shape matter. Earth river cart, rise, rumble." The ground shook violently, and cracks spread across the concrete surface. Earth and yellow spiritual light surged from the fissures, carrying crushed stone and dirt as it rapidly gathered and took shape. In just 10 seconds, more than 100 stone men, 3 to 4 meters tall and formed from mud and rock, crookedly rose to their feet. "Black Dragon, we're not afraid of you." Du Hong raised his head and stared fixedly at the giant shadow, drawing closer in the clouds. "This place is a node of my Du family's Koan Earth Grand Array. Today, I'll let you witness the might of my Du family's Array Dao." This was the Du family's strongest power. It was just a pity that the Du family had very few true cultivators, so they could not use this kind of spell art independently and could only rely on the Grand Array to deploy talismans. That meant it could not serve as an offensive method, but it was more than enough to defend Daqing City. "Ha ha, on the wooden post standing nearby. The 3-meter-tall deformed freak suddenly burst into laughter. It was Shi Laosan. Looking at those stiff-moving stone men, Shi Laosan laughed loudly, his laughter dripping with mockery. With these mud dolls, you think you can fight Lord Dragon King? One claw from Lord Dragon King, and they all turned back into dirt clods. Old thing. Shut up. Du Hong flew into a rage out of humiliation, but he had no time to care about anything else. Because within the rolling clouds, the black shadow had already become clearly visible, and its outline was exceptionally ferocious. Change the formation. Gather Kuin Earth. Descartes, condense. Standing at the center of the crowd, Du Hong gave the order once more. The stone men, each 3 to 4 meters tall, moved at the command, their heavy footsteps rumbling as they converged toward the center of the formation. They collided, compressed, and fused together. Even more earth and rock were drawn from underground and merged into them. A few breaths later, a stone giant more than 20 meters tall, formed from mingled rock and mud, stood in the center of the formation. Its outline was still rough, but every movement already carried a crushing sense of weight. It's done, the Descartes. A burst of restrained cheers erupted among the Du family disciples. This was the Du family's strongest power. It required 100 runic armored soldiers working together to take shape. But the changes did not stop there. The remaining Du family members continued using talismans, and more than 10 additional stone giants appeared. They were much shorter, only a little over 10 meters tall. But the advantage was that each only needed a little over 20 people to control. Right then, the sea of clouds was torn apart. A massive dragon claw, carrying a force that could crush everything, pierced through the mist and slammed down at the stone giant in the center of the formation. The wind from the claw ripped through the air, letting out a shrill scream. Kill! Du Hong's face twisted viciously as he roared hoarsely. Roar! The stone giant, over 20 meters tall, let out a bellow under the combined control of more than 100 Du family disciples, then raised its enormous fist and smashed it head-on toward the dragon claw. Rumble! Fist and claw collided, and an explosive boom rang out. The rocky fist exploded the instant it touched the dragon claw. Broken stones blasted backward like cannon shells, smashing into the Du family disciples behind it before they could dodge, snapping tendons and shattering bones. What? Du Hong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets in disbelief. The body of earth and stone condensed by the Descartes was tough enough to withstand the direct bombardment of heavy missiles. And yet, he was given no time to think. Roar! A heaven-shaking dragon's roar crashed down as Li Yujing's enormous body emerged from the clouds, his claws slamming viciously into the stone giant. Boom! Another deafening explosion rang out. The stone giant's sturdy body collapsed instantly. Its massive frame staggered backward as countless cracks spread across its entire body. Crack! Rumble! The stone giant snapped in half at the waist and completely shattered, turning into a rain of dirt and stone that filled the sky. In just 2 strikes, the Descartes the Du family relied on was destroyed. Li Yujing hovered in midair. His vertical pupils swept over the Du family below, who had fallen into a daze of shock and despair. He slightly raised his head, and deep in his throat, azure lightning rapidly gathered. Scatter! Scatter now! Du Hong was scared out of his wits as he screamed shrilly. But it was already too late. Boom! Terrifying lightning burst from the dragon's mouth, instantly tearing through the air and crashing into the dense Du family formation below. No! Boom! The lightning exploded, turning into countless leaping death serpents of electricity that covered the entire area. Earth and stone melted. Metal objects vaporized. Human bodies were reduced to ashes in an instant. When those stone giants were swept by the electric serpents, they all collapsed and crumbled apart, reverting into piles of charred rubble. The blinding electric light lasted for several seconds. When the lightning finally dispersed, only a scorched black wasteland remained. Smoke rose in all directions from the ruins. One Du family clansman slowly poked his head out. Everything around him seemed to have calmed down, and the black dragon was nowhere to be seen. Huff, huff. Suddenly, fierce winds surged up. The man turned his head and saw a huge, winding body flash past, its scales gleaming with cold light. The black dragon. He immediately collapsed to the ground. The next second, another massive black shadow flashed by again. He focused his eyes and realized that this was no huge black shadow at all. It was clearly the black dragon's claw. No, not even that. This was only a single claw toe. Are you all right? At that moment, several Du family clansmen gathered around him. Very soon, the survivors began to gather one after another. The black dragon is here. A cry of alarm suddenly rang out. Everyone looked up, but they did not see the black dragon. There was only a gigantic claw mark. Rumble! With a loud boom, these surviving Du family clansmen were slapped into meat paste. Black dragon, don't come over here. Another group of surviving Du family clansmen appeared in the distance, holding the villagers of Shi family village hostage against wooden stakes. Li Yujing was a little surprised. Earlier, he had already caught a familiar scent. He had not expected it really would be Shi Laosan and the others. They truly were unlucky. Li Yujing raised his head. His dragon whiskers drifted in the air, and bursts of lightning gathered in his throat. Run! The Du family clansmen's eyes widened as they turned and fled. But the next second, lightning shot out and instantly pierced through their bodies. Bang! Bang! One by one, the Du family clansmen turned to flying ash. Shi Lao San and the others were also engulfed by the electric light. Their whole bodies trembled violently, and wisps of green smoke rose from their skin. However, they did not die. The malformed, ugly mutated flesh on their bodies, those tumor-like lumps of meat and twisted bones, rapidly shrank within the lightning. Gradually, they recovered a few traces of human form. Although they still looked like monsters, they looked far better than the hideous shapes they had before their mutation, especially on the surface of their bodies, where layer after layer of scales grew out. They had also gained thick, sturdy tails, and even their arms had turned into claws. A few seconds later, the lightning dispersed. Shi Lao San and the others collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Our appearance. A young villager touched the scales on his face, unable to believe it. We're not deformed anymore. Even though we still don't look human, we look way better. It's the Dragon King. Shi Lao San struggled to sit up and kowtowed heavily. Many thanks, Dragon King. The other villagers came to their senses. Following Shi Lao San's lead, they knelt devoutly toward the enormous figure within the sea of clouds. A faint glimmer flashed through Li Yujing's vertical pupils. He had not expected that his lightning, which contained the power of a dragon, would accidentally purify the malignant mutations on Shi Lao San and the others. Still, it did not matter. Li Yujing no longer paid them any attention. His huge dragon body gave a light sway and sank back into the boundless sea of clouds. Rumble, rumble. Suddenly, heavy footsteps came from the city below. Li Yujing lowered his gaze. Within the mist from 3 different directions, 3 rock giants more than 20 meters tall appeared. They were the Du family defenders from the other 3 defensive nodes. Judging from the huge commotion, they had obviously learned that the neighboring node was under attack, and were now rushing over from 3 directions according to the contingency plan. The 4 defensive points formed a horn-like formation. If any one point came under attack, the other 3 could quickly reinforce it. Unfortunately, that was meant for dealing with ordinary forces. Against a Titan, it was completely useless. Li Yujing did not want to waste time. His enormous dragon body swayed lightly in the air, adjusted direction, and suddenly plunged downward. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens as clouds and mist churned wildly. He opened his giant mouth. Lightning gathered, and terrifying thunder rolled across the sky above the entire city. Lightning tore through the air and clouds, blasting into the middle of those stone giants. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning exploded. The 20-meter stone giant didn't even last 1 second before instantly collapsing. The smaller stone men around it were like sandcastles, under the rampaging lightning serpents. They exploded one after another, shattered stone shooting in every direction like a rainstorm. With just one strike, everything was reduced to ashes. The Black Dragon had arrived. At the second defensive node, the Du family's defenders looked at that terrifying lightning and instantly fell into chaos. Kuntu Protective Wall. A clan elder screamed hoarsely. The surviving Du family members hurriedly activated the formation. Stones rose in front of them, forming thick earthen walls one after another. However, the clouds churned. That winding figure, nearly 200 zhang long, had already appeared above them. Those molten gold vertical pupils looked down mercilessly at the ants below. No nonsense. No warning. Li Yujing parted his mouth slightly. Crackle. Snap. A violent storm of lightning poured down from the sky, instantly covering the entire node area. Boom! The earthen walls were ripped apart in an instant. Buildings, vehicles, bunkers, everything turned into burning ruins within the thunderstorm. The vast majority of the Du family members didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly vaporized by the high-temperature lightning, leaving not even ashes behind. Run! Run now! At the third node, the Du family members personally witnessed the thunderstorm next door, witnessed that hellish scene, and their mental defenses completely collapsed. No one knew who shouted first, but the formation that had been standing ready instantly broke apart. Clan members threw away the talismans in their hands and scattered in all directions like headless flies. But could they escape? Within the low-hanging clouds, a black shadow swept past. The next second, peals of thunder came from the clouds, and lightning, even denser than before, fell from the sky. No! Boom! The screams rang out briefly, then were quickly drowned by the thunderous roar. The running figures were like torches being lit, falling one by one on the streets and turning into charred corpses. Concrete buildings were utterly fragile under the lightning strikes. Not far away, inside a building, what is that? A dragon. It's a dragon. The civilians hiding in their homes, all pressed against the windows, and witnessed this horrifying scene. The dazzling thunderstorm looked like the wrath of heaven itself. The rolling thunder made the building's glass hum, and children cried out in terror. Dad, is that a dragon? What do we do? Countless families trembled. So frightened, they even forgot to run for their lives. That dragon's roar was like heavenly might. Everyone's legs had already gone weak. Run? It would be a miracle if they could even stand. It's fine, that S.A. dragon. In myths and legends, dragons are auspicious beasts. It's fine. Quite a few people comforted themselves. Some were bold enough to raise their phones and record that terrifying sight of lightning standing like a forest, connecting heaven and earth. The thunder gradually faded, and silence fell all around. Li Yujing hovered above the city, clouds and mist coiling around him. Tiny lightning serpents occasionally slithering across the gaps in his scales. He turned his head to look toward the city's western suburbs. Just a few minutes ago, several slightly stronger auras had suddenly risen there. His body moved, and his massive dragon form swam away through the clouds and mist. Du Family Manor District, the square before the ancestral hall. Panic was spreading rapidly. In every Du family member's eyes, despair flashed. In the direction of the city center, that terrifying thunderstorm connecting heaven and earth, despite the buildings and thick fog in between, still made its flashing lightning and rolling thunder clearly visible and audible. Once, twice, 3 times. Every time the thunderstorm lit up, it meant a defensive node had been destroyed. It meant the deaths of hundreds of clan members. And now, the thunder had stopped. But that suffocating silence was even more despairing than the thunder. It's all over? Someone's voice trembled. All 4 nodes are gone. Can we really fight that kind of power? Morale had completely dropped to the bottom. Even with 7 legendary elders standing guard, after personally witnessing that power like heavenly punishment, fear still spread through the crowd. 7 elders in long robes stood shoulder to shoulder, their expressions graver than ever before. Au non combat personnel. Immediately enter the underground area beneath the ancestral hall. The old man in black said in a deep voice, all remaining clan members who can fight, immediately collect talismans. Today, there is only battle. Slay the dragon. Preserve our bloodline. Slay the dragon. Slay the dragon. The 1,000+ surviving Du family members raised the talismans they had just received and roared in unison, trying to drive away the fear in their hearts with their shouts. But deep in their eyes, panic still remained. Suddenly, the sea of clouds churned violently. The fog grew even denser, as if it had come alive, gathering toward the ancestral hall. Terrifying dragon might descended with a bang. It's here. The old man in black clenched the ebony sword case in his hand. Rustle. The clouds above the square were torn open. Savage dragon horns came into view first. Then that winding dragon body slowly descended from the vortex of clouds. Its shadow instantly covered the square, and it covered the hearts of every Du family member as well. Be Black Dragon. It's here. It really came. Cries of alarm rang out everywhere. Many people instinctively stepped back and nearly collapsed to the ground. Facing a mythical creature like this in person was completely different from seeing it through a screen or merely hearing legends about it. Li Yujing hovered above the square, coldly looking down below. He noticed 7 bugs with slightly stronger auras. The old man in black forcibly suppressed the pounding in his heart and stepped forward. He raised his head and stared directly into those enormous vertical pupils, his voice spreading across the square. Black Dragon, no matter how majestic your heavenly might, no matter if you can move mountains and overturn seas, we do not fear you. The Du family has stood in this world for hundreds of years, weathering countless storms. Today, we will not perish either. Even if we are reduced to dust today, we will still kill you and welcome the bright future that belongs to our Du family. Future? Li Yujing let out a cold snort. His voice, like rolling thunder, pressed down over the square. Get through today first, then talk about the future. As his words fell, he held nothing back. His vast and boundless dragon might erupted in full. Boom! The invisible pressure instantly increased tenfold. In the square, more than 1/3 of the Du family members felt their knees go weak and collapse to their knees, their faces deathly pale. Some even rolled back their eyes and fainted on the spot. All clan members, hear my order. Spread out, keep your distance. Don't cluster together. The old man in gray shouted, trying to restore the formation. But before he could finish his command, Li Yujing turned his head slightly. An azure lightning blasted from his mouth. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying explosion, blinding lightning devoured everything. Faced with that bolt of lightning, the ancestral hall building didn't even hold for 1 second before instantly collapsing. Rumble. A horrifying shockwave spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, the ground looked as if it had been plowed open by a giant blade. The surrounding pavilions and towers, the 1,000-year-old ancient trees, the Du family members near the ancestral hall, together with their desperate screams, were all swallowed up. In an instant, everything was completely erased. The smoke and dust gradually scattered. The area had been burned pitch black, and all that remained was a terrifying giant crater more than 50 meters across. Ah! Shrill screams rang out from the edge of the crater. Quite a few Du family members had lost arms and legs, their condition miserable beyond words. And they were the lucky ones, because more than 80% of the Du family members, together with that ancestral hall, had been completely turned into drifting smoke. Careful! Spread out. The 6 Du family elders struggled out from the ruins, every one of them covered in dust and dirt. their bodies marked to varying degrees with charred wounds and blood. At that critical moment, just now, they had activated the golden light talismans. Only then had they barely managed to save their lives and protect the few hundred surviving clansmen. But that scene left them with lingering fear. It had only been a single strike. The ancestral shrine had been flattened. More than 80% of their core combat power had vanished, and even one of the elders had been killed on the spot. Du family sons. The old man in the crimson robe had bloodshot eyes and let out a beast-like roar. He yanked the ebony sword box off his back and slammed it open. Kill with me. Today, either it dies, or my Du family is wiped out to the last bloodline. The wooden box burst apart, revealing an ancient longsword glowing with a bloody light. Ancestors of the Du family above. Today, with blood as the offering, I respectfully invite Zhanlong to descend in holy might. Slay this fiend. Without the slightest hesitation, he raised 2 fingers like a blade and slashed across his own chest. His essence blood sprayed onto the longsword. Buzz! The sword trembled and gave off an excited hum. At the same time, a terrifying bloody light bloomed, and a vicious aura shot into the sky. The other 4 elders did the same. Each of them drew a blood-colored ancient sword from a sword box, bit the tip of his tongue or slit his wrist, and poured his own essence blood over the blade. Invite the sword. Slay the dragon. For sharp shouts rang out, and 4 more beams of bloody light surged into the heavens. The few hundred surviving Du family clansmen had already been driven nearly mad by the instant deaths of their loved ones and the crisis facing their family. In the depths of ultimate despair, their adrenaline spiked wildly, and their fear was replaced by a savage urge to drag the enemy down with them. They no longer retreated. Red-eyed, they threw every offensive talisman they had at Li Yujing in the sky. Talisman lights filled the heavens like a meteor shower. The scene carried a touch of tragic grandeur and misery. Li Yujing hovered in the air, facing the dying counterattack of the Du family's final strength. He did not move an inch. Bang, bang, bang. Spell lights slammed into his scales, bursting into clusters of differently colored flames. Yet aside from leaving a few faint scorch marks on the surface of his scales, they had no effect at all. Use the Kuntu Grand Formation. Protect the elders. Everyone had gone mad. One after another, they pulled out talismans and condensed quite a few stone men. Li Yujing dived down. Those stone giants, over 20 meters tall, were shattered with a single swipe of his claw. And no, impossible. Du family clansmen collapsed to the ground, mumbling blankly. The family's strongest means of defense and assault, in front of the other side, was no different from children's mud dolls. Li Yujing no longer gave these ants any chance. Disappear. His enormous body swayed, carrying terrifying gale-force winds as he pressed down toward the manor at low altitude. The winds swept through, sending dust flying. Thunder boomed, and bolts of lightning shot forth. Quick, stop the black dragon. By time for the elders to complete the sword sacrifice. Seeing the black dragon diving down, the older Du family elders all roared themselves hoarse, yet not a single one dared step forward. What kind of joke was that? Step forward how? Stone men over 20 meters tall had been shattered with one claw. What use would it be if they went up? Li Yujing couldn't care less. His claws slashed through the air, and as he continued his dive, they brought with them waves of astral wind. Boom, boom, as the astral wind fell. It was like giant claws slamming into the ground. Many Du family clansmen were still hesitating over whether to step forward when they were already torn apart by the astral wind. Some were lucky enough to dodge, but they had already fallen into despair. This was heavenly might, not something human strength could resist. The surviving Du family clansmen turned and ran. The Du family's glory, the continuation of their bloodline, none of that mattered anymore. Nothing was more important than their own lives. Stop it. The old man in black gripped the trembling Zhanlong's sword with both hands and roared at the old man beside him in white. Leave it to me. The old man in white stepped forward and stood in front of the other 4 elders performing the sword sacrifice. He pulled out several talismans and chanted under his breath. Blinding white light erupted around him. Golden light protects the body. Myriad techniques cannot invade. 9 nines returned to 1. As his words fell, the talismans burst into flame without wind, turning into rings of light that layered over each other and rapidly spread out before the 5 men. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. In the end, the talismans formed 9 thick golden barriers. Like the strongest eggshell, they firmly protected the 5 elders in the center. Insects. Li Yujing let out a cold snort. He did not even use his claws or lightning. He merely opened his mouth slightly and roared at the 9 layers of golden barriers. Roar! A dragon's roar exploded forth in an instant. This time, it was not pressure being released, but a terrifying battle roar. The sound waves had already become tangible, forming ring after ring of ripples. Starting from Li Yujing, they blasted forward. Rumble. In an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere. Piercing screams rang out. The surviving Du family clansmen had already run dozens of meters away, before they could even catch their breath. This dragon roar shook them until blood poured from all 7 orifices, and they dropped stiffly to the ground. Rumble. The ground cracked apart and dust billowed everywhere. The battle roar slammed into the golden barriers. Crack! A crisp shattering sound rang out. The golden light shield, strong enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardment, was instantly covered in spiderweb-like cracks, then exploded apart. Then came the second layer, then the third. Puffed! The old man in white shook violently. His face went deathly pale, and after coughing up a mouthful of blood, he staggered and fell to the ground. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Just one roar had broken through 3 layers of his strongest golden light defense in succession. This is definitely not an ordinary mythical creature. He swallowed hard. This kind of power. It's an ancient bloodline, a descendant of the true kings who ruled over a region in the Age of Myths. Hold on. Blood leaked from the corner of the old man in Black's mouth, but his eyes grew even crazier. The Zhanlong sword in his hand was frantically absorbing his essence blood. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. The old man in white gritted his teeth and struggled back to his feet. He took out golden light talismans, trying to stabilize the remaining golden light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The howling wind came in waves as Li Yujing's attacks followed one after another. He raised his enormous foreclaw and slashed through the air at the golden barrier. He never even touched the barrier, but the terrifying claw wind brought up by that slash already hacked down hard onto it. Screech! Bang bang! Amid the ear-piercing explosions, the golden barriers shattered one after another, their light bursting apart and illuminating the surroundings in a blinding white. 4th, 5th, 6th. One claw wind had split apart 3 golden light shields. Li Yujing opened his massive jaws, and a deep blue bolt of lightning shot out, blasting toward the last 3 layers of golden barriers. Boom! There was almost no resistance. The golden shields were like tofu, shattering on contact. The aftershock of the explosion was just as terrifying. The remaining buildings nearby collapsed with a thunderous crash like blocks kicked over by a giant, as dust mixed with lightning shot into the sky. 9 layers of golden light defense had not even lasted 3 seconds in total. Pwah! The old man in white seemed to suffer a heavy blow. His whole body was thrown backward, smashing hard into the ground as blood gushed wildly from his mouth. Just the terrifying shockwave alone had already shattered every bone in his body. I'm counting on you. The old man in white stared with wide eyes, with only his last breath remaining. Demon Dragon die. At that moment, 5 furious roars rang out at the same time. The 5 old men, led by the elder in black, had finally completed the sacrifice to the Zhanlong sword. Their faces were deathly pale, and their auras had withered to the extreme. But the 5 blood-colored longswords in their hands erupted with blood light that shot into the sky, along with a terrifying, bloodthirsty, killing intent. Those 5 dragon-slaying swords seemed to be living things. Li Yujing showed no fear at all. His enormous dragon body crashed forward without hesitation. Clong, 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 clong. Sword cries rang out, shaking the surroundings. Go, slay the dragon. With a point of their fingertips, 5 streaks of blood shot into the sky like 5 swimming dragons, then plunged down from above at the same time, smashing toward Li Yujing. Li Yujing sensed a repulsive aura. These bloodlights really had slain dragons before, but that had happened long ago and had nothing to do with these people. They were far from being able to bring out the true power of those dragon-slaying swords. Even if they could, Li Yujing was not afraid. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Before the bloodlights even descended, the sword cries had already shaken the heavens. Roar! Li Yujing opened his mouth and let out a roar. Dragon might surging outward. Boom! The ground split apart in an instant. Sand and stones flew everywhere. The 5 men, led by the black-robed elder, were shaken by the dragon's roar until they coughed up blood. The trembling sword cries vanished as well. But the 5 blood-colored sword chi were already streaking toward Li Yujing. Naturally, he had no fear. With a swing of his massive dragon body, he rushed straight at the 5 sword lights, his huge claw slamming down. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of metal exploded through the air. 3 of the blood-colored streaks let out mournful sword cries. Their blood light dimmed by more than half in an instant, and they were knocked flying, stabbing into the scorched earth in the distance. The other 2 sword lights seemed alive and were much more cunning. They avoided the frontal strike of the dragon claw and stabbed at Li Yujing's vital spot from the left and right. Clang, clang. 2 more muffled impacts rang out. The 2 blood-colored sword lights struck his scales solidly, then were forcibly bounced away. The expected scene of shattered scales and flying blood did not appear. There were only 2 sparks. So that was it. Li Yujing understood in an instant. These blood lights looked fierce, but in truth they were only false swords. Merely sword chi from some real sword. What? That's impossible. The 5 elders' eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The Du family's clan-protecting treasure sword, inherited for hundreds of years, stained with true dragon blood, and used to slay more than 1 flood dragon. It actually could not even break through the black dragon's scales. Merge the swords, dragon slaying as one. The black-robed elder was the first to recover from shock. and a final trace of madness flashed through his eyes. Hearing that, the other four no longer cared about the coming backlash from the dragon-slaying swords. From a distance, they controlled the 5 dragon-slaying swords and sent them all flying into the air at once. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dragon-slaying swords wove together within the bloodlight, then fused into one. 5 swords became one, transforming into a blood-colored sword chi over 10 meters long, radiating terrifying fluctuations. Slash! The 5 roared in unison, blood seeping from all 7 orifices at the same time. With a sharp sword cry, the gigantic blood-colored sword chi hacked viciously at Li Yujing's head. Li Yujing still showed no fear and charged straight in. As the sword light came killing toward him, he raised his giant claw. Boom! Claw and sword collided, and a deafening explosion erupted. It was like a nuclear bomb hitting the ground. Everything within a radius of 100 meters was blasted away. Bang! The blood-colored sword chi trembled violently, but after holding out for less than a second, it exploded in midair, turning into countless blood-colored motes that drifted down in a scattered shower. Puffed. The 5 elders spat out blood and collapsed limply to the ground. One of them was even killed on the spot by the backlash. The others still had their final breath hanging on, but they were taking in less air than they were losing. Death was not far off. The Du family is finished. The black-robed elder dropped to his knees, unwillingness and despair flashing through his eyes. The Du family had stood for hundreds of years, but today it was completely finished. Li Yujing gave them no more chances. He slightly raised his head, and from the depths of his throat came rolling thunder. Boom! Azure lightning burst out. Be careful! The white-robed elder, already at death's door, somehow exploded with a burst of strength. He lunged out from beneath a broken wall and threw himself in front of the other 4. He had been the first to fight the black dragon. Because he had used the golden light talisman, he was the first to be heavily injured. But because of the golden light talisman's protection, his injuries were now actually the lightest. The other 4 were all nearly dead from severe injuries. At the same time, he threw out his last few tattered golden talismans, trying to form one final barrier. Boom! The lightning blasted in. The golden shield shattered on contact, and the bolt instantly pierced through the white-robed elder's body. He did not even have time to let out a scream before turning to ashes within the thunderlight. The lightning's remaining force did not diminish as it tore savagely across the battlefield. No! The black-robed elder let out a howl of despair and tried to roll out of the way. But how could they possibly be faster than lightning? Boom! 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 The ground split apart. The lightning flashed past in an instant, and 2 of them were immediately blasted into powder. Of the 7 clan-protecting elders, 5 were dead and 2 were on the brink of death. Within the ruins, only the black-robed elder and 1 elder in a long purple robe remained. Half of the black-robed elder's body was charred black, and one of his arms had vanished, but there was still a trace of clarity in his eyes. The Du family was truly finished. He looked at the ruins before him, then glanced at the black dragon in the sky, like a demonic god descending upon the world, and shouted to the side, "Old 7, go to the underground altar." Before his words had even faded, the giant claw had already come crashing down. Black dragon! The black-robed elder roared, but he could only watch helplessly as the giant claw pressed down. There was nothing he could do. Boom! With a thunderous sound, he was instantly crushed into a lump of bloody paste. Seeing this, the purple-robed elder hesitated no more. He used an extremely swift movement technique and rushed toward the passage within the ruins. Big brother, wake up! Our Du family is finished, carrying endless grief and despair. The purple-robed elder stumbled and ran wildly down the slanted stone stairs. No one knew how long he ran before the space before him suddenly opened up. This was a huge underground stone cavern. The cavern ceiling towered high above, embedded with strange crystals that gave off a cold glow, like stars covering the sky overhead. At the center of the cavern stood an ancient altar built from blue stone, covered in mottled traces of age. Around the altar were 8 ancient swords. A dense bloody stench filled the area. Most eye-catching of all, in 8 directions of the cavern stood 8 gigantic stone statues several jong tall. Each statue was wrapped in thick chains. The other ends of the 8 chains all extended toward the center of the altar, tightly binding a single figure. It was an emaciated old man, with beard and hair hanging all the way to the ground. His head was lowered as he sat at the center of the altar, his whole body tightly restrained by those 8 chains, almost fused into the altar itself. Big brother, wake up! The Du family is finished. The black dragon is coming. The purple-robed elder rushed to the front of the altar, dropped to his knees with a thud, and cried out shrilly. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying crash came from overhead. The underground cavern shook violently, and all the crystals in the ceiling came crashing down. Amid the flying rubble, the rock strata were torn apart by force, and a terrifying giant creature covered in black scales appeared. Its dragon head was savage, its pupils like lanterns. The purple-robed elder was so frightened that his soul nearly scattered, and he collapsed limply to the ground. At the center of the altar, The gaunt old man bound by chains finally slowly raised his head. It was a face covered in wrinkles like tree bark. The gaunt old man glanced at the purple-robed elder, who had collapsed in terror, then slowly lifted his head and met the cold dragon eyes, as large as lanterns. Never would I have thought that after sitting here in desolation for more than 100 years, I would still be able to see with my own eyes before death. The bearing of a true dragon. Big brother, this is great. Seeing this, the old man in purple robes was instantly agitated. Clatter, clatter. The withered old man slowly rose from the center of the altar, and the chains gave off a heavy sound. My Du family's ancestors built our foundation over several hundred years. We rose by slaying dragons, slaughtering countless snakes and pythons that sought to transform into dragons. Never could I have imagined that several hundred years later, we would be driven into such a desperate situation by a dragon. The withered old man took 2 steps forward, raised a shriveled, firewood-like arm, and gripped the ancient bronze sword at the center of the altar. Clang! Sword cries erupted in all directions. With this remnant body of mine, with this remnant soul of mine, I call upon my ancestors. He struggled to lift the ancient bronze sword, slay this demon dragon, and protect my bloodline from extinction. Rumble! Before his words had even finished, a giant claw had already slammed down. The incomparably sturdy ancient altar shattered like a pile of sand. The withered old man and the old man in purple robes were crushed into mangled blood and flesh on the spot. Dust filled the air, and broken stones tumbled down. Li Yujing slowly withdrew his dragon claw. What the hell was that? Just a bunch of gibberish. His gaze swept over the wrecked ruins. The bronze longsword was deeply embedded in the rubble, its blade humming as if unwilling to accept this end. But with no one to wield it, it ultimately fell quiet. Not bad material. Li Yujing could sense how extraordinary the bronze longsword was. With a single claw strike from him, all things in the world could be shattered. Yet this sword remained completely unharmed. That alone explained everything. This sword had truly slain dragons before, though that should have been a very long time ago. The people of the Du family naturally could not slay dragons. The blood-colored sword chi used by the people outside had come from this very bronze ancient sword. Li Yujing slightly opened his mouth. With a clang, the bronze ancient sword flew out of the ruins and was sucked into his giant maw. The bronze ancient sword was a fairly good weapon, but unfortunately, the one wielding it had been too weak. He had no use for it, but there was no way he would leave it here. Just as Li Yujing was preparing to leave the underground ruins, an extremely faint, pleading voice entered his senses in broken fragments. Help! Dragon Lord! Save us! Li Yujing paused. His vertical pupils slowly turned toward the 8 enormous stone statues, now covered in cracks. The voice seemed to be coming from inside the statues. In a daze, his vision underwent a subtle change. He saw the full truth. On every chain, there were bound, blurry, phantom images of women. Their figures were graceful and slender, but their faces were twisted in pain, their hands and feet shackled by invisible restraints. They wore clothes that did not belong to this era in all kinds of styles, as though they had come from different dynasties. They stretched out their arms in silent pleading, and beneath them, the altar, the entire Du family estate, and the earth veins of Daqing City were all connected as one. Spirits of the earth veins? Li Yujing seemed to understand. The reason the Du family had been able to rise was not simply because of their own cultivation, nor because of worldly management. By some unknown method, they had found this special earth vein node, imprisoned the spiritual bodies of the mountains and rivers' earth veins, and forcibly extracted their fortune to add it to themselves. That was how the Du family had prospered for several hundred years. No wonder, Li Yujing muttered. He had found it strange before. The Du family was made of ordinary flesh and blood and could not even withstand a single swipe of his claw. Logically speaking, they should not have flourished to such an extent. Now it seemed the reason was these women. They were the spirituality of this land of mountains and earth. Dragon Lord, save us. As if sensing Li Yujing's gaze, those phantom women continued to plead. They were only spiritual manifestations and did not possess much intelligence. But the instinct to survive made them seize every chance they could. Li Yujing immediately released his dragon might. Bang, bang, bang. This was a power beyond ordinary understanding. Wherever it passed, the invisible chains binding the countless phantom women shattered in an instant. Many thanks to Dragon Lord for granting us release. The faint, drifting voices of thanks scattered with the wind. Li Yujing gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. He was not a benevolent being, nor did he intend to become any kind of savior. But if it was only a casual effort, he did not mind doing it. Amid flashes of lightning and peals of thunder, the Du family estate was completely reduced to ruins. Li Yujing no longer lingered. His dragon body swayed as he rose into the surging clouds and mist. The Du family had been erased. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wild winds howled and clouds churned. The enormous winding figure glided through the mountain ridges, crossed over rivers, and finally returned to that vast Yunmeng Great Marsh, where mist and waves stretched boundlessly. Water and sky met in the distance, endless at a glance. As the place where he had transformed into a dragon, Li Yujing chose it as his new dwelling. Back when he had been a giant serpent, he had lurked in the deep mountains. After turning into a flood dragon, his level of life had leaped upward, and instinctively, he felt closer to broader waters. This water-attributed spiritual aura made his entire body feel at ease. What about a true dragon, then? Li Yujing raised his head and looked toward the even more distant sky. Did true dragons really live in the heavens? If he transformed into a true dragon himself, would his habits change as well? That should be certain. But at least for now, he still preferred lakes and waters. That was simply the difference between stages. As a snake or python, he liked staying in the deep mountains. As a flood dragon, he controlled rivers. A true dragon should probably belong to the great seas and the heavens. Just like in youth, when one is drawn to the mature charm of older women. Yet in middle age, one starts missing young girls again. Of course, the biggest reason was that the earth vein tides of Wushan and Daba Mountain would ultimately flow into this Yunmeng Great Marsh. Together with the spiritual opportunity contained within the Great Marsh itself, the two superimposed on each other and were even more helpful to his evolution. If. Just after returning to the island at the center of the lake, Li Yujing heard a childish laughter. It was the infant he had saved not long ago. Before leaving, he had knocked down some soft fruits, and the infant had eaten quite a few of them. Even an infant possessed that instinct to survive. Li Yujing could not manage too much. In truth, even if he wanted to, he could not. There was no helping it. His body was too large. Now, even a single claw toe of his was bigger than an adult. Beneath his claw, an infant was like a fine needle. There was simply no way for him to interfere too much. Still, Li Yujing blew a mouthful of dragon chi over the infant, sparing it from harassment by wild beasts. Then his body moved, and he shot into the clouds and mist. Within this land of spiritual beauty, there were things that disgusted him. Along the edges of the marshland, unnatural things were everywhere. Dikes, docks, buildings. Those he could still understand. But every so often, there stood clusters of steel tower foundations, along with vaguely connected underground lines. And they filled him with displeasure. Like nails, they had been driven deep into the earth vein nodes, interfering with the natural circulation of the great marsh's earth chi and water spirit. An eyesore, Li Yujing began to act. His enormous body sank and glided away, skimming low across the lake surface as he sought out the tower foundations and uprooted them one by one. This work took a great deal of time. Yunmeng Marsh was simply too large. A marshland nation stretching 1,000 li was no joke. The tower foundations were spread across an enormous area. Some were hidden deep in the reed marshes, some were built on remote islands in the middle of the lake, and some were even half submerged in the water. He spent a full 3 days on it. Without sleep or rest, he traveled through every part of the Great Marsh, destroying every tower foundation he could find, demolishing them one by one. Meanwhile, in Daqing City, the heavy clouds and mist that had shrouded the city for several days had long since dispersed. Sunlight once more spilled down over the city, and though the citizens were still shaken, after hiding for several days, they gradually came out of their homes. The city did not seem all that different from before, but to the city's residents, it all felt like a lifetime ago. Over the past few days, no one had been able to sleep well. In the central district, there were now shocking, charred giant craters, along with vast swaths of destruction. The signal had also been restored, and the internet instantly exploded. Shocking. A real dragon underwent tribulation in Daqing City, and quite a few people died. I saw it with my own eyes. A true dragon was fighting a giant, and most people heard the dragon's roar too. There's no way this was fake. On the city's trending list, almost everything was related to dragons. The Du family estate had already become ruins. Several figures in plain clothes quietly appeared at the edge of the rubble. They took photos, collected samples, and spoke in low voices. One of them took out an encrypted satellite phone, walked to a relatively open area, and dialed the number on it. Headquarters, the survey is complete. No surviving Du family members have been found. Based on all current judgment, the Du family is confirmed annihilated. Repeat, the Du family has been exterminated. Received. Continue the investigation. Focus on collecting any remaining flesh and blood tissue from the black dragon, as well as any talisman technique materials the Du family may have left behind. Be careful. Avoid contact with the black dragon's anomalous power. There are no flesh and blood remains from the black dragon. The black dragon, wasn't he injured? Yes. Several thousand kilometers away, deep underground somewhere in Longhua, at the headquarters of the Titan Defense Bureau, the atmosphere was heavy. The Du family had been wiped out. Yet the city's key facilities had not been struck, and civilian casualties had remained relatively low. The key point was that the black dragon was uninjured. As one of the 10 great families of the Titan Defense Bureau, the Du family was powerful and had been passed down for several hundred years. Yet in a battle that had nearly wiped out their entire clan, they still hadn't managed to inflict even the slightest injury on the black dragon. That was absurd. A high-ranking official rubbed his brow and said in a deep voice, "The good news is that this black dragon had a very clear objective. It came to take revenge on the Du family over the flood dragon transformation incident, and it showed restraint." Restraint? You call this restraint? Someone beside him pushed up his glasses and spoke in a stern tone. It caused citywide panic, destroyed a huge number of buildings, and inflicted direct economic losses beyond estimation. We cannot lower our guard just because it only wiped out the Du family. Right now, it's a mobile natural disaster with the power to destroy a super large city. As soon as those words were spoken, many people agreed. Someone immediately proposed initiating a strategic deployment against the Black Dragon. Any threat should be strangled in the cradle. Another elderly man refuted. According to survivors at the scene, after the clouds and fog covered the entire city, the Black Dragon delayed its attack for a period of time. It seemed to be intentionally dispersing civilians. It did not carry out indiscriminate slaughter. That alone is enough to show that the Black Dragon may be capable of communication. Quite a few people agree with that as well. From the current situation, the Black Dragon was extremely vengeful. The Du family had provoked it, and it had slaughtered its way from Yunmeng Marsh all the way to Daqing, crossing more than 1,000 li to exterminate the entire Du family. Vengeful, clan extermination. That meant its intelligence was extremely high. The man with glasses said calmly, "Isn't that exact personality of retaliating over the smallest grievance the source of instability? I suggest we begin strategic deployment immediately." Agreed. Many people echoed. "I object," the old man said. "Our current situation does not allow us to open a third battlefield. I believe the most important thing right now is to deal with the Titans on the first and second battlefields." The man with glasses said, "Elder Su, I'm only suggesting strategic deployment, not launching an attack. In any case, I object." The room broke into discussion, but no conclusion could be reached. Enough. The highest-ranking official, a white-haired elder, spoke up. "How is the situation in our country and the surrounding areas now?" The secretary operated the console, and the main screen switched to a dynamic map of Central Asia. More than 100 points of light were marked on it. At present, the total number of confirmed Titan-class giant beasts in our country is 9. The map zoomed in, focusing on the national territory. Dozens of light points were scattered across various mountain ranges, forests, and deserts. Among them, 9 were conspicuous red dots. 1. Wushan, Black Dragon, Titan class. Suspected descendant of a monarch-class Titan bloodline. 2. Wushan, mysterious Titan, disappeared. 3. Daba Mountains, Ghostface Rock Yao, subtitan, relatively weak in strength. But this region currently belongs to the Black Dragon's territory, so the Southwest General Bureau of the Titan Bureau has chosen restraint. 4. Qinling, 9-headed eagle Titan class, under surveillance. 5. Kunlu Mountains, Snow Demon Lord Titan class, under surveillance. 7. Taklamakan, Sandstorm Ho, Titan class, currently under full-scale attack. Its movement causes desert expansion, so it is prioritized for elimination. 8. Northeast, Sky-supporting Wood Ancestor, Titan class, has not displayed offensive power and is currently under surveillance. 9. South Sea, Songming Giant Whale, Titan class, cannot be monitored. The number of Titan giant beasts currently confirmed to be active on the surface within our country is 9. As for Central Asia, the 2 Titan-class giant beasts in the Eastern Island nation deserve the most attention. The secretary continued. The first is codenamed Vulcan. Its form is an ultramassive giant with an upright height exceeding 600 meters. Its body can release high-intensity steam, and its destructive power is extremely strong. The second is Yamada no Orochi. According to reports from the Coastal Titan Defense Bureau, an organization that worships Yamada no Orochi has appeared and is active in coastal regions. Their objective is unknown. This organization is called the Juju Sect. It is said they came for the Black Dragon. Oh, everyone was intrigued. Aside from territorial disputes, there was almost never any interaction between Titans. This was the first case in the world, so naturally it drew attention. The secretary pulled up the file, and information appeared. The Juju Sect appeared 3 days ago, and that day just happened to be during the Black Dragon's Flood Dragon transformation period. Therefore, the local Titan Bureau speculates their activities may be related to the Black Dragon. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. This was the first time Titans from 2 different countries had become linked, and there was no prior experience in handling it. But everyone understood one thing. The Age of Titans had truly arrived. The highest-ranking official changed the subject. How is a sandstorm hoe in the Taklamakan being handled? The secretary switched the screen accordingly. On the display was an endless desert, with sand and wind filling the sky. At the center of the desert, a colossal creature was moving slowly. By visual estimate, its body length exceeded 400 to 500 meters, and its height approached 100 meters. And all around it was a hellish scene. Missiles fell from the sky, bombarding its enormous body. "It really is tough," the man with glasses couldn't help saying. The commander in charge of this battle took over. "We've used everything we can, conventional missiles, bunker-busting bombs, thermobaric bombs, fuel air explosives. Every few days, we even use one low-yield tactical nuclear bomb. It's still alive, but it's almost over. It's not going to last. As long as a Titan is still a carbon-based life form, it can't withstand this kind of sustained firepower delivery. Even if we can't kill it outright, we'll wear it to death." Roar. On the screen, The giant beast let out a shrill, miserable howl. Its massive body finally could no longer hold on. Boom! It toppled sideways onto the ground, kicking up a sky full of sand and dust. Everyone let out a breath of relief. No matter how strong a Titan was, it was still ultimately a carbon-based life form. Over the past month, the nation's intercontinental missiles had all been locked onto it, with several hundred launched every day. More than 1 million troops have been stationed along the edge of the desert, and beyond the nation's intercontinental missiles. The ammunition fired daily by frontline forces was an astronomical figure. Fortunately, the returns were rich. This Titan was almost finished. After a full month of continuous bombardment, it's finally ending. If only that black dragon were as easy to deal with as a sandstorm hoe, someone sighed quietly. Difficult. The secretary shook his head. The black dragon can manipulate the weather and hide perfectly. Our fire control system simply can't lock onto it. It should end now. The elder in the chief's seat said flatly, "Take it down now." Authorization granted. Orbital weapon. At the westernmost edge of Yunmeng Great Marsh, on a certain island. Another 3 or 4 days passed. When Li Yujing shattered the last tower base with a slap, the effect was immediate. He could clearly feel that the vast waters beneath his feet were like a giant finally freed from heavy shackles. The entire Great Marsh erupted with water chi. Boom, boom. The commotion followed at once. Li Yujing turned his head and looked. It was the Lake Heart Island. That unknown ancient tree, previously only 40 or 50 meters tall, was now crazily growing to several hundred meters in height, and it finished in just a few seconds. Its trunk was as thick as a hill. Its lush canopy spread wide, blotting out the sky like a massive emerald parasol, covering nearly half the island. Spiritual light flowed between its branches and leaves. Li Yujing caught the rich aura of life. But this was only the beginning. Within his all-encompassing perception, similar changes were happening throughout the Great Marsh. Aquatic plants spread rapidly. Reeds grew into small groves. Lotus leaves became as large as boats. The changes in the animal world were even more obvious. In just these short few days, at least over 100 creatures living in the Great Marsh had awakened Titan bloodlines. Some black fish had grown to 5 meters long. Some water birds had feathers as sharp as metal blades. A few otters had expanded to several times their original size. Titan bloodlines were increasing explosively. Although these were only low-level awakenings, their potential was already on a completely different level. Given time, Titans would surely be born. These Titan bloodlines fed on the enlarged plants. After they excreted waste that in turn nourished other plants, making them grow even bigger. This was a Titan ecosystem. Once the ecosystem formed, slaughter began. This was the Titan bloodlines fighting to seize better resources. They devoured and evolved without end. From the moment they were born, they had to kill. Only when a ruler Titan was born on this land would such slaughter stop. Roar! Li Yujing raised his head and let out a long cry. The rolling sound waves were like an invisible king's decree, instantly spreading through the entire Yunmeng Great Marsh. It even shook outward toward Wushan and Daba Mountain in the distance. Every Titan bloodline heard it. Throughout the marsh, in Wushan, in Daba Mountain, those Titan bloodlines that had just awakened and begun fighting over territory all trembled at the sound and stopped at once. They looked toward the direction of the dragon's cry, then lowered their heads one after another in submission. Quite a few Titan bloodlines reigned in their aggression. The will contained in the dragon's cry was very simple. Don't cause trouble. Seeing this, Li Yujing returned to Lake Heart Island. Naturally, he had no interest in managing this 1,000-li marshland kingdom, nor did he have the energy to rule every single living thing. As long as they did not make too much noise and disrupt the ecological balance of the marsh, that was enough. The strong preyed on the weak. That was the law of nature. What Li Yujing needed to do was simply ensure his own ruling position, and make sure the overall momentum of the Great Marsh was not thrown into chaos. Roar! Li Yujing had just returned to Lake Heart Island when, from the edge of the island, came the roar of beasts and the sounds of fighting, mixed with angry human shouts. His gaze shifted over. It was that fierce tiger. It had followed the dragon's might here, and its body had grown even larger. It was comparable to a prehistoric saber-toothed tiger, with fangs like halberds. At this moment, the fierce tiger bared its teeth and brandished its claws, locked in battle with a group of tall dragon men covered in scales. These dragon men were the villagers of Shijia village. They had also come to Lake Heart Island. Their muscles bulged. Their strength and speed far surpassed ordinary people, and both hands and feet had mutated sharp claws and talons. The two sides were fighting so fiercely that neither could gain the upper hand. A few months ago, when the fierce tiger had just awakened its Titan bloodline and gone feral, it had once barged into Shijia village and caused some casualties. Now that enemies had met again, their eyes were red with hatred. The fierce tiger had greater strength, faster speed, and terrifying power in its pounces and bites. The villagers, however, worked together flawlessly. Relying on their weapons and numbers, they kept circling and tangling with the tiger. The fierce tiger was far stronger than the villagers, but it had not gone for the kill. Because those people carried dragon chi, Li Yujing could not be bothered to interfere. Right now, He had more important things to do. That was transforming into a dragon. He had to gather every bit of strength and prepare as early as possible. The times had already changed. The descent of the Titans was unstoppable. Even if the chance to become a dragon might still be dozens of years, hundreds of years, or even 1,000 years away, he could not relax in the slightest. If a dragon has no long-term plans, trouble will surely come soon. Stop. A crisp female voice rang out as Shi Qingqing strode forward. Compared to before, she seemed to have grown a little taller. Her skin was fair, with the faintest jade-like sheen hidden within it. In her hand, she held a palm-sized scale. The fierce tiger and the dragon men both instinctively paused, each side retreating a few steps. One young man panted heavily and said unwillingly, "Qingqing, this beast injured quite a few people in the village back then. We can't just let it go like this." Shi Qingqing pinched the dragon scale. I can understand what the fierce tiger is saying. When it had just awakened its Titan bloodline, it was naturally more bloodthirsty. Of course, just letting it off like this definitely won't do either. Shi Qingqing looked at the fierce tiger. "Big guy, you can understand what I'm saying, right?" The fierce tiger let out a low growl and did not attack. It really seemed to understand. Shi Qingqing said, "It's true that you hurt people, but you have intelligence. Making you pay with your life won't solve anything. But if we don't pursue this matter, the resentment in the village won't settle." After thinking for a moment, she stated her condition. "How about this? You have to atone. Protect Shurja village for 100 years and keep the village safe. Within those 100 years, if you do your duty with all your heart, then the matter of killing people will be wiped clean. After 100 years, whether you stay or leave will be up to you. How about it?" The fierce tiger tilted its head, seeming to think. A moment later, it let out another low growl. Shi Qingqing nodded slightly and turned to the villagers. It agreed. "Fine. Then forget it." The villagers also knew that the dead could not come back to life. And this world had changed. Just today, they had seen several strange fish climb onto the island, and one monkey had grown to 2 meters tall. As for other powerful animals, there were too many to count. Having the fierce tiger guard the village for 100 years seemed to be the best option for now. Shi Qingqing let out a breath of relief. In truth, there had been no negotiation at all. Her exchange with the fierce tiger had all been an act. The fierce tiger was powerful, but it still had not evolved to the point where it could communicate with humans. The reason she had made up this lie was simply because she did not want the villagers to suffer losses. After all, the fierce tiger truly was too powerful. Through the dragon scale, she could sense that clearly. The villagers had grown stronger, but if the fierce tiger truly went berserk, it would only need a few minutes to bite them all to death. There's one more thing. Shi Qingqing looked at the villagers. "What?" everyone asked. "Collect Dragon King's scales." Shi Qingqing raised the scale in her hand. "Why? Even if the scale is hard, it's still just a scale, right?" Someone asked in confusion. Shi Qingqing did not explain. Tightening her grip on the scale, she thrust her fist forward, aiming at a massive tree not far away that would take several people to wrap around. Crackle! Azure lightning burst from her fist, crossed dozens of meters, and struck the trunk with perfect accuracy. Crack! The giant tree exploded and broke in half at the waist. Everyone's eyes widened. This seemingly ordinary scale actually still contained Dragon King's power. The Dragon King's scales were no longer ordinary things after his elder transformed into a true dragon. Shi Qingqing pulled back her fist and said, "As long as you use the right method, or possess even a trace of dragon aura yourself, you can trigger the power inside and release lightning. We have to find the scales before anyone else does, as many as possible. Not only can they strengthen us, they can also keep these scales from falling into the hands of those with evil intentions and causing disaster." Hearing this, everyone nodded one after another. Shi Qingqing walked off by herself, took out her phone from her clothes, and opened a group chat called Dragon Scale Society. There were only 4 members, but there were already dozens of messages in the chat history. Shi Qingqing, Yiming, hello, everyone. I'm the president, Shi Qingqing. We should focus our investigation on the Gui Jump Gorge area. The Dragon King transformed into a dragon there. Shi Qingqing, Yunming, yes. There may be the most fallen scales there. Chao Feng, Shujun, don't worry. I've already mobilized everyone my family company can move, over 1,000 people, split into dozens of teams. They've already set out. Chiwan, Jiang and do dragon scales really have supernatural power? I spent a huge amount of money to buy one, but aside from being especially heavy, I tried every method I could and got no reaction at all. Chao Feng, Shujun, they do. I can confirm this. Last time I took part in disaster relief, I picked one up in the flood. One time, the scale actually released a spark of electricity and shattered a rock. Cheonyo, Daeong City, I found a dragon scale holder and am currently making contact. Should I pull her into the group? Shi Qingqing, Yunming, stay in contact for now. If we can recover the dragon scale with compensation, that's of course the best outcome. If not, observe for a while first. Remember our principles. Low-key, secretive, cautious. Chiwan, Jiang and President. Is it true you personally saw the Dragon King? Shi Qingqing, Yunming, it's true. You may not believe me, but once you obtain the supernatural power of a dragon scale, one day, you'll see a true dragon. Sure, Qingqing glanced at her phone. There was still no signal. Those messages were from yesterday. After going through a whole series of events, she had matured a lot as well. Chaotic times were coming. She had to obtain the power to protect the village and protect herself. Have you heard? The Dragon King is getting married. After the ferocious tiger left, the villagers gathered beneath the tree and started talking. Getting married? To who? Sure, Qingqing was stunned too and hurried over. I was playing on a lake yesterday and heard the fishermen talking about it. They said that a few days ago, fog rose over the great marsh, and a dragon leaped out of the water and spoke in human words, saying he had taken a fancy to a girl in the county. What nonsense! Sure, Qingqing frowned. When have you ever seen the Dragon King come out of the water? Doesn't he, his elder, usually stay in the sky? But this matter has spread pretty widely. Everyone lowered their heads and whispered. Above the treetops, Li Yujing had just been about to rest for a while, but these discussions kept reaching his ears. The Dragon King getting married? How did he not know about that? Li Yujing listened carefully. The villagers were speaking as if they had solid proof, and it had already spread all around Yunmeng Great Marsh, causing a huge stir. The matter of the true dragon was no longer a secret. When Li Yujing walked the flood dragon path, it triggered mountain torrents, and during the flood, he had also used the situation to shift buildings, indirectly saving some people. As a result, there had been many eyewitnesses. There is a dragon in Yunmeng. Countless people believed it without question. Li Yujing slightly raised his brow. He himself was right here. These past few days, aside from tearing down some electrical foundation towers, he had not gone anywhere else. Marriage? Betrothal gifts? That was even more impossible. What use did marriage have for something as huge as him? Could it be that there was a second dragon in Yunmeng Great Marsh? With a thought, Li Yujing merged into the clouds and mist that shrouded the marsh and carefully sensed the area. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Forget a dragon. Aside from titan creatures that had only just awakened their bloodlines, there were no other strong life fluctuations in these waters. Looks like someone was using the Dragon King's name to do all sorts of shady, superstitious business. Li Yujing understood inwardly. Maybe it was a Jianghu swindler. Maybe it was some people who had awakened tiny abilities and no longer knew the heights of heaven and the depths of earth. Or maybe it was something else entirely. Li Yujing had not wanted to bother with it. But this matter had grown so big and was even directly using his name. He wanted to see who was ruining his reputation. His body moved and merged into the clouds and mist. Before long, a small town came into view. Hey, wait for me. Noisy voices entered Li Yujing's ears. Hurry it up, kid. It's almost time for the Dragon King to get married. Move faster. Maybe we can still go watch the excitement. Could there really be a Dragon King? You still don't believe it? It's all over the internet already. There are quite a few videos too. That's right. My uncle saw it himself. When the flood broke out that day, my uncle was living in the county seat. The whole county was flooded. At least several thousand people saw the Dragon King. Li Yujing frowned inwardly. This rumor did not sound fake. It seemed there really was Titan bloodline involved. But why were the stories getting more and more outrageous? Some said the Dragon King had always been moving clouds and spreading rain over Yunmeng Great Marsh, living in a dragon palace at its deepest point. Others said the Dragon King had grown deeply aware of the cold loneliness within his palace and intended to choose a blessed woman from the lakeshore as his dragon consort, to continue his bloodline and bless the land. There were even old fishermen swearing up and down that a few nights ago, while fishing at the center of the lake at midnight, they had personally seen a red glow flickering beneath the water. They had even seen a ceremonial procession of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, decked in red and festive colors, patrolling the deep waters. A woman gathering firewood claimed that in the heavy morning fog, she had heard a solemn decree coming from the lake. And it was precisely about the Dragon King choosing a bride. But the mist had been too thick, and she could not see clearly. More conclusive still, one morning, in several lakeside villages and towns, everyone had unexpectedly found strange betrothal gifts at their own doorsteps. There were luminous pearls, dragon scales, and even gold and silver ingots engraved with the character for betrothal. After listening for several minutes and still hearing no exact information about that Dragon King, Li Yujing rode the clouds away. These rumors could not be verified. That was the nature of rumors. They only grew more exaggerated the more they spread. By the shores of Yunmeng Marsh, in a certain county city, at noon, the originally clear sky suddenly surged with dense fog. The mist spread over from the direction of the Great Marsh, swiftly swallowing the streets and buildings, visibility dropping sharply. In only a few seconds, the city fell into a milky white haze. Only the streetlights still illuminated the blurred streets. Li Yujing hid in the deepest part of the sea of fog, his winding body like a mountain range. He quietly arrived overhead, and his senses swept across below. Very quickly, he locked onto one area. It was an old residential complex. At this moment, it was decorated with lanterns and colored streamers, with many red silk ribbons and lanterns hung up, and even the faint sound of firecrackers could be heard. But amid that festivity, there was an indescribable eeriness. Inside the residential complex, people were terrified, but outside it, quite a few onlookers had already gathered. Their discussions came through the fog in broken fragments. The wedding is today, right? Yeah, today. Could it really be true? How could it be fake? My cousin works in that complex S property management. He saw it with his own eyes. What does the Dragon King look like? That Dragon King is probably over 30 meters long, as thick as a water vat. If it weren't a true dragon, could it be that big? That girl S in for it. Should keep your voice down. You want the Dragon King to hear that? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Over 100 feet long? As thick as a water vat? Li Yujing sneered inwardly. That kind of size, and it dared call itself a dragon? At most, it was just a somewhat larger Titan bloodline creature. Still, it suddenly reminded him of one fellow. Back when he was undergoing dragon transformation, in order to draw the Du family's firepower away, he had driven a water Jiao all the way toward Daba Mountain. Later, he became wholly focused on revenge and forgot about the thing. Could it be that it hadn't died under the military's encirclement and suppression, and had fled all the way to Yunmeng Great Marsh? And now it was even pretending to be some Dragon King? I want to marry. I want to marry any Dragon King. That S a monster. It's a snake. All of a sudden, a young woman's tearful voice pierced through the mist and entered Li Yujing's perception. The source of the voice was a residential building around 30 stories tall. Li Yujing's thoughts shifted slightly, and the mist, like an extension of his senses, quietly seeped into the building. Through the window, he saw a room. It was packed with people, old and young alike, every one of them wearing fearful expressions. At the center of the crowd was a young girl in wedding clothes, being forced down in front of a dressing table by two middle-aged women. She looked to be 17 or 18 and was struggling with all her might. What surprised Li Yujing a little was this. There was actually an extremely pure spiritual radiance on her body. That spirituality had not come from cultivation. It was more like something innate, naturally born and nurtured, connected to the surrounding earth veins. Although that spirituality was incredibly faint, far from enough to grant her extraordinary power, its essence was quite remarkable. Li Yujing suddenly recalled something. Back in Wushan, he had also encountered a woman who carried this same kind of aura of mountains, rivers, and earth veins. But Li Yujing couldn't be sure whether that woman had been a hallucination. At the time, he had been evolving. His consciousness had been too hazy. As for the spirituality on this girl, with the revival of the earth veins in Yunmeng Great Marsh, many animals had awakened Titan bloodlines. Humans would also produce people like this. But comparatively speaking, there were still far more animals. Qingqing, stop making a fuss. Dragon King has taken a liking to you. That's your blessing. If you marry over there, maybe you'll even become an immortal. A woman tried to persuade her, though there was little confidence in her tone. The others nearby quickly chimed in. In any case, it wasn't their own child. The most important thing was getting that Dragon King sent away. I want to marry. That's not any Dragon King at all. It's a demon. The girl called Su Qingqing cried out. She can't marry. A man beside her was furious. That's not the Dragon King. I've seen the real Dragon King. On the day of the mountain flood, on the river I saw him. He was way bigger than this one. Dragon King was black, boundlessly majestic, and saved a lot of people. The one you're talking about is completely different. Su Laosan. What nonsense are you spouting? A relative hurriedly covered his mouth. Black or white, whichever one it is, they're both things we can't afford to offend. Exactly. We should just give in. Didn't you see what happened 3 days ago? If Qingqing doesn't marry, everyone in our whole residential complex will suffer. Even the people above can't handle this matter. Now Dragon King has specifically named Qingqing. What do we do? Resist? Run? Where can we run to? Didn't you see what happened to the people who tried to run before? Hearing that, Su Sanwei slumped down into a seat. Wait. Suddenly, Su Sanwei took a scale out from his chest and handed it to Su Qingqing. This is a scale from the real Dragon King. Maybe it will help you. Su Sanwei spoke in a low voice. Su Qingqing nodded and silently accepted the scale. At the same time, out in the distant sea of clouds, there really was a Titan? Or perhaps a sub-Titan? Li Yujing was a little surprised. Before this, he had thought someone was just playing tricks and pretending to be some god or ghost. But now it seemed these people had all seen this so-called Dragon King before. That meant it had to be a Titan creature. Li Yujing focused his thoughts, and with the residential complex as the center, the mist slowly spread outward in all directions. However, there was nothing within the mist as coverage, aside from faint traces of Titan bloodlines. He sensed no powerful life aura at all. Just then, a sharp scream from Su Qingqing came from that room on the 30th floor. Li Yujing turned his gaze toward it. Su Qingqing was standing by the window, both hands gripping the frame tightly, staring at the rolling dense fog outside, as if she had seen something impossible to understand. Qingqing, what is wrong? Dragon King, over there. Su Qingqing pointed in a certain direction outside the window, her finger trembling. Dragon King is here? The room instantly descended into chaos. Some people tried to crowd toward the window to look. Others were so scared they shrank back into the corners. And no, not that Dragon King. Su Qingqing's voice shook. It's the Black Dragon King. He is much bigger than the Dragon King from before. He is looking at us from inside the mist. Li Yujing's heart stirred. This girl really did have spirituality. She might be even more remarkable than he had imagined. She could actually see the outline of his true body through the mist. Even if it was only a vague shadow, that level of perception was already far beyond ordinary people, even beyond most Titan bloodlines. Black, bigger? Su Samway froze, then seemed to realize something. He lunged toward the window too and peered outside with all his might. But outside the window, there was only a vast sheet of whiteness. Where is Dragon King? Qingqing, where did you see him? Over there, in the mist. He seems like he is not moving now. Su Qingqing gradually calmed down. That enormous, winding black shadow was merely floating silently in the distant mist, like a mute mountain. You must be seen wrong, right? There is nothing there. Yeah, other than mist, there is nothing at all. The others also crowded to the window, but found nothing. They only assumed Su Qingqing had been so frightened that she was hallucinating. Su Qingqing wanted to say something, but in the end she could only lower her head. It seemed they really couldn't see Dragon King. She felt as though she understood now. Perhaps the reason that other Dragon King wanted to marry her was because she could see things others could not. The auspicious hour should be here by now, right? Why hasn't Dragon King come yet? Don't panic, don't panic. Dragon King will definitely come. They looked at one another, anxious and uneasy. When legend stepped into reality, all they felt was fear. 3 days ago, that giant snake over 100 feet long had risen from the water and then declared that it wanted to marry Su Qingqing. They had tried calling the police. They had tried running away. But every time they made even the slightest move, that giant snake would appear and threaten them. In the end, they could only submit and, following Dragon King's instructions, begin preparing this absurd and horrifying wedding. After all, even the people above didn't dare enter the residential complex. What else could they do? Li Yujing still hid deep within the dense mist, waiting patiently. As long as that impostor was still nearby, as long as it made any move at all, it would never escape his perception. Time passed. 2 hours went by. The expected wedding procession never appeared. Within the mist, aside from more and more curious onlookers gathering, no powerful life fluctuations showed up. Could that thing have sensed I'm here and become too scared to come? Li Yujing guessed inwardly. 30th floor, inside the room. Su Qingqing wore a red wedding dress. After getting through her initial fear, she gradually calmed down a little. Could it be Dragon King is here to save me? To stop that giant snake? Su Qingqing carefully looked out the window. In the distant sea of clouds, that winding figure was still there. She could feel that the Dragon King in the mist was very powerful, completely different from the giant snake from 3 days ago. That Azure Dragon King was violent, greedy, and savage. Just sensing it made her feel disgust and fear. At this moment, the Black Dragon King within the fog was vast, cold, and majestic. Though he was just as terrifying, he did not carry that nauseating aura. The Azure Dragon King inspired more fear. The Black Dragon King inspired awe. At the same time, at the edge of the county town, there was a broad lake connected to Yunming Great Marsh. At its deep bottom, a massive shadow lay in hiding. It was a giant snake over 30 meters long, with a body as thick as a water vat. Looking at the white fog above that was almost pressing down onto the lake's surface, the giant snake was secretly alarmed and did not dare move recklessly in the slightest. This damn fog. Why is it here again? The water Jiao's eyes flickered, restless and irritated. It had now developed serious psychological trauma toward anything related to fog. Who would have thought that the notorious demon Jiao of the evil river would one day become afraid of mist? It really matched that old human saying, once bitten by a snake, fear ropes for 10 years. It had been screwed over by clouds and fog twice already. Now, the moment it saw fog, its scalp went numb. The first time was in the rivers. It had originally been sleeping peacefully in a river at the foot of Daba Mountain, but then dense fog appeared, that bane of its existence, the black dragon, arrived, and beat it senseless. The second time the fog appeared, not long after, it was surrounded and hunted down by a human army, nearly losing its life. As for this third time, it did not dare imagine what might happen. Still not dispersing? The water Jiao stared at the lake's surface, growing anxious inside. This was a pretty good hiding place, and a few days ago, it had discovered a human girl with spirituality. But now this deadly dense fog had appeared again. If this had been before, with the temper of the demon Jiao of the evil river, it would have long since charged into the human nest and snatched that girl away. But times were different now. A few days ago, that majestic dragon roar that rang throughout the great marsh had been far too terrifying, leaving it not daring to act recklessly. Wait or not wait. The water Jiao was burning with anxiety inside. In the lake, several large fish that had just awakened Titan bloodlines were swimming about, giving off an enticing scent of food. It had swallowed one before, and it still had not fully digested it. If it could devour that human girl and draw out the pure spirituality from her body, its digestion and evolution ability would definitely increase greatly. When that time came, all the Titan bloodlines in this great marsh would become nourishment for its rapid growth. Forget it. I am the demon Jiao of the evil river, ruling unchecked across rivers and streams. How can I be frightened by mere fog? In the end, greed overpowered caution. A vicious glint flashed in the water Jiao's eyes as it made up its mind. To be safe, it had to make this a quick battle, snatch the girl. immediately dive into the deepest part of the great marsh to hide and digest the spirituality first. Having made its decision, the water Jiao no longer hesitated. Its body gave a light sway at the lake bottom, stirring up a large cloud of silt as it silently moved upstream along the river channel connected to the county town. The residential complex was getting closer, and the spiritual aura was becoming clearer. The water Jiao grew more and more excited. It could not help flicking out its tongue, while the greed in its vertical pupils deepened. Before long, it reached the edge of the residential complex. The river channel narrowed here, turning into a landscape canal that ran through the complex. The water Jiao no longer hid itself. Its massive head suddenly burst through the surface, throwing up a skyful of spray. Right after that, its azure body, over 30 meters long, shot out, smashed the railings along the bank, crushed the lawn, and slithered toward the apartment building draped in red silk. Rumble. Trees were easily smashed apart, and the paved tiles shattered and flew everywhere. The commotion was especially ear-piercing. What is that? The Dragon King has come. Inside and outside the residential complex, the people watching the commotion instantly descended into chaos. Some screamed in terror and ran. More people, after their initial panic, all raised their phones, wanting to capture something on camera. Unfortunately, the fog was too thick. They could only vaguely make out an enormous shadow. That was more like it. The water Jiao coiled up part of its body and raised its head high. Its vertical pupils swept over the panicked crowd kneeling below, and a trace of smugness flashed through its heart. It seemed that the fearsome reputation of the demon Jiao of the evil river could still make humans afraid. Its previous setbacks had just been accidents. It looked toward the distant high-rise. The girl with spirituality was there. It could already smell that enticing scent. Quick, quick! Bring the bride down and offer her to the Dragon King. Inside the residential complex, several of the chosen organizers shouted themselves hoarse. Half-pulled and half-dragged, Su Qingqing finally appeared. Her face was pale as paper, her eyes filled with despair, and she was practically being carried as she was forced toward the water Jiao. At the same time, outside the residential complex, the crowd completely exploded. So big. Is that really a dragon? It's right in front of us. How could it be fake? Even though we can't see it too clearly, it has to be at least over 30 meters long, right? If that is not a dragon, then what is? The people hid themselves, yet still stretched out their phones to film. Among the crowd, several people raised their brows. Are we really just going to let this thing do whatever it wants? Actually carry out this absurd wedding? This is way too ridiculous. The leader was wearing a trench coat, his fists clenched tight. A team member beside him said helplessly, "There's nothing we can do." The higher-ups said we should temporarily avoid conflicting with the Black Dragon. And this big guy, we don't even know if it's the Black Dragon. Damn it. The man in the trench coat punched a tree. They had entered the Titan Defense Bureau when they were young. For decades, they had spent almost all their time dealing with Titan bloodlines. But they had never imagined that one day they would have to stand by and watch these monsters take humans away. I don't care anymore. I don't give a damn what attitude the higher-ups have. Since I'm here, I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. The trench-coated man drew his long sword and walked into the residential complex. Boss, are you crazy? The few team members beside him were startled, but they did not dare step forward. Quick, quick! As the water Jiao watched the source of spirituality draw closer and closer, it inexplicably grew agitated. Its enormous tail unconsciously slapped the ground, producing dull thuds. It had a very bad feeling. This fog still disgusted it just as much as ever. Monster, stop! Suddenly, a cold shout rang out. The water Jiao twisted its enormous head. The one who came was just a tiny human, and that human actually dared charge over, brandishing blade and sword. This was simply arrogance. He clearly did not take the demon Jiao of the evil river seriously at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as the water Jiao was about to strike, the dense fog high above suddenly began to churn violently. An icy pressure came crashing down. The water Jiao's huge body instantly stiffened, its vertical pupils abruptly shrinking. The fear that came from the very depths of its bloodline drowned it in an instant. And not good. The water Jiao had no time to think and rushed straight towards Su Qingqing. Before leaving, it had to take away that trace of spirituality. Don't come over. Su Qingqing staggered backward, but the giant snake was already charging in. Its huge tail swept across and quickly coiled around her, then it bolted into the distance. Don't think of running. The trench-coated man chased right after it. Suddenly, a vicious wind descended from the sky, and a vast shadow instantly shrouded the area. What is that? Not understanding what was happening, the water Jiao turned its head to look. It saw the clouds and mist churning, and a giant claw covered in scales and flashing with metallic cold light slammed down with the force of mountains collapsing and earth splitting. An indescribable force crashed into it. Bang! The water Jiao only felt its vision go black, while its ears filled with explosive cracks of shattering bones. Its tough skull, durable enough to withstand artillery shells, was as fragile as an eggshell under that claw, splitting open instantly in a spray of torn flesh and blood. Boom! Just as the excruciating pain struck, The water flood dragon's massive body shook violently and was slammed hard into the ground by that force. In an instant, the earth trembled violently. The road cracked and collapsed at once, forming a huge crater. Broken stones, dirt, shattered scales, and spurting blood splashed in all directions. It lay limp in the pit, dizzy and disoriented. Who knew how many bones in its body had been broken? It was almost completely paralyzed. What is that? The water flood dragon barely managed to turn its shattered eyeball and look upward. The thick fog was pushed aside. First appeared a pair of curved horns, then a ferocious head several times larger than its own. The dragon head lowered through the mist, and those molten gold vertical pupils looked down at it coldly, like a god gazing upon dust. The thick fog, it's that one again. Boundless fear and despair were all that remained in the water flood dragon's heart. It wanted to beg for mercy. It wanted to run, but its broken body, along with that terrifying dragon might, made it unable to move even a finger. BL Black Dragon. Not far away, the trench coat man holding a sword stood frozen. So this was the legendary Wushan Black Dragon. He had thought that this giant serpent was already large enough, but in front of the Black Dragon, it looked like a child. Dragon King. In Li Yujing's claws, Su Qingqing stared blankly at everything, her mind completely empty. She had been saved, right inside the dragon's claw. From this angle, so close at hand, she could see the Dragon King's savage horns, see the drifting dragon whiskers, and see that endless majesty and dominance. Li Yujing looked at the dying water flood dragon and let out a cold snort. After putting the girl down, his giant claw reached out again and seized the water flood dragon's body as easily as grabbing a chick. The water flood dragon was already dumbfounded. It wanted to beg for mercy, but its mouth seemed to have been beaten crooked, and it could not make any sound at all. As for using thought to communicate, that was even more impossible. Under that terrifying dragon might, its soul had been thoroughly shaken. Li Yujing no longer paid attention to the crowd. His enormous dragon body swayed as he grabbed the water flood dragon and rose into the air, flying toward the depths of Yunmeng Great Marsh. Inside the residential complex, there was dead silence. As the mist gradually dispersed, everyone finally came back to their senses. Had a battle just broken out? What happened? Only after the disturbance had vanished did the crowd of onlookers dare to flood into the complex and look toward the place where the terrifying giant shadow had appeared. They saw the shattered ground and the horrifying giant crater before their eyes. The Azure Dragon King got taken away? What was that just now? Such a huge black shadow, even bigger than the Azure Dragon King. It was the Dragon King, a real Dragon King. Black, I saw the claws. Someone suddenly grew excited and pointed at the sky as he shouted, "It's the Dragon King from a week ago, the one who saved people in the mountain flood. That's the real Dragon King." The crowd stirred at once, everyone talking at once. What had just happened took place in the blink of an eye. Most people had not seen clearly what happened at all. They had only seen the Azure Dragon King appear, its body incomparably huge. The fog had been thick, but they could vaguely make out a shadow. But not long after, an even larger shadow descended from the sky, followed by a thunderous explosion. When the noise stopped, the Azure Dragon King was gone. So there were two Dragon Kings? The Azure Dragon King was fake. The Black Dragon King was the real one. The real Dragon King took the fake Dragon King away. Then does the Su family girl still have to get married? Everyone looked at one another, then in unison turned their eyes toward Su Qingqing, who was slumped on the ground in a daze, like a wooden chicken. Only then did the girl snap awake. The aura given off by that black dragon just now had been far too terrifying. In that instant, her mind had nearly gone blank. The others gathered around her, both shaken with lingering fear and filled with relief. No matter what, this absurd and terrifying farce of the Dragon King taking a bride seemed to have ended with the Azure Dragon King being taken away by that mysterious black shadow. Yunmeng Great Marsh, an island far from the county town. Li Yujing casually tossed the water flood dragon into the lake, sending up an enormous splash. It struggled to turn over in the water and barely kept itself afloat, looking up at the dark black dragon's silhouette in the sky, vast as a mountain. Its vertical pupils were filled with fear. "Dragon Lord, spare my life." Only after the dragon might disappeared did the water flood dragon manage to transmit a plea for mercy. Its current appearance was utterly miserable. Its head was deformed, many bones were broken, and blood had dyed a whole stretch of the lake red. Li Yujing hovered in the air, his cold vertical pupils fixed on it. This water flood dragon had been besieged by the Du family and the military. Yet it still hadn't died. This bastard's luck really was pretty good. Forget it, forget it. Li Yujing withdrew his killing intent. Although the water flood dragon had known nothing about the slaughter in Daba Mountain, it really had, in a way, helped take some of the Du family's firepower off him and shared part of the tribulation. This time, he would spare its life. That could also be considered settling this karmic tie. With a slight movement of thought, Li Yujing sent over 2 strands of will. The first strand of will was, "Don't mess around." Yes, yes, yes. The water flood dragon hurriedly bobbed its head. Li Yujing's dragon body swayed, submerging once more into the boundless thick mist as he leisurely swam toward Lake Heart Island. The second strand of will was, He wanted the water flood dragon to clear the blocked river channels and dredge the flow of the earth-vein tides. The task was time-consuming and labor-intensive, and he was too lazy to do it himself. Now that this water flood dragon had shown up, it was the perfect free labor. Time flowed by like water, silent and unnoticed. January arrived, with biting cold winds. For half of that time, Li Yujing had been patrolling Yunmeng Great Marsh, surveying the mountains and waters within his territory. His purpose was to guard against farces like the Dragon King taking a bride. Besides that, he had also been sorting out the surface veins of this thousand-li marshland, making the tides flow more smoothly. He handled the surface, while the task of clearing the underground dark rivers was handed over to a certain laborer. Boom! At the edge of Daba Mountain, in a muddy river, along with a muffled bang and water splashing everywhere, a huge azure figure burst onto the riverbank, bringing with it large amounts of pitch-black silt and rotting water weeds. It was none other than the evil river demonic flood dragon. Its current state was rather miserable. Its scales were plastered with foul-smelling mud, and the stench around it was overwhelming. Damn it, I'm suffocating to death. The water flood dragon panted heavily and spat out several mouthfuls of black mud. It was the mighty evil river demonic flood dragon, once in existence that dominated an entire region. And now it had fallen so low that it had to crawl through underground stinking drains and do this kind of filthy, exhausting work. Its whole body reeked, as if it had just crawled out of a cesspit. If those Titan bloodlines it had known before saw it like this, wouldn't they laugh their teeth out? Where would the evil river demonic flood dragon's pride go then? Thinking of this, the water flood dragon did not even bother to rest. It looked around in all directions, saw that the surrounding mountain forest was silent, and planned to hurry back into the water, then find some remote corner to hide in. Evil flood dragon. A low, slow voice came from the nearby mountain ridge. The water flood dragon's whole body stiffened. The entire serpent felt awful. It was far too familiar with that voice. Extremely unwilling, it turned its head and saw that on a nearby mountainside, a vast stretch of the mountain suddenly moved. Rocks bulged upward. Dirt slid down. A colossal being slowly stood up. It was a humanoid figure hundreds of meters tall, formed from rock and soil, with the appearance of a woman. Vines, moss, and other plants crawled all over its body. The ghost-faced rock Yao. They had met a few times before. It didn't see me. It didn't see me. The water flood dragon silently repeated that to itself, lowered its head, and tried to slip into the water. Why are you in such a sorry state? The ghost-faced rock Yao's voice came again, its gaze falling on the silt covering the water flood dragon's entire body. The water flood dragon's movement froze. In its heart, it cursed the black dragon hundreds and thousands of times. Yet the fluctuation of its soul gave an unusually honest reply. And no, nothing. Bored, it drilled underground to have some fun. It no longer lingered. With a splash, it plunged into the river and fled downstream without looking back. Damn that black dragon. Once I successfully complete my dragon transformation and become a true dragon, I'll definitely make you pay. As the water Jiao fled, it cursed inwardly. Of course, it only dared say such harsh words in its heart. Dragon Lord. The ghost-faced rock Xiao paid no mind to the water Jiao's panicked escape. It turned its enormous stone head and looked toward the higher sky. It could sense that an even more majestic existence was there. The clouds silently parted, and Li Yujing's dragon body, 200 zhang long, slowly emerged, hovering in the air like a moving mountain range. This rock Xiao's size really was beyond imagination. Several hundred meters tall, like a mountain peak. But the fluctuations coming from its body were comparatively weak. Its essence was a fusion of mountain stone and Titan blood. Its life form was special, and its strength grew slowly. In terms of true combat power, it probably could not even withstand missiles. You have only recently awakened. You should keep a low profile, lie dormant, and accumulate strength. Revealing your form so openly can easily invite disaster. Li Yujing sent his thoughts over. He could tell that this rock Xiao's intelligence was pure and that it bore no malice. Thank you for your concern, Dragon Lord. The ghost-faced rock Xiao's thoughts were slow and gentle. I merely sensed that the creatures in the mountains were panicking and that the earth chi was slightly disturbed. So I revealed myself to take a look. Li Yujing lowered his dragon head. It was helping with disaster relief, saving those small animals. As for how this disaster came about, never mind that. Roar. At that moment, a roar filled with pain and fury came from a distant place. By the time the sound reached Daba Mountain, it was already extremely faint. But Li Yujing could hear the special sound waves unique to Titan creatures with perfect clarity. Turning his head, he looked toward the southeastern edge of Yunmeng Great Marsh. That was the edge of his territory. That Titan seemed to be about to enter Yunmeng Great Marsh. Li Yujing's mind stirred, and his will extended along the mist, sweeping over mountains, rivers, and lakes. In an instant, it was as if he had crossed over 1,000 li and seen the scene at the edge of Yunmeng Marsh. At the border where the hills met, a gigantic creature was staggering forward. It stood about 40 to 50 meters tall and looked like a hybrid of a giant ape and a lizard. It walked upright, its muscles bulging, with ghastly white fangs jutting from its mouth. But at this moment, it was in terrible condition. Its body was covered in huge, tearing wounds, blood streaming nonstop. One arm was bent at an unnatural angle, clearly already broken. This was a secondary titan. Several hundred meters behind it, dust billowed. Hundreds of armored vehicles and off-road vehicles, along with fully armed soldiers, were keeping their distance, while several hundred armed helicopters circled overhead. Boom, boom. Another barrage of missiles launched and struck the beast's back. The giant beast let out a pained roar. Its enormous body swayed, then crashed forward, flattening a patch of small woods and kicking up a sky full of dust. Clouds churned as Li Yujing came from Daba Mountain to the southeastern border. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. This secondary titan had already completely lost its life. A secondary titan was, in the end, still a carbon-based life form. It had no mythical abilities. If its injuries were too severe, it would still die. Still, this had nothing to do with him. This titan did not belong to Yunmeng Great Marsh. And after killing this titan, the army left. Clearly, they did not dare step across the border of Yunmeng Great Marsh to take away its corpse. Roar! Excited roars rang out from all across the Marsh Kingdom. The fiend tiger was the first to charge out from the nearby mountain forest, leap into the shallows, and drip saliva from its fangs. Right after that, water exploded on the distant lake surface. The water Jiao cautiously poked its head out and greedily glanced at the Titan's corpse. But sensing Li Yujing's aura, it did not dare rush forward recklessly. Farther away, shadowy figures moved. Many with Titan bloodlines have been drawn here, swimming in the water and peering from the forest. Giant fish, old turtles, great pythons, strange birds. All kinds of Titan bloodlines had greed flashing in their eyes. Li Yujing hovered in the air. To him, the flesh and blood of this secondary titan was tasteless if eaten, but throwing it away would be a pity. It could strengthen the physical body, but it could not raise one's life level. Yet if he allowed the Titan bloodlines to devour it freely, it would inevitably give rise to a large number of Titan bloodlines and disrupt the current ecology of the Marsh Kingdom. Forget it. Li Yujing swam downward and devoured most of the flesh and blood, leaving behind some scraps and residue. Seeing that the Dragon King had finished eating, the fiend tiger and water Jiao below, along with the other hidden titans, moved in an instant. Roar! The fiend tiger lunged up first and swallowed a piece of scrap meat. The water Jiao was unwilling to fall behind and charged onto the shore as well. The other Titan bloodlines surged forward all at once. The scene became chaotic, with hisses and roars without end. In the end, relying on its larger size, the water Jiao seized the most flesh and blood, with the fiend tiger coming second. The remaining creatures shared some residue and scraps. Li Yujing returned to Lake Hard Island and began digesting the essence of the Titan's flesh and blood. Back when he was still a giant snake, digesting a secondary Titan like this, even only part of one, would have taken over a month. But now, he was already a flood dragon. He only needed 3 days to completely digest this secondary Titan. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Just as Li Yujing finished digesting it and his mind relaxed, buzz, a faint prickling pain came over him. Poisoned? There is something wrong with this Titan's flesh and blood? That was his first reaction, but he immediately dismissed it. He already had the body of a flood dragon. Toxins were fundamentally ineffective against him. What was more, this was Titan flesh and blood, containing the purest life energy. How could it possibly carry some deadly poison? Buzz. The prickling pain came again, this time even clearer. In a daze, Li Yujing saw some bizarre and motley fragments of images. It was a dragon, dark black scales, imposing dragon horns, a vast winding body. Wasn't he that himself? In the image, he seemed to be trapped somewhere, with a circular ring of light surrounding his body. Beyond the ring of light, many figures seemed to be swaying. Then, several nail-like phantoms viciously stabbed in from outside the ring and pinned themselves into his dragon body. Roar! Li Yujing opened his enormous vertical pupils, and terrifying pressure swept out. Within Yunmeng Marsh, the many Titan bloodlines trembled in fear. A dream? Li Yujing was startled, but intense pain came from his body again, and the location vaguely matched where he had been nailed in the image. This wasn't an illusion. Li Yujing's heart turned solemn. His power circulated, and, at the point of pain, there really was a brief moment of sluggishness. Although it recovered instantly, it was definitely not a false sensation. What is going on? Li Yujing's thoughts raced. With his current strength, there should be very few things in this world capable of directly affecting his true body. In fact, such things shouldn't even exist. But the scene in that vision, the feeling of being shrouded by that ring of light and pierced through by nails, had been incomparably real. Is it connected to the Great Marsh? Thinking carefully about that brief vision, Li Yujing seemed to vaguely understand something. Had he formed some kind of connection with Yunmeng Marsh? If Yunmeng Marsh was injured, would he also be affected? No. Li Yujing rejected that thought. His relationship with Yunmeng Marsh was more like symbiosis. The Marsh Kingdom, stretching 1,000 li, with its abundant water spirit, Earth Chi, nourished him, and he in turn stabilized the momentum of the Marsh Kingdom. The two sides were closely connected, but they had by no means fused into one. Just as Li Yujing was deep in thought, ripples spread across the water at the edge of the island in the middle of the lake. His divine sense swept over it. It was an old, giant softshell turtle. Its body was as large as a heavy truck, and a gentle aura of water's spiritual energy rippled around it. It had clearly awakened a Titan bloodline, though at a fairly low level. Dragon Lord. A soul fluctuation filled with reverence came over. Li Yujing understood. This old turtle had already lived for 300 years. Its lifespan had originally run out, and it should have died in Yunmeng Marsh. Later, the tide erupted, and it became one with Titan bloodline. This old turtle had come to pay homage. What is it? He asked directly. This old turtle was not lacking in intelligence. It understood reverence and would not come to disturb him for no reason. Sure enough, the old turtle's thought came again. Dragon Lord, please see clearly. I have come because a calamity has risen recently in the southeastern waters of the Marsh Kingdom. Through the old turtle's account, Li Yujing learned the whole story. In the southeastern part of the great Yunmeng Marsh, in the waters near the land, a human force had risen recently. They called themselves Fanjiang Stronghold. The stronghold chief was named Jiang Tianxiong, originally an ordinary fisherman. No one knew what opportunity he had obtained, but his strength had soared and far surpassed ordinary people. Using that as capital, Jiang Tianxiong gathered a group of desperados and water bandits, occupied several islands, built water strongholds, and called himself the River-Turning Dragon. They extorted the villages by the lake and also captured young women everywhere to bring into the stronghold. They indulged in lust, pillage, and abduction. As Fanjiang's stronghold expanded, it came into conflict with some aquatic clans in the Marsh Kingdom that possessed Titan bloodlines. The old turtle knew it was no match for Jiang Tianxiong, and the other side had great numbers as well, so he came here to beg the Dragon King to make the decision. The southeast direction. Li Yujing's heart stirred. In that illusion, just now, the final nail seemed to have been driven into the spot corresponding to one of his front claws. And if the front claw corresponded to a geographic direction in Yunmeng Marsh, with a thought, he sketched a rough outline of the Marsh Kingdom in his mind. He coiled in the center of the Great Lake, and his left front claw corresponded exactly to the southeast. Could that illusion have been a warning? These fishermen had been here before he ever arrived in Yunmeng, before the Titan ecosystem had even formed. So Li Yujing's clouds and mist had not rejected them, and had also treated them as part of the ecosystem, no different from flowers, grasses, or insects in the soil. Naturally, he had not paid them too much attention. After all, this Marsh Kingdom stretched for 1,000 li and was home to tens of millions of people. He naturally had no mood to perceive every single person. Interesting. Although Li Yujing did not agree with the idea that he and Yunmeng Marsh were one body, all the abnormalities pointed toward the southeast, and that drew his attention. Fine. Now go take a look at this so-called Fanjiang stronghold. If it really is a scourge, I'll wipe it out along the way. Li Yujing's dragon body swayed as he rose into the air. Clouds and mist naturally gathered around him, half concealing his figure. The old turtle dived into the water and swam quickly away. Though its movements looked slow, its speed in the water was actually not low. Before long, a stretch of connected buildings built over the lake marsh appeared in sight. That was the Fanjiang stronghold the old turtle had spoken of. The stronghold made use of the natural terrain and had been built from a mix of wood and stone. Its scale was not small. At this moment, figures moved everywhere, and the place looked quite lively. Red silk even hung from some of the buildings, as if some kind of celebration was underway. Hidden within the clouds and mist, Li Yujing saw the situation inside the stronghold clearly. In the main building's great hall, more than 100 people had gathered, drinking wine, eating meat, laughing loudly. In one corner of the hall were more than a dozen young women, clearly abducted. Among them, Li Yujing saw two familiar figures. Su Qingqing, Shi Qingqing. Shi Qingqing was mixed in among those women, keeping her head lowered and acting meek and obedient. But Li Yujing could sense that her aura was steady and her heartbeat normal. It seemed more like she had infiltrated the place herself. Li Yujing sensed carefully. Even though these people had hidden it well, he still smelled it. It was a scent that disgusted him. He had smelled it once before at some point, somewhere, but it had been too long ago and he had long since forgotten. His thoughts raced and a flash of insight appeared. Li Yujing suddenly remembered. It was 2,000 years ago in a brutal war of annihilation between states. In 316 BCE, King Huiyuan of Qin planned to attack Chu. The court ministers discussed it, saying, Chu is a remote western state, neighboring the Rong and Di. It would be better to attack Chu. Sima Qiu said, Chu is in chaos like Jia and Zhou. Its lands are rich. If we take its cloth, silk, gold, and silver, it will be enough to supply the army. Its waters connect to Chu, and with Ba's fierce soldiers, we can float great ships eastward toward Chu. The lands of Chu can be taken. In autumn, Qin Zhang Yi and Sima Qiu advanced through the Stone Ox Road to attack Chu. The king of Chu personally resisted them at Jiameng, was defeated, and the Kaming clan thus perished. Ancient Chu, Qin destroyed Ba and Chu. Li Yujing remembered. That was something from more than 2,000 years ago. At the time, He had still been only a giant serpent that had cultivated in hiding for a few hundred years, and by chance he had wandered into the Bashu region. That war of annihilation that swept through the southwest had spread far and wide. The killing intent reached the heavens. He had been forced into that war. It was then that he saw those disgusting vertical-eyed people. They were unstoppable in the war and killed countless people. They were not human, but in the end, after the king of Shu was defeated, those auras vanished overnight without trace. The glorious civilization of ancient Shu was buried together beneath the dust of history, leaving behind only the Sangsingdui ruins to amaze later generations. Ancient Shu. Suspicion and shock rose in Li Yujing's heart. It's the Dragon Pearl. An even more astonishing thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Could it be that dragon pearls truly existed in this world? Li Yujing could not help but feel astonished. That day, he had received a summons. They were Qin Fengshe, at the foot of the mountain. They had set up an altar and offered heavy rewards to summon extraordinary creatures between heaven and earth to join the war. And Li Yujing had been one of them. Just like in ancient times, when a Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu clashed in the wilds of Zhuolu, and when Zhou overthrew Shang in the Battle of Mai. As war grew increasingly bloody, the extraordinary creatures between heaven and earth had also been forced into it. There was no right or wrong, only winners. At that time, Titan bloodlines were not powerful. They were all like Li Yujing, possessing formidable physiques, stronger than mortals, but without many mythic abilities. That day, he remembered it clearly. When the extraordinary creatures entered the battlefield, a huge orb of light appeared above it and instantly wiped out most of them. That orb of light was the Dragon Pearl. Of course, this was only the answer Li Yujing had guessed based on the special connection between himself and that orb of light. Whether it was true or not, he did not know. But that orb of light only appeared once before disappearing without a trace. Ancient Shu was destroyed because of it as well. Those mysterious shamans and non-human powers were all buried together beneath the dust of history. That was exactly why Li Yujing had lain dormant in Wushan. Although he traveled across the country, every so often he would still return there. It was just a pity that he had found nothing. After searching for 2,000 years, even up to today, he had thought it might only have been an illusion. But now, at the edge of Yunmeng Marsh, inside a human water stronghold, an aura related to ancient Shu had appeared once again. Could this really be just a coincidence? Wait, Li Yujing thought again of the illusion from just now. That circular halo of light that had covered him, the feeling it gave him, Dragon Pearl. This guess shook Li Yujing to his core. Could that distant memory not have been a dream? Did the Dragon Pearl truly exist? Li Yujing seemed to realize something. Perhaps because he had successfully transformed into a dragon and was of dragon kind. The bloodline within his body had resonated with that Dragon Pearl hidden somewhere in the unseen. The illusion from before might not have been a warning for himself at all, but something the Dragon Pearl had encountered. At the same time, inside the main hall of the water stronghold, the dozen or so young women who had been captured were huddled in the corner. Most of them were deathly pale, filled with fear for the fate that was about to befall them. Although sure Qingqing also had her head lowered, her gaze was comparatively calm. She tilted her head slightly and whispered, "Don't panic. Wait for my signal. I'll lead you out. Why you can?" The round-faced girl nearest to her sobbed, unable to believe it. They had all witnessed the stronghold chief in human power. He could flip over a small boat with his bare hands and control water into walls. There were over 100 vicious bandits in this stronghold. How could they possibly escape? Trust me. Sure, Qingqing quietly squeezed the scale hidden in her pocket. I have the power bestowed by the Dragon King. The Dragon King? When Su Qingqing beside her heard those words, a strange light flashed in her eyes. Ever since that absurd Dragon King marriage ceremony half a month ago, when she had been saved by a true dragon, her feelings toward the Dragon King had become complicated beyond words. Awe, gratitude, and perhaps mixed in was a strange trace of girlish fantasy that even she herself found absurd. During these past days in the dead of night, she would come alone to the lakeside and softly pour out her thoughts to the vast great marsh. She had never expected that today, when she came out to clear her mind, she would be abducted by this group of water bandits instead. Sure, Qingqing whispered, "No matter what happens later, stay close to me. Don't run around. I'll keep you safe." Hearing this, the women felt somewhat reassured, though they were still afraid. At least they finally had a bit of hope. Whoosh! Suddenly, a violent wind rose, and the wooden building began to sway. Jiang Tianxiong's expression changed as he shot to his feet. He possessed a special ability, and his senses were far sharper than those of ordinary people. This wind was sinister, and mixed within it was a pressure that made him tremble. Boom! Along with an ear-splitting roar, the roof of the main building was ripped upward. Wooden beams snapped, tiles flew everywhere, and shattered timber was swept high into the sky by the raging airflow. Water vapor instantly flooded in, throwing everything into chaos. The Dragon King, Jiang Tianxiong, cried out in alarm. Everyone looked up and saw, within the rolling clouds and mist, a gigantic claw the size of a house slowly drawing back. Through the haze, they could vaguely make out two enormous vertical pupils, looking down upon the hall below as though it were an anthill. That figure was far too massive. Even with only part of it revealed, it had already exceeded the limits of everyone's sight. The crowd collapsed to the ground, their minds blank. Dragon King, in a corner, Shi Qingqing was both shocked and delighted. She hadn't expected the Dragon King to descend in person. It seemed the matter of this water stronghold was even more serious than she had imagined. Su Qingqing suddenly looked up, her heart pounding wildly. Unlike the last time, when everything had been blurry, there was still cloud and mist between them now. Yet she could see him more clearly. That majestic outline, those cold scales, those imposing dragon horns, they gradually overlapped with the figure she had imagined in her dreams night after night. Faced with this terrifying figure, everyone's reaction was about the same. That was no reaction at all. Their minds had stopped working. Only their bodies remained, trembling. Jiang Tianxiong swallowed hard. He had never imagined that the legendary Dragon King would actually come to his water stronghold. Dragon King, please wait. Forcing himself onward, he stepped forward a few paces and shouted, "We fishermen have lived here honestly and kept to ourselves. We've never offended your excellency, have we? We mind our own business and stay out of each other's way. So why did you suddenly attack our water stronghold? If there is some misunderstanding, please make it clear, Dragon King." Oomph. Li Yujing let out a cold snort. The sound rolled like thunder, shaking everyone's chi and blood and making their eardrums ache. "What you worth? And you dare talk about staying out of each other's way?" Li Yujing disdained wasting words on worms like these. Shi Qingqing stepped forward and called out clearly, "The Dragon King asks you, where did that strange power in your bodies come from?" Jiang Tianxiong froze and looked at the girl who had spoken. She knew what the Dragon King was asking, but there was no time to think. He glanced at the cold, giant pupils in the sea of clouds and immediately replying to the Dragon King. "It was given to me by a group of people. They said it was some kind of golden core. After taking it, one would gain boundless strength. This humble one only gained a little ability after eating it." He did not dare conceal anything. He hurriedly took out a yellow gourd the size of a palm from his robes, pulled out the stopper, and poured out several pills the size of peanuts. Li Yujing swept over them with his divine sense. The so-called golden core was bizarre inside, densely packed with white maggots. The boundless strength part was real, because those worms were made from titan flesh and blood. Shi Qingqing continued. "The Dragon King asks you again, what kind of people gave you the pills?" Jiang Tianxiong shook his head, confusion appearing on his face. "This humble one truly doesn't he know. They appeared a few days ago, wearing black robes and coming and going like ghosts. This humble one was only greedy for power. So his words came to an abrupt stop, because the giant claw had already reached out and slammed down, before the claw wind even arrived. The terrifying pressure had already pinned everyone in place, to the point that even their breathing stopped. Dragon King, spare, boom! A muffled, crushing sound rang out, and the entire stronghold was flattened. When the dragon claw lifted again, the smell of blood spread through the air. In the ruins, all that remained was dark red pulp mixed with shattered bone fragments and scraps of clothing. Aside from those girls, everyone in the water stronghold had been erased. The thick stench of blood spread on the wind, making all of them turn pale and tremble uncontrollably. Li Yujing's gaze swept lightly over them. Strictly speaking, if one traced it back to the root, this matter did have a little to do with him. Precisely because he was entrenched here. The official forces were wary and did not dare to go deep inside, which had allowed lawless existences like this water stronghold to breed. But there was no way he could personally manage such trivial matters. Li Yujing's gaze fell on Shi Qingqing. He opened his mouth slightly, and a thread of dragon chi entered the center of her brow. At the same time, a majestic voice rang out in her mind. "From this day forth, I appoint you as water-suppressing general to govern the order of Yunmeng Marsh. Those with Titan bloodlines must not disturb mortals, and mortal forces must not meddle with the living beings of the Marsh Kingdom." Buzz! As his words fell, Yunmeng Marsh gave a faint tremor. The vast lake waters stirred without wind, rippling in fine waves, while leaves and branches in the mountains and forests near and far swayed, as if in response. A light invisible to ordinary people quietly entered Shi Qingqing's body. Her whole body felt lighter, and her senses became much clearer. Li Yujing was slightly surprised. He had only issued a verbal decree, yet Yunmeng Marsh had actually responded, splitting off a thread of its spirituality and granting it to Shi Qingqing. Yunmeng Marsh had acknowledged this newly established position. Li Yujing locked onto the source of that aura behind the water stronghold, the one that disgusted him. It was coming from underground. He rose into the air and arrived above an open area. The dragon claw lifted and lightly slashed downward to the ground. Boom! The claw wind burst forth, slicing open the solid earth with a massive fissure dozens of meters long. Deep within the crack, about 30 meters down, an object entered his perception. It was a bronze statue about 2 meters tall with a strange shape. The statue was in a kneeling seated posture, its hands joined before its chest. Most eye-catching of all was its face, which wore a bizarre bronze mask with protruding vertical eyes. As expected, Li Yujing no longer had any doubts. This was from the ancient Shu kingdom, the one that had vanished into the river of history. Only they would create such strange bronze artifacts. After 2,000 years, they had appeared again. But why now? Why near Yunming? Combined with the earlier illusion, Li Yujing had a vague guess. Perhaps it was because he had successfully transformed into a dragon. The dragon bloodline and the dragon pearl had resonated, activating the dragon pearl's power. That was why the remnants of the ancient Shu kingdom had become active again. Without the dragon pearl, they would never have dared provoke him, a mythical creature. Li Yujing slammed down with one claw, shattering the bronze vessel. Blood flowed out from the vessel, carrying a foul stench. This was Titan blood. It had been dead for a long time. This bronze vessel could conceal its aura, but it was useless now. He had already smelled this Titan blood. As long as this kind of sin appeared in his territory again, it would no longer be able to hide. Buzz! Just as he was thinking, a familiar, sharp stabbing pain came from inside his body. The location corresponded to his left hind limb. That was in the direction of Daba Mountain. Roar! Almost at the same time, a pain-filled roar pierced across more than 1,000 li, traveling through the clouds and mist into Li Yujing's senses. It was the ghost-faced rock Xiao. Killing intent surged in Li Yujing's heart. He no longer hesitated. His enormous dragon body shot into the sky. Clouds and mist churned. Lightning burst forth. He flew toward Daba Mountain at blinding speed, dragging a long trail of lightning across the sky, courting death. Sensing the situation at Daba Mountain, Li Yujing let out a cold snort. His dragon's roar exploded like thunder, spreading toward Daba Mountain. Deep within Daba Mountain, in a forest clearing, several thousand figures dressed in crude hemp clothing and wearing bronze masks with protruding eyes were busy at work. Their division of labor was clear. One group held bronze chains and was besieging a rock giant hundreds of meters tall. Another group held bronze stakes and drove them viciously into the ground. Every time one was hammered in, the earth trembled. At the edge of the clearing stood a tall figure wearing a long robe patterned with birds and beasts, along with a protruding eye mask. In his hand was a bird-shaped bronze scepter. The high priest suddenly looked up, his brows furrowing. A wave full of hostility swept over from the direction of Yunming's like a tsunami, instantly passing over this stretch of mountain forest. The black dragon is coming, he said softly, his tone calm. So fast. Something happened in Yunming's? Truly useless. The high priest gave a cold snort. Looks like the altar was discovered. I had planned to use the water stronghold as a cover, secretly set the dragon-locking nails, and slowly erode Yunming's earth veins. I never expected mortals to be mortals after all. A figure beside him said, High priest, if you had sent us to Yunming's back then, and we had acted carefully, we might not have been discovered so quickly. Utterly foolish. The high priest cut him off. King's blood flows through your bodies, and you are divine masks. Your auras are completely different from ordinary mortals. The moment you stepped into Yunming, under the black dragon's divine sense, it would have sensed you immediately. The reason we used those fishermen was because they had already been there before Yunming revived. They were already part of Yunming. The black dragon would not deliberately sense every single ant. Using them as a cover was the best choice. It's just a pity that we underestimated the black dragon's vigilance. Or rather, those mortals were simply too useless. What do we do now? Someone asked. If it can be negotiated, that would naturally be best. Our king is about to ascend to immortality. This is precisely the time when we need people. The high priest looked at the distant sky and said heavily, if the black dragon can submit, it will be a great source of aid. If it cannot be negotiated. Our king possesses supreme might, so why should he fear a mere black dragon? Rumble. Before his words had even fallen, thunder suddenly exploded on the horizon in the distance. Everyone turned to look and saw a streak of dazzling azure light tear through the sea of clouds and crash down viciously toward the densest part of the crowd. Not good. Dodge. The high priest's eyes widened. Crackle. But it was already too late. By the time they heard it, the lightning had already slammed into the crowd. The electric light exploded, instantly covering a radius of 100 meters. High temperature. Shockwaves. Before this destructive power, flesh and blood bodies were like paper. More than 1,000 people did not even manage to let out a scream before they were vaporized in the lightning. The ground was charred black, and the scorching air wave ignited the forest. High priest. Outside the range of the lightning, all the bronze-masked people widened their eyes. The high priest had been wiped out like that. I am unharmed. A familiar voice rang out. It came from an ordinary-looking figure. It was the high priestess' voice. Everyone gasped in amazement. As expected of the high priest, our king's strongest guard. With methods like this, he can already be considered an immortal, right? Suddenly, an anxious shout came from the front. High priest, more than 1,000 are dead. This rock Xiao is resisting too fiercely. Are we still going to continue capturing it? The high priest did not even glance at his dead subordinates. His voice was utterly emotionless. They are merely ordinary medicine men. Dead is dead. Right now, what matters most is the black dragoness attitude. Prepare for battle. More than 1,000 people held bronze spears, standing ready in strict formation. The high priest looked into the distance, his expression grave. Still several hundred li away. Yet his lightning art has already killed more than 1,000. This kind of power is already close to those overlords from the mythic age who ruled over entire regions. The black dragon has already become a mythical creature? Someone asked. The dragon Pearl has awakened. He is transformed into a dragon. The high priest sighed for some reason. As expected of an ancient existence that participated in the war between heaven and earth back then. Just like our king, who is about to return. He already stands at the peak of the mythical creatures of this world. The crowd quickly contracted, gathering around the high priest. Several hundred li away, thunder rolled on. Within the sea of clouds, Li Yujing was a little surprised. These people actually weren't running? They were even putting on a battle formation to receive him? Did they have something to rely on, or were they simply stupid? Just then, Li Yujing sensed another unfamiliar aura. His gaze swept over, and he saw a woman. She wore a black Taoist robe and held a 3-chi green-edged sword. Like a tiger among sheep, she charged at the massed people besieging the rock shao. Cold light flashed in all directions. Blood splattered everywhere. The woman's sword chi was extremely fierce. Often, a single strike was enough to break through the protection on the massed people. A cultivator. Li Yujing understood at a glance. This woman's life aura was vigorous, faintly resonating with the spiritual workings of heaven and earth. She was a true cultivator. Interesting. Ancient Shu remnants. An unfamiliar sword cultivator. Daba Mountain was rather lively today. As if sensing Li Yujing's descent, both sides in the middle of battle stopped at the same time. They looked up and saw clouds churning overhead, while molten gold vertical pupils as bright as suns gazed down coldly upon everything. An invisible pressure made even the air freeze. The high priest stepped forward and bowed slightly. The ninth priest of the ancient Shu kingdom greets the Dragon Master. Dragon Master? Li Yujing's heart stirred. That was not a common form of address. Usually, whether in reverence, fear, or awe, people called him Dragon Lord. For this high priest to use this title meant he clearly knew many ancient secrets. Rumble. In the sea of clouds, thunder rolled once more. The high priest's expression changed slightly. He had intended to be courteous first and forceful later, to test the black dragon's attitude and, ideally, win him over. He had not expected this black dragon to be so direct. He could not even be bothered with formal words. He had launched an attack immediately. Crackle. Snap. Lightning roared explosively as terrifying bolts burst from the clouds and struck down toward the crowd in an instant. Colossus rise. The high priest reacted with incredible speed. With a sharp shout, he slammed the scepter in his hand hard into the ground. Rumble. The ground shook violently. The earth bulged, split apart, and a vicious-looking bronze giant, over 20 meters tall, burst out from below. The Colossus was fast, but how could it be faster than lightning? Boom, boom, boom. Bolts from the thunderstorm struck the ground one after another. The high priest shuddered violently in the lightning, not even managing to let out a scream before he was instantly reduced to dust. With a lightning past, the mountain forest was burned away. Within a radius of several hundred meters, everything visible was scorched into ash. At least another 1,000 people were killed in an instant. That bronze giant was likewise melted into molten metal. From the originally bustling mountain forest, only the sparse few hundred people hiding at the outer edge remained. The high priest died again. The survivors looked at each other in dismay. Even now, they still had not seen where the attack had come from. They had only seen a flash of lightning, and then the high priest and those 1,000 people were gone. High in the sky, the sea of clouds churned. Aside from that pair of cold, giant pupils and the faintly visible, winding, massive shadow, nothing could be seen. That terrifying existence had no intention of showing itself at all. Was it planning to crush them like ants? That thought stirred anger in quite a few people. No mercy at all? Suddenly, that familiar voice rang out again. Li Yujing turned toward the source of the sound. Among the remaining masked figures, an utterly unremarkable figure slowly stepped forward. The bronze mask on his face was no different from the others, but when he spoke now, his voice was exactly the same as the high priest's. Not dead. Li Yujing's divine sense swept over him. The chi and blood inside this person's body were withered and decayed, completely different from the previous high priest's aura. But when he focused and activated the mythical perception that belonged to a flood dragon, the scene before his eyes changed. He saw that inside this person's body were densely packed maggots, and at the position of his heart, a strange insect with a slightly larger body and pitch-black color was coiled there. It was precisely this black bug that was giving off a mental fluctuation similar to the high priest's, controlling this body to move. The high priest had indeed died, but this black bug seemed to be a backup he had planted in advance, carrying part of his memories and will. Interesting. Li Yujing actually grew interested. To split off one's own will, this ability really was bizarre. That also explained why those priests of the ancient Shu kingdom had been able to survive the war between heaven and earth 2,000 years ago and pass their legacy down to this day. They themselves were not all that powerful, but their ability to survive was extremely strong. No, this was only a legacy. The high priest was dead beyond any doubt. The current one could at most be considered another person with his memories. The high priest controlled his new body and continued speaking, Dragon Master. Your great name thunders in the ears. You have most likely long forgotten me, but 2,300 years ago, in the land of Bashu, when the war between heaven and earth had just begun, I was fortunate enough to gaze upon your supreme bearing from afar. At that time, though you had not yet transformed into a dragon and were only a giant hegemon of the wild mountains, your might in churning rivers and overturning seas had already left me in heartfelt admiration. I remember it to this day. 2,000 years ago, the war between heaven and earth, Li Yujing sneered inwardly. His perception had indeed been correct. This high priest was already dead, and his memories were incomplete. Or rather, he had only inherited part of the original personality. Back then, many parties had taken part in the war between heaven and earth, and the situation had been complicated. At the time, Li Yujing had cultivated for several hundred years. In that catastrophe that swept across heaven and earth, his strength really could only be considered middle tier. Churning rivers and overturning seas, he seemed to have forgotten. He only remembered that he had killed quite a few mass people in the rivers back then. The high priest continued, "Besides, doesn't Dragon Master wish to know the reason for what happened today?" Li Yujing spoke, and vast pressure bore down. "You have 10 breaths of time left to convince this lord not to erase you. 10 breaths is enough." The high priest gave a slight nod. "Dragon Master, do you still remember that war between heaven and earth? All extraordinary beings joined the battle. You won, but what was the result? It was crossing the river and tearing down the bridge. Bai Di was slain, Yin Jun fled far away, and Dragon Master was forced into the deep mountains, lying dormant for 2,000 years before only recently emerging again. Dragon Master, the times have changed." The high priest raised both hands and said in a clear voice, "The spiritual workings of heaven and earth are reviving. The return of myth is already inevitable. Our king is about to ascend as an immortal. Join us. With Dragon Master's might, you will surely take the honored seat of Dragon God in the new kingdom and receive the worship of all the people." Rumble. Thunder roared again, even more violent than before. Within the sea of clouds, lightning flashed wildly. The high priest's face changed drastically as he cried out, "Dragon Master, only 3 breaths have passed." Crackle. The lightning carried a destructive aura. In an instant, it tore through the clouds and crashed down viciously toward the high priest. "No!" Boom! The high priest shouted, but the deafening blast and blinding light followed at once. The ground exploded into a gigantic sphere of light nearly 100 meters in diameter. Where the sphere of light reached, soil, rocks, trees, the remaining massed figures. Everything was instantly vaporized in the high heat and berserk thunder. Wisps of green smoke curled up from the giant crater, and the high temperature warped the air. Centered around that 100-meter sphere of light, the surrounding area for over 1,000 meters was affected. At last, the mountain forest fell quiet. Noisy. Li Yujing let out a cold snort. He had thought this guy was going to talk to him about the Dragon Pearl and explain the matters of Yunmeng Marsh and Daba Mountain. But instead he had said nothing but useless information. The ghost-faced rock, Xiao came over with rumbling steps and let out a muffled sigh. "Dragon Lord, your strike was too heavy. These flowers and grasses, snakes, insects, rats, and ants, they're all lives too. Pull out all those bronze stakes." Li Yujing's divine sense came from within the sea of clouds. This servant obeys Dragon Lord's decree. The ghost-faced rock, Xiao, did not dare disobey. He strode forward with heavy steps and began pulling out the remaining bronze stakes from the forest. Right then, the woman in black Taoist robes from earlier straightened her robes and bowed toward the sea of clouds in the sky with an ancient salute. This little woman is Miaoyu Xian, the 109th generation chief of the Qintian Observatory. "Greetings, Dragon Lord." Qintian Observatory? Killing intent flashed through Li Yujing's pupils. The sea of clouds surged, and dragon might like a mountain pressed viciously down toward the woman in black. "You likewise have 10 breaths of time to convince this lord not to erase you." He did not have a good impression of the Qintian Observatory. This secret organization had been passed down since ancient times. It was responsible for observing celestial phenomena and monitoring non-human existences. Over the past 2,000 years, it had caused him no small amount of trouble. Miaoyu Xian's body trembled. 10 breaths? Who was she fooling? That ancient Shu high priest had been gone in 3 breaths. She calmed herself. "Dragon Lord, please allow me to explain. Since the Qin and Han era, the modern Qintian Observatory has already split internally into 2 factions due to differences in belief. One faction focuses on monitoring and restriction. When necessary, they eliminate all non-human beings to preserve the supremacy of the human path. They cooperate closely with the governments of various nations. Even now, many of the core members of the Titan Defense Bureau come from this faction. They're the Yindi sect. Among the common people, they're also called the Dragon Slaying Team. The other faction is the Orthodox Qintian Observatory, led by me. We believe that with the drastic changes in heaven and earth and the return of myth, the overall trend is unstoppable. All living beings are part of the natural creation of heaven and earth and should coexist in harmony. My purpose in coming here was precisely to track these remnants of ancient Shu." Miaoyu Xian finished in one breath. She could feel that the cold, killing intent locked on her seemed to have faded slightly. In the sea of clouds, the thunder gradually quieted. Li Yujing's killing intent receded. Since you came here, that means you should know something about the remnants of ancient Shu? Li Yujing's divine sense came from within the sea of clouds. Miao Yuxian steadied herself and replied respectfully, reporting to the Dragon Lord, "What I know is indeed limited. Recently, I've been tracking a group of unidentified people, which is why I came here. They infiltrated the Sangsingui ruins and stole a batch of key bronze artifacts. Their methods were secretive and strange. I tracked them all the way here, only to learn that they call themselves the remnants of ancient Shu, and their movements are highly suspicious." Li Yujing remained silent. As if waiting, Miao Yu took out an old bamboo slip scroll from her robes, unfolded it, and slowly read aloud. This is one of the copied secret archives of the Qintian Observatory. It records old events from the pre-Qin era, and ancient Shu is indeed mentioned within. The records of Qin states that in the autumn of 316 BCE, the land of Shu was rife with shamans and guards. There were those with strange spiritual abilities who commanded bronze divine soldiers. The Qin army suffered defeat in the first battle, with heavy casualties. The king of Qin then secretly ordered the then Grand Diviner, also the head of the Qintian Observatory, to find a way. In exchange for authority over mountains and rivers, he summoned extraordinary beings between heaven and earth to join the war. Miao Yuxian read very carefully. But these were all things Li Yujing had personally experienced. There was nothing new here, and not much value. After the war, Qin annexed Ba and Shu. The extraordinary beings who had rendered merit were rewarded according to their contributions. Their domains were marked out, and boundary steels were erected. The secret archive roster recorded them. Her gaze lowered, and she read out several names. Xianxi Yujingzi, forever guarding Wushan. In command of the earth Qi of the mountains, skilled in the arts of clouds and mist. Bai Di dwells in Mangdang. Yunzhongjun resides in Yunmeng, Mountain Ghost. All of a sudden, Miao Yuxian paused. Subconsciously, she looked up toward the looming black dragon shadow, faintly visible within the sea of clouds, then lowered her head again to the bamboo slip. Xianxi Yujingzi, forever guarding Wushan. In command of the earth Qi of the mountains, skilled in clouds and mist. This dragon lord in the sea of clouds had previously lain dormant in Wushan, was skilled at driving clouds and mist, and spat thunder from his mouth. Only after successfully walking the flood dragon path had he moved to Yunmeng Marsh. Was it a coincidence, or a shocking speculation exploded in her mind? Miao Yuxian suddenly raised her head and blurted out, "Dragon Lord, could it be that you are the Xianxi Yujingzi recorded in the secret archives, the one who answered the king of Qin's summons, took part in the first war of heaven and earth, and guarded Wushan?" The sea of clouds churned, but no reply came. Miao Yuxian's heart pounded like a drum. If this were true, then the one before her was not some ordinary revived, mythological creature, but an existence who had personally lived through that world-altering event more than 2,300 years ago, and had survived from that era until now. This was a truly ancient existence. Its age and knowledge, the hidden power and secrets it possessed, likely far exceeded anyone's current estimates. Unfortunately, there was still no response from within the clouds. Li Yujing gave her a faint glance, then withdrew his gaze. So what if he had participated? The past was gone. Just a bit of weathering, nothing more. What mattered now was finding the remnants of ancient Shu, figuring out their connection to the Dragon Pearl, and completely taking that power into his own hands. Rumble. The sea of clouds surged. Li Yujing no longer lingered. With a flick of his tail, he shot toward the Bashu region. As the dragon's might faded, Miao Yuxian stood there in a daze. She stared fixedly at the bamboo slip, then looked up in the direction where the dragon's shadow had vanished, unable to calm herself. The surviving participants of the first war of heaven and earth might not be limited to the black dragon alone. If the names on that roster, Bai Di, Yunzhongjun, Mountain Ghost, they might still exist in some form, on the verge of awakening and returning. A chill suddenly ran through Miao Yuxian. Clearly, the situation was out of control. Another vast calamity might soon descend upon heaven and earth. Miao Yuxian sat down cross-legged, took out a stack of scrolls, and began flipping through information regarding the black dragon. To her surprise, there was more recorded than she had expected. Xianxi repays kindness. Jin Dynasty. A great drought struck Qinshi village. The village people supplied water to a black serpent at the bottom of a well, and it brought rain to save them. Xianxi takes revenge. Tang Dynasty. A scholar was killed by a black snake because in his previous life he had been a snake catcher, and Xianxi came to settle the grudge. 1934. The Yingchuan Fallen Dragon Incident. Miao Yuxian's gaze flickered. The Yingchuan Fallen Dragon was the most recent record in the archives. In the summer of that year, continuous torrential rain fell over Inko. Villagers saw a gigantic creature fall into the reed marshes, shaped like the dragons of legend. In the following days, a fishy wind spread through the area, livestock grew restless, and photographs were taken and published in newspapers, causing a major sensation. In truth, in 1912, dragon chi had already begun to leak away, and the earth veins had grown unstable. In 1934, the Juju sect seized the opportunity and secretly set up an evil formation, tampering with the dragon vein earth chi hidden in this region and using wicked arts to force the birth of a great serpent. The 107th generation head of the Qintian Observatory, real man Xianwei, then used a secret method to contact the hidden Xianxi in the mountains, explain the stakes, and promised it a great reward. July 28th night, Xianxi appeared at the mouth of the Liao River. The Jiuju sorcerers made a desperate last stand. The details of the battle are unknown. Yet several days later, when the fog cleared, the corrupted great serpent had dissipated, and its skeleton was revealed, the very thing the villagers had seen. The elite of the Jiuju sect were wiped out, and their scheme collapsed. From then on, the fate of the puppet state declined. Xianxi vanished without leaving a trace. To the outside world, only a strange tale of a fallen dragon remained. Looking at the information, Miao Yuxian's expression turned grave. The return of the mythological age was coming even faster than expected. The key issue was that the black dragon had remained active for 2,000 years. That was nearly unimaginable. 10,000-year titans were not unheard of, but most of them slept, with little energy to move about on the surface. The more powerful a titan was, the more terrifying the energy it required. In the age of Dharma decline, survival was hard to sustain. But from the scattered lines in the secret archives of the records of Qin, to rural legends of the Wei and Jin, to strange tales of spirits and monsters from the Tang, all the way to 90 years ago, the black dragon could still be invited to take action, intervening in struggles tied to earth veins and fate. Across the long scroll of human recorded history, appearing on and off, it had almost never truly left the stage. That was enough to show that the black dragon was extremely cunning, or rather, its intelligence was extremely high. If it had been an ordinary Titan bloodline, it would have long since been completely eradicated. The black dragon was not a Titan bloodline at all, much less one that had only completed walking the flood dragon path a few months ago. It was a true mythological being. Miao Yuxian's eyes flickered. The one that appeared throughout history was only an ordinary active form, lacking earth chi. The real, it is gradually reviving. She felt that she had discovered a shocking truth. Clouds gathered at an astonishing speed. In barely half a minute, the vast land of the entire Bashu Basin, from plains to hills, from the banks to the two rivers, as far as the eye could see, everything was shrouded in boundless clouds and mist. The light dimmed like a bizarre dusk. The clouds and mist were not hanging high in the sky, but pressing heavily down toward the ground. This fog is huge. What's going on? It was clear just a second ago. There was no weather alert from the station. Look, the clouds are pressing down. Across Bashu, countless people walked out of their homes, voicing uncertain shock and confusion. Signals began to turn unstable, and the internet started lagging. Wait, the shape of this fog. Could it be the Dragon King? The Dragon King is here. The stories from Daqing City. When the Black Dragon tours, clouds and mist follow. Could the Dragon King have come to our place? Stories about the Dragon King had long since spread throughout Bashu through the internet and word of mouth. Ho! Fierce winds roared above the cities and through the mountains and wilderness. Deep within the vortex, now and then, an enormous winding black shadow appeared. So huge it was beyond imagination, like a floating mountain range. Or it flashed through the mountain ranges, vanishing after a single glimpse. Li Yujing's mind stirred. His perception followed the flow of the mist, seeping into every corner of the Bashu land, searching for that aura he loathed. Then suddenly, he saw it. Bizid. At the same time, a faint stabbing pain appeared in his body. In the dark, Li Yujing sensed a few images. They were the outline light diagram of a dragon's body. There were 5 light points flashing violently. Like 5 red-hot nails, they were driven into 5 parts of his body. The first light point was nailed into the left hind claw. The corresponding place was Wushan. The second light point was nailed into the right hind claw, corresponding to Daba Mountain. But the light was dim, almost extinguished. This was because the bronze stake at Daba Mountain had been destroyed. The third light point was nailed into the left foreclaw, corresponding to the southeastern water stronghold of Yunming's. This light point had also vanished. The fourth light point was right next to the third, corresponding to a place 100 li away from the water stronghold. That was his right foreclaw. The fifth light point was nailed to the heart position of the light and shadow diagram. It corresponded to the core of Yunming's, the lake island at its center. Attacks had been launched at 3 places at the same time. Li Yujing instantly understood. The other side had sensed his large-scale search, and knew hiding was meaningless. So they simply stopped concealing themselves and directly activated the remaining nails. Courting death, Li Yujing's fury erupted like a volcano. He opened his mouth and roared. A dragon's howl, shaking the heavens, then surged toward Wushan. At the same time, Yunming Great Marsh. All Titan bloodline beings dwelling there, no matter how strong or weak, no matter on land or in water, all lifted their heads at the same moment. They all heard that dragon's howl. Within it was a cold will. Gather and meet the enemy. A will. Roars echoed through every part of the marshland. The calm water surface suddenly exploded with countless spray, while trees in the mountains swayed and birds were startled into flight. Countless figures, large and small, rapidly moved toward the direction indicated by the will in the dragon's howl. The scene was both spectacular and terrifying. So many monsters. What's going on? They're all heading in one direction. What happened? Did the Dragon King get angry? Around Yunming's, in towns and villages, many people saw this shocking scene. In the lakes, in the rivers, in the mountains and forests, huge creatures that were usually rarely seen now appeared in groups, surging toward the southeast. Many of them were as big as boats and looked ferocious. Rumble. At the edge of the county town's lakes, water pillars shot into the sky. Within the rippling spray, a green, ferocious giant flood dragon over 30 meters long rose with towering splashes. It was the evil river demon flood dragon. A flash of irritation crossed its vertical pupils as it cursed loudly, "Damn black dragon." I was at a critical point in digestion, and it forcibly woke and commanded me. "Once I transform into a flood dragon and become a dragon, I'll make sure you regret it." Even so, it did not dare delay, and swam rapidly toward the designated node. It knew very well what happened to those who disobeyed the black dragon's will. Roar. Almost at the same time, a deafening tiger roar rang out from the mountain forest by the lake. A ferocious tiger smashed through trees, leaped out of the forest, and sprinted toward another direction, killing intent blazing in its eyes. In an instant, countless beasts stirred. At the southeastern water stronghold, after Shi Qingqing had just settled the rescued girls, that dragon's howl echoed in her mind. She suddenly stood up and rushed out of the stronghold. The ferocious tiger just happened to sweep past outside. She grabbed a spear, leaped up, and landed on the tiger's broad back. The tiger let out a low growl and did not throw her off. "Oh woo, oh woo." The howls grew more and more numerous. Shi Qingqing turned her head and looked. It was countless Titan bloodline beings. Now that she had been conferred authority over Yunming's, she had spiritual intelligence and could command these Titan bloodline beings. Not long after, the beast horde arrived at a lake bay, and the sight before her made Shi Qingqing suck in a cold breath. At the shallow beach by the lake, at least 1,000 people had gathered. They wore bronze masks and were driving bronze stakes into the ground along the shore. Even more terrifying among their ranks, they were also herding countless strange monsters of bizarre shapes. Shi Qingqing leaped down from the tiger's back. Midair, blinding bolts of electricity lit up in her hands. Crackle. Azure lightning burst forth and slammed into the monster horde, instantly killing 5 or 6 of them. After landing, Shi Qingqing's confidence surged. The power of the dragon scales really was formidable. With a thought, layers of scales quickly surfaced on her skin, like a suit of armor fitting tightly to her body. Roar. The ferocious tiger could no longer hold back. It let out a thunderous roar, and its tank-like body charged forward. Claws swept. Fangs tore. Shi Qingqing followed closely behind, continuously releasing electric snakes from her hands, effortlessly killing monster after monster. On Wushan, clouds and mist churned. Li Yujing's massive dragon body tore through the clouds and dove down, instantly locking onto a newly built stronghold below. The stronghold was not small, built against the mountain. At this moment, figures moved through the stronghold, at least 1,000 people in total. More figures were still busy in the surrounding mountain forest, driving one bronze stake after another into specific spots in the ground. Courting death, a cold dragon's howl, carrying boundless killing intent, crashed down toward the stronghold below. Pucci. Ugh. Every figure in the stronghold jolted at once, all of them bleeding from their 7 apertures and collapsing to the ground with screams. Those with slightly higher cultivation were also thrown into turmoil, their blood surging and head spinning. "It's the Black Dragon. Why is it here? Quick, report to the sect master. The Black Dragon is here." Cries and screams rang out one after another, and the stronghold instantly fell into chaos. A figure in a dark red robe rushed out from the main stronghold. He looked up at the sky, where the dragon's shadow stood like a towering mountain across the sea of clouds. Forcing down the fear in his heart, he cupped his hands and shouted, "May this be the arrival of the Yunming Dragon Lord? I am the vice sect master of the Golden Core sect. Half a month ago, we moved to Wushan and chose this blessed land to establish our sect. If there is any offense to the Dragon Lord's dignity, please make it clear." As soon as the words fell, the clouds churned. Before the robed figure could react, he saw a giant claw emerge from the sea of clouds and slam down on him fiercely. The claw wind was miserable, and the air gave a booming crack. "Dragon Lord, please, let me finish." Boom! The earth trembled violently. The vice sect master, along with more than 10 people around him, vanished instantly, leaving only a huge claw print and dark red mud. "Vice sect master." The sect members in the distance let out miserable howls. Li Yujing turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, fleeing in all directions. His dragon might exploded completely. Thump! Thump! Countless people collapsed to their knees, coughing up blood. If they were ordinary people, they would already have been crushed to death by this dragon might. But within their bodies, they had golden cores. And inside the cores were disgusting worms, forcefully keeping them alive. Dragon Lord, calm your anger. Another figure rushed out from a stone house. This person wore a robe similar to the Vice Sect Master S, but the color was deeper. His voice trembled as he said in confusion, Dragon Lord, what crime has our sect actually committed to provoke such thunderous fury from you? Even if we are to die, please let us die knowing why. My Golden Core sect has always minded its own business. We only seek a place to survive in this era of revived spiritual energy. Crackle. Thunder flashed. Li Yujing could not be bothered to waste words. He opened his mouth and spat lightning, smashing it into the densely packed crowd. Rumble. In an instant, thunder light exploded. Wherever the flash passed, wooden and stone buildings were engulfed in flames, and human bodies turned to charcoal. From high above, the originally fairly orderly stronghold was now split open by a blackened trench. At least 700 or 800 people had been reduced to ashes in that wave of lightning. The giant pit was charred black, with wisps of smoke curling upward. As the smoke and dust cleared, the Jindan sect master collapsed beside the edge of the ruins. His body charred black, already at the end of his strength. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes full of despair. He had cultivated his golden core for 60 years, even refining his appearance until he looked like a middle-aged man. Yet he still couldn't withstand even a single strike from the Dragon Lord. Sect Master, from the distant mountain forest, several elders rushed to his side, every one of them deathly pale. As for the remaining disciples, faced with such terrifying heavenly might, they didn't even dare approach. Seeing that horrifying gigantic shadow, one elder roared in fury, Black Dragon, you are a creation of heaven and earth. To slaughter so wantonly like this, doesn't that violate the harmony of heaven? Li Yujing merely looked at them coldly. I understand now. The sect master gave a miserable smile, turned his head, and looked toward the mountain forest behind Stronghold. There stood a massive bronze statue. Only its head was exposed. It wore a vertical-eyed mask, while its lower body was buried deep within the mountain. It was that bronze-suppressing object. It disrupted Wushan's terrestrial vein chi configuration and drew in the black dragon. The sect master coughed up another mouthful of blood. Sect master, you mean the elder looked toward the bronze giant. The people who gave us the golden cores and had us establish our sect here, that wanted us to set this thing up, we were all being used. The sect master's aura grew weaker and weaker as he struggled to rise. Looking at the icy dragon eyes in the sky, he shouted with the last of his strength, Dragon Lord, we truly did not know the harm of this bronze artifact. We were only unable to act of our own will, dependent on the golden cores to survive, forced to be driven by others, and in the end committed this grave mistake. I am willing to use this ruined life of mine to repay the damage done to Wushan's terrestrial veins. I only ask the Dragon Lord to show mercy and spare the ignorant disciples under my sect. Rumble. The only answer he received was even more violent thunder. Lightning flashed wildly, carrying an aura of utter destruction as it was about to crash down. Defend. An elder screamed in despair. No. Boom, boom, boom. The lightning descended like heavenly punishment, crashing into the stronghold. Blinding light instantly swallowed the sect master, drowned the assembled elders, and covered the figures of every Jindan sect disciple. Thunderlight ravaged the area, and the explosions were deafening. In only a few seconds, the entire stronghold had turned into a burning wasteland of scorched earth and ruins. Not a trace of life remaining. Li Yujing hovered in the air, his gaze sweeping across the hell below. Apologizing? Repenting? If apologies were useful, then maybe. Besides, did they really not know what that bronze artifact was for? Obviously not. The bronze artifact was too conspicuous. Any normal person could tell something was wrong. They were gambling that he wouldn't find out. Li Yujing turned his body. One dragon claw lifted and slashed through the air toward the rear of the stronghold. Rip! The claw wind flew out and instantly cut through that stretch of mountain forest. Rock shattered. Earth rolled. Shrill screams rang out without end. The Jindan sect disciples who had been setting up the bronze piles and hiding there to observe panicked and fled in all directions. Yet they were still torn apart by the claw wind. Flesh burst apart, and filthy blood sprayed everywhere. They could no longer be called human. If they kept cultivating, they would all eventually be eroded by the worms inside the golden cores and turn into monsters without will. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The violent wind raged. The enormous, winding body swept low overhead, while lightning flashed again and again. 10 seconds later, all movement vanished. Li Yujing dove down and pulled the bronze giant out from the mountain. Its lower body was connected to many thick bronze chains that extended deep into the mountain. Crack! His clawed toes tightened. The bronze giant split apart, and large amounts of filthy blood came gushing out. Even if it was only dead Titan blood, the residual power within it, once it seeped into the earth, would still give rise to countless twisted Titan bloodlines. Li Yujing hesitated no longer. Azure thunderlight burst forth and covered the vast area soaked by the filthy blood. Sizzle. High heat and lightning ravaged the land, completely evaporating the filthy blood and burning that stretch of earth into a glassy wasteland where not a blade of grass could grow. After finishing all this, he did not linger. His enormous dragon body shot into the sky and once more disappeared into the sea of clouds. When Li Yujing returned to Yunmeng, the battle was already nearing its end. On Lake Hard Island alone, there were at least several hundred corpses of masked men, along with the remains of over 1,000 monsters. The evil flood dragon was coiled lazily beneath the giant tree, swallowing the monsters one after another. These monsters had all transformed from golden cores, and the worms inside those golden cores had been made from titan flesh and blood. For ordinary people, the contamination was immense. But for the evil flood dragon, a lesser titan, they were excellent nourishment. Li Yujing turned his gaze toward the battlefield 100 li away from the water stronghold. The fighting there was even more intense. Sure, Qingqing and the ferocious tiger were trapped in heavy encirclement. Although the ferocious tiger was fierce, it had also suffered many wounds. With the power of dragon scales, Sure Qingqing released lightning and killed quite a few masked men and monsters. But her own consumption was enormous, and her face had turned pale. There were still over 100 masked men and 500 to 600 frenzied monsters around them. Li Yujing did not move, but thunderlight was already gathering in his mouth. Crackle! The lightning blasted out, crossing several hundred li and crashing into the monsters. Electric light blazed, and the screams were drowned by thunder. Half a minute later, the thunder light faded. What remained on the spot was only a scorched wasteland. The Titan bloodlines that had participated in this defensive battle gathered from all directions. The evil flood dragon, the ferocious tiger, the old turtle, giant fish, strange birds. They came in all kinds of forms, with unequal strength. They waited quietly, their gazes focused on the towering dragon body hovering beside the giant tree. In this defense against the enemy, all of you have rendered merit. That vast and majestic thought transmitted into the mind of every participant in the battle. Green Flood Dragon, you slew a chief enemy and deserve the first merit. I confer upon you the title of River-Turning Garrison General, commanding the 300 li southeastern waters of Yunmeng. I reward you with a wisp of dragon chi to aid your cultivation. A faint current split off from Li Yujing's body and entered the evil flood dragon. The evil flood dragon's whole body shuddered, and its exhaustion swiftly recovered. More importantly, its perception of water and control over it became even stronger. Many thanks, Dragon Lord. Joy flashed through its eyes as it hurriedly lowered its head and let out a hiss of submission. It didn't care much about the title of River-Turning Garrison General. But this wisp of dragon chi was truly a great tonic. For the evolution that was about to come, it might be crucial. Ferocious Tiger, you led the beasts, blocked the enemy outside, and fought bitterly with merit. I grant you the title of Mountain Patrolling Garrison General. You shall govern the 300 li mountain forests on the western shore of this marshland. I grant you a wisp of dragon chi. Another wisp of dragon chi entered the ferocious tiger. The ferocious tiger threw back its head and roared. The wounds on its body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its size even seemed to swell faintly by another circle. The ferocity in its eyes drew inward, replaced by a bit more spirit and intelligence. Right after that, Li Yujing bestowed rewards one by one upon the old turtle and several Titan bloodlines that had performed exceptionally well. Buzz! When the final thought of reward fell, the surface of the entire Yunmeng Great Marsh began to move without wind, rippling with a layer of gentle and strange waves. A spiritual will quietly descended. It swept across every one of the rewarded. The ferocious tiger, the evil flood dragon, the old turtle, the giant fish, all the Titan bloodlines that had been formerly rewarded trembled at once. They could sense that their connection with this marshland had become much closer, and they could even more clearly sense the terrestrial vein, spiritual workings, and water spirit chi flowing within it. Vague information surged into their bloodlines. It was knowledge or instinct about how to absorb and use these tides. The spirit of the Yunmeng Great Marsh had acknowledged Li Yujing's rewards. From this day on, besides devouring and evolving, they had gained another relatively stable path of cultivation. Absorbing the water spirit of the earth veins, it slowly grew. The vicious tiger let out an excited low growl. A trace of intelligence had been born within it, and from its mouth it could now even shake out wild gusts of wind. This was the new ability it had gained. At the same time, it had stepped into a new level, somewhere between Titan bloodline and a secondary Titan. Li Yujing secretly let out a sigh of relief. Yunmeng Great Marsh was still sensible. It had acknowledged his authority as king and given him face. If Yunmeng had shown no reaction at all, then he really would have lost face. The Dragon King had spoken, yet he could not even stir the spiritual energy of his own territory. What prestige would he have left then? Could this be an alternative kind of deification? Chirp, chirp, chatter, chatter. Just then, a group of monkeys sprang out from the woods on the island. The leading monkey was large and sturdy, with bright golden fur. It scratched its ears and cheeks, gesturing at Li Yujing, then pointing toward the depths of the forest. Li Yujing understood what it meant. You didn't join the battle, And you still want a reward? The Monkey King bounced up and down, as if saying, we didn't join the battle because we had a more important mission. We were protecting the Dragon Child. Dragon Child? Li Yujing was surprised. Behind the Monkey King, several female monkeys were carrying a swaddled bundle. Inside was the infant Li Yujing had rescued from the flood and placed on the island. The child was sleeping soundly, his little face rosy and healthy. Looking at the Monkey King's eager, credit-seeking expression, Li Yujing was a little speechless. These damn monkeys really knew how to come up with excuses. Still, when he had given the infant a thread of dragon chi before, he had indeed meant something along those lines. Forget it. With a thought from Li Yujing, a wisp of dragon chi floated toward the Monkey King. You have merit in guarding him. I grant you the title Forest Guarding General. You shall govern the woods of this island. I reward you with a wisp of dragon chi. The Monkey King scratched its ears and cheeks, leaping and hopping about, then ran off in wild delight with the monkey troop, looking at the beasts below, all thrilled from receiving rewards and titles. A trace of emotion flashed through Li Yujing's eyes. Luck, opportunity. In this world of heaven and earth undergoing drastic change, how important they were. Effort alone was far from enough. Great perseverance and great fortune, neither could be lacking. With his dragon chi and the spirituality bestowed by Yunmeng, they now had much broader potential for evolution. Back then, how could he ever have had such conditions? Some long sealed, even more ancient fragments of memory surged into his mind. At the end of the Qin, Bai stirred up wind and waves, devouring countless people. At the time, in Pei County, Gaozu was a pavilion chief. Under county orders, he escorted convicts to Lishan. Many escaped along the way. When they reached the great marsh west of Feng at night, he released those he was escorting and said, you should all go. I too shall flee from here. More than a dozen strong men among the convicts were willing to follow him. As Gaozu traveled through the marsh at night, he ordered one man to scout ahead. The man returned and reported, there's a great snake blocking the road ahead. I asked that we turn back. Gaozu was drunk and said, if a strong man acts, what is there to fear? So he drew his sword and advanced, swinging it to cut the snake. The snake was split into two, and the road was opened. Later, someone came to where the snake had been and saw an old woman crying in the night. The man asked, why are you crying? The old woman said, someone killed my son, so I weep. The man asked, why was your son killed? The old woman said, my son was the son of the White Emperor. He had transformed into a snake and blocked the road. Now he's been slain by the son of the Red Emperor, so I weep. 2,000 years. Li Yujing could not help but sigh. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, earth chi had still been fairly abundant. But Bai stirred up trouble and was eventually beheaded. From then on, the earth veins were sealed. Extraordinary creatures either fled or were suppressed. Especially by the Ming dynasty, when the dragon veins had been cut down entirely, things reached another peak. And the spiritual workings of heaven and earth were nearly exhausted. Countless extraordinary creatures were either slain or, because earth chi had dried up and they could no longer sustain their lifespans, naturally withered away. Li Yujing possessed the bloodline of the torch dragon. His vitality far surpassed the ordinary. Otherwise, he might not have endured these 2,000 years. Across that long stretch of time, if he could absorb even a trace of earth vein tide, he would be as happy as if it were New Year. And now look at this. Yunmeng Great Marsh was full of spiritual vitality, rich with water vapor. Creatures living in this place, even ordinary humans, could avoid quite a bit of pain from illness and injury. As for those with Titan bloodlines, they now possessed limitless possibilities. With the rewards finished, Li Yujing finally looked at the bronze stake placed to the side. Mounted on it was an ancient bronze mirror more than 2 meters in diameter. Its edge was carved with exquisite sunbird patterns. Li Yujing roughly understood. The surviving people of ancient Shu knew they had no power to contend with him, so they came up with this vicious method. They had tried to use some kind of evil art, relying on the connection to the Dragon Pearl to bind him to the earth veins of Yunmeng Great Marsh. By damaging Yunmeng, they could indirectly harm him. Not a bad idea, but useless. For him, already transformed into a flood dragon, this kind of indirect damage caused almost negligible real harm. He could repair the injuries almost instantly. So their true purpose was not to rely on this move to heavily wound him. It was to weaken the earth veins. The vertical-eyed people likely believed this would be a long, drawn-out tug of war. If they damaged earth vein nodes everywhere in advance and weakened the circulation of the earth vein tide, they could greatly reduce his ability to recover from injuries in battle. As one side waxed and the other waned, it would create opportunities for Zhao. How naive! A gap in strength could not be bridged by such petty tricks. He was a titan, a mythical life form, possessing the absolute power to end a battle in an extremely short time. These rats hiding their heads and showing their tails. They clearly still did not understand the gap in power. Li Yujing stretched out a foreclaw and lightly swept it across the bronze mirror-esque surface, sending a wisp of dragon chi into it. Wong, the mirror's surface suddenly lit up, releasing a hazy layer of white light that shone onto the back of Li Yujing's extended claw. Bang! A few sparks flew from his scales. This thing had offensive power. The might was decent, roughly equivalent to a heavy missile. But against his dragon scales, it did not even count as scratching an itch. If it were used against ordinary humans, however, or even low-ranked Titan bloodlines, it would be quite a good killing weapon. He looked at Shi Qingqing, who stood by in attendance. Raising his dragon claw, he sent the ancient bronze mirror slowly floating toward her. I bestow it upon you. Drip your essence blood onto the mirror surface. The dragon chi I left within it will help you control this thing. Li Yujing's thought was transmitted. Thank you, Dragon Lord, for this generous gift. Shi Qingqing was both shocked and delighted. She bit open her fingertip and let a drop of blood fall onto it. Chi. The blood fell and was instantly absorbed. The ancient bronze mirror shook violently, letting out a deep hum, as though extremely unwilling. The ancient restrictions still remaining inside were resisting frantically. But in the next instant, that wisp of dragon chi inside the mirror unleashed its might. Like a sovereign descending, it used unmatched tyranny to brutally suppress the will within the ancient mirror. Wong. The ancient mirror fell completely quiet, becoming docile as it established a connection with Shi Qingqing. Wong. That strange fluctuation came again, like some sort of ripple spreading through Yunmeng Great Marsh. Li Yujing's heart stirred. The tip of his foreclaw touched that ripple. Hua. The scene shifted instantly, like ripples spreading across water. He saw Miao Yuxian in black robes, her hand forming a spell seal. Dragon Lord, speak, Li Yujing said. At the same time, Miao Yuxian also saw the light and shadow. First came auspicious clouds, then the shadow of a dragon. They swiftly condensed, turning into the outline of a distinct human figure. The man wore a dark black robe, his figure tall and straight, his molten gold eyes soul-stirring. He sat upon a throne of clouds and mist, looking down at her from above. Dragon Lord, it's you? Miao Yuxian was slightly stunned. The man in the black robe had a pair of ferocious dragon horns on his head, and faint black scale patterns could be seen on his exposed skin. Who would have thought that the Dragon Lord could actually manifest a human form? Congratulations, Dragon Lord. Your Tao has advanced further. She could tell this was no illusion. Li Yujing said indifferently, what is there to congratulate? You dare to communicate with this sovereign so directly. Could it be that the elders of the observatory never told you that my divinity can blow apart your spirit? Lightly, your soul will be damaged and you'll become an idiot. Badly, your soul and spirit will scatter on the spot. Miao Yuxian's heart tightened. She had indeed seen records about this before, but she had always thought that referred to a true dragon or some higher mythic being. The black dragon lord before her, though overbearing beyond measure, was still within the Jiao dragon category. Could it be that his spirit had already touched the realm of a true dragon? Or was his foundation far beyond what she had previously estimated? It was my oversight, Miao Yuxian said quickly, gathering her mind. Have you found any leads? Li Yujing rested his head on one hand. Miao Yuxian nodded slightly. I returned to the observatory, reviewed more sealed secret records, and sent people to investigate in secret. I did find something. She lifted her slender finger, and a ripple spread outward. Li Yujing saw scene after scene. A deep underground cavern, vast and empty. At its center stood a bronze divine, tree hundreds of meters tall, hung with countless birds and beasts. Beneath the tree, densely packed, there were tens of thousands of figures wearing vertical eye bronze masks. Miao Yuxian continued, according to the scattered and incomplete secret records of my observatory. The first ruler of the ancient Shu kingdom was named Kansong. He had a vertical eye appearance. Legend says he was half man, half god, with the power to move mountains and communicate with ghosts and gods. Li Yujing raised a hand to stop her. Just tell this sovereign where he is. Is he still alive? Miao Yuxian shook her head. I still can't determine his exact hiding place. His trail is extremely concealed. As for whether he is still alive, by normal logic, a mortal absolutely couldn't survive for thousands of years. But considering the characteristics of those golden cores, perhaps he has continued to exist in some state we can't understand. Li Yujing cut her off again. That kind of life is nothing more than an empty shell eaten hollow by worms, a puppet carrying broken memories. It doesn't count as true life. Anyone with a normal mind, including that so-called Shu King of yours, would probably be ashamed to keep living in such a form. Miao Yuxian raised a slight brow. This Dragon Lord really was impatient. She went on. Another secret account mentions that the vertical eye appearance was supposedly a messenger under the Queen Mother of the West. And the Queen Mother of the West, in myth, governs the elixir of immortality and the Tao of longevity. If we follow this line of reasoning, then the opportunity for Kansong to obtain immortality may not be groundless. As for his exact location, I already have some leads and am urgently verifying them. Once confirmed, I will inform the Dragon Lord at the first opportunity. After she finished, the connection was severed. Li Yujing did not linger. His body swayed, and he once again plunged into the boundless sea of clouds, patrolling over the land of Bashu. For several days in a row, there was no harvest. Those ancient Shu remnants, along with the dragon pearl they might have hidden, did not leak the slightest trace of aura. Could it be that they weren't in Bashu? When he returned to the island in the lake, Li Yujing suddenly understood. He may have fallen into fixed thinking. Did ancient Shu remnants have to still be in ancient Shu territory? 2,300 years was enough for seas to become mulberry fields, and enough for this group of people to migrate to any corner of the world and change their identities. Yunmeng Marsh, mist rolling. On the island in the lake, Li Yujing returned empty-handed once again. 2 patrols of his territory, separated by half a month, and he still found nothing. That group of ancient Shu remnants seemed as if they had never appeared at all. No one knew how long had passed before that familiar ripple came again. And Miao Yuxian's voice rang out. Dragon Lord, I have found the vertical eye people. This time, she was much more cautious and only dared to communicate by voice. As soon as her words fell, a scene entered Li Yujing's mind. It was a mountain peak shrouded in fog. The entire mountain range was packed with dense human figures, all wearing vertical eye bronze masks. Among them were several powerful auras, titans. That place was Minshan. Li Yujing's heart jolted. These people were preparing to dig through Minshan to stop the dragon vein from connecting and stop him from transforming into a true dragon. Courting death, fury shot up to the heavens, shaking the marsh. Li Yujing had originally thought that the conflict with the ancient Shu people was only over the Dragon Pearl. They wanted to revive the Dragon Pearl, and he wanted the Dragon Pearl. That was still within the scope of normal Titan conflict, with room for negotiation. Winner takes all. Loser steps aside. Titans had long lifespans, and they no longer relied much on devouring and evolution. In general, once a winner and loser were decided, it was over. No Titan wanted a true fight to the death, but these people wanted to dig through his dragon vein. This was already a fight to the death. One must know, there were countless earth veins. Countless earth veins connected together to form a dragon vein. Within the entire country, there were only 3 dragon veins, one in the south, one in the north, and Li Yujing held the middle. This dragon vein was the key to advancement. There were countless Titans, but only those who controlled these 3 dragon veins had a chance to become Titan King. Li Yujing was clearing the waterways precisely so he could connect to this dragon vein as soon as possible, let its tides flow smoothly, and fully revive it. Because he was very close to transforming into a true dragon. A dragon had 4 stages. A snake took 500 years to become a python, another 500 years to become a boa, another 500 years to become a jiao dragon, and the final 500 years to become a dragon. And he had already completed 2,000 years. Because of the influence of the earth vein tides, he had been unable to transform into a dragon for these 2,000 years. But there was no doubt that he had already passed this stage. If his strength were strong enough, once the earth vein tide arrived, he could even transform into a dragon today. But these people actually wanted to dig through the dragon vein. If the dragon vein were broken, who knew how much longer it would take for him to transform into a true dragon? Moreover, if they dared to dig the dragon vein today, would they dare to come kill him tomorrow? Li Yujing looked westward. There, on the border between Bashu and Gansu Qinghai, stood a towering mountain range. Mist circled around it, and nothing could be seen. With a thought, the fog rapidly spread and soon reached Minshan. 3 Titans. He had sensed Titans before, and now it was even clearer. No wonder they dared to dig his dragon vein. They did have some ability. He just didn't know how much ability they had. The dragon vein concerned whether he could transform into a dragon. Even if the other side had 3 Titans entrenched in Minshan, he had no choice but to fight. One of those auras was strange, deathly still. Dead? Were they planning to use the Dragon Pearl to revive that Titan corpse? The fog entered Minshan, and Li Yujing carefully sensed it. Another aura was active, but not strong. It felt familiar, as if he had crossed paths with it long ago. Its strength was at the bottom among Titans. The final one was hidden the deepest. Cold light gathered in Li Yujing's eyes. Hiding your head and showing your tail. As he thought, Miao Yuxian's voice came through. With a thought, the scene appeared. It was a towering mountain peak, with fierce winds howling and a sea of clouds surging below. At the summit was an altar, and the formation was complicated. Miao Yuxian was still dressed in a black Dao robe, her face solemn, holding that 3-foot-long sword. Fragrance lingered in harmony with heaven and earth, and clear incense was lit. Rising through the clouds, she stepped through the gang steps, chanting under her breath. On the altar, the incense burner's green smoke rose straight upward, merging into the clouds, while the command flags around it fluttered without wind. There is an evil blight entrenched in Min Mountain, damaging the earth veins and imprisoning spiritual vitality. I'm Miao Yuxian. In the name of the 109th generation chief of the Qintian Directorate, hereby call upon the extraordinary beings of all sides. After the incantation was finished, she pointed her long sword at the sky. Extraordinary beings, aid me. Hurry, by the law and ordinance. The mountain range seemed to tremble slightly. Over Yunmeng Great Marsh, the waves on the water seemed to grow a little more urgent. Within the darker shadows of the deep mountains, several ancient ripples of aura vaguely stirred, as if something had slightly opened its eyelids. And then, nothing more happened. No response, no manifestation, no power descended. Only the mountain wind howled, and the sea of clouds churned. The scene became awkward for a moment. Miao Yuxian kept her sword raised toward the sky. Her face was slightly pale, and fine sweat seeped out at her temples. This general divine summoning curse was the highest level summoning spell she could use. It came from the ancient inheritance of the Qintian Directorate and could communicate with extraordinary beings. But the ritual had already failed. Where had the problem appeared? Miao Yuxian was a little confused. In history, it had been used during the war between heaven and earth. Logically, it should not have failed. Were those existences unwilling to respond? Or was there a flaw in the ritual? Could it be that the world of today was already different from the ancient past? Li Yujing, who was watching from the side, smiled. What a case of each generation being worse than the last. Miao Yuxian clenched her teeth, just as she was preparing to ignore the cost and try again. On the altar, a black command flag ignited without fire. Immediately after, a majestic and imposing voice echoed directly across the summit. I, Xuanhao, true dragon, Lord of Yunming, answer your call and have come to take part in this war between heaven and earth. When the command flag finished burning, it turned into a streak of light and shot into the sky. The radiance spread out in midair, gradually condensing into a majestic phantom 200 zhang long. Though it was illusory, the terrifying dragon might was unquestionably real. Miao Yuxian froze for a moment. Even though the black dragoness target was also ancient Shu, she had never expected it to answer her call. With her strength, she was not capable of summoning a titan. Still not enough. Miao Yuxian tightened her grip on her longsword. The black dragon was indeed powerful, but the remnants of ancient Shu had been secretly developing for 2,000 years. Their strength had already become unimaginable. Above the altar, the dragon phantom shrank and transformed into the Dharma aspect of a human figure. Black robes, a human body and face. Dragon horns. Li Yujing stepped down from the air and landed before the altar. Dragon Lord. Miao Yuxian formed a hand seal and bowed. Li Yujing said calmly, your ancestors did not summon extraordinary beings like this back then. Miao Yuxian was stunned. Could it be that there was a mistake in her ritual steps? But she had studied it for more than 20 years. She had performed it exactly according to the most orthodox inheritance. It was practically carved into her bones. Li Yujing raised his hand and waved. The long sword in Miao Yuxian's hand flew out of her grasp and landed in his. He cleared his throat, and his imposing voice rang out. I am Xuanhao. I am the one and only true dragon between heaven and earth, the Lord of Yunming Great Marsh. Now there is an evil thing unlawfully occupying Min Mountain and endangering the mountains, rivers, and earth veins. His voice was like thunder, piercing through the mountain wind and sea of clouds as it rolled outward in all directions. All extraordinary beings under heaven, listen well. 3 days from now, whoever follows this lord into battle shall be rewarded according to merit after the war. At this point, his tones suddenly turned cold. If you do not come, after the battle is over, this lord will free up his hands, find every one of you, and completely erase you from this world. This is how your ancestors summoned extraordinary beings back then. Li Yujing returned the long sword to Miao Yuxian. That's impossible. Miao Yuxian caught the sword, completely dumbfounded. In the orthodox texts of the Qintian Directorate, in all inherited records, the descriptions regarding forming alliances with extraordinary beings and requesting their aid in battle were absolutely not like this. Generally speaking, one would reason with them. Either explain the stakes clearly, offer great benefits, or swear a blood oath as allies. When had there ever been such a naked method? One so close to threat and coercion? This was not an invitation at all. It was plainly a conscription. Submit and prosper, defy and perish. Of course something like that would never be openly recorded for later generations like you to see. Li Yujing guessed what she was thinking, his voice calm. Those predecessors always had to beautify themselves a little, right? You think the divine summoning curse alone could really move those unruly extraordinary beings who treat mortals like grass? Li Yujing smiled faintly. The human race of the pre-Qin era had been tyrannical to the extreme. Once he come, then they de-kill you afterward. Of course, that also required sufficient strength. For extraordinary beings like him, who controlled clouds and mist, or possessed other mythical abilities, people still mainly tempted them with great benefits, and did not dare act recklessly. Miao Yuxian was still in the middle of a massive shock to her understanding, and had yet to fully recover. Pooh, pooh, pooh. On the altar, countless command flags ignited without fire, instantly lighting up the entire summit. Immediately after, voices came from all directions one after another, some grand, some sharp, some heavy, accompanied by the flames of burning talismans. Yijiang Demon Flood Dragon, suppressing general of Yunming Great Marsh, answers your conscription and comes to join this war between heaven and earth. 3 days from now, I will definitely arrive. Yunming Great Marsh, water-suppressing general Shi Qingqing, answers the conscription. Min River, by Longzi, Qing River Waters, answers the conscription. As one voice after another rang out, the talismans shot into the sky and transformed in midair into phantoms of various forms. There were winding flood dragon shadows and roaring tiger forms. There was also a human woman clad in scale armor. It was none other than Shi Qingqing. Then came a giant made of rock. A strange bird with wings spread wide, and bizarre shapes condensed from mist. All in all, there were no fewer than dozens of them. Most of their auras were not particularly strong, generally around the strength of subtitans. Their bodies were enormous, almost crowding the entire summit altar. Farther away, among the countless mountains and ravines, even more faint fluctuations of intent came through, indicating acknowledgement. But because they were too weak or too far away, they did not manifest phantoms to respond directly. Miao Yuxian stood there in a daze, her fingertips trembling slightly. So this was how the divine summoning curse was used? Li Yujing swept a glance over them. There were only dozens of subtitan phantoms. The quantity was acceptable, but the quality was still lacking. Still, that was not strange. Summoning existences of the same level had never been easy to begin with. True titans each had their own territories. Unless there were enormous benefits involved or a threat to life and death, they would not easily respond to another's conscription, much less participate in such a dangerous final battle. These responding subtitans were mostly lone wanderers from unclaimed lands or relatively weaker ones forced into the situation. As for the titan bloodlines within titan ecosystems, with the protection of sovereign, they naturally could not possibly obey Li Yujing's command. Miao Yuxian cupped her hands. Everyone, please return. 3 days from now, we will launch the general offensive. Please make sure to arrive at the foot of Min Mountain within 3 days. The summit returned to silence, and the dozens of phantoms gradually faded away. Yimeng Great Marsh. Li Yujing looked toward Min Mountain. His body moved, and he followed the channel of the Changjiang River upstream. After passing through Daba Mountain, he quickly arrived at Min Mountain. The mountain ridges ahead were shrouded in a strange layer of gray mist, but that power had no effect on him. Clouds and mist were already among the powers he was best at controlling. With a slight movement of his mind, the clouds and mist curling around his body spread forward and quietly seeped into that gray mist. His perception extended in with them. Within the gray mist, the scene gradually became clear. Among the mountains, human figures packed the land so densely that there was no telling how many there were. Most of them wore vertical-eyed bronze masks. Like silent worker ants, they busied themselves through the mountains and forests. Some carried bronze artifacts and drove them into the earth veins. Some dug deep trenches and poured dark red liquid into them. Aside from these medicine men, many strange and grotesque monsters also roamed within the gray mist. Some were gigantic humanoid beasts. Others had grown together with the surrounding rocks and trees, half flesh and blood, half metal, stone, and vegetation. When the divine tree blooms, the king will awaken. Many medicine men worked mechanically, repeating this delirious muttering in low voices. The sound was eerie, echoing through the gray mist. Li Yujing's perception swept across the entire area, and his heart sank slightly. As far as the eye could see, there were no fewer than tens of thousands. Among them, there were at least hundreds of lesser titans. And the most eye-catching of all were 3 vast auras that made no attempt to conceal themselves. 3 titans, incomparably powerful. Looks like this would be a hard fight. Li Yujing felt no fear. He slipped into thicker clouds and mist and vanished without a trace. At the same time, more than 1,000 kilometers away, Titan Defense Bureau, General Headquarters. Inside the meeting room, the atmosphere gradually grew heavy. This conflict involved at least 4 titans and over 100 lesser titans. Its scale and intensity far surpassed anything before. All the senior officials exchanged opinions in low voices. Report, the 7 direct Special Operations Battalions and the 8th Rapid Response Brigade have entered first-level combat readiness according to the contingency plan. They can maneuver toward Minshan at any time. Should we intervene? A staff officer rose and gave his report. At the conference table, everyone fell silent for a moment. An old man slowly spoke. Intervene? Intervene on whose side? Are we just going to sit back and do nothing? What if the battle expands and affects the surrounding areas? This is a Titan war. If it starts, the heavens will collapse and the earth will split. A general questioned. Precisely because of that, we cannot intervene. The old man at the head seat said slowly, this is a war between Titan forces. Let them fight. The more of these inhuman beings die, the less pressure there will be on us in the future. He stood up. Transmit the order. All combat units are to hold position, maintain first-level combat readiness, and keep strict surveillance. Strengthen patrols around cities and transportation hubs, especially against any Titan bloodline that may flee the area. If any are discovered, eliminate them on the spot without requesting further instructions, to avoid causing public panic. Yes, sir. The order was quickly passed down, and the machinery of the state began to move. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the Bashu region, countless figures emerged from the mountains and wilderness, from rivers and swamps, and converged on Minshan as if by unspoken agreement. A vicious flood dragon rode the waves upstream. A fierce tiger led dozens of savage beasts charging through the forests. An old giant turtle paddled along slowly. All kinds of bizarre creatures appeared one after another. Occasionally, giant birds swept across the sky. On the ground, giant pythons slithered through the land. Though most of them were only lesser titans, together they numbered in the dozens. As for low-level titan bloodlines, they were beyond count. The fish took the bait. On the riverbank, several fishing guys got excited. The fishing rod shook wildly. Several of them grabbed it together, but whatever was below did not budge in the slightest. The next second, the rod was yanked from their hands, and the men tumbled into the river. In a muddy current, they saw a huge black shadow. That was not a fish at all. After swallowing several mouthfuls of river water, the men scrambled back out. They exchanged a look, then turned and ran. At the same time, things like this were happening all across Bashu. Deep within Yunming Marsh, Li Yujing slowly opened his eyes. After 3 full days of breathing and cultivation, his stamina was overflowing. His qi and blood surged like the Yangtze and mighty rivers without end. His condition had already been adjusted to its peak. Even though he was about to face 3 alone against the 3 titans entrenched in Minshan, there was not the slightest trace of fear in his heart. Even among titans, they were strong and weak. He bore the bloodline of the torch dragon and feared no challenge. Ever since transforming into a flood dragon, his physical body had become even more tyrannical. Li Yujing was confident that even if those 3 titans joined forces, he would still win in the end. What was more, among those 3 titans, one had a deathly still aura. It had likely been dead for a long time, just as he had suspected. Another was active, but its aura was relatively ordinary. The one he truly needed to be wary of was the final hidden existence. 1 against 2, his odds were not small. But to make sure nothing went wrong, Li Yujing slowly rose from the lake-hard island, and clouds and mist naturally gathered around him. He swayed his dragon body and flew toward the Qinling Mountains. Deep within the Qinling Mountains, the ranges were lush and green, with ancient trees towering into the sky. In the forests, Titan bloodlines could be seen everywhere. A Titan ecosystem had already formed. Suddenly, wild winds howled. Li Yujing stopped at once. Below him, the airflow formed a violent tornado that shot into the heavens, as if trying to tear apart the clouds filling the sky. Li Yujing took the initiative and withdrew the clouds and mist. Screech! A sharp cry filled with ancient majesty rang through the mountains. A massive shadow soared into the air. Its wingspan blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Above its neck grew 9 ferocious eagle heads, with eyes like red gold and hooked beaks, radiating a savage aura of storms. It was one of the overlords entrenched in the Qinling Mountains. The 9 heads all lifted high. 18 eyes locked onto the winding dragon shadow, and a cold thought was transmitted over. Dragon Master, Xian Hao, 9 Phoenix. Li Yujing met its gaze. Both sides sensed each other's true names. What is it? The voice of the 9-headed eagle was like a raging gale. Li Yujing replied with his thoughts. I came here because of Minshan. The remnant people of ancient Shu are entrenched there and intend to sever the middle-rank dragon vein. Today, I will lead my forces to attack the mountain. Are you willing to go with me? Go with you? A trace of mockery flashed through all 18 eagle eyes at once. Why should I? Li Yujing's dragon whiskers stirred. This feathered beast really didn't hold back when it spoke. Why should you? Because after this lord becomes a true dragon and ascends to the peak. For the sake of today's favor, I'll spare your life. But that thought only turned once in his mind and was never spoken aloud. He was here to ask for help, not make an enemy. Suppressing his displeasure, Li Yujing said indifferently, Qinling and Minshan both belong to the same middle-rank dragon vein. Their earth veins are connected. If Minshan's earth vein is severed and the dragon vein is damaged, the flow of earth qi will inevitably be affected. You sit over Qinling. Do you really think you can remain untouched? Sooner or later, you'll be dragged into it. Affected? The 9-headed eagle sneered. I guard my own territory and absorb the spiritual workings of mountains and rivers. I have no intention of coveting the realm of the mythical king, nor do I wish to fight anyone for control of the dragon vein. If the earth vein is damaged, then for me, cultivation will merely become a little slower. What is there to care about? Besides, the 9-headed eagle stared at Li Yujing, coldness flashing in its eyes. If Minshan's earth vein is severed and the dragon vein is left incomplete, then in the future, any existence wishing to use it as a foundation to advance into a mythical king will lose one hope, and there will be one less possible monarch who could stand above all titans. For us, would that not be even better? Xian Hao, what do you think? That was not wrong. For a moment, Li Yujing found himself speechless. From 9 Phoenix's point of view, if he succeeded in taking control of the middle-rank dragon vein and advanced to become a titan king, then the other titans on that same dragon vein would be forced to make a choice, submit or get out. No powerful existence wanted a king to suddenly appear above its head. For the 9-headed eagle to remain neutral and help neither side, in a sense, was already helping him. At least they hadn't stabbed him in the back, or taken the chance to join forces with the surviving people of ancient Shu against him. Understood. Li Yujing said no more. In that case, this lord will take his leave. His enormous body turned in the air, stirring the clouds across the sky as he flew toward Min Mountain. It had only been a test to begin with. He had held much hope anyway. A few minutes later, Li Yujing arrived at Min Mountain. Above the ridges, mist filled the air, but it couldn't block his sight. He could clearly see countless giant bronze shadows. They seemed to be waiting for his arrival. Below the ridge, a mix of auras gathered, led by Miao Yuxian. Dozens of figures stood solemnly in robes of various colors, clearly cultivators. On the outer edge were evil jiaos and ferocious tigers. There were also the lesser titans that had answered the summons, at least more than 30 of them. When Li Yujing's towering dragon body broke through the clouds and descended, every being present looked up at him with awe. Dragon Lord, Miao Yuxian stepped forward and cupped her hands in salute. Li Yujing gave a slight nod, his vertical pupils sweeping over the strange, giant shadows below. This little allied force was nowhere near enough. But there was no time to worry about that now. Li Yujing's body swayed as he glided toward the mountain ridge ahead, which was shrouded in eerie gray mist. The clouds spread forward, opening a path for him. Follow. Miao Yuxian gave the order and followed closely behind with the dozens of cultivators. Rumble. All of a sudden, a heavy tremor rose from the ground. Halfway up the mountain, the earth suddenly bulged upward, dirt and rock exploding in all directions. Right after that, an incomparably massive and vicious snake head burst out from underground, followed by a winding serpent body like a mountain range. It was a pale giant snake over 100 zhang long. The giant snake fully emerged, then coiled into a massive snake formation, its vertical pupils locking onto Li Yujing in the sky. By D, Li Yujing's eyes narrowed slightly. So that familiar yet weak titan aura had come from here. Wasn't T this guy supposed to have been slain? He looked toward the giant snake's midsection. Sure enough, there was a savage wound there. A body around 150 to 160 zhang long looked intimidating enough, but that was all. Yu Jingzi, the pale giant snake spoke. Long time no see. It's been 2,000 years, hasn't it, old friend? Li Yujing hovered in the air, crossing his claws over his chest. Old friend? Perhaps. In the war between heaven and earth 2,000 years ago, extraordinary beings like them had indeed fought side by side. But that was all. Afterward, each had gone into hiding, and they had long since become strangers. The giant snake also noticed his dragon claws and said, "No need to show off your dragon claws. I know you've already transformed into a dragon. Congratulations." Li Yujing said flatly, "By D, you're already a titan. You should know how important the dragon vein is. Yet you dared sever this lord-s dragon vein. Do you really have no fear of death? Sever your dragon vein? No. The pale giant snake shook its head. Old friend, why would I sever your dragon vein? What I did was actually just to invite you here. Li Yujing sneered, dragon might spreading from him. If I hadn't come, or if I refused, were you planning to sever the dragon vein then? It hasn't come to that yet. The pale giant snake changed its tone. Old friend, do you remember? 2,000 years ago, we fought side by side, our blood staining the rivers. Every time I recall that memory in my dreams, it feels as if it happened only yesterday. Li Yujing's expression remained calm. Playing the emotion card? It didn't quite seem like that. And by D's condition was obviously not right. But what was the result? The giant snake's voice suddenly rose, turning several degrees sharper. They betrayed us. They cast us aside after using us. Once the birds were gone, they put away the bow. Its enormous body twisted, and that savage scar split open with it, dark red blood pouring out. It's been 2,000 years. The earth veins were sealed, spiritual opportunity dried up. In this age of Dharma decline, we struggled on at death's door just to survive until today, didn't we? Old friend, it's all in the past. Li Yujing's tone was calm, without much emotion. 2,000 years had passed. What a long wait. But he did not have many obsessions left. For 2,000 years, he ate, then slept, then ate. He watched the sun and moon turn, watched the grass and trees flourish and wither. Hatred? Obsession? Perhaps he had once had such things, but time had long since worn them away. At most, it was just a little dirt on the corner of his robe. How could it be in the past? The giant snake let out a hoarse roar, making the entire valley tremble. It raised its upper body, fully exposing that scar before Li Yujing. 2,000 years. Every time I wake from my slumber in pain, the wound is still bleeding, as if reminding me of this bone-deep hatred. Li Yujing was utterly speechless. You only remember being cut down, but forgot all the havoc you stirred up. If you got cut down, who else could you blame? Why couldn't you be like him and quietly be a beautiful dragon boy? Old friend, Li Yujing spoke again, but the giant snake interrupted him. I haven't heard your name in a very long time. That means you've been hiding and running too, right? If the human race hadn't broken faith, you would long since ruled over a domain of heaven and earth. Why would you be like this now? Li Yujing looked at it and said lightly, since you're alive in this form, that means the dragon pearl really exists? That's right, the dragon pearl exists. At the mention of the dragon pearl, the giant snake grew visibly excited. What we sensed during that war wasn't an illusion. As long as you join us, you too can share in the power of the dragon pearl. During these 2,000 years, even in this age of Dharma decline, I was able to preserve my vitality, expand my body, and grow stronger. My strength may not be equal to yours, not may. Li Yujing cut it off coldly. A false titan is still a false titan. By D, you are not remotely worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as me. You have the dragon pearl in hand, So why haven't you used it to transform into a dragon? Is it because you don't want to? Or because you can't? It seems that Dragon Pearl is still asleep. Isn't it? The pale giant snake fell silent. But silence was also an answer. If my guess is correct. Li Yujing continued. After that great war 2,000 years ago, the Dragon Pearl fell dormant. It wasn't until recently, when I successfully transformed into a flood dragon, that I indirectly awakened it. Am I right? In that case, it's actually thanks to me that you were able to awaken, and yet you still wanted to dig up my dragon vein? The giant snake remained silent. Leave now. Li Yujing's voice sank. For the sake of that little bit of old sentiment, I want to pursue this matter. I'll forgive this offense of yours. Otherwise, he raised a foreclaw, arcs of lightning leaping across it. The pale giant snake shook its head. You really don't know death? Li Yujing let out a cold snort. I'm in the sky, and you're on the ground. You still think you can fight me? I only need to drive thunder and wield lightning to slay you. What give you the right to fight me? You're no longer one of those low-grade Titan bloodlines. You should understand when something cannot be done. So what if I do? The giant snake raised its head and let out a hoarse roar. You really think becoming a dragon makes you invincible? Since our Tao is different, then come fight. Let me see just how capable you, a true dragon, really are. Come, Yu Jingzi. Then don't blame this lord for showing no regard for old ties. Li Yujing said no more. His enormous body suddenly dropped in the air, diving straight toward the pale giant snake coiled below. Hiss! The giant snake's body sprang up, opening its savage maw. It charged at the dragon's shadow amid a foul wind and bit down. Dragon and snake collided with a thunderous crash. Boom! The dragon claw slashed out and struck the giant snake's head, producing an extremely heavy, muffled blast. The shockwave exploded outward. Crack! Bones shattered in an instant. The giant snake's body jolted. Its head, as fragile as an eggshell, burst apart on the spot, great patches of scales mixed with shattered bone flying everywhere. Hiss! The giant snake let out a shrill, miserable howl and slammed heavily into the ground. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. Li Yujing's diving momentum did not slow in the slightest. His front claw followed close behind, striking with the force of thunder. The giant snake panicked, but could not stop him. Rip! Sharp claws tore into flesh, deep enough to expose bone. With a movement of his body, Li Yujing ripped open a massive wound dozens of meters long. Filthy blood gushed out like a flood, and a foul stench spread through the air. In just a single exchange, Bai Di's skull shattered, and nearly half his neck was cut open, as dragon and snake clashed. At the foot of the mountain, Miao Yuxian drew her longsword, and her clear shout rang across the gathered allied army. Everyone, kill with me. Roar, roar. The evil Jiaos that had long been unable to hold back, along with dozens of subtitans, let out furious howls and charged toward the mountain range shrouded in gray mist ahead. From halfway up the mountain, terrifying commotion also erupted. It was a horde of monsters covering the mountainside. The two sides collided like torrents with a thunderous crash. Rumble. Right at that moment, a massive black shadow crashed to the ground, shaking the earth and mountains. Soil and stone split apart. Trees snapped and collapsed. Everyone looked closely, and all of them sucked in a cold breath. What had smashed in the ground was clearly a gigantic pale snakehead. Its skull was already deformed, and it gave off a nauseating stench. It was the head of the pale giant snake. That fast, Miao Yuxian's pupils shrank slightly, her heart filled with shock. She knew the black dragon was strong, but she had not expected that against a giant snake that was also a titan, it would. And this quickly? In almost a single face-to-face exchange, life and death had already been decided. The gray mist churned, and a towering dragon shadow emerged. Li Yujing hovered in midair. Lightning wrapped around his body, and filthy blood still stained his front claws. Seeing the giant snake beheaded, the titan bloodlines on Li Yujing's side let out excited roars. As for the other side, they looked like they had lost their parents, wrapped in the force of wind and thunder. Li Yujing swooped down and pressed a giant claw onto the snake's head as he said heavily, "Bai Di, can't you see it yet? You were already dead 2,000 years ago." The snakehead gave no reply, but countless maggots crawled out from its eye sockets, trying to scatter and flee. So that was it. Looking at those worms, the giant snake's voice was full of bitterness. It had long since died. What remained alive now was nothing more than the resentment from when it had been slain by Han Zu, along with its boundless fury and unwillingness. The giant snake was filled with sorrow as it slowly spoke. "Old friend, send me off on my last journey. Also, the Dragon Pearl really does exist. Rest in peace. Old friend." Li Yujing exerted force with his claw, and dazzling lightning burst forth. Crackle, boom. Violent thunder instantly covered the entire wreckage zone. Those frantically fleeing worms all vaporized. The remains of the snake head turned into charred ash and scattered with the wind. Li Yujing quietly watched it all. Old friends were withering away one after another. Perhaps becoming a king was meant to be lonely. Li Yujing raised his head again, his gaze passing over the monsters covering the mountains and locking onto the deepest part of the gray mist. The true target was underground. Without any more hesitation, he rushed toward the mountain peak. Rumble. All of a sudden, the mountain range shook violently, 10 times, 100 times more terrifying than any disturbance before. My dragon vein. Li Yujing's vertical pupils widened, shock and fury appearing in his eyes. The land beneath his feet was being torn apart. A filthy force was spreading upward from the deepest underground, trying to sever this mountain range. Damn it! His furious dragon roar shook the 9 heavens. Li Yujing held nothing back any longer. Clouds and mist churned around him, turning him into a bolt of lightning that tore through the gray mist as he charged with all his strength toward Min Mountain's main peak. Boom! Boom! Everywhere he passed, lightning burst from his body on its own, crazily bombarding everything in his path. Whether it was savage monsters pouncing out from the gray mist, or bronze guards trying to stop him, even sub-titans, the moment they touched the lightning, they all exploded into ash. Below Titan level, all were ants. Just the violent wind generated by his charge shook countless monsters to death on the spot. At the same time, the battle had already entered a white-hot stage. More monsters poured out of the gray mist, clashing with the Qinianjian cultivators led by Miao Yuxian, as well as the Titan bloodlines like evil Jiaos and fierce tigers. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the roars never stopped. At the foot of the mountain, a small group of people who had not directly joined the battle were hiding. Most of them were young, their faces full of tension and fear. At the front was Shi Qingqing. Is this kind of war really something we could take part in? Su Qingqing swallowed hard. She had dragon scales and spirituality and had successfully joined the Dragon Scale Society. Looking at the battle scene in the distance that was like mountains collapsing and earth splitting apart, the hill-sized monsters, and dozens of monsters being shredded into minced meat by sword light, everyone's bodies trembled. It's fine, it's fine. Shi Qingqing was panicking inside too, but she still said steadily, we'll just hide here and use the power of dragon scales for long-range support or clean up any small monsters that escape. The important thing is to feel this atmosphere, improve our ability to deal with danger, and build real combat experience. Hearing that, everyone relaxed a little. They were all members of the Dragon Scale Society. Through various channels, they had obtained dragon scales and had initially gained weak supernatural abilities. This time, they had been gathered mainly for training. Aside from them, the villagers from Shijia village were here too, looking into the mist at those gigantic figures crossing and battling. Each as massive as mountain ridges, and listening to the deafening booms and roars, everyone's mouths went dry. This was no war. This was clearly a natural disaster. At the same time, Li Yujing was like a bolt of destructive thunder, directly tearing the monster army spread across the mountain into 2 halves. In almost an instant, he reached the main peak, but the sight before him made his vertical pupils contract. The towering body of the main peak had, from halfway up, been forcibly torn open, forming a gigantic crack so deep that no bottom could be seen. And the most heart-pounding part was, deep within the crack, countless thick bronze roots, as huge as giant dragons, were spreading upward like living creatures. They twisted and coiled around one another. In just a few breaths, they had already formed the rough shape of a gigantic bronze divine tree, as if it wanted to burst through this world itself. The key point was that the bronze divine tree was still growing. My dragon vein, Li Yujing's eyes were splitting with rage, and his fury was nearly enough to crush his reason. Roar! Roar! Accompanied by one bellow after another, dozens of bronze giants crawled out from the crack. They were clearly bronze creations, yet they had flesh and blood, the power of the dragon pearl. Li Yujing understood instantly. Anything capable of creating such constructs meant that whatever was underground was no simple matter. The real battle was only beginning now. He erupted in an instant. Countless violent lightning serpents coiled around his body as he flew down into the gigantic crack. Rumble. Everywhere he passed, whether it was the spreading bronze roots or the bronze giants pouring out of the crack, all of them were reduced to powder in a lightning storm. He rushed into the terrifying fissure and plunged downward. 100 meters, 500 meters, over 1,000 meters. The crack grew deeper and deeper. All light vanished completely, leaving only the blazing lightning wrapped around Li Yujing's body. After several thousand meters, the scene before him suddenly opened up. At the bottom of the fissure was a space so vast it was beyond imagination. Its sheer scale made it seem as though the entire lower half of Min Mountain had been hollowed out. Its ceiling was supported by thick bronze roots, like some eerie underground bird's nest. At the center of the underground palace was a wide, open plaza, densely packed across it. Several thousand figures wearing vertical-eyed bronze masks were kneeling in worship. At the very front of those kneeling figures stood 12 figures in golden priest robes. And around the plaza stood countless bronze giants. They were roughly 20 to 30 meters tall, and they were not lifeless things. Through the gaps in the bronze armor covering their bodies, flesh could vaguely be seen writhing. The moment they saw the black dragon appear, all 12 priests raised their heads at the same time. The leading priest stepped forward, bronze scepter in hand, his voice rumbling through the underground palace. Black Dragon. I'll give you one last chance. Submit to my king. Submit. The other priests all raised their heads, and every bronze-masked figure turned around, letting out a roar like mountains collapsing and seas overturning. Li Yujing moved without a frame of wind-up, lightning blasting over in an instant. For the array, protect the king. The leading priest let out a harsh, shrill roar and slammed his scepter viciously against the ground. At the same time, more than a dozen bronze giants nearest to him suddenly stepped forward, swinging the enormous bronze shields in their hands to block the lightning's path. Boom! The lightning and the bronze giant shields collided head-on. Anything they touched shattered on contact. Everything along the way was like paper, exploding one after another into a sky full of flying bronze fragments. The next second, lightning flashed. Li Yujing arrived at the center of the altar in an instant, directly above the 12 priests. A bunch of ants. His cold dragon roar exploded like thunder. Even that ghostly thing beneath the earth wouldn't dare speak to me like this if it crawled out. You lot are simply courting death. His massive claw slammed down in an instant. For the array, protect the king. All the priests panicked. Some raised their staffs high. Some instinctively bent over to dodge. Boom! The giant claw came down. The underground palace shook, and the 12 high priests, along with the altar itself, were instantly smashed into dust. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation spread out. Li Yujing turned his head to look, and a vast will drifted through the underground palace, dragon blood. Finally, it has come. As that grand voice sounded, a certain pressure descended upon the underground palace. Playing God and acting mysterious, Li Yujing opened his mouth, and a dragon roar thundered out. The pressure was instantly blown apart. The next second, the underground palace suddenly trembled. The hundreds of bronze giants stepped out in perfectly synchronized strides, rapidly forming an extremely disciplined battle formation. The front row of giants dropped into half-kneeling positions, their giant shields slamming heavily into the ground. The middle row held bronze spears dozens of meters long, thrusting them out through the gaps between the shields in front, their cold gleam chilling to the bone. The rear row hoisted bronze ballistae. Resting on those ballistae were bronze bolts over 10 meters long, their arrowheads locked onto the dragon's shadow in the air. This was a giant legion. Naturally, the thing it was meant to fight was a colossal being between heaven and earth. Li Yujing dived straight down and smashed into the battle formation. His claws struck out like lightning. Countless bronze giants instantly fell apart, turning into fragments that blasted outward. He opened his massive jaws, and violent lightning spewed forth. Crackle, boom, crack. Under the assault of the lightning storm, the hard bronze armor was torn apart, and the flesh beneath was carbonized. Fragments, flames, lightning. The entire area was completely swallowed up. With just a single breath attack, the bronze giant battle formation was forcibly ripped open with a huge gap, and more than one-third of the giants were reduced to scrap metal and charred remains. Li Yujing was like a tiger crashing into a flock of sheep. As his dragon claws swept out, the bronze giants were swatted away like toys. At the same time, the majestic will rang out once more. You court death? Rumble. Another sudden change erupted. The underground palace underwent terrifying tremors, and even the bronze roots supporting this world were breaking apart. Li Yujing turned to look. It was coming from the deepest part of the underground palace. A dreadful aura shot into the sky. Its pressure was already greater than any titan he had ever sensed. So you're finally willing to come out? Li Yujing showed not the slightest fear. Lightning gathered around his body, and like a bolt of lightning himself, he shot with full force toward the depths of the underground palace. Everywhere he passed, thunderous explosions erupted one after another. Dragon might mixed with thunder, crushing every obstacle along the way into pieces. Rumble. The trembling continued to intensify. In the deepest part of the underground palace, the ground collapsed away, exposing a huge pitch-black fissure. A foul stench rushed up from its depths. The next second, an enormous winding figure beyond imagination slowly extended out of the crack. It was a dragon, or rather, a stitched-together dragon. It was over 200 zhang long, its body pieced together from countless chunks of corpses. Some parts were covered in scales, some parts were pale white bone, and some parts were simply writhing masses of flesh. Its body was also covered with countless thick rivets. And, at the position of the corpse dragon's head, a human was embedded there. Tall and powerfully built, it wore bronze bone armor, its gray-white long hair hanging loose. Its body was buried deep into the corpse dragon's flesh and bones. The ancient Shu king, Cansong. Li Yujing sensed its true name. This being had originally been the leader of the ancient Shu ancestors, immortal through and through, and should never have possessed a mythical true name. But using titan corpse fragments and the power of the dragon pearl, it had pieced together this corpse dragon body and forcibly elevated itself to the level of a titan. No, it had already surpassed an ordinary titan. A trace of surprise flashed through Li Yujing. Just by piecing together corpse fragments, it could create a titan at peak strength? Then what kind of existence had the source of these corpse fragments, the dead titan, been while it was alive? Perhaps a king-class titan. at the corpse dragon's brow. Kansong slowly opened its eyes. It did not speak, but its majestic will already resounded through the entire underground palace. Black Dragon, I am the divine king. You are merely a flood dragon. How dare you be so arrogant and defy my will? Divine king? Huh. Li Yujing hovered in the air, facing the enormous corpse dragon from afar, and let out a cold sneer. What god are you? And what king? So be it. Since you refuse to repent and insist on seeking death, this king will cut down you ignorant longworm today. The corpse dragon's body swayed, whipping up a howling, bloody wind as it slammed toward Li Yujing in the air. Wherever it passed, violent winds ran wild. Li Yujing showed no fear at all, lightning blazing around his body. The two giant dragons, both terrifying beyond compare in size, crashed into each other inside this vast underground palace. Rumble. It was like two stars colliding. The shockwave exploded outward, and the gale mixed with dust swept in all directions. Even the entire Min Mountain shook violently because of it. On the mountain's surface, even more cracks spread open, and huge boulders came rolling down, instantly crushing swath after swath of monsters. Roar! Roar! After the collision, the two became entangled in a deadly struggle. In this limited space, dodging and weaving was nothing but a fantasy. Only the most primitive, most violent close-quarters slaughter remained. Claws and fangs tore, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Bodies weighing more than 100,000 tons kept slamming into each other, their thunderous impacts shaking heaven and earth. SZZZT. Lightning flashed around Li Yujing's body, his speed surging. His enormous dragon body moved like a fish through water, instantly appearing at the side of the corpse dragon's neck. His dragon roar exploded at the same time. His foreclaw turned into a streak of cold light and hacked viciously at the point where the corpse dragon's neck connected. Boom! The corpse dragon smashed heavily to the ground, and dust filled the air. Li Yujing descended with the momentum, his massive foreclaw stomping down on the corpse dragon's head and pinning it firmly to the bottom of the pit. A flash of disdain passed through Li Yujing's eyes. The corpse dragon instantly flew into a rage. Its enormous body twisted frantically, and the earth shook while the mountains swayed. Disappear! Li Yujing slammed down with his claw. Tremendous force and thunder erupted at once. Boom! The corpse dragon's head exploded on the spot, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. That's it! Li Yujing let out a cold snort. Even though this corpse dragon wasn't dead and might still have other methods, it no longer mattered. Within a few seconds, the victor had already been decided. But right then, a sudden change occurred. The corpse dragon's flesh rapidly writhed, healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not bad. Truly not bad. Suddenly, Kinsong's voice came from a distance. In this age of the end of the Dharma, when the spiritual workings of heaven and earth have dried up, a mythological creature as powerful as he was stillborn, this king really did underestimate you. Li Yujing turned his head to look. He saw the flesh at the corpse dragon's tail writhing and rapidly reconstructing itself. In the brief span of a few words, the chunks of flesh pieced together a new ferocious dragon head, while the head under Li Yujing's foot turned into the tail. Head and tail had switched places almost instantly. But this king cannot be killed. Kinsong laughed madly as the flesh on the head rapidly squirmed. The flesh at the neck continuously reshaped itself. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a humanoid form dozens of meters tall, covered in bronze armor and bone plating, its lower body connected to a dragon tail. A human body, dragon tail. It looked exactly like something out of myth. Still, this was probably the power of the dragon pearl. Kinsong moved his newly born body a little, his voice turning arrogant. Black Dragon, you are already a mythological creature. You should know that in a battle between mythological beings, brute force is not everything. The difference between strong and weak lies in mythological abilities. This king has an undying body. What right do you have to fight this king? With your brute strength and lightning? Ridiculous. So what? Lightning exploded all around Li Yujing's body. Like a savage thunder dragon, he shot toward the corpse dragon in an instant. So fast, a trace of shock flashed through Kinsong's eyes. Crackle. Almost instantly, Li Yujing had already torn through space and arrived. Lightning burst from his dragon claw as he slammed it viciously onto Kinsong's face. Boom! A piercing blast erupted at once. Kinsong was sent flying backward and crashed into the wall of the underground palace. In that instant, Li Yujing's claw unleashed a destructive thunderstorm, and lightning frantically burrowed into the bronze armor and bone plating. Ugh! Kinsong let out a shrill scream. His half-dragon body trembled violently in the thunderstorm. The bronze armor and bone plating rapidly melted away, revealing the writhing flesh underneath. Li Yujing lowered his dragon head close, coldly watching Kinsong struggle in the thunderstorm. The corner of his mouth curled into mockery. That is all? Roar! Hearing Li Yujing's naked ridicule, the corpse dragon struggled violently. Oh! Li Yujing exerted force and pinned it down even harder. Kinsong swiftly swung his lower body, carrying the force of 10,000 Jun, and viciously lashed at Li Yujing's waist and abdomen from the side and rear. In that instant, lightning flashed, borrowing the power of thunder. Li Yujing spun with agile ease. He avoided the strike, and at the same time, whipped his dragon tail back into the corpse dragon. Boom! Amid the thunderous crash, the corpse dragon's bones shattered. Li Yujing snorted coldly. When you hid underground like rats, this lord was enduring the age of the end of the Dharma. When you were barely clinging to life, this lord was tempering his fleshly body, relying on external objects. In the end, you're nothing but an empty shell. Power exploded from his claw, and the thunder grew even more violent. Why do you have to fight this lord? In Li Yujing's vertical pupils was reflected Kinsong's screaming amid the lightning. Black dragon! Kinsong's scream mixed with a furious roar. Li Yujing gave a cold snort. His giant claw pressed down harder, and the thunderstorm ran wild. Boom! The half-dragon body exploded with a bang, flesh blasting in all directions. At the same time, the flesh at the corpse dragon's tail writhed madly, and once more turned into a half-dragon body. Li Yujing turned and crashed into it, claws clashing. Rip! A cold gleam flashed, and blood sprayed. Li Yujing tore open the corpse dragon at its vital point, carving out a trench dozens of meters long as blood splattered all over the ground. For a moment, the stench was overwhelming. Li Yujing stepped on the corpse dragon's vital point and said with contempt, a thing surviving only by borrowing the dragon pearl's power? Just you? You think you're worthy of being mentioned in the same breath as this lord? Kinsong gritted his teeth and roared, Black dragon. Do you think this is all this king is capable of? The battle has only just begun. As soon as the words fell, flames blazed up. Through the mist, Li Yujing had already sensed it. 9 enormous fireballs, carrying temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees, were rapidly flying in through the crack. In the blink of an eye, they had already smashed into the underground palace. He dodged quickly, but the fireballs still slammed into his body. Taking the chance, the corpse dragon broke free of his control. Its enormous body charged with all its might toward the upper part of the underground palace, toward the huge crack propped open by the bronze divine tree. It wanted to return to the surface, back to the side of the bronze divine tree. Trying to run? How could Li Yujing let it leave? Almost the instant the corpse dragon turned and rushed toward the crack, his body shot out like lightning and instantly caught up. His right foreclaw clasped onto the corpse dragon's tail in one grab. Roar! Kinsong's dragon roar shook the heavens. Li Yujing locked both claws onto the corpse dragon's tail, exerting force with his entire body. His speed far surpassed the corpse dragon's. Kinsong was startled. Li Yujing soared upward, flying along the struggling body of the corpse dragon. His sharp claw tips dug deep into its surface. Wherever he passed, filthy blood poured down like a waterfall. The corpse dragon struggled madly and twisted back to bite. The two colossal beasts, tangled together, shot all the way upward along the crack amid deafening thunder, crashing savagely toward the surface. For a moment, an overwhelming pressure swept across Minshan. Both sides in the middle of battle stopped at the same time. Even with thick fog spread all around, it still could not conceal those two terrifying giant creatures. Their bodies coiled and stretched like mountain ridges. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sounds of their struggle shook the mountain range. The Black Flood Dragon was savage and majestic, wrapped all over in arcs of lightning, its momentum soaring like a rainbow. The corpse dragon's flesh was rolled up and torn open, with many bones broken and exposed. Looking at those two terrifying monsters, all the Titan bloodlines could not help but tremble. Boom! What shocked all living beings even more was that in only 1 second, the winner between the two terrifying monsters had already been decided. The corpse dragon was struck by Li Yujing's claw. Its body, nearly 100,000 tons in weight, lost balance and slanted down from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily onto a mountainside below. The earth shook violently. Dust shot into the sky, forming an impact crater several hundred meters wide. The corpse dragon rolled and crushed through the pit. After only a few rolls, several thousand monsters had already been ground into meat paste. Among them were even a few unlucky subtitans. That is, Miao Yuxian finally saw clearly. It was a twisted, grotesque dragon, as if pieced together from countless corpse chunks, which meant the black dragon had won. Dragon King, at the rear of the battlefield. Sure, Ching Ching and the others were overwhelmed with excitement. In the sky, thunderlight blazed. Li Yujing's towering black-ink dragon body was like a god-commanding thunder as he slowly descended through the dust. The corpse dragon had only just raised its body when his enormous foreclaw was already planted on its neck, forcing it into the mud and shattered stone. He lifted his other foreclaw, and lightning gathered at the claw tips like blades. Rip! The sharp claw sliced across the corpse dragon's neck, carving out a trench dozens of meters long. Filthy blood burst from the wound like a flood through a broken dam. The impact crater was rapidly dyed into a bloody swamp. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. That horrifying wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Yujing could sense it clearly. A vast surge of life force was pouring out from the deepest part of the corpse dragoness body, madly repairing this body. And the source of that life force was the legendary dragon pearl. Without the dragon pearl, the corpse dragon would never have been able to fight him head-on. Black dragon, do you really not know death? At that moment, a thunderous voice came from the sky, echoing between heaven and earth. Li Yujing did not even need to look to know. It was that bronze divine tree from earlier. Its growth speed was terrifying, and it had already covered the entire Min Mountain. On the tree were 9 bronze platforms. From bottom to top, there were 9 figures standing atop the platforms like giants. Each of them was dozens of meters tall, flesh fused with bronze armor. Behind them hung enormous bronze mirrors, blazing with raging flames. Boguan Yu Fu to you, Kai Ming, the 9 kings of the ancient Shu kingdom. Half alive, half dead, their eyes were clouded and muddled. Black dragon, we shall give you one more chance. Submit. From the highest point of the bronze divine tree, the leading king Bo Guan's majestic voice rang out. Submit. The other 8 kings roared in unison. Li Yujing gave them a slight sweep with his senses, then said coldly, a bunch of ants, and you dare play gods and ghosts before this lord? Their strength was only at the peak of subtitan level. But with the help of the bronze divine tree, they could unleash attack power close to that of Titan. But only attack power. Heavenly punishment. The 9 ancient kings roared together. Above Min Mountain, dazzling fire lit up at the same time on the 9 enormous bronze platforms. Immediately after, 9 fireballs over 10 meters in diameter smashed viciously downward at Li Yujing, who was locked in battle below. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs crashed down, shaking the earth and mountains. The shockwaves from the explosions mixed with blazing flames, forming a terrifying sea of fire nearly 1,000 meters wide, completely swallowing that area. Flames and smoke blocked all sight. Roar. The corpse dragon let out a furious roar, opened its bloody maw, and tore into bite. Claws collided, sending sparks flying. The 2 berserk dragons were locked in battle once again. You cannot kill this king. Qin Song laughed wildly. His claws slashed across Li Yujing's body, making wave after wave of sparks burst from his scales. Really? Li Yujing snorted coldly. When this lord rips, open your belly and tears out the dragon pearl. I hope you'll still be this stubborn. Lightning erupted from his giant claw again, easily slicing open the corpse dragon's neck. But the flesh writhed and healed at once. Though both were titans, the corpse dragon was completely unable to withstand even one exchange against Li Yujing. But the power of the dragon pearl was too terrifying. Even with only a trace of its aura, it made the corpse dragon seem almost immortal. At the same time, fireballs came crashing down from above. The ground shook violently again. But Li Yujing did not fear this kind of attack at all. They were only subtitans. The fireballs were fierce, but they could not injure him. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Meanwhile, that bronze divine tree was still growing. More bronze roots spread out from the cracks in the mountain. The auras of the 9 ancient kings were also slowly rising. Li Yujing let out a dragon roar, and his will transmitted into the minds of every living being in the allied army. The divine tree is absorbing earth chi. The bronze stakes in the earth veins must be destroyed as soon as possible. I'll go. Miao Yuxian gave a crisp shout. Sensing the map coordinates given by the Dragon Lord, she immediately sped toward the region where the bronze stakes were located. At the same time, outside the perimeter of Min Mountain, countless soldiers watched this scene, all of them terrified. Even from such a great distance away, the tremors caused by the battle between the 2 giant dragons still made their hearts pound. Many veteran soldiers who had survived countless battles and had taken part in operations to encircle and suppress subtitans now could not help but feel sweat gathering in their palms. They had once thought that heavy firepower was enough to deal with any monster, but the battle before their eyes had already overturned everything they knew. That was no longer within the category of monsters. Those were walking natural disasters, creatures from myths and legends. When true titans fought, heaven and earth could collapse. This was a war of titans. Inside the army command tent, a young staff officer lowered his binoculars, his voice somewhat dry. This isn't just titans. The commander's expression was grave as he pointed to one corner of the screen, to the bronze divine tree that blotted out the sky. That tree, and those figures on it, are no pushovers either. Intelligence believes they're very likely peak subtitans. They may even be evolving toward true titans. This war is already out of control. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's expressions changed. A staff officer said in a deep voice, "The situation is already out of control. Should we report upward and intervene in the war?" "Yes, report immediately," the commander said with a nod. Not long after, the communications officer received instructions and said, "Orders have come from above." "Speak," said the commander. "They said not to intervene in the war. Also, that bronze divine tree has tremendous research value. They want us to obtain that divine tree at all costs after the war, not intervene in the war. Will the Black Dragon hand it over after the war?" The staff officer frowned tightly. "What can it do?" A hot-tempered officer snorted. "Even if the Black Dragon wins. After a battle like this, How much combat strength can I have left? Wounded and exhausted, facing our disciplined army. What right would it have to say no? The Black Dragon is highly intelligent. It should understand the situation and compromise. And if it doesn't, another officer took over, saying coldly, then we strike while it's sick and finish it off. The desert battlefield is already over. Orbital weapons are ready. If the Black Dragon refuses to submit, we destroy it. That way we get research material and eliminate a potential threat at the same time. The tent fell silent for a moment. I agree. The risks are controllable, and the gains are huge. I agree too. Lieutenant General, should we report this up and see what they think? Isn't this too risky? The staff officer raised his brows and said, if it were another force, maybe they'd compromise in this situation. But don't forget, the Black Dragon is a Titan, not a human. It doesn't matter. Even a Titan cannot stand against the machinery of the state. The commander was not worried in the slightest. Report it immediately. Fine. The staff officer nodded helplessly. Though he felt it was inappropriate, one thing they had said was true. In this world, no existence could stand against the machinery of the state. Not even a Titan. The military had more than enough capability and confidence to crush any threat. Not far away, in a hidden stretch of mountain forest, dozens of figures lay in ambush, watching this world-destroying battle. The old man at their head held a compass-like magic artifact in his hand and spoke in a low voice. The sect master has given orders. After the war, we are to sneak into the underground palace and obtain the golden core pill formula of the ancient Shu survivors at all costs. The sect master has good eyes. One old man narrowed his eyes. To inherit a person's memories, even if it has little to do with the original body itself, if improved, it may really make soul transfer possible. Then, we will live forever. The moment those words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned fiery. This was immortality. Who could resist such a temptation? But the Black Dragon is too powerful. If we rashly get involved, we'll probably be reduced to ashes in an instant. Someone said worriedly. Elder Compass's gaze flickered. It's fine. We've already reached a preliminary understanding with the military. They want that bronze divine tree. We want the pill formula and secret arts. If the ancient Shu side wins after the war, then we join forces with the military and wipe them out. And if the Black Dragon wins, a cold curve lifted at the corner of his mouth, then that's even better. After such a great battle, the Black Dragon must be at the end of its strength. When the time comes, we'll join forces with the military and pressure it together. There's no way it won't compromise. Rumble. Just then, thunderous noise erupted everywhere. Above Min Mountain, the battle seemed to have changed again. Something's not right. An elder focused his senses, frowning. The Corpse Dragon's healing ability is too monstrous. If this keeps going, the Black Dragon might be worn to death. While the Corpse Dragon can recover to its peak state in the blink of an eye. Then didn't we come here for nothing? The Black Dragon is way too useless. I'm not even asking for the Black Dragon to kill the Corpse Dragon. Even both sides ending up badly injured would be fine. Everyone frowned deeply and started discussing it all at once. The Compass Elder said in a low voice. From the current situation, the Corpse Dragon can heal endlessly. The Black Dragon's defeat is already certain. It may try to flee. Then what do we do? The Grandmaster said it clearly. No matter the cost, we must get the golden core. I have a way. The Compass Elder suddenly smiled. If the Corpse Dragon wins, then we'll go kill the Black Dragon. Its blood alone, used for pill refinement, would be enough to extend a person's lifespan. I believe the Sect Master will be very pleased to see that. Elder's suggestion is good. No matter whether the Black Dragon wins or the Corpse Dragon wins, the final winner will still be us. Roar. The howl echoed through the skies over Min Mountain, and the entire mountain range trembled. Right after that, a waterfall of blood fell from the heavens. Blood splashed down from high above, and the battlefield was filled with an unbearable stench. Quite a few Titan bloodline bearers could barely remain standing the moment they caught the smell. Within a sea of clouds, the Corpse Dragon's massive body twisted without end. Its body was covered in deep wounds that exposed bone. At the same time, atop the bronze divine tree, on the 9 main branches of the crown, the pressure from the 9 ancient kings was growing stronger and stronger. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A deep, rumbling wail came from the depths of the earth. Earth chi gathered from all directions and surged toward the bronze divine tree. On the trunk, rune patterns lit up one after another. Each time one lit up, a bronze leaf came alive. When the runes reached the crown, the entire divine tree began to glow like a gigantic bronze torch. The auras of the 9 ancient kings grew even stronger. At this rate, they were about to become true Titan bodies. Not good. Midway up the mountain, sword light arced like a rainbow. Miao Yuxian was stained with blood. She had just cut off the head of a lesser Titan when her attention was drawn to the bronze divine tree. They're getting stronger and stronger. If all of them transformed into Titans, 9 Titans, what would that mean? That was enough power to sweep across the world and overturn dynasties. They had to be stopped. Miao Yuxian's gaze turned grave. The Black Dragon had already completely suppressed the Corpse Dragon. Victory was only a matter of time. But time was exactly what they lacked the most. The corpse dragon's healing ability was too strong. Even if torn apart, it could recover rapidly. And over at the bronze divine tree, the breakthrough had already entered its final countdown. There was no time left. Miao Yuxian gave a sharp shout. All who can still fight, hear my command. Stall for time and create an opportunity for Dragon Lord. Before her voice had even fully fallen, she charged straight toward the location of the bronze stakes. Several lesser titans followed behind her. Faster. She had to be faster. Miao Yuxian accelerated, the long sword in her hand cutting down monster after monster. Across the battlefield, sword chi crisscrossed. Miao Yuxian darted all the way through and finally found a bronze stake. About 10 zhang tall, deeply embedded in the earth. Move. Miao Yuxian slashed out with her sword. Metal clashed against metal. Several lesser titans strode forward. Just as they were about to destroy the bronze stake, several bronze giants suddenly rushed over and became locked in a deadly struggle with them. I'll hold them off. Miao Yuxian stepped forward on her own and fought 3 bronze giants at once. The several lesser titans quickly closed in and attacked together. At last, they broke through this bronze stake. Ants, you seek death. A furious roar, like thunder, came from the bronze divine tree. The next second, flames shot into the sky. Miao Yuxian turned her head and saw fireballs crashing down, completely turning the surrounding area into a sea of fire. In an instant, several lesser titans were killed on the spot. Miao Yuxian retreated at top speed, but she still failed to dodge in time. The heat wave from one fireball struck her, and more than half her body was instantly charred. High in the sky, the battle was brutal. Boom! The corpse dragon smashed heavily into the ground, kicking up a sky full of dust. Its stitched-together body was, in the end, still a dead thing. Under the dragon claws, horrifying wounds split open, and foul-smelling blood poured out like waterfalls. Black Dragon, even if you beg for mercy, this king will never forgive you again. Qin Song roared in fury. As soon as the words fell, lightning flashed. Li Yujing burst out of the sea of clouds, grabbed the corpse dragon's head in one claw, and lightning erupted from his talons. Crackle. The surrounding area instantly became an ocean of thunderstorm. Qin Song opened his bloody maw and let out a pained howl. Within the lightning, his corpse dragon body was continuously being burned in a charred blackness, but the Dragon Pearl's power rapidly healed his fleshly body. The 2 broken halves of his body merged back together. Destruction and healing were actually evenly matched. Qin Song's voice was weak, yet still mad. This king can wear you down for 1 day, 10 days, even 1 year. In the end, you'll still be worn to death. He was not bluffing. The power of the Dragon Pearl was vitality. As long as the Dragon Pearl did not shatter, his corpse dragon body could regenerate without limit. The Dragon Pearl was invincible. In this world, there was nothing that could kill him. Aunt Li Yujing spoke. The vitality of the Dragon Pearl, isn't yours. Even if we fought for 1 year, you still wouldn't be this Lord's match. If you've got the ability, then come kill this king. The corpse dragon roared and lunged again with its ruined body. Li Yujing opened his mouth. Deep in his throat, lightning began to flicker. No, it was just lightning. Wrapped within the thunder, a streak of red light quietly appeared. That red light was faint at first, but it swelled in an instant and turned into sky-piercing killing intent. That was the dragon-slaying sword. He had obtained it from the Du family ancestral shrine and had almost forgotten about it. The Du family could not bring out the power of this ancient magical artifact. Even the sword light alone would drain the user's blood dry. But Li Yujing was a dragon. With just a single drop of dragon blood, he could activate this magical artifact. What? Qin Song's eyes widened. What kind of sword was that? Its killing intent was actually so surging. The corpse dragon, made from titan flesh and blood, was feeling alarm in its heart. It was also afraid. This lord will show you. Li Yujing said no more. The lightning and red light in his throat erupted at once. Boom! The thunder blasted out point blank, pouring directly into the corpse dragon's giant mouth. Violent lightning exploded inside the corpse dragon's body, and in the next second, the dragon-slaying sword shot out. Boom! The corpse dragon's enormous head exploded. Li Yujing caught the dragon-slaying sword with a backhand grab. Killing intent surged to the heavens as he directly cut the corpse dragon into 2. Its healing speed had been suppressed. Impossible! Qin Song's shriek rang out at the same time from both halves of the corpse dragon's body. On one section of the corpse, flesh squirmed and turned into the form of a human head on a dragon body. Dragon Pearl, give me power. Qin Song roared in fury, trying to summon the other corpse chunks. Naturally, Yujing would not give him that chance. He dove down, the dragon-slaying sword in his hand bursting with even stronger killing intent. Amid the splattering flesh and blood, a figure staggered out. Qin Song was completely panicked. What kind of sword was this? It could actually restrain the Dragon Pearl's ability? No, it wasn't he restraining the Dragon Pearl. It was restraining the shell. He did not hesitate. He turned and fled. Trying to run now? Do you still have time? A cold voice came from overhead. Qin Song swiftly looked up. The enormous dragon body blotted out the sky and sun, and the shadow it cast completely engulfed him. Qin Song. Li Yujing slowly raised his sword. Now, can this lord still slay you? Kansong's whole body trembled. Run? Where could he run? In speed, strength, and divine abilities, he had been completely crushed by the black dragon. The only thing he could rely on, the dragon pearl, was also restrained by that bizarre sword. Black dragon. We could talk this out. Kansong turned and fled at full speed, but Li Yujing was already pressing down from above. The dragon-slaying sword slashed out and instantly split the corpse dragon into two. One half of the body rapidly writhed with flesh and blood. Kansong transformed once more into a human-headed, dragon-bodied form. Even under the suppression of the dragon-slaying sword, the corpse dragon's regenerative ability was still astonishing. Almost instantly, it could recover completely. But for Li Yujing, a mythical creature, that single instant was enough to decide victory and defeat. Damn it! Feeling the towering, killing intent behind him, Kansong completely panicked. At the same time, atop the bronze divine tree, the 9 ancient kings also panicked and shouted in unison, "Black dragon, stop!" The next second, countless massive fireballs condensed in the air and came crashing down like meteors. Rumble. On the mountainside, the explosions shook heaven and earth. Billowing smoke and dust swept out like the end of the world. This was indiscriminate bombardment. More than 80% of the Titan bloodlines were burned to ashes. Only the secondary Titans could withstand such power. Within the smoke and dust, Kansong fled far into the distance. The dragon pearl is here? The cold voice suddenly sounded again. Kansong's heart pounded wildly. He turned his head and saw Li Yujing's winding 200-jong body already bearing down on him. The other parts cut off from the corpse dragon had all had their regenerative abilities suppressed, but the section Kansong was in had not been affected at all. That was enough to prove it. The dragon pearl was here. Dragon Lord, whatever you want, I can give it to you. Looking at the ferocious black dragon pressing down on him, Kansong, now several sizes smaller, kept backing away in terror. I can even follow Dragon Lord. I possess a Titan body. If you wish to transform into a dragon, you need my help. I will sweep away all your enemies for you. This bronze divine tree is an ancient magic artifact. I can give it to you as well. I only ask that you spare my life. Kansong was in total panic, retreating again and again. But Li Yujing was already pressing in. His dragon body was towering, as if it would crush him to pieces. Dragon Lord, we are both mythical creatures. I've lived for 3,000 years. It wasn't easy. Spare my life. Disappear. Li Yujing slashed down with his sword. His killing intent turned into a terrifying red light that directly cut through Kansong's body. In an instant, blood gushed out like a flood. No! Kansong let out an unwilling roar. He had lain dormant for 3,000 years, gone through countless hardships and dangers, and had finally arrived in this world. Now that he had only just revived, how could he accept this? 3,000 years have passed. The divine kingdom has yet to recover. How can I die? Goddess, I have failed you. Blood spilled from his mouth as he looked up at the sky, feeling nothing but desolation in his heart. Li Yujing swung his sword again, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Among the shattered chunks of meat, a dim dragon pearl came into view. Li Yujing's eyes lit up. He quickly closed in and grabbed the dragon pearl in one motion. The dragon pearl, at last, was in hand. Without the dragon pearl, Kansong's life force rapidly faded. Li Yujing raised his sword and slashed. In an instant, the massive body was blasted into powder. Black dragon, stop! The moment Kansong was slain and the dragon pearl was taken, 9 overlapping roars erupted from atop the bronze divine tree. The fall of a king. The dragon pearl changing hands. It drove them completely mad. The dragon pearl was the key to their survival. They absolutely cannot let the black dragon take the dragon pearl. Stop him. Kill. The 9 kings roared in unison, desperately activating a secret art and forcibly drawing out the earth energy of Min Mountain. The bronze divine tree trembled violently, lighting up with dark red runes. In an instant, the sky changed color. Crimson flames surged into existence out of thin air, rapidly condensing into fireballs the size of houses. They radiated destructive heat and dyed the sky into a burning sea. Fall. The 9 kings pointed together. The fireballs filling the sky came crashing down like falling stars, smashing indiscriminately toward the entire battlefield below. The attack range covered all of Min Mountain. On the battlefield, terrified howls instantly erupted, but the fireballs were too dense. Their coverage too wide. There was nowhere to escape. Boom! The first fireball struck the ground, exploding into towering flames and smoke. Several secondary titans were burned into charred corpses. Then came the second, the third, the 10th, the 28th. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The unending explosions merged into a symphony of destruction. The earth split apart in mournful cries, and mountains were shaved flat. Sky and land alike were dyed a despairing crimson. Thick smoke billowed, blotting out the sky and sun. Within the sea of fire, life was no more than grass, rapidly evaporated into nothing. A dying struggle. Li Yujing's dragon body suddenly whipped around, turning into a bolt of lightning that tore through the sea of fire and shot straight into the clouds. Black dragon die. On the lowest platform of the divine tree, One ancient king roared in fury. He cupped his hands before him, and a dark red fireball over dozens of meters across instantly took shape, smashing viciously toward Li Yujing. Li Yujing did not even slow down. As his charging dragon body surged forward, he raised a foreclaw and slashed through the air at the incoming fireball. Whoosh! A tornado-like wind pressure burst from his claw and collided with the fireball. Poof! The seemingly mighty fireball instantly collapsed and vanished before the tornado-like wind pressure. The force of the wind pressure did not lessen. Like an invisible giant blade, it viciously swept across the platform where that ancient king stood. What? The ancient king only had time to let out a short cry before he, together with the bronze platform beneath his feet, was instantly shredded by the wind pressure. One strike, one king destroyed. The remaining 8 ancient kings had already leapt up from different platforms of the divine tree, transforming into 8 streaks of burning dark red light as they closed in on Li Yujing from all sides. Their auras connected and resonated with one another, and all of them had reached the peak of secondary Titan, just one step away from breaking through, but also possibly forever stuck at that threshold. Form the array. The leading ancient king let out a loud roar. They knew full well how powerful the black dragon was, but there was no way back now. The dragon pearl had been taken. Their king had fallen. Between them and the black dragon, only death remained. The 8 streams of fire rapidly fused together in midair. The light swelled violently, and a fused titan over 100 meters tall appeared, its entire body burning with raging flames. Its aura climbed again, infinitely close to that of a true titan. But in the end, it was still lacking a trace. Damn it, if not for the destruction of the bronze stake, we would have already become mythical creatures. An unwilling voice came from within the titan. Disappear. Li Yujing had no interest in hearing their last words. The speed of his enormous dragon body increased again, turning into a true bolt of thunder as it violently smashed toward that fused titan. Kill! The 8 ancient kings roared together and swung flaming giant fists to meet him head-on. A cold flash. Li Yujing's foreclaw, though it moved after them, arrived first. Before the flaming giant fist could fall, it had already slashed across the very center of the Titan's chest. Slash! The Titan's forward charge abruptly froze. At its chest, the cut mark pierced straight through its body. Li Yujing fired out a bolt of lightning and blasted it into powder. The fusion of the 8 ancient kings of ancient Shu had lasted less than 2 seconds before a true mythical creature. On the bronze divine tree, the light dimmed. Li Yujing slowly descended from the smoke-filled sky. Beneath his feet lay a true hell on earth. The battlefield no longer existed. It was covered in massive craters, and the air was thick with the intense stench of burning, enough to make one suffocate. As far as the eye could see, there was almost no intact life left. The cries of battle from before had already been replaced by dead silence. The Qingjiao's enormous body had been severed at the waist. The wound was char-black, and its aura was hanging by a thread, with only the faintest trace of life left. That was Li Yujing's dragon chi, sustaining the Qingjiao's final breath. Miao Yuxian lay on a patch of scorched earth. The black robe on her body had long since turned to ashes. Large areas of her skin were burned black and carbonized, to the point she was barely recognizable as human. But the faint rise and fall of her chest proved she still had one breath left. The ferocious tiger had fallen dozens of li away. Its body had almost been split into 2. Farther away, Shi Qingqing and the villagers lay scattered amid the wreckage. They had originally only been at the edge of the battlefield, cleaning up the stragglers. But for some reason, a black shadow had flashed past, and they had nearly been crushed to pieces. In a battle like this, they simply had no right to participate. The aftershocks of a Titan battle alone were enough to injure everyone. But all living beings possessing dragon chi had their last breath sustained and did not die immediately. Li Yujing held the dragon pearl in his palm. A deep and majestic dragon roar rang through this land of deathly silence. Qingjiao, you played a great role in breaking the formation. I grant you 1 strand of life, dragon chi. The dragon pearl trembled slightly, and a strand of pure airflow drifted out, crossing dozens of li before sinking into the Qingjiao's mangled upper body. Hiss! The Qingjiao's broken body trembled and let out a hiss. The horrific wound at its waist began writhing rapidly, at a speed visible to the naked eye. Flesh grew wildly and broken bones regenerated. In just a few seconds, it was fully restored. Kitianji in chief, Miao Yuxian, you saw through the opportunity, destroyed the formation, and cut off the root. Your merit is outstanding. I grant you 1 strand of life, dragon chi. Another strand of airflow floated out and entered Miao Yuxian's charred body. Dead skin fell away, revealing smooth skin beneath. After a few breaths, Miao Yuxian opened her eyes, divine light shining brilliantly within them. With a wave of her hand, a brand new black robe appeared out of thin air and draped itself over her body. Ferocious tiger, valiant in battle. I grant you 1 strand of life, dragon chi. 1 strand of life, dragon chi, after another separated from the dragon pearl and drifted toward every corner of the battlefield. The ferocious tiger let out a low growl as its body healed. The injuries on Shi, Qing, and the villagers rapidly recovered, and those severely wounded, dying secondary titans were also pulled out of mortal danger. Other than Shi, Qing, and the others, only 9 figures remained on the entire battlefield. The evil Jiao, the ferocious tiger, 5 other heavily wounded secondary titans, and Miao Yuxian. Many thanks, Dragon Lord, for your grace of rebirth. The secondary titans all lowered their heads and let out reverent growls. This was Dragon Qi, the power of titans. With his strand of life, Dragon Qi, their strength had risen to the peak of their level. Many thanks, Dragon Lord. Miao Yuxian also bowed solemnly. Li Yujing gave a slight nod and lowered his gaze back to the dragon pearl in his claw. The dragon pearl's light had dimmed to the point it was almost imperceptible. Its might was less than 1%. It was this 1% of the dragon pearl's power that had revived Kansong and given the corpse dragon that nearly undying monstrous regeneration. The dragon pearl's might was clear to see. No longer hesitating, Li Yujing opened his massive mouth and swallowed the dragon pearl into his abdomen. He would nourish it with his own dragon qi. Given enough time, the dragon pearl would surely recover all its power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the battle over, the roar of helicopter blades came from the sky. More than a dozen armed transport helicopters flew to the mountainside, hovered in place, and over 100 people stepped out. One group wore combat uniforms, their bearing sharp and efficient. The other wore long robes and were clearly no ordinary mortals. Greetings, profound wonder real man. The commander approached Miao Yuxian and spoke to her in a low voice for a few moments. Miao Yuxian gave a slight nod and looked toward the towering dragon silhouette in the sea of clouds. Dragon Lord, this lieutenant general from the military wishes to discuss something with you. General Su raised his head and looked toward the enormous dragon shadow, faintly visible in the air. Congratulations, Dragon Lord, on winning the Titan War. The sea of clouds remained calm, with no response. General Su continued, we have come here this time with no hostility. This bronze divine tree, according to our experts' preliminary assessment, possesses extremely high scientific research value. As for Dragon Lord, it likely has little use. Might Dragon Lord do us this favor and hand it over for our side to handle? Scram! The response he got was a cold dragon roar like exploding thunder. The sound wave carried pressure with it and slammed fiercely into the hearts of General Su and the others. Their faces turned pale, and they nearly collapsed to the ground. General Su's blood and chi churned violently, and he was furious and alarmed. The clouds churned, and 2 vertical pupils like suns lit up, looking down coldly upon everyone. General Su forcibly suppressed his discomfort and said in a deep voice, Dragon Lord, calm your anger. We truly mean no harm. We are only discussing it. Why not do us this favor with the bronze divine tree? Perhaps we may still have opportunities to cooperate in the future. Cooperate? With you? Li Yujing's voice boomed like thunder, full of disdain and mockery. Now that he had obtained the dragon pearl, his strength had greatly increased. Looking across all titans under heaven, who could contend against him? Not to mention a tiny military. The officers exchanged glances, their expressions all ugly. They were used to having the power of the state machine behind them. When had they ever suffered such contempt? At that moment, the other group stepped forward a few paces and cupped their hands toward the sky. Dragon Lord's divine abilities are vast. Your might shakes the universe. I am an elder of Yindi's sect. Dragon Lord, as an ancient existence, you must have heard of the name of my Yindi sect. Yes? Yindi sect? Dragon slaying squad? Li Yujing curled his lips, a cold, killing intent flashing through them. He was quite familiar with that name. The elder of Yindi's sect seemed not to notice the killing intent. Or perhaps he was highly confident in his sect's prestige. He continued with a smile, Dragon Lord. We ask for little. We only want the golden core pill formula of those ancient Shu survivors. Such a trivial thing is useless in Dragon Lord's hands anyway. It will be better to hand it over to my sect. Rumble. Before he could finish, thunder was already rolling down. The faces of the Yindi sect members changed drastically. This Dragon Lord actually cared nothing for face and launched a killing move without the slightest warning. Crack! A dazzling bolt of lightning struck down from the clouds. Run. Boom! The lightning hit the ground and exploded apart. The brief screams were cut short in the thunderstorm. In an instant, they were blasted into dust. Dead silence. General Su and the others stood frozen in place, cold sweat seeping from their foreheads. That bolt of lightning, just now, had been only dozens of meters away from them. But the scorching airwave and the terror of brushing past death still made their minds tremble. This black dragon truly had no scruples at all. Hith, hith, hith. Just then, an ethereal voice suddenly echoed across the mountainside. Black dragon, my Yindi sect has no grudge with you, yet you dare act so recklessly? You slaughtered an elder of my sect so wantonly. Do you truly not place my Yindi sect in your eyes? Do not think that after becoming a flood dragon, you can do whatever you please. The foundation of my sect far exceeds your imagination. The voice echoed as if coming from all directions. Aunt Li Yujing could not even be bothered to search for where the voice came from. His dragon mouth opened slightly, releasing a deep dragon roar. Roar. The dragon roar was invisible, yet it swept toward the direction of the voice's source like a tsunami. Several li away, in the mountain forest, the dragon roar followed the voice and struck over. Instantly, wild winds howled and sand and stones flew. Elder Luopan's body shook. Puffed. His face went deathly pale, and he opened his mouth and spat out a huge mouthful of blood. What a terrifying dragon-s might. From dozens of kilometers away, just the aftershock of a single dragon roar actually injured me. Elder Luopan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his voice trembling. Elder, we the disciples beside him were terrified. Leave now. This place is not safe to stay in. This black dragon is no ordinary titan. Only the sect master can deal with him. Elder Luopan made the decision at once and turned to flee. Whoosh! All of a sudden, boundless clouds and mist surged over from the direction of Min Mountain, instantly swallowing this whole stretch of forest. Not good. It's the black dragon-s clouds and mist. One disciple cried out in alarm. The black dragon is here. Shouts of panic rang out, and everyone froze in place. In the sea of clouds ahead, two enormous masses of light lit up, coldly looking down at them. Elder Luopan forced himself to stay calm and cupped his hands toward the glowing orbs. Dragon Lord, my Yindi sect is one of the top Dao lineages in the world today, with a long inheritance and deep foundations. Are you really unwilling to give us even this little bit of face? His words came to an abrupt stop, because a savage dragon claw as large as a house had already pierced through the dense fog and slammed down from above with a force that could crush everything. The wind from the claw screamed, and the air exploded. Wait, run, boom. The earth shook violently. Dirt and rocks flew everywhere, and the group was mercilessly crushed into meat paste. Li Yujing withdrew his dragon claw. His massive body swayed its tail once within the clouds and mist, then turned and flew back toward the main peak of Min Mountain. Yindi sect, the dragon-slaying team. He had quite a few debts to settle with that organization. Dragon Lord, wait. Just as he returned above Min Mountain, General Su's voice rang out. The rolling clouds suddenly stalled, and those two enormous vertical pupils slowly lowered from the cloud layer. An invisible pressure made the air freeze. What is it? Li Yujing's majestic voice rang out. You people want to fight this lord too? No. General Su's heart tightened, but duty compelled him to step forward anyway. Dragon Lord, you misunderstand. We have no intention of becoming your enemy. It's just that this bronze divine tree truly has little use to you. Why not hand it over? On what grounds? Dragon-s might was contained in the sound wave, making everyone's eardrums ache. If these people had joined the battle beforehand, then if a Yujing had been in a good mood, he might really have given it to them. But they hadn't participated in the fight, and now they want to come pick the peaches? Was there really such a good thing in this world? Among the crowd, a hot-tempered officer couldn't hold back any longer and raised his head to shout, Black Dragon, don't get too arrogant. Do you really think you're invincible under heaven? Yes, Li Yujing answered as if it were only natural. In all the heavens and earth. Who else can stop this lord? The officer choked on his words, his face flushing red. General Su was also angered by this arrogance, and his voice turned cold. Black Dragon, we admit that you are very strong, one of the top titans in the world today. But you need to understand clearly that what we represent is the power of the nation. We have enough strength and resolve to wipe out every threat, including you. He took a deep breath and stressed each word. We simply do not wish to start a war and cause needless casualties. But that does not mean we are afraid of you. This bronze divine tree, you'll hand it over whether you want to or not. Whether I want to or not. In the clouds, Li Yujing laughed, then spoke in a deep voice. Then what are you still waiting for? The moment his words fell, thunder rolled in peals, like the final warning before a storm descended. Every officer instantly tensed up, hands unconsciously pressing against the sidearms at their waists, even though those things were useless. But they had no doubt that in the very next moment, the black dragon would erupt and vaporize them like ants. In fact, lightning had already begun to flash. Just then, Li Yujing lifted his head and looked toward the sky. He sensed it. Somewhere in the high heavens, at an unknown distance, something had fallen upon him. A gaze? Someone was watching him? Didn't he quite feel like it? But didn't he matter? With the dragon pearl in hand, above heaven and below earth, across all directions in the 6 unions, who could still threaten him? Suddenly, a strange fluctuation came over. Li Yujing looked toward the foot of the mountain, and a glint flashed through his vertical pupils. What do we do? Looking at the unmoving black dragon, someone muttered softly. They already knew the black dragon's temperament. The fate of the Yini sect people was right in front of them. If they fought head-on with the few people they had here, they would definitely be vaporized in an instant. More importantly, once all pretense was torn away, the consequences would be impossible to predict. Black Dragon, wait. At that moment, a voice came from the distance. A helicopter descended, and an old man stepped out. He looked to be around 70, thin in build, yet every step he took carried its own imposing aura. The helicopter's rotor roar did not drown out his voice at all. Clearly, he was a cultivator. The old man strode over with the bearing of a dragon and tiger, raised a hand toward the clouds, and cupped it. Black dragon, you don't mind if this old man addresses you like that, do you? The sea of clouds churned, but there was no response. The old man seemed to have expected this and continued. All this dragon lord talk is too awkward. I'll just call you by name. Of course, you don't need to give me face either. I came today to discuss only one matter, and only two things, benefits or strength. He paused slightly, and his tone sank. If we can't reach an agreement, then there is only war. We're taking that bronze divine tree with us today. There is no room for compromise in this matter. Even if you, Black Dragon, possess heaven-reaching and earth-penetrating power, even if this place is reduced to scorched earth, our stance will remain the same. Even if the army is destroyed, even if cities are ruined and nations fall, we will pay any price. Speak, Li Yujing said. This old man suited his taste. Either speak from the perspective of strength or talk benefits. Those people from before had come empty-handed and tried to take his things. They simply didn't put him in their eyes at all. Seeing this, the old man could not help but let out a breath of relief. What he had said just now was no lie. The military truly had already prepared to play every trump card they had, even to the point of mutual destruction. Fortunately, things had not reached that step yet. The old man pointed toward the foot of the mountain and said, "You must already have sensed the thing below the mountain. We obtained it by chance several decades ago. It is a dragon claw. We are willing to use that dragon claw to exchange for the bronze divine tree." Li Yujing's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. He really had sensed it just now. It was an extremely concealed pressure that had made even his bloodline faintly stir. That aura was of a very high level. Its owner had at least been king class. Far from enough. Li Yujing spoke, his voice rolling like muffled thunder. Either add more to the offer, or the divine tree remains mine. What the dragon claw gets you in exchange is only a research opportunity. HM, the old man frowned slightly. Black dragon, your condition is too harsh. I sent it. An important part of a true dragon remains, and it only gets us a chance to research it. Yes, Li Yujing nudda. Since they were talking benefits, naturally, it would be from the standpoint of strength. His strength was overwhelming. Naturally, there was no such thing as equal standing. Either accept the terms or get lost. Fine. Wait a moment. The old man pressed his earpiece, and noisy voices came through. The black dragon is outrageously arrogant. If you ask me, we should just go to war directly. We're in Min Mountain right now, so there is no need to worry about hurting civilians. The military's orbital weapons are already prepared. They can launch at any time and kill the black dragon. But what if they can't kill the black dragon? As soon as those words were spoken, the earpiece went silent for a few seconds. That's impossible, right? Before long, more voices rang out. Orbital weapons are enough to heavily injure most titans. The Black Dragon 1T be an exception. It is indeed special, but I refuse to believe we can't wound it. I mean, just in case. How many just in cases do you want? One today, another tomorrow. At this rate, there's nothing left to discuss. We might as well go home and raise pigs. Everyone calm down. That dragon claw is useless in our hands anyway. Trading it away changes nothing. It may be useless to us, but that doesn't mean it'll be useless to the black dragon. What if it becomes even stronger? Then it'll be even harder to deal with later. If it gets stronger, do we not get stronger too? As long as we can study that bronze divine tree, our military strength will keep upgrading as well. That benefits both sides. Besides, so what if we can wound the black dragon? The moment it spreads the clouds and mist, it can enter the city directly. Are our missiles supposed to be fired into the city too? A war of attrition is useless against the black dragon. Either kill it in one strike, or don't start a war at all. 3 minutes later, the old man raised his eyes toward the clouds and mist. Black dragon, as you wish, we accept this condition. Before our research team arrives, we will notify you in advance. The old man said no more. He turned and boarded the helicopter, quickly disappearing into the distant horizon. Within the sea of clouds, the rumbling thunder gradually died down. Li Yujing tilted his head slightly and looked at Miao Yuxian, who stood quietly below. Where's the mountain gate of Yindi's sect? She did not hesitate, nor did she bear any psychological burden. The disciples of Yindi's sect move unpredictably. Their sect is not confined to a single location. As far as I know, one of their important Dharma residences lies deep within Shurxian Mountain in Dideo City. Li Yujing memorized it, then asked again. The earth vein of Min Mountain has been severed, and the circulation of earth chi is obstructed. Does your Kinianjian have any way to repair it? Miao Yuxian pondered for a moment. Repairing a damaged earth vein is no simple matter. I need to return to my sect and consult ancient texts and secret arts. Perhaps I can find some clues. Good. Reply as soon as possible. As his words fell, Li Yujing's massive body shifted and slowly descended toward the foot of the mountain. A heavy truck was parked there, its cargo compartment tightly covered. But even beneath the covering, that vast and ancient aura still seeped out, carrying endless sharpness and majesty. Even if all that remained was a skeletal frame. Almost by instinct, Li Yujing raised his left foreclaw and lightly slashed across his right foreclaw. Crimson dragon blood seeped out and dripped onto the bony claw. Buzz! The instant the dragon blood touched the dragon claw, a terrifying pressure erupted with a crash, like a slumbering, ferocious beast being awakened. The shock wave blasted away the covering, revealing a section of enormous claw bone over 10 meters long, savage in shape. The remains of a sovereign, and its mythical ability still lingered within. This trade was not a loss. Bang! With a soft sound, the dragon bone suddenly shattered apart, turning into countless bone fragments that surged into Li Yujing's right foreclaw and swiftly sank beneath the scales. The fusion had begun. His right claw swelled slightly, and intricate patterns emerged across the surface of its scales as if naturally formed. Suddenly, a violent, bloodthirsty intent of destruction surged through the right claw and slammed into Li Yujing's mind. He lifted his savage head, and a piercing red light flashed through his vertical pupils. Roar! The dragon's cry shook the land and swept in all directions. Min Mountain, Daba Mountain, Wu Mountain, Yunming Great Marsh. Every Titan bloodline that heard the sound lowered its head in worship, fear flashing through its eyes. Even true Titans felt that terrifying will of slaughter and could not help wanting to submit. A dragon claw with a mythical ability really was terrifying. The red light in Li Yujing's eyes gradually faded, but he could feel that he was unable to completely suppress this dragon claw. Violence, slaughter, like an instinct embedded in his body, impossible to restrain. Li Yujing shot into the air, raised his newly reborn right claw, and struck at a nearby, small mountain peak. Rumble! The small peak was instantly crushed into powder. If not for the protection of the life dragon pearl, then even with his current flood dragon body, if he took this claw head-on, he would probably be beaten into shutting down. Be quiet. Li Yujing lowered his head and looked at the right claw that was trying to stir up even greater slaughter. His dragon might press down fiercely. The claw trembled, then finally stilled. No matter how strong the remains were, they were still dead things. Naturally, they could not resist his will. But if he wanted to refine this power completely, it would still take time. Without lingering, Li Yujing rose into the air and slowly swam toward the crack deep within Min Mountain. As he left, the atmosphere in Min Mountain turned subtle. The evil flood dragon, the ferocious tiger, and the other 5 secondary titans all turned their gazes toward the same place. That was the corpse left behind after the corpse dragon collapsed. Even in death, it was still titan flesh and blood. To these secondary titans, it was an irresistible temptation. Devour it. Digest it. That would be enough to raise their strength by another level. A battle broke out, but because of the black dragon's presence, they reached a tacit understanding. They would decide victory and defeat, but not fight to the death. Deep underground, within the ruins of the subterranean palace, Li Yujing swam forward slowly. This bronze divine tree was simply too enormous. It had already become deeply entangled with the earth vein, and he still did not know how to deal with it. But it was definitely a good thing. After searching for a while, Li Yujing discovered something unusual at the thickest part of the divine tree's main root. That place was wrapped in countless bronze root tendrils. At a glance, it resembled a nest. He swung his dragon claw and tore through the bronze roots, revealing the scene inside the nest. It was a huge cauldron, about 30 meters tall, with 3 legs and 2 handles, its surface covered in relief carvings of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, birds, and beasts. Around the giant cauldron stood 8 bronze stakes. Li Yujing extended a dragon claw, grabbed one bronze pillar, and exerted a little force. Creak! The bronze pillar was easily pulled out. A strange change occurred. The bronze divine tree seemed to lose its support and trembled slightly. Li Yujing pulled out the other bronze stakes one after another, and the bronze divine tree shrank like a living creature. Its thick branches rapidly thinned and retracted, like all rivers returning to the sea, gathering toward the giant cauldron. In barely half a minute, the bronze divine tree, which had towered thousands of meters high, had vanished without a trace. All the bronze matter had gathered into the giant cauldron, condensing into a massive bronze seed. As expected, Li Yujing understood. With this thing, whether it was building a nest or gathering earth chi in the future, he would have another powerful tool. He searched around again, and a second giant cauldron appeared. Inside it were countless pills the size of peanuts. They were precisely the golden cores those priests had spoken of. They were the objects coveted by Yindi's sect. This thing was useless to him, but he could not leave it for outsiders either. Li Yujing headed to the deepest part of the subterranean palace. There was another crack here, the place the corpse dragon had crawled out from. He shifted his body and dived in. 100 meters, 500 meters, over 1,000 meters. After a full 5,000 meters, his vision suddenly opened up. Before him was a massive underground space beyond imagination. Curved stone pillars around the area supported this space. No, those are not stone pillars. This was a gigantic skeleton. The space inside, it was the inner chest cavity of some titan. Li Yujing's perception swept across it, and his heart shook. The aura of this remnant had long since dissipated completely, but the residual fluctuations of its origin still made his heart palpitate. This was definitely not an ordinary titan. Its life level had probably reached the sovereign class. He swam forward, Deep within the chest cavity, large chunks of muscle tissue and viscera still remained. They couldn't be wasted. Li Yujing spat out the dragon pearl. Strands of essence drifted up from the flesh and blood, were absorbed by the dragon pearl, and then merged back into his body. Time passed. 3 months went by. When Li Yujing opened his eyes again, he had already refined more than half of the flesh essence of this monarch-level titan. An unprecedented sense of power filled his entire body. His life level had risen because of it as well. In front of him, the dim dragon pearl released a faint glimmer. A bit of its power had recovered. As expected of a monarch-level titan, Li Yujing looked deeper into the skeleton. There was still quite a bit of flesh tissue left. Then he raised his right claw. 3 months had passed, yet he still had not completely tamed this dragon claw. Was its original owner too powerful? Or was this slaughtering brutality the dragon claw's mythical ability? Or perhaps an instinct? Li Yujing pondered silently. The effect of his dragon claw was truly strange. He could clearly control it and suppress it, yet he could never eliminate that murderous brutality. Soon, another 3 months passed. After absorbing all the essence from the titan flesh, Li Yujing woke once more. He had reached the peak. Li Yujing could clearly feel the rise in his life level. He was only one step away from becoming the Titan King. As for the dragon claw, nothing had changed. Now it could be confirmed. That murderous brutality really was an instinct that came with the dragon claw itself. Li Yujing's body swayed as he shot out of the underground palace. All of a sudden, a stinging pain came from the center of his brow. It felt as if something were gestating beneath flesh and bone, wanting to break out of its shell. A dragon horn? But he immediately rejected the idea. No, he carefully sensed it. Something really was being nurtured at the center of his brow. It seemed to be a mythical ability. This was very strange. He had never experienced anything like it. When he evolved into a flood dragon, it was only because his own strength had grown that he could wield the power of thunder. But to directly give birth to a mythical ability, could this be the sign of advancing to monarch level? Or was it because of his own bloodline? Still, that no longer mattered, because a clearer and stronger thought had already seized Li Yujing's mind. The heavenly tribulation of dragon transformation was coming. In this Dharma-ending age of exhausted earthly energy, he had endured 2,000 years of long time. In terms of accumulated years alone, he had long since met the requirement. And now his strength had surged. The dragon pearl was in hand. Everything was ready. All he lacked was a suitable location. A dragon vein tide that could stir the spiritual workings of heaven and earth and form the ritual of walking the flood. But another problem arose. The earth vein of Minshan had been severed, and the tide had nearly come to a standstill. Did he have to seize the dragon vein in the north, or the one in the south? Li Yujing pondered. With his current strength, it would not be too difficult. With the power of the dragon pearl, looking across the globe, the number of titans that could face him head-on could be counted on one hand. Unless it was a monarch-level titan. But even then, it still might not be his match. The more powerful a titan was, the more terrifying the amount of energy it needed. That was also why titans occupied mountains and earth veins. Only with enough food could they stay active on the surface. A monarch-level titan that had only just awakened. If it was careless, he could still kill it. Besides, he was about to transform into a dragon. Monarch-level titans were no longer a threat. I need to make preparations early. The ritual of walking the flood is a test given by heaven and earth. And it is also the time when I am at my weakest. Li Yujing understood this very well. This was the balance of heaven and earth. To possess greater power, one had to go through greater tribulations. Many ordinary titans did not have this weak period because from the very beginning, they had no chance or potential to advance into monarchs. Their strength would forever remain fixed at the titan level. This was an innate gap in life level. With a movement of his body, the enormous dragon form rose from deep underground and once again appeared above Minshan. Li Yujing looked to the east. That was Qinling, the territory of the nine-headed eagle, as a branch vein on the same mid-tier dragon vein. If that thing developed malicious intentions, it would also cause quite a bit of trouble. Although he had the dragon pearl in hand and feared no challenge, necessary preparation still had to be made. This was a habit he had developed over the past 2,000 years. Li Yujing moved his body and flew toward Qinling like a bolt of wind and lightning. Not long after, he had already entered the depths of Qinling. Screech! A sharp cry filled with storm power rang out. Wild winds rose. The sea of clouds parted, and a giant nine-headed eagle shot into the sky. All 18 red-gold eagle eyes were full of vigilance. Xuanhao, what do you intend to do? Wariness flashed through the nine-headed eagle's eyes. This sovereign is about to transform into a dragon. Li Yujing hovered in the air and got straight to the point. A trace of understanding flashed through the nine-headed eagle's eyes. Don't worry. I awakened not long ago. I have neither the intent nor the strength to fight you for control of the dragon vein. Even if you wanted to fight, you couldn't win against this sovereign. Li Yujing said flatly. So what? Displeasure flashed in the nine-headed eagle's eyes. Li Yujing looked at it. Under normal circumstances, none of you are this sovereign's match. But during the ritual of walking the flood, my life form will enter a weakened state. If you take advantage of that, it will be troublesome. You want to strike first and kill me? The wild winds around the nine-headed eagle intensified, pressure spreading outward as it prepared to launch a thunderous attack at any moment. Li Yujing easily dissolved the pressure, his voice calm and without fluctuation. Killing you won't be necessary. This sovereign only wants you to lie still and behave for a while. Don't worry, this sovereign possesses the life dragon pearl. After crossing the heavenly tribulation, this sovereign will personally heal your injuries. No room for negotiation? The nine-headed eagle's voice turned much sharper. None. Then fight. With a beat of its wings, a violent tornado hurricane instantly took shape and swept toward Li Yujing. Li Yujing reacted even faster and charged straight through it. Boom! In the first second, Li Yujing smashed the hurricane apart by force and appeared right in front of the nine-headed eagle. That slaughtered dragon claw shot out with it. In an instant, killing intent surged to the heavens. The giant nine-headed eagle's pupils contracted, and it inexplicably felt the illusion of death. Along with a miserable scream, its chest was nearly split into two, blood pouring down like torrential rain. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The miserable scream rang out again. 7 seconds. The nine-headed eagle crashed to the ground and completely lost its ability to fight. As expected, it was terrifying. Li Yujing raised his claw, even without using the dragon pearl. Even without using the battle power of a peak titan, just this dragon claw alone was enough to easily defeat other titans. Without stopping, he turned and flew toward another mountain range. Bala Mountain Range, a branch of the dragon vein. A rather cunning titan was hiding here. This thing had never moved around on the surface, so it had never been officially recorded by the authorities. But it might be able to hide from humans. It could not hide from Li Yujing. What's more, the Bala Mountain Range had already formed a titan ecosystem. There were obvious traces of a king entrenched here. It simply could not be concealed. Li Yujing could not be bothered to descend. He slightly opened his giant mouth. Crackle, boom. Azure lightning struck the ground and blasted deep underground. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The earth shook violently, and the valley collapsed. From the depths below came a furious and startled roar. Dirt and rock exploded outward as a colossal creature charged out in a sorry state. Looking up at the towering dragon shadow in the sky, a trace of fear flashed through its eyes. Li Yujing did not descend. He hovered in the clouds, his giant mouth opening and closing again and again. Boom, boom, boom. Amid a relentless chain of bombardments, the battle came to an end. Li Yujing did not devour it. With his current strength, only the essence of a monarch-level titan could raise his life level any further. Li Yujing rose into the air once more and headed for Kunlun Mountain. This mountain range was hailed as the ancestor of all mountains. The titan nurtured here was bound to be powerful. The moment he neared the outer region, a terrifying pressure rushed at him head-on. Roar! A furious roar exploded from the depths of the mountain range. Right after that, the tallest snow peak in the distance suddenly came to life. Snow collapsed, rocks tumbled down. It was not an avalanche, but a colossal beast over 200 john tall. The Snow Devil Lord, a titan born from Kunlun Mountain, had already reached the peak of ordinary titans. Perhaps it was only one opportunity away from the monarch level. Without a word, the battle erupted instantly. The Kunlun Mountains seemed to suffer a natural disaster. Dozens of snow peaks collapsed, the earth was scarred everywhere, and countless glaciers shattered apart. Roar! The Snow Devil Lord let out an earth-shaking roar. It seemed unwilling to accept defeat. As the peak titan born from Kunlun, it too longed to seize a dragon vein and advance to monarch. Li Yujing also became serious. Since it refused to submit, then they would decide life and death. What was more, he had discovered that inside Kunlun Mountain, one of the earth veins was broken, yet the earth vein tide still flowed without obstruction. And this titan had risen from exactly that place. Li Yujing faintly formed a guess. Earth veins were like rivers. If the river channel was destroyed, the flow would stagnate. But what if, at the fracture, there was a medium capable of conducting earth chi? A titan's body could absorb earth chi. Could the corpse of a titan serve as a bridge for the earth vein? The battle broke out once again. No one knew how much time passed. Blood soaked the mountains and rivers, and Li Yujing claimed victory. He grabbed the enormous corpse and rose into the sky. Along the way, a rain of blood scattered down. After returning to Min Mountain, Li Yujing threw the titan into the split in Min Mountain. Sure enough, the earth vein tide began flowing again. The foundation for dragon transformation had been completed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The mountain range shook, and a 100-meter green flood dragon burst out of the earth. Its whole body smeared with mud. It was none other than the evil river flood dragon. Over the past half year, it had lived miserably. While other titans were either sleeping or cultivating, it had been dredging the earth veins of the mountain range, utterly bedraggled. Damn it. Once I complete my flood dragon walk and transform into a true dragon, everything will turn around. The evil flood dragon spat out a mouthful of filthy mud. At present, it could only submit under the tyrannical might of the black dragon. Cloud and mist surged, spreading out from Min Mountain. Following the waterway of the Yangtze River, They flowed east all the way. As he sped along the riverbanks, Li Yujing heard quite a bit of commotion. His vertical pupils swept over the area, casually, and he saw that at the edge of a distant city, several buildings were collapsing, smoke and dust billowing. Looking closely, all of them were huge monsters wreaking havoc in the streets. Humanoid, yet not human, with mutated limbs. The House of Freaks is carrying out its business. Anyone who obstructs us will be killed without mercy. A savage roar rang out amid the chaos. Among the battling crowd, Li Yujing caught sight of a familiar figure. It was Miao Yuxian, holding a long sword light circling around her body. She was leading dozens of companions and cooperating with military special operations personnel to wipe out those freaks. Without stopping, Li Yujing continued down the river. Along the way, he passed countless cities, and in more or less all of them, he could see similar scenes of chaos. This left Li Yujing somewhat surprised. He had only stayed hidden for half a year, yet the changes in the outside world seemed even more chaotic than he had expected. The mythological era, the revival of Earth Qi. It was already expected that all kinds of life forms would awaken and mutate, but the speed was still a bit too fast. Clearly, someone was pushing this from behind the scenes. For example, this so-called House of Freaks was a fusion of humans and monsters. That was absolutely not something a normal mythological era should produce. However, none of that had anything to do with him. Right now, his only goal was to clear away every obstacle on the road to dragon transformation. The island city, Ten Immortals Mountain, Yindi Sect. The mountain terrain looked ordinary on the surface, but in Li Yujing's perception, there was a hidden barrier. Buildings stretched one after another, clouds and mist drifting ethereally. Li Yujing raised a dragon claw and slashed through the air. Boom! Violent wind pressure crashed into the mountain range. The invisible barrier shattered at once, and the rows of buildings were instantly crushed into powder. Enemy attack. What demon dares trespass upon the mountain gate of my Yindi sect? Defend. Countless people rushed out of the buildings. At the front were 3 old men with white hair and beards, all wearing Taoist robes, each holding either a compass or a command flag. In the next second, they froze. Within a sea of clouds, a terrifying dragon shadow blotted out the sky. It's the Black Dragon. Black Dragon, you killed the elders of our sect, and we already chose not to pursue the matter. Why are you still attacking my Yindi sect? One elder demanded sharply. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Violent thunder boomed through the heavens. In an instant, a storm of lightning raged, flashes of electricity bursting everywhere. Li Yujing raised his claw and seized the lightning, as if grasping a 100-jong thunder sword. The 3 elders were both shocked and furious, but they reacted extremely fast. The magical artifacts in their hands burst with dazzling light. It's trying to shake a tree. Li Yujing snorted coldly. The thunder sword came down. With a thunderous boom, the several elders and the mountain peak alike were split in two. Run! Seeing the elders die in an instant, the Yindi sect disciples scattered in all directions. Li Yujing sneered again and again. Run? Where to? The thunder sword was 100 jong long. Even if I let you run 99 jong first, so what? Black Dragon, are you truly determined to fight my Yindi sect to the death? An elder roared hoarsely as black clouds pressed down overhead. Disappear, hidden within the sea of clouds. Li Yujing swept out the 100-jong thunder sword. Boom! The earth shook and the mountains trembled, dust blasting into the sky. Half of the main peak was cut clean off at the waist. The thunderstorm swept in all directions, grinding the surrounding halls and towers into powder. Not long after, silence fell over the area. The sea of clouds churned, lifting the dark black dragon body as it drifted leisurely toward Yunmeng Marsh. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yindi sect headquarters. Inside a spacious pavilion sat dozens of figures. Their clothing varied. Some wore ancient Taoist robes, some simple hemp garments. Light was concealed in their eyes, and their cultivation was profound. The spell residence at Ten Immortals Mountain has been confirmed destroyed. Of the 12 elders stationed there, along with a total of 871 disciples, all have perished, one elder said. Not far away, a burly man slammed his fist onto the table. This is going too far. That black dragon killed over a dozen elders of our sect in Min Mountain, and now he's destroyed a spell residence too. Does he really think my Yindi sect is made of mud? Junior brother, calm down. Sitting across from him, an old man with a kind face slowly spoke. This matter is strange. Strange? An important spell residence of our sect has been destroyed, and you call that strange? This is a blood feud. The burly man glared angrily. The old man remained unhurried as he fiddled with his compass. Back in Min Mountain, they merely tried to negotiate with the Black Dragon and seek the ancient Shu Golden Core pill formula. Though harsh words were exchanged, it had not reached the point of exterminating a sect. Given the level of intelligence and power the Black Dragon has shown, would he really cross 10,000 li just because of a few verbal disputes and carry out such an act of sect destruction? That does not fit common sense. Investigate. The old man in the seat of honor spoke. Yes, Sectmaster. The white-haired elder beside him took out bamboo slips one after another. Spiritual light flickered in his eyes as he flipped through them at high speed. I have already checked all record from the past 100 years regarding our sect and the Black Dragon. We have had no contact. No contact. Expressions of surprise appeared on everyone's faces. The sect master continued, then checked the ancient records. The white-haired elder nodded. The ancient era is even simpler. Our sect only has one record of fighting a true titan, and it wasn't the Black Dragon. Then where exactly did this grudge between us and the Black Dragon come from? Everyone looked at each other. The Black Dragon underwent its Flood Dragon transformation 1 year ago. In other words, in ancient times, it may have only been a sub-titan. Focus the investigation on sub-titans. Yes, the white-haired elder inclined his head. Found it. Our sect's records of battles with dragon serpent type sub-titans total 28 times. That many? Everyone was shocked. In the past 2,000 years, if I remember correctly, our sect has records of 42 battles with sub-titans in total. That means our conflicts with dragon serpent type sub-titans account for more than half. I'm afraid it's even more than that. The white-haired elder's expression turned grave. These 28 encounters were all with the same sub-titan. Its name was Xian Jingzi. The first recorded appearance was in the spring and autumn and warring states period. According to the records, 13 of our sect masters died at the hands of Xian Jingzi. In other words, this Yu Jingzi is the Black Dragon? I'm afraid so. Then this is trouble. With a grudge like this, even if we don't make a move against the Black Dragon, it will definitely come looking for us. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The ancient Xian, she lay dormant in Wushan. The modern Black Dragon reigns over Yunming, shaking the world with its might. Xian, she, Black Dragon. It is very clearly the same existence. The leading sect master said flatly read. The white-haired elder nodded. First, annotations from a fragment of Huainanzi mention. During the spring and autumn and warring states period, the goddess of Wushan dwelled beside Xian Shi. This is the painting that was passed down. The white-haired elder opened the bamboo scroll and took out an ancient painting. Second, in 316 BC, Qin destroyed Shu, the first war of heaven and earth. Third, an anecdote from the Eastern gene records of the supernatural states that in the land of Ba, there was a giant snake with black armor hidden among the mountains. Those who saw it mistook it for a dragon. The white-haired elder spoke in an unhurried voice, but everyone listening was deeply alarmed. 2,000 years. What kind of existence was this? Yinni sect had even come into contact with titans over 10,000 years old, but most of them had been asleep, lacking the strength to move upon the surface. But the Black Dragon had existed the entire time. How had it survived? 6th, 7th, 8th. In the year 23 CE, the realm was in chaos. Our sect wished to support an emperor, so it intervened in mortal affairs and backed Wang Mang's succession to the imperial throne. During the Battle of Kunyang, Emperor Guangwu summoned a great serpent to join the fight. Our sect master died in battle, and an army of 400,000 collapsed. Xianxi vanished without leaving a trace. The outside world only passed it down as a strange tale of a meteor falling from the sky. 28th. In the 31st year of Hongwu, the Taizu emperor dreamed of Xian Shi and ordered Lord Lu to observe the stars. He said, Xianxi has stolen the dragon vein, devouring and breathing out the earth as qi. If this continues, it will become a great calamity and throw the order of the realm's dragon veins into chaos. He then secretly ordered the Jinhua division, the predecessor of our sect, to carry out the act of nailing the dragon. Our disciples found Xian Shi and fought it in a fierce battle. More than half of our elites were lost, and our vitality was badly damaged. After that, Xian Shi disappeared once more. The 29th is not from our sect's records. In 1934, Xian Shi appeared again, slew the great serpent of the 9 chrysanthemum faction, and vanished into hiding once more. Inside the loft, it became so silent that a pin drop could be heard. At this moment, all the clues were finally connected. They finally understood that the Black Dragon's annihilation of Yindi sect's branch was not because of a few verbal offenses. It was a blood feud spanning more than 20 centuries. This is bad. The scalp of every elder went numb. The leading sect master said calmly, so what? Even if the Black Dragon doesn't come for me, I will go find it. The history of the human race has always been a history of slaughtering divine beasts. Swirinchi drilled wood to make fire and lit the flame of civilization. That was a declaration of war against the gods of darkness and cold. You the great dredged rivers and subdued the floods. That was raising the blade against the gods of raging waves and deluge. King Wu struck down the dark bird. The Han ancestors slew the white emperor. Generation after generation, our sages blazed trails through brambles and thorns, taking back this land of survival inch by inch from their hands. Their era ended long ago. If they seek to rise from the ashes now, that will never be allowed. What we must do is preserve the continuation of the human Tao era and press every last one of them back into the grave. He rose and swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes as sharp as blades. Everyone, let this struggle spanning more than 20 centuries be brought to an end in the modern age. Yiming Great Marsh, Lake Hart Island. The blazing heat of July. The weather was growing hotter and hotter. Li Yujing coiled in the air, his molten gold vertical pupils half closed. Another scorching July. Ever since his emergence into the world, a full year had already passed. Time truly flew. His eyelids twitched. The perception born from his mythical ability was growing stronger and stronger. This was his resonance with heaven and earth, incomparably clear. The opportunity to transform into a dragon was not far off. Li Yujing lifted his head and looked toward the vast waters and the horizon. This time, when he underwent the flood dragon transformation, nothing could be allowed to go wrong again. The old matter of the Du family obstructing his Tao had already happened once. Naturally, he would not stumble over the same thing twice. He had lived for 2,000 years, lying dormant, enduring, fighting, scheming. He had seen too much and experienced too much. Before long, a plan rapidly took shape in his mind. Interesting. With a slight movement of Li Yujing's thoughts, the skies above Yunmeng Great Marsh, which had been clear just moments ago, suddenly darkened. Gray clouds gathered from all directions, stacking layer upon layer and pressing low over the waters. Then the rain began to fall. From raindrops the size of beans to lumps of water the size of fists, in an instant they connected into one sheet, turning into a torrential downpour. And this rain lasted for half a month. At the same time, within the earth below, a vast tide of earth veins began to ripple, flowing along ancient pathways. Starting from Kunlun, it slowly moved eastward. Pretty convincing. The corner of Li Yujing's mouth curled upward. If some expert proficient in the art of earth veins were to examine it closely, he might notice something strange. The course of the tidal flow seemed to have been deliberately guided. Beneath the murky rivers, under mud and silt where no one could see, bronze roots were spreading along the riverbeds. This was precisely the bronze divine tree. So far, this was the use Li Yujing had discovered for it. As for anything else, it had yet to be unearthed. Boom! The earth trembled, the waters split apart, and a massive figure emerged. It was the demon flood dragon of the evil river. At this moment, the azure flood dragon's body was already over 100 meters long. Its azure scales gave off a dim gleam in the rain, and its aura was vast, already at the peak of the subtitan level. With only the right opportunity for flood dragon transformation left, it would become a titan. A ferocious tiger burst out from the mountain forest. Its shoulder height exceeded 8 meters, its body length was over 20 meters, and its muscles bulged like iron. Its savage might was overwhelming. It had already advanced to subtitan rank. It had become one of the overlords of a land around Yunmeng Marsh. Immediately after, the waters churned once more, and 5 colossal creatures appeared. They were the subtitans that had survived the battle at Min Mountain, and their auras were all considerably stronger than before. Li Yujing swept his gaze over them, and his will transmitted directly into their minds. The 7 subtitans nodded. Some dove into the water, some rose into the sky, and they headed off in different directions, vanishing into the boundless curtain of rain. Li Yujing slowly rose into the air. Clouds and mist naturally gathered around him. His figure moved, and he sped toward Wushan. The dark clouds were thick, close enough to touch. Rain poured down like the heavenly river overturning, madly washing over the mountain ridges. Mountain floods converged and surged into the river channel. The river visibly swelled, letting out a deafening roar as it crashed wildly through the gorges. It was about to begin. Li Yujing hovered above Wushan, his dragon whiskers dancing in the raging wind, his vertical pupils reflecting the raging river below. Boom! Blinding lightning tore through the sky. Then came thunder that shook the mountains. Come on, let this storm grow even more violent. A cold curve rose at the corner of Li Yujing's lips. The abnormal celestial phenomena and the fluctuations in the earth veins had not escaped the eyes of the world. Yini Sect, headquarters secret hall. It's confirmed. The elder in charge of monitoring was beside himself with excitement. The black dragon has arrived at Wushan. The heavens are changing, and the earth chi is in turmoil. This is a sign of a flood dragon traversing the waters, transforming into a true dragon, and ascending to the heavens. This black dragon is truly formidable. In just 1 year, it has traversed the flood dragon path twice. The revival of this mythic era is truly terrifying. Good. Very good. Excellent. The Inisect Master said good 3 times in a row. When a flood dragon traverses the waters, that is when it is at its weakest. To shed its form and become a true dragon, it must devote its full strength to facing the tribulation of heaven and earth, leaving it no time for anything else. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Sect Master, with only our sect's strength, can we really stand against the Black Dragon? Another elder spoke with hesitation. Any sect was powerful, the strongest Tao lineage in the world today. But the Black Dragon's terrifying strength was plain for all to see. It could be called one of the strongest titans in the current age. Do you think I don't know that? Lin Daoxing's expression remained calm. I've already made the arrangements. Behemoth is very interested in a live titan specimen. Besides, they also have a grudge against the Black Dragon. And that mountain-moving titan in the Chilean mountains has long coveted the mid-grade dragon vein as well. In a few days, I will personally go speak with it. Sect Master is wise. The elders in the hall all grew excited. After the meeting ended, Lin Daosheng went to the back mountain. Before a massive cave sat 4 weathered old men. "Greetings, sect master." The 4 sat cross-legged on the ground and gave slight nods. Lin Daosheng inclined his head and walked into the cave. 1,000 meters down, a vast karst cavern came into view. Clatter. The sound of chains dragging rang out. The next second, a huge shadow emerged. Lin Daosheng said flatly, "Yin Zhongzi, I recently heard something. Your old friend seems to have appeared." "Old friend? Who?" A shrill voice came from the darkness. "Xianxi, Yu Jingzi." Lin Daosheng sat on a stone chair and said calmly, "According to the records, you two once took part in the first war between heaven and earth and fought side by side against ancient Shu, correct?" "Hey, hey, hey." A shrill laugh came from the darkness. "What are you laughing at?" Lin Daosheng's expression did not change. "It's been 2,000 years, and that bastard is still moving about openly on the surface. That alone proves he already succeeded in transforming into a dragon. Since you came here, I assume you want my help dealing with Yu Jingzi?" "Yes." Lin Daosheng nodded. "Ha ha. On what grounds?" The huge shadow gave a mocking laugh. "You people have imprisoned me for 800 years. What makes you think I would help you?" Lin Daosheng said expressionlessly, "You have no right to refuse. This is a life or death crisis for my sect. If you refuse, I will execute you immediately." Hearing this, the massive shadow fell silent. "Ifina, Fina. It has been a long time since I last saw an old friend." The estuary Modu. Inside a certain conference room, the place was packed. They were Behemoth's beast hunter force, ordered here to hunt the black dragon this time and wash away their previous humiliation. On the giant screen, real-time satellite footage of Wushan was playing. The Earth Chi is rising sharply. It matches the signs preceding a life ascension ritual, just as Yindi Sect said. The black dragon really is about to traverse the flood dragon path again. Good. Very good. The bald, burly man licked his lips. This is a special titan, one that already possesses mythic abilities. Those financial magnates have offered sky-high prices. Just one scale is worth 50 million. If they can be forged into a full suit of armor, the value will multiply 100-fold. 100 milliliters of dragon blood is worth 1 billion. Pass the order down. All hunters are to enter the highest state of combat readiness and bring every piece of special equipment. Once the black dragon starts shedding its skin, we'll give him a nice surprise. Yes, sir. Chile Mountain Range, somewhere underground. A giant beast the size of a small mountain slowly opened its eyes, traversing the flood dragon path and becoming a dragon. A mid-grade dragon vein. A low mutter like muffled thunder came from its mouth. These little bugs do know how to name a price. Fine, I'll go take a look. It let out a low growl, and the sound waves echoed through the mountain range. Not long after, 3 powerful auras rapidly approached from different directions of the range. Farther away, the forest shook. Under the will of a king, thousands of giant beasts of all shapes and generally enormous size began gathering. Wushan, Jump Gorge. Rumble. The river water had completely boiled over. Mountain floods and torrential rain merged into raging waves, like a giant dragon breaking free of its cage, madly battering the steep cliffs on both banks. Muddy surges rose into the sky, their roar carrying for 100 li. The entire great river was howling. It begins. Li Yujing's dragon body, 200 zhang long, plunged into the deepest part of the boiling river center, where the currents washed over his icy scales. Boom! Heavy dark clouds pressed down upon the river, so low they seemed within reach. Deep inside the cloud layer, thunder rolled. Crack! Blinding lightning tore through the clouds and struck viciously into the churning waves below, also illuminating the enormous shadow beneath the water, appearing and vanishing from sight. Li Yujing's gaze was deep and undisturbed. Several li away from the river center, on a cliff at higher elevation, several hundred figures stood there in silence. Most of them had physiques different from ordinary humans. Some were covered in dense scales, over 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles. Another group gripped dragon scales in their hands, their auras sharp. At the front was Shi Qingqing. She wore simple scale armor, her gaze calm, with faint dragon chi coiling around her. Su Wanqing stood beside her. Looking at the apocalyptic scene, her face turned slightly pale. Has the Dragon King begun crossing his tribulation? I heard that when a flood dragon traverses the waters to become a true dragon, that is when the Dragon King is at his weakest and in the greatest danger. It's fine. Shi Qingqing's tone was steady. The Dragon King has his own arrangements. She knew the truth of the matter. This seemingly dangerous flood dragon traversal was, at its core, never really about crossing the tribulation. Several thousand kilometers away, Titan Defense Bureau headquarters. On one side of the long table sat several high-ranking generals led by General Su. On the other side sat 3 elderly men from Yindi Sect in ancient Taoist robes. General Su, let us not beat around the bush. The leading elder spoke first. The Black Dragon is currently at Wushan traversing the Flood Dragon path, intending to transform into a true dragon and ascend to kingship. As for this creature's temperament, the general already had a taste of it at Minshan. Violent, capricious, treating ordinary people like grass. It also bears a blood feud with my Yindi sect spanning generations. It can hardly be said to be on friendly terms with the military either. If that thing succeeds in becoming a dragon and rises to become a true king-class titan, then with its strength and ambition, it will surely become a grave threat to both of us. If we wait until then to try and restrain it, it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven. So, General Su's expression remained calm. The leading elder leaned forward slightly, his eyes gleaming. We've already made contact. The international behemoth beast hunters already have a grudge against the black dragon, and they want dragon blood as well. That mountain-moving giant spirit in the Chilean mountains has also long coveted the mid-grade dragon vein. With the three parties joining forces, we can definitely strike it a fatal blow while it is at its weakest during the flood dragon traversal. He stared at General Su and said in a deep voice, "But for this matter, we need the military to make things convenient for us. At the very least, remain neutral and do not interfere. Once it is done, my sect is willing to split the Black Dragon's corpse equally with the military." Hearing this, General Su fell silent. Of course, he understood the threat posed by the Black Dragon. After the previous friction, the military's upper ranks had also held quite a few grievances against this unruly flood dragon that was difficult to control. This matter is of great importance. General Su slowly said, "I need to request instructions. Next door to the conference room. Inside the observation room, fitted with one-way glass." Several elderly men with even higher ranks on their shoulders were silently watching the negotiations next door through the glass. They were the real decision-makers. "What do you all think?" The old man in the center, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, spoke first. At present, the elderly man wearing glasses said, "Although the Black Dragon acts domineeringly, it has not come into any irreconcilable conflict with our country, nor has it shown any intention of overturning the existing order. Judging from how Yunming Marsh has been governed, I believe there is a possibility of controlled coexistence. This matter needs careful evaluation." Controlled coexistence? The old man with the rank of general snorted coldly and pointed at the Yindi sect elder beyond the one-way glass. "Making plans with a tiger is already dangerous enough, let alone coexisting with a dragon? The nature of mythical creatures will never change. Weak devour the strong, power above all else that is carved into their bones. If they're not overturning the current order now, it is only because their strength is still within control, or because the time has not yet come." General Wang is right. The military brass exchanged glances, and one after another voiced their agreement. If the Black Dragon succeeds in transforming into a dragon this time and becomes a monarch, then rising above the mundane world will be almost inevitable. At that point, will it follow our laws, or will we have to live by its whims? General Li is absolutely right. Just look at the current Yunming Great Marsh. The Black Dragon's will is already the highest law in that region, and this is only the beginning. If the Black Dragon's strength keeps swelling and it continues to expand, then one day. He did not finish, but the meaning was obvious. "So agreed? I support neutrality. Besides, what reason do we have to stop this encirclement? Yindi's sect has expanded too aggressively these past years. Its reach has long since penetrated every sector, and its actions have become more and more unrestrained. Whether we use the Black Dragon's hand to weaken them, or use their hand to heavily wound the Black Dragon, it is all benefit and no harm to us." Agreed. Inside the observation room, opinions quickly converged. In the meeting room next door, a brief instruction came through General Su's earpiece. His gaze shifted slightly as he looked at the elderly men. "The higher-ups have agreed." General Su spoke, but his tone turned stern. "However, there is a condition." "Please speak, General." "Cities are densely packed along the river, with a population in the hundreds of millions. Under no circumstances is battle allowed to break out in densely populated areas, especially near major cities. That is the bottom line. Please rest assured, General." The old man in the long robe revealed a smile and cupped his hands. "Our sect has already made thorough plans for this matter. For the Black Dragon to walk the Flood Dragon path, it must borrow the power of water. Its final goal is to enter the sea, and the final battlefield we have chosen is the estuary Modu. Then it's settled." General Su nodded. "Many thanks, General. Farewell." At noon, Moda City. Woo woo woo. The shrill air raid sirens tore across the sky above the city. Almost at the same moment, in every corner of the city, radio, television signals, text messages, online push notifications, every channel of communication was repeating the same emergency alert. Emergency notice. The path of a super typhoon has suddenly shifted and is expected to strike our city head-on within 5 hours, possibly bringing catastrophic impact. The highest level meteorological disaster emergency response has now been activated. All citizens, please remain calm, follow instructions, and evacuate in an orderly manner within 5 hours. Repeat, this is not a drill. All citizens, evacuate immediately. Police lights flashed through streets and alleys. Countless police officers holding loudspeakers guided the streams of people and vehicles toward the main roads leading out of the city. The subway, high-speed rail, and all expressways were converted into one-way evacuation routes. Panic inevitably spread. Crying, shoving, car horns, roaring broadcasts. All kinds of noise mixed together into utter chaos. But under powerful propaganda efforts and the maintenance of armed forces, the evacuation proceeded with astonishing efficiency. In just a few hours, the once prosperous and clamorous streets had become emptier than ever before. Boom, boom, boom. On the city streets, towering buildings suddenly exploded apart, amid flying rubble and shattered glass. Several ferocious, giant beasts smashed through storefronts and appeared on the empty streets. Red light glimmered in their eyes as they let out low growls. A-woo, a-woo, a-woo. The howls rang out without end. One monster, shaped like a giant lizard, seemed to catch a scent and lunged into an alley. Deep in the alley, an elderly man hiding there and, trembling in fear, let out a scream of despair. A spray of blood burst forth, and the scream cut off abruptly. In the city center, atop a skyscraper, Lin Daoxing stood at the edge of the high-rise with his hands behind his back, looking down at the scattered scenes of predation appearing across the city below, his face calm and unmoved. An elder came behind him and said in a low voice, "Secmaster, the beast pack from Chilean mountains has gone out of control. They've already begun preying on citizens who failed to evacuate in time. At present, we estimate that quite a few people have already died. Should we restrain them? After all, we have an agreement with the military. Restrain them? How?" Lin Daoxing did not turn around. His voice was flat, without the slightest warmth. They're only a pack of wild beasts. Once they've tasted blood, they'll only grow more excited and harder to control. If we suppress them now, conflict is inevitable, and it will only waste our strength. I only hope they can keep this ferocity. When the time comes to deal with the Black Dragon, they may prove a little more useful. How are we supposed to explain this to the higher-ups? The others exchanged glances, still uneasy. Explain? Explain what? Lin Daoxing's expression did not change. If we lose this battle, UI and the entire Yindi sect will all be reduced to ashes. Who would we still need to explain ourselves to? He turned back and looked at them. If we win this battle, and the Black Dragon is executed, then when that time comes, who will pursue the matter? Who would even dare? The crowd fell silent and said no more. The cold wind on the rooftop was biting, carrying a faint smell of blood. Although 99% of the people had evacuated, there were still stubborn holdouts. But there was no time to worry about that now. Gathering this much force in such a short time, chaos was unavoidable. Outside the city, heads packed together in dense masses. At this moment, both banks of the new river were filled wall to wall with people. They were Yindi Sect's main force, more than 10,000 in number, all dressed in ancient-style armor, standing solemnly in complete silence. Dozens of elders were stationed at key points throughout the area, holding all kinds of Dharma artifacts as they carried out final checks and adjustments. Using the riverbanks as a foundation, array patterns flickered in and out of sight. Farther away, in the direction near the estuary, was another group. It was none other than Behemoth's hunter force. Glop, glop, glop. Urgent hoofbeats approached from afar. Several riders on tall horses raced along the riverbank with banners on their backs, shouting loudly at the same time, "Attention, order from a flag officer. In about 1 shurchen, the target will arrive. Repeat, in about 1 shurchen, the target will arrive. Where the Black Dragon passes, clouds and mist will block all electronic signals. All communication devices will fail. Every unit is to use flag signals, lights, and whistle calls as signals and obey the orders of their respective flag officers. Those who disobey orders, beheaded." The orders were passed down layer by layer, and the atmosphere became more and more grave. The killing intent was so dense it almost solidified. The atmosphere was oppressive as time quietly passed. The river's surface grew wider and wider. Because it was about to enter the sea, the current seemed calmer, but it was still muddy and swift. At the distant horizon, where met the river's surface, rolling, surging dark clouds were advancing toward the sea outlet at an astonishing speed. Wherever they passed, the daylight dimmed. The Black Dragon is coming. No one knew who shouted it hoarsely, but in an instant, the oppressive atmosphere was shattered. Countless gazes turned in unison toward the western river surface. At the leading edge of the churning clouds, deep in the heart of the river, an enormous black shadow beyond imagination was cleaving through the raging waves and charging toward the river mouth. Now, raise the formation. Somewhere along the riverbank, an elder with white hair and beard burst with sharp light in his eyes and let out a hoarse roar. Dragon binding lock, rise. On both sides of the new river, 9 gigantic bronze pillars rose up. The runes carved across their surfaces lit up with dazzling cyan light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless bronze chains as thick as giant pythons shot out from the pillars like lightning, spreading toward the river's surface. The river water slammed against the banks, and the giant shadow emerged. Go bind it. Dozens of elders cast their spells at the same time. The chains twisted like winding dragons and serpents, rapidly wrapping around that enormous black shadow in the middle of the river. At the same time, several dozen other elders presided over the formation, their hands forming seals. Killing formation, open, kill. More than 10,000 Yindi sect disciples let out a world-shaking roar in unison. The waves of sound merged and shot straight into the sky. The armor on their bodies lit up with a dark red glow. A dense, bone-chilling, terrifying, killing aura surged skyward from the formation of 10,000. Above them, the clouds rolled and churned. Even the heavy dark clouds seemed to thin slightly under the impact of that killing intent. This killing aura was no illusion. These were ancient suits of armor collected by Yindi's sect. Their former owners had all been battle-hardened veterans who had killed countless foes. Yindi's sect used a secret art to activate them, forming a cultivation system centered on killing aura, and its power was incomparably great. This was also the foundation Yindi's sect relied on to suppress all directions and awe the world. The killing aura rolled forward like a tide, crashing down toward the center of the river. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The black dragon had been trapped by the dragon-binding lock and exposed to the impact of the killing formation, right at the moment when it should have been at its weakest during its flood dragon transformation. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon-s roar filled with endless majesty and mockery exploded from the center of the river. The sheer force of the sound instantly overwhelmed the roars of 10,000 people. On both banks of the new river, every Yindi sect disciple turned deathly pale, their ears ringing violently. Quite a few had their legs go soft and nearly collapsed on the spot. Crack, crack. Immediately after came an unending series of metallic snapping sounds. Those 9 dragon-binding locks, enough to restrain mountains, actually shattered like fragile hemp ropes under a slight flick of the black shadow's tail in the river. The black shadow broke free and no longer hid beneath the water. Splash! Water shot into the sky. A towering dragon body, massive as a mountain and winding for 200 zhong, hovered 100 meters above the river surface, wrapped in endless mist and spray. The torrential rain stopped. The thick dark clouds that had been hanging over the river also rapidly scattered and retreated the instant the dragon body revealed itself. Sunlight poured down once more, illuminating the sky above the river, illuminating that awe-inspiring black flood dragon, and illuminating the countless frozen faces on both sides of the riverbank. Li Yujing hovered in the air, lowering his ferocious head. His molten gold vertical pupils were like 2 suns as they slowly swept over the battle formation below, which had been waiting in full array. Dead silence blanketed the entire battlefield. Within Yindi Sect's battle formation, all the elders exchanged glances, and the expressions on their faces completely froze. More than 10,000 disciples were all stunned, their minds blank. The flood dragon transformation is over, a young disciple murmured instinctively. And know that not, right, an elder widened his eyes, his voice full of horror. This isn't a flood dragon transformation at all. The heavenly phenomenon was fake. Its weakness was an act. From beginning to end, this so-called flood dragon transformation was a trap, a monstrous scheme to lure all of us out into the open. The black dragon's goal was to wipe us all out in one net. The black dragon laid this out. It wants to wipe us all out. That hoarse cry was like a bucket of ice water dumped over everyone present, turning every person on the riverbank cold in an instant. The reason they had dared gather here and make a move against a legendary flood dragon was, at its core, one thing. The black dragon was undergoing a flood dragon transformation and was in a weakened state. But if their opponent was a black dragon at full strength, or possibly even stronger, who could fight it? Who would dare? Fear spread wildly through the battle formation. Li Yujing dove down, expression indifferent. Lightning had already struck out, crashing toward the direction of the densest part of the army formation. Run! The scream had only just sounded when it was completely drowned out by deafening thunder. The lightning slammed straight into the center of the formation. Rumble! In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. It was as if a nuclear bomb had exploded in the middle of the crowd. Blind electric light erupted and instantly devoured everything around it. In the central area, over 1,000 Yindi sect disciples were vaporized on the spot before they could even react. I'll help! Run! The orderly battle formation collapsed in an instant. The outer disciples were scared out of their wits. Throwing away armor and weapons, they fled in all directions, crying and screaming. What formation? What commands? No one could care about any of that now. The lightning vanished, but its aftermath turned into countless electric serpents that darted wildly through the air. Evil creature, don't be so arrogant. A Yindi sect elder roared as he charged out from the flank. In his hand, an ancient bronze sword lit up as he slashed through the air at a thick electric serpent. The moment the electric serpent touched the sword light, the ancient bronze sword exploded on the spot. The elder's eyes widened as lightning cut his body in half at the waist. Form up, golden light, divine incantation. Elsewhere, more than a dozen elders gathered rapidly. Their hands formed seals as they summoned their natal luopans and suspended them above their heads. The Dharma artifacts hummed and erupted with intense golden halos. Boom! The electric serpent slammed into the golden wall of light with a deafening blast, making the golden radiance flicker violently. The bodies of the dozen-plus elders shook. Their faces turned pale at once, and blood spilled from the corners of their mouths. Hold it! Hold the line for me! The leading elder roared hoarsely, blood already starting to seep from all 7 orifices. Crack! A heart-palpitating sound of breaking rang out. Across the surface of the golden wall of light, cracks began to spread, and quickly at that. The next second, bang! The wall of light shattered completely. The violent power of lightning surged forward with no more obstruction, like floodwaters bursting through a dam, instantly swallowing the area where the dozen-plus elders stood. Electric light raged, and the screams were devoured by thunder. When the lightning finally dispersed, all that remained were a dozen charred human-shaped outlines and fragments of shattered artifacts scattered across the ground. How is that possible in the distance? Countless people stood dumbstruck. That electric serpent had only been the aftershock of the Black Dragoness attack. Yet more than 10 elders hadn't been able to stop it. This black dragon was actually so terrifying. Li Yujing turned his head. His molten gold vertical pupils passed over the chaotic battlefield and landed on the distant Modu. 2 fairly powerful auras were rising there, and one of them felt somewhat familiar. An old friend. Li Yujing remained indifferent inside. Back at Min Mountain, he had already sent one old friend on his way. These people had struggled on from ancient times until now and had finally endured long enough to see the revival of myths. Were they really going to fall one after another at his hands? Heaven truly played cruel tricks. To struggle from the Dharma-ending age of spiritual energy depletion all the way to today, even for him, had been no easy feat. Roar. Right at that moment, a tiger's roar sounded from the battlefield's flank. The sound rolled out in waves, deafening to the ears. Immediately after, a ferocious giant tiger emerged from the mist. Over 8 meters tall at the shoulder and more than 20 meters long, and charged brutally into Yindi's sect's flank. Careful, it's a secondary titan. Stop that beast. A squad leader shrieked in panic. The vicious tiger let out a violent roar. Its bloody maw opened wide, and countless crescent-shaped wind blades shot forward. Ki, ki, ki. The dull sounds of flesh being sliced blended into one continuous wave. The dozens of Yindi sect disciples charging at the very front were instantly cut into several pieces. Severed limbs and internal organs mixed with blood and splashed all over the ground. The scene was too horrific to look at. Bang! The ferocious tiger suddenly charged out and slammed viciously into the crowd. With one casual swipe of its enormous claw, several disciples were smashed into bloody pulp, armor and all. Its tail swept across like a steel whip, sending more than a dozen people flying as their tendons snapped and bones shattered. Run! It's a subtitan. The formation, already on the verge of collapse, completely lost its last bit of organization under the ferocious tiger's assault. The surviving disciples ran for their lives like headless flies, screaming as they fled toward whatever direction they thought was safe. Countless people were trampled by their own allies. Roar! Awoo! Hiss! Almost at the same moment, the ferocious tiger made its move. Roars and shrieks rose one after another from several other directions across the battlefield. River water shot into the sky as several massive creatures climbed onto the shore, easily crushing the makeshift fortifications in their path. Wherever they passed, more than 1,000 people were crushed in a meat paste. At the same time, in the rear of the battlefield, retreat now? The intel was wrong. The Black Dragon never underwent dragon transformation at all. This battle can't be fought. The commander of the Beast Hunter force was a bald, burly man. His face was ashen as he hurriedly led his men away. They had joined the battle because they had heard the Black Dragon was in a weakened state. But now they were facing a flood dragon at the peak of its power. With the manpower they had, they were nowhere near enough. Withdraw by sea, quickly. Several hundred hunters retreated like the receding tide and rushed toward the harbor. Boom! Boom! Just then, heavy explosions rang out from the nearshore waters. Everyone looked over in horror as towering columns of water erupted into the air. On the muddy sea surface, a savage, giant serpent over 100 meters long burst through the waves. Its thick flood dragon tail lashed out at a ship. Crack! The ship was snapped in half at the waist like a toy. Hiss! The evil flood dragon opened its bloody maw and spat out a high-pressure water jet that easily pierced through the ship's armor. Seawater poured in, and the vessel sank. Everyone's hearts sank, and despair instantly spread through them. To the city center. We have a reserved emergency evacuation point there. Everyone, follow me. The bald, burly man changed the plan. The group immediately turned and sprinted toward Modu. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Suddenly, a massive explosion came from the central district of the city. Firelight and thick smoke soared into the sky. Right after that, a sharp cry pierced through the clouds. A giant bird with a wingspan close to 100 meters descended from the sky. A smoking helicopter still clutched in its talons and casually threw it down. The helicopter was gone. The beast hunters froze, their whole bodies turning cold. No way to heaven. No gate into the earth. The bald, burly man turned around and looked toward the towering dragon shadow, vast as a mountain. The reason in his eyes vanished, replaced by the madness of a trapped beast making its final struggle. We can't escape, brothers. The bald, burly man clenched his fist, pulled a syringe from his chest, and viciously stabbed it into his neck. Fight them to the death. Inject the magic potion. It's time to risk our lives. Fight. Driven into a dead end. The beast hunter's ferocity was also stirred up. One after another, they pulled out syringes and plunged them into their bodies. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At the edge of Modu, thunderous booms rang out one after another from both wings of the riverbank. The ferocious tiger and several other giant creatures ran wild, stirring up a bloody storm among the crowd. Black Dragon, do not be so arrogant. Suddenly, a loud shout filled with magical power and majesty rang out from the sky above Modu's urban district. The voice instantly drowned out the noise of the battlefield. Countless gazes turned upward. Above the city, 10 figures slowly arrived over the battlefield, each standing atop a compass-shaped artifact. Their robes fluttered like immortals from legend. At the front was a white-haired old man. His aura was deep as the sea, and terrifying pressure swept outward. The ferocious tiger and the other subtitans all stopped moving. These people had terrifying auras, not the slightest bit weaker than theirs. It's the sect master, and the 9 supreme elders are here. We're saved. When the Yindi sect disciples saw those figures, it was like being injected with a stimulant. Cheers instantly broke out everywhere. Lin Daosheng stood atop the compass, floating above the battlefield. His gaze swept across the devastated battlefield, passed over the subtitans, and finally landed on the winding giant figure within the sea of clouds. So it never underwent dragon transformation? Good, good. This seat can finally see for itself just what kind of heaven-reaching, earth-shaking might an ancient creature that has survived from the age of ended Dharma until today truly possesses. He paused, and his tone turned cold. Yuan Zhongji, Yuli. If you do not show yourselves now, then when? As his words fell, a heavy booming sound came from the sky overhead. Then fierce winds suddenly rose. What is that? What a huge shadow. It's a titan. Amid the cries of shock, a colossal figure fell from the sky like a meteor, carrying a shrill sonic boom and terrifying pressure as it smashed brutally into the ground. Boom! In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. Dust and smoke shot into the sky, forming a gigantic mushroom cloud, while the shockwaves swept outward like a tsunami. The dust slowly dispersed. A titan 100 zhang tall came into view. Its entire body was gray-white. Its head reached into the low clouds, and terrifying pressure radiated from its whole body. Titan! Mountain-moving Julie! Shriek! Suddenly, that sharp cry rang out from the sky once more as another enormous figure slowly descended and hovered in midair. It was a birdman. It stood about 50 zhang tall, with an upright body, curved to lone feet for clawed hands, and wings behind its back stretching over 200 zhang. Most eye-catching of all, around its neck, waist, abdomen, and the vital joints of its limbs were wrapped dozens of incomparably thick bronze chains. Titan, Yun Zhongjuan. Yun Zhongzi turned his head, his amber vertical pupils falling upon the towering black dragon shadow above the center of the river. Old friend, long time no see. Yun Zhongzi, you too intend to stand against this lord? Li Yujing looked at this former acquaintance. Yun Zhongzi sighed. Take a look at these chains on me. I have no choice either. Li Yujing said indifferently. Are you here to laugh at this lord? Or do you think that, with the worms below, you could do anything to this lord? What do you mean by that? Soft laughter came from Yun Zhongzi. Li Yujing gave a cold snort. Do you really think those chains on your body can hold you? 2,000 years apart, and you've only gotten better at acting. Before this lord changes his mind. Get lost. Silence. A brief silence. Ha ha. Yun Zhongzi burst into loud laughter. As expected of you, Yu Jingzi. I knew it. No matter who I could fool, I could never fool the eyes of an old neighbor like you. It spread its wings, and the chains on its body shattered inch by inch. Lin Daosheng frowned. Yun Zhongzi rolled its neck. I originally planned to use these idiots' hands to help me take another step forward, but now it seems they're finished. Oh well. Oh well. If this place won't keep me, another place will. I'll go wander elsewhere and see if there are any soft persimmons to squeeze. I'll come back later to drink with you. With one beat of its wings, it shot into the sky. This lord takes his leave. Its lingering voice echoed on as Yun Zhongzi's enormous figure turned into a streak of cyan light and vanished beyond the horizon. This scene happened far too suddenly. From Yun Zhongzi's appearance to the sudden shattering of its chains, then its laughter and departure. The entire process took only a little over 10 seconds. The expressions on the Yindi sect disciples, whose hope had just been reignited by the arrival of reinforcements, as well as on Lin Daosheng and the others in midair, completely froze. A violent shock ran through Lin Daosheng's heart. Yun Zhongzi had never truly been controlled. It had been acting all along. On the other side, the mountain-moving giant spirit's gaze flickered. It also seemed to be startled by Yun Zhongzi's sudden betrayal. Boom! It reacted extremely quickly. Almost the instant after Yun Zhongzi disappeared, its legs slammed against the ground, and its enormous body leaped upward. The mountain-moving giant spirit was running too. Since Yun Zhongzi had fled, it had no intention of staying behind as cannon fodder. Since you came, then stay for this lord. A majestic dragon's roar exploded through the air. Boom! Lightning blazed around Li Yujing's body with a sweep of his dragon tail. His massive form instantly broke through the sound barrier, dragging rolling sonic clouds behind him as he shot after the fleeing, mountain-moving giant spirit. He was actually even faster than the giant spirit by a margin. Everyone withdraw into the city. Lin Daosheng snapped back to his senses and immediately gave the order. With Yun Zhongzi and the mountain-moving giant spirit both fleeing, the situation had become critical to the extreme. The remaining Yindi sect disciples had completely lost the will to fight. Like a receding tide, they surged toward that huge and empty Modu. Outside Modu, the last convoy evacuating was jammed along the expressway and national highway. Many people leaned out of car windows or stood on relatively safe slopes, staring into the distance at that city. Oh my God, what is that? It's a dragon, so huge. Yeah, I saw claws, black ones. Did a giant just fall from the sky and then fly away? Was I seeing things? And a bird, a gigantic monster bird. It cried once and then disappeared. Gasps and discussion kept erupting through the crowd. Modu was a super metropolis. Its citizens had broader horizons than those of other cities, and they had seen plenty of monsters and extraordinary individuals before. But those enormous shadows in the distant sky, looming in and out of view, were still beyond the limits of what most people could comprehend. That winding dragon shadow, that terrifying giant. These beings were completely different from the mutated monsters they knew. All citizens, do not stop to watch. Get back in your cars and move forward immediately. I repeat, evacuate immediately. Soldiers carrying loaded guns shouted beside the convoy, doing their utmost to maintain order and clear the traffic jam. In Modu's urban district, the once bustling streets were completely empty. The remaining upper echelon of Yindi sect had gathered inside a nearby building like startled birds. And the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Sectmaster, what do we do now? One elder, pale-faced, looked at Lin Daosheng, who had just landed. Yun Zhongzi had defected, and the giant spirit was being hunted down. The battle situation had taken a sudden turn for the worse, far beyond everyone's expectations. What are you panicking for? Lin Daosheng looked calm as he stepped down from the compass artifact. Sweeping his gaze over the panicked faces, he said indifferently, My Yindi sect has endured for more than 2,000 years. We have survived dynastic rise and fall. What kind of storms have we not seen? When have we ever feared anyone? But Sect Master, that black dragon, victory and defeat are common matters in war, Lin Daosheng said lightly. Besides, we can't leave now. We can only make our stand with our backs to the river. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder rumbled again and again above the city. Even underground, they could feel the terrifying sonic booms. The black dragon and the mountain-moving giant spirit were already engaged in a fierce aerial pursuit. Activate the spirit-devouring blood transformation grand array, Lin Daosheng said. Devour Modu's spirituality. Sectmaster, you must not. Several elders' eyes widened as they cried out in alarm. Once the spirit-devouring array is activated, it will completely destroy the spiritual vitality of this land. For 100 years, this place will become dead ground. How will we cultivate here in the future? The future? Huh. Lin Daosheng's eyes turned cold. If we lose this battle, do you think we'll still have a future? Will the Black Dragon spare us? Today is the life and death moment of my Yindi sect. There is no way back. He took a deep breath and said heavily, pass down the order. Devour Modu's spirituality. Then follow me and kill our way out. Even if every one of us dies here, we'll still tear a layer of flesh off that black dragon. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. Above Modu, at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Every step the mountain-moving giant spirit took in the air exploded with a muffled thunderous boom, driving it higher and higher. Electric light coiled around Li Yujing's body. He was like a ferocious thunder dragon swimming through the skies, already moving faster than sound. The distance between the two sides grew smaller and smaller. Dragon Lord, spare my life. I'm willing to retreat immediately and never become your enemy again. I won't fight over the dragon vein either. An anxious thought transmission came over, filled with terror. Li Yujing raised a claw and slashed. Lightning surged upward and blasted into the giant spirit's broad back. Eolo! The giant spirit let out a pained roar. Its back was blown to pieces, and chunks of flesh rained down from the sky. A cold dragon's roar exploded. Lightning scattered in all directions. Li Yujing instantly overtook the mountain-moving giant spirit. Seeing that escape was hopeless, it steadied its body and threw its massive fist at Li Yujing. You still dare resist? Li Yujing let out a cold snort, and his dragon claw slashed down like a blade. Rip! Cold light flashed. A horrifying wound, 100 meters long, appeared across the mountain-moving giant spirit's chest, and blood poured across the sky like a waterfall. Roar! It let out a shrill scream, and its body plunged from 10,000 meters in the air like a falling meteor. Boom! The giant spirit crashed into the city, and the earth immediately shook like mountains collapsing. A terrifying shockwave spread outward. Within several kilometers, every building was flattened like wheat. Within dozens of kilometers, buildings began to crack apart. Dust shot into the sky, blotting out the sun. In the next second, the dark black dragon shadow appeared. Its body coiled endlessly, stretching through the sea of clouds. The mountain-moving giant spirit roared and climbed back up, but Li Yujing had already spat out lightning that instantly pierced through its body. He dove down and grabbed the mountain-moving giant spirit by the head in one motion. You think you're worthy of fighting this lord for the dragon vein? Li Yujing's expression was indifferent as his dragon claw suddenly tightened. Bang! A dull bursting sound rang out. The mountain-moving giant spirit's head exploded like a crushed watermelon, blood and pulp spraying everywhere. Its enormous body crashed heavily to the ground. The mountain-moving giant spirit lost? That fast. Inside Modu's urban district, the people of Yindi's sect, who had just activated the spirit-devouring blood transformation Grand Array, had already seen the battle's outcome. Both were titans, yet the mountain-moving giant spirit had been instantly killed. Just how terrifying had that black dragon's strength become? A chill instantly swallowed everyone. The Grand Array had only just been activated. They didn't even have time to seize Modu's spirituality. Extract with full power now. The elder presiding over the formation spoke with a trembling voice. Not long after, the formation covering the entire city lit up. An invisible ripple swept past, and the spiritual essence of the city's earth veins was forcibly extracted, turning into transparent tendrils one after another. Devour the spirituality and prepare for battle. The Yindi sect elders shouted in unison. All the disciples drew their long swords and slashed at those transparent tendrils. The transparent tendrils thrashed wildly, as if begging for mercy. Suppress them, the elders roared. The Grand Array burst with light like an invisible giant net, forcibly pressing down those writhing tendrils. Help this time, the spirituality even rippled with a kind of voice. The Yindi sect disciples froze. What was that? It sounded like a voice in my head. The earth chi has spirit? The raised blades in their hands stopped. The elders roared. Why have you stopped? The black dragon will be here any moment. A disciple questioned. Elder, this earth energy has already developed intelligence. What can we even do? The elder cut off the questioning disciple, chopped off a tentacle with one slash, and quickly swallowed it. Our Yindi sect is the center of heaven and earth. Everything that exists is a stepping stone for our supreme magic power. That elder stuffed the severed end of the tentacle into his mouth and forcibly swallowed it. Seeing this, the others looked at each other. If you want to live, do it. The spirit of Modu was something our Yindi sect raised in the first place. We're only taking it ahead of time now. Though the disciples did not understand, they still did as told. I'll draw the black dragon's attention and buy you the last bit of time. Prepare for the final battle. Lin Daosheng stepped onto a luopan and shot into the sky, landing on top of a skyscraper. The view here was wide open, and it was conspicuous enough. He stood with his hands behind his back, his Taoist robe snapping loudly in the wind. Looking at the terrifying colossal creature winding in the distance, Lin Daosheng circulated his magic power, and his voice spread through the silent city. Black Dragon. This seat is the sect master of Yindi's sect, Lin Daosheng. I am right here. The moment his voice fell, the towering dragon shadow rapidly closed in. Lin Daosheng's gaze turned grave as he slowly said, Black Dragon, it has been 2,000 years. Countless ancestors of my sect have fought you before. Today, this seat will follow in their footsteps and battle a mythic creature like you. Let this seat see just how capable you, a long worm that has lived for several thousand years, really are. The sea of clouds churned, and the towering dragon shadow emerged with it. Li Yujing's expression was indifferent. He could not be bothered with nonsense. He sent out a bolt of lightning that instantly struck the top of the skyscraper where Lin Daosheng stood. Golden light, divine mantra, impervious to all laws. Lin Daosheng had long been prepared. His hands formed seals, and a layer of golden light instantly spread around his body. Boom! The lightning came crashing down. Blinding light instantly drowned the rooftop, followed by an ear-splitting explosion. The top dozens of floors of the skyscraper were blown apart in the lightning. The golden light went out. A battered figure turned into a streak of golden light and shot diagonally out of the smoke and dust of the explosion, landing on the rooftop platform of another building. Lin Daosheng dropped to one knee, blood spraying wildly from his mouth. How is that possible? His face was deathly pale, his aura withered, and his eyes were filled with shocked disbelief. With 100 years of cultivation, he actually could not block the black dragon's lightning. No, that strike just now. It had not even been the black dragon's lightning. The instant the lightning fell, he had already used all his strength to cast golden light, escape, and flee. Strictly speaking, he had only blocked the aftershock of the lightning. But even so, the electric force had still shattered his meridians. A casual strike from a mythic creature was actually this terrifying. Fortunately, his goal had already been achieved. He had not tried to take it head on. He had used the speed of the golden light mantra to stall for time, to buy time for the sect. What are you waiting for? All of a sudden, an icy voice like thunder sounded from behind him. The instant he heard that cold, thunderous voice, Lin Daoxing's heart shook violently, and every hair on his body stood on end. He whipped his head around and saw the sea of clouds churning as that ferocious, enormous dragon head entered his sight. Those molten gold vertical pupils were like two suns. Then came a gigantic dragon claw that blotted out the sky. Golden light, divine mantra. Lin Daoxing burned his magic power, tried to use his escape art again. Boom! But the dragon claw had already come down. The building was instantly crushed into powder. Under that horrifying pressure, Lin Daoxing exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Sect Master, 1,000 meters away, the disciples of Yindi sect witnessed the scene, and the hope in their eyes instantly froze. The sect master was dead. The sect master, who was nearly invincible in their hearts and planned for everything, had actually been smashed into pieces by a single claw from the black dragon, as expected of a mythic creature. Truly terrifying. Just as everyone fell into despair, a familiar voice sounded from behind them. Everyone turned their heads and saw someone slowly walking over. It was Lin Daoxing. Sect Master, you're not dead, but just now, clearly. The elders were both shocked and overjoyed, though confusion flashed through their eyes. Lin Daoxing gave a slight shake of his head and said flatly, "The one the black dragon crushed just now was indeed this seat." What? Everyone was stunned. This is the one chi transforms into three pure ones secret art that this seat comprehended in seclusion over 150 years by studying an ancient fragmentary scroll, and only managed to cultivate by sheer luck. Lin Daoxing swept his gaze over the crowd and explained, "Though I only grasped a little of it, I still barely managed to refine 3 versions of myself. The one that died just now was one of them. One chi transforms into 3 pure ones. A clone technique?" Everyone was stunned at first. Then their eyes erupted with fanatical excitement. This could practically be called an immortal family wondrous art. Didn't that mean the sect master was already close to the level of a land immortal? Sect master's divine abilities are boundless. Long live. Heaven has not forsaken our Yindi sect. Surviving the disaster made everyone break into cheers, and the despair in the air eased at once. "Everyone, be careful." Before the cheers had ended, a roar came from the outer perimeter. Everyone turned to look into the distance and saw the sea of clouds rolling as that ferocious giant dragon head had slowly turned around. Boom! The next second, the black dragon dove into the sea of clouds. "The black dragon is coming. All units on guard." An elder roared, and the disciples stood ready in full formation. Lin Daoxing's expression was incomparably grave. He knew better than anyone what had just happened. That third body, which had been crushed, though not as strong as him, still had 70 to 80% of his power. Even so, against the black dragon as casual claw, let alone counterattacking, it had not even had room to struggle. The 3 selves shared senses. That feeling of helplessness, like the heavens collapsing, still echoed in his consciousness. He knew very clearly that even with his 150 years of cultivation, he still had no confidence in blocking a single strike from the black dragon. No, it was not a matter of lacking confidence. It was certain death. Whoosh! A shrill, tearing sound rang out. The clouds were ripped apart, and Li Yujing appeared openly, his body winding on as if endless. Courting death, he let out a cold snort, and his ferocious dragon claw, carrying terrifying wind pressure, slammed fiercely toward the formation below. This was the monarch dragon claw. In an instant, a horrifying killing intent shot into the sky. What is that? The members of Yindi's sect widened their eyes. Merely being brushed by the killing intent radiating from the dragon claw had already filled them with terror. Their bodies trembled, and snot ran from their noses. Within that overwhelming killing intent, they saw illusions. That dragon claw expanded without limit, covering the sky and blotting out the sun, as if it were about to smash the entire Modu into dust with a single palm. Rumble! Before the dragon claw even arrived, the terrifying wind pressure had already formed visible white waves and bombarded the ground first. Crack, crack, crack. The Earth's surface split apart, cracks spreading as dust and smoke shot 100 meters into the sky. The entire area sank several meters. Piercing screams erupted. Nearly 1,000 Yindi sect disciples within the area of the wind pressure had bodies like overinflated balloons, exploding one after another into clouds of blood mist. The dragon claw had not even truly fallen yet. Just the wind pressure alone had already crushed over 1,000 people. Activate the grand formation. Golden light, protect the body. Lin Daoxing roared himself hoarse. His hands formed seals, his magic power erupted, and dazzling golden light lit up around his body once more. The surrounding elders snapped back to their senses. Enduring the trembling and pain in their bodies, they brought out all their trump card magic artifacts. For a moment, radiance flared. Dozens of shield phantoms layered over one another, forming a defense overhead. But before the sovereign dragon claw, all that resistance looked utterly ridiculous. Disappear. Li Yujing slammed his hand down, and the shield phantom shattered instantly. Hold it! Lin Daoxing roared, but the golden light bursting from around him melted away in an instant, unable to last even half a second. Boom! Without the slightest obstruction, the giant claw slammed into the ground. Lin Daosheng, along with dozens of elders desperately holding the line, and everything around them was crushed into dust. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. When the smoke and dust finally scattered, all that remained was a giant clawmark crater more than 300 meters across, wisps of green smoke rising from it, the air scorching hot. Li Yujing merely casted a casual glance. His dragon body moved again and vanished into the churning sea of clouds. At the same time, in the city center, at the very center of the grand formation, atop an altar carved with twisted runes, a person sat cross-legged. It was none other than Lin Daosheng. Not even 1 minute. Strictly speaking, not even 1 second. Lin Daosheng muttered to himself in a low voice. Just the aftershock of the Black Dragon's attack was enough to kill. This truly is the greatest catastrophe in the 2,000-year inheritance of my Yindi sect. Lin Daosheng slowly rose to his feet, his aura erupting outward. He was the first Lin Daosheng, the one who had cultivated the longest and possessed the deepest cultivation. The other two had been cultivated by him. Sectmaster, the grand formation is ready. The old woman beside him stepped forward and bowed as she reported, the giant beast sealed underground has already been awakened. Its combat strength is comparable to the peak of a lesser titan. Good, very good. Lin Daosheng nodded, his face expressionless. Then let begin. Since there is no avoiding it, then we shall perish together. Activate the grand formation. The old woman turned and gave the order to the dozens of core disciples standing by. Yes, ma'am. The command was relayed at once. The grand formation lit up in sequence with dazzling blood-red light. Complex formation patterns spread across the ground, then floated into the air and linked together. At the same time, throughout Modu Buzz, the formations connected, turning the entire city into one unified whole. Pillars of blood-like light shot into the sky one after another. Terrifying killing intent spread across the whole city. War Demon God, rise. Within the formations across the city, nearly 10,000 Yindi sect disciples howled in unison, their voices surging into the sky. Killing intent gathered and condensed into blood-colored giants over 100 meters tall, their entire bodies dark red. Va Demon Gods. They were Yindi sect war artifacts, using the killing intent of 10,000 people as the catalyst. They condensed the power of the earth veins into creations that existed purely for slaughter. A full 18 war demon gods, like Azuras crawling out a sea of blood, stood throughout Modu, radiating overwhelming bloodlust and killing intent. Killing intent. Within the sea of clouds, Li Yujing, who was gliding through the sky, had his vertical pupils brightened slightly as his gaze fell on the 18 blood-colored giants. Such dense killing intent. A pillow delivered just when I'm getting sleepy? His right foreclaw had already fused with a sovereign-level dragon claw and already contained the mythic power of slaughter. If he absorbed and refined all of it, it might let the dragon claw rise to another level. With that thought, Li Yujing no longer hesitated. His dragon body suddenly accelerated and shot forward. The black dragon is coming. Estimated arrival, 30 seconds. At the center of the formation, the presiding elder frowned. Roar, roar. Li Yujing opened his mouth and unleashed dragon might. Rumble. The sound waves swept outward like an invisible tsunami. Wherever they passed, buildings cracked apart as if struck by a magnitude 10 earthquake. Dust and debris surged into the sky, blotting out the heavens. The Yindi sect disciples caught within the range of the sound waves, even with the formation protecting them, still had their bodies violently shaken and coughed up blood in unison. Many rolled their eyes back and passed out on the spot. What? Everyone's eyes widened. The battle had not even begun, yet with just a single dragon roar, they had already suffered devastating losses. Many had their heart meridians shaken apart and had already lost more than half their lives. This was not a fight on the same level at all. This was despair. This was total crushing force. Clang, clang. Quite a few disciples dropped the long swords in their hands, the blades falling to the ground. Get yourselves together. This is dragon might. Focus your minds and guard your spirits. Do not be intimidated by it. The elders shouted themselves hoarse. The disciples barely managed to pick their swords back up. But the fear in their eyes did not fade, and the hands gripping their swords were still trembling. The black dragon is here. A cry of alarm rang out. Everyone turned to look, only to see the sea of clouds churning as a ferocious colossal creature thousands of meters long came into view. Prepare, kill. The elders sprang to their feet and roared. Blood-red sword chi shot out from the city one after another, bombarding Li Yujing. Clang, clang. The sword chi landed on the black dragon's body, knocking sparks from his scales. Though there were many of them, they were utterly useless. Li Yujing raised a claw and swept it through the air. The sword chi formed from killing intent gathered at his claw tip and merged into it. Just as expected, several thousand meters away, the Yindi sect elders frowned. They had already anticipated that the sword chi would be unable to threaten the black dragon. Dragon locking formation, open. The lead elder's hands moved in a blur, his voice rippling outward. Disciples of all formations, hear my order. activate the War Demon Gods and move at once to support the dragon-locking formation. The next second, the surrounding rune paths lit up. Huge transparent tentacles then emerged. The so-called dragon-locking formation was a formation that drew upon Earth Chi to suppress the enemy. It was also the wrath of the land itself. The tentacles spread wildly, dancing madly through the air. Suppress. The lead elder roared. Suppress. Several thousand disciples bellowed in unison, pouring magic power and killing intent into the formation. At the same time, the three surrounding dragon-locking formations also lit up. More Earth Chi tentacles rose into the sky and closed in on Li Yujing from all directions. The spirit of Modu? Li Yujing sensed it. His expression remained calm as he slowly spoke. Spirit of Modu, this sovereign is here. How dare you act so insolently? Withdraw at once. The moment his words fell, the tentacles froze. In the next second, all of them frantically retreated, returning to their original dragon-locking formations. What is going on? The Yin sect elder's eyes went wide. The spirituality of Modu was actually afraid of the black dragon, even under the control of the formation. It still did not dare step forward and attack. Damn it, stop right there. We of Yindi sect are the true masters of this land. Remember clearly who your master is. The lead elder roared in fury. The formation burst with light, and the tentacles began dancing wildly again. In the next second, the tentacles lashed out in all directions and sent the elders flying. What? All the elders were stunned. Unts. Li Yujing's expression was indifferent. He raised that right foreclaw, hungry for killing intent, and slashed through the air ahead of him. The wind pressure crossed a distance of 1,000 meters and cut straight into the dragon-locking formation. Rumble. As if a nuclear bomb had hit the ground, a horrifying shockwave erupted instantly. Aya! Amid shrill screams, over 1,000 Yindi sect disciples, along with shattered stone, were blasted into the air by the shockwave. Almost at the same moment, the screams vanished. Under that terrifying wind pressure, human bodies were instantly torn apart, turning into blood mist that was scattered by the wind. Dragon-locking formation number 2 has been broken. All disciples disperse immediately. An elder roared from another formation in the distance. There's no one left in formation number 2. They're all dead. Another elder cried out in grief. The next second, thunderous explosions rang out. Crackle. Boom. Within the clouds, flashes of lightning blazed one after another. Every clap of thunder was accompanied by another formation being destroyed. Li Yujing could not be bothered to fly over one by one. He hovered above the city like a god, commanding thunder and driving lightning. Wherever the lightning went, formation shattered. Formation number 3 is broken. Formation number 4 is gone too. Damn it. In formation number 1, the elders presiding over the formation clenched their fists. This wasn't a battle. It was a one-sided slaughter. Can human strength really not stand against this kind of heavenly might? A young elder muttered to himself, his gaze unfocused. What now? Even the elders had fallen into despair, let alone the other disciples. Thump, thump, thump. Just then, heavy footsteps came from every direction. They saw a 100-meter-tall Bing Machine crossing through ruins and streets, rapidly converging toward the city center. Each step made the earth shake and the mountains tremble. It's the Bing Machine. They've come to support us. There is still hope. Looking at the dozens of towering giants, the disciples of Yindi sect inside formation number 1 lit up with hope once more. If the Bing Machine could tie down the Black Dragon, then they still had a chance. The key was that as long as the Bing Machine Grand Formation wasn't broken, it could continuously draw upon Modu's Earth Chi. That killing weapon would be endless. One Bing Machine after another rapidly approached the number 1 dragon locking formation. Their enormous bodies shot into the sky and pounced toward the dragon shadow in the air. The next second, the sea of clouds churned. Li Yujing lowered his head slightly, his vertical pupils sweeping over these creations overflowing with killing intent. He let out a cold snort. I am the Lord of the Sky. As his words fell, the sea of clouds blanketing Modu suddenly rolled violently. The Bing Machine seemed to slam into a wall of bronze and iron, their massive bodies swaying in midair. Get down. Boom. Boom. Then like dumplings being dropped into a pot. The Bing Machine were repelled by the sea of clouds and smashed into the ground like meteors. In an instant, the earth shook and the mountains trembled. Dust shot into the sky, shock waves surged, and the already fragile surrounding buildings collapsed with a crash. This sea of clouds also carried his dragon might. Though it wasn't a mythical ability, suppressing these dead things was already more than enough. Rumble. The Bing Machine crashed into the city, sending smoke and dust soaring. Li Yujing dove down. Several Bing Machine had just climbed back up when his claw was already pressing down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Wind pressure burst forth, turning into rings of ripples that spread outward. Several Bing Machine were forced to their knees. They roared in fury, but no matter what, they could not withstand that oppressive force. Boom! The dragon claw pressed into the ground, and several Bingmo instantly shattered apart, turning into a dense mass of killing chi. Li Yujing raised his foreclaw and drew the killing chi into it. Along the edges of his scales, the blood-red patterns faintly lit up for a moment. As expected, it works. As soon as he spoke, more than 10 Bing Machins struggled back to their feet and charged at low-flying Li Yujing again from different directions. Crackle. Boom. Li Yujing raised his hand and fired lightning. 5 Bing Machin were instantly killed. Their huge bodies rapidly broke apart and turned into clusters of killing chi. What? In the center of the formation in the distance, the elders of Yinyi sect were completely dumbfounded. Those were Bing Machin, one of their strongest war artifacts, forged from the killing chi of 10,000 people and refined using the spirit of the earth veins. Their power was enough to contend against subtitans. Yet in front of the black dragon, they were casually smashed apart. This was no longer a matter of strength gap. This was a crushing difference in level of life itself. What they had relied on, in the other party's eyes, might not even count as toys. Despair instantly drowned them. Rumble. Just then, even duller tremors and even harsher roars erupted from all across the city. The ground in the city suddenly exploded open. Dirt and stone shot skyward, revealing bottomless dark fissures below. Hiss, roar, screech. Hair-raising howls came from the depths of those fissures. Right after that, enormous figures crawled out from underground one after another. Those were subtitans, carrying an aura of deathly stillness. Some subtitans were over 300 meters long, their bodies covered in hard shells. Some had wingspans nearing 200 meters, with most of their feathers already fallen off, exposing stark white bones beneath. Some resembled giant octopuses. Some were centipedes, nearly 400 or 500 meters long. Their forms were all different, but they shared one thing in common. Their eyes were clouded, and after crawling out, they made no further movement. The fusion art. Seeing this, everyone clenched their fists. Aside from the Bing Machin, this was Yinyi sect's strongest and also final weapon. Everyone, let's give it everything we have. Along with that calm voice, Lin Daoxing's true body slowly walked forward, looking at the black dragon in the distance. Slaughtering Bing Machin like a god, his face showed neither joy nor sorrow. Sectmaster, you must not. An old woman at his side widened her eyes, her voice trembling with tears. Once you use it, there will be no turning back. You will forever. My mind is made up. Lin Daoxing's gaze flickered. My Yinyi sect has been passed down for over 2,000 years. The path we walk has always been one of defying the heavens, contending with heaven, battling the earth, and fighting gods and devils. He looked at everyone and let out a silent sigh. Countless forebears pressed forward one after another, cutting through thorns and brambles. And only then did we have the Dao lineage of today. Today, it is this seat's turn. Sectmaster, everyone could not help but burst into tears. As Yinyi sect's strongest spell, once one fused with a titan and brought it under human control, its power would surge greatly. But the price was beyond imagination. There would be no restoring it ever. One could only live on in the form of a monster. And if enough time passed, when the mind became unclear, one might even be possessed by the monster's instincts instead. Lin Daoxing's gaze swept over the disciples with tears in their eyes, and his tone softened. My friends, there's no need to grieve. If with this ruined body I can block this great enemy and protect a sliver of hope for our Dao lineage, then Lin will have died well. He no longer hesitated. His hands formed a seal, and the underground formation suddenly lit up. With my body, merge with the Dao. With my soul, feed the devil. All spirits return to one. Lin Daoxing shot into the air and landed on top of a 1,000-legged centipede. Then he fused with it. The next second, his body rapidly swelled. His skin split, his bones cracked explosively, his flesh multiplied and crazily fused with the carapace. In just a few breaths, Lin Daoxing turned into a monster with a human head and a centipede body. His facial features could still vaguely be made out. Sectmaster, countless Yinyi sect disciples who witnessed this scene were streaming tears, dropping to their knees. Fight the black dragon to the death. Long live Yinyi sect. Dozens of the highest cultivation elders flashed with resolve in their eyes. Each rushed toward the nearest deformed giant beast and used the fusion secret art that came at a terrifying cost. Flesh merged, bones warped. Inhuman screams of pain rang out within the formation. A moment later, the deformed giant beasts were gone. In their place were bizarre fusion monsters. Lin Daoxing, with his human head and centipede body, raised his hand in salute and performed an ancient Taoist bow. Lin Daoxing, 126th generation sect master of Yinyi sect, respectfully invites the ancestors and grandmasters of every generation to manifest. Rumble. The moment his words fell, the entire Modu began to tremble. The ground looked as if it were being torn apart by some invisible giant force, and those bottomless fissures widened once more. Then, a giant arm with sharp claws stretched out from a fissure, gripped the edge, and slowly pulled itself out. Lin Daoxing immediately cupped his hands. Lin Daoxing welcomes the Grandmaster's manifestation. We welcome the Grandmaster's manifestation. The people of Yinyi sect all bowed in salute. The next second, a horned head crawled out from the fissure, followed by a dark red tentacle covered in suckers and reverse barbs. 1, 2, 3. A full several hundred terrifying existences with twisted forms appeared. Though their forms were not the same, most of them retained a humanoid upper body and a beast-like lower body. What a long wait this has been. The giant monster with a tiger's head and human body twisted its neck, and a hoarse voice rang out. What year is it tonight? How come back to life again? Another figure, resembling a gigantic moth, murmured to itself. Its eyes were murky at first, then gradually turned clear. Since we have reappeared in this world, that means my Yindi sect ultimately still failed? Failed to stop the revival of Earth Chi? Failed to wipe out those monsters? One generation is truly worse than the last. The centipede monster snorted coldly and said in dissatisfaction, back then, I suppressed the world for 200 years. Gods and demons retreated before me. Fiends and aberrations lost their nerve. Who would have thought the descendants of later ages would be this weak, allowing Earth Chi to revive to such a degree? Old thing, stop bragging. The monster with a human head and serpent body beside him laughed, its voice shrill. I read the sect's secret records. Weren't you chased by that giant snake for over 1,000 li, and only barely escaped back in the end, using this fusion secret art to cling to life? Ha. Several of the monsters let out low, strange laughs. Bastard. The centipede monster flew into a rage. Who dare tamper with the sect records? I clearly fought that giant snake for 300 rounds without a victor being decided. In the end, it was only to save my disciples that I arg. Before it could finish speaking, a furious roar erupted. The group of monsters turned their heads to look, only to see a gigantic monster crawling out from the crack. Its eyes blood red as it let out an enraged howl. You Jingzi, I will tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces. The monster brandished its giant blade and slashed wildly in all directions. Its terrifying aura surged out like a tangible tidal wave.